our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good. The Mavs have flipped the script on San Antonio from down 15 to in front by 14. And darting into pace. Spectacular!
Stop it. Stop it, Kai.
Let's try it again. Good morning, Metroplex. This is a Thursday edition
Hump day.
of Sean and RJ. Let me make sure.
It is Thursday.
It is Thursday. Got my days mixed up being out yesterday. Apologies for that. Sean, Sharif, RJ, Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Glad you're waking up with us on DFW Sports Station.
Based on what just came out of your mouth, I'm not sure you should be back today.
The stuttering of Good Morning Metroplex?
No. The what's in that napkin there? that was straight from the lung.
Yeah.
That wasn't from the throat. That was out of the lung. Out of the sinus cavity.
I got a good day back in me before a little Friday, Monday, President's Day combo.
Yeah, this was. I gotta say, man, I was surprised. I was like, you know what? He was out Wednesday. He's got a little long weekend coming up. There ain't no way he's coming back today.
That would have been too long.
Oh, I mean,
that would have been too obvious.
I mean, look, you had an out. You were hacking.
Oh yeah.
You had stuff. You had green stuff coming out of your nose.
Yeah.
And your throat. You could have easily said, "Hey, man, I just can't do it. Might as well just stay home." I was stunned. I'm proud of you.
Ratings are good. Can't slip up. We got Fan Cam. We got Twitch.
You got Twitch. Look, I mean,
Not that you and Bobby would have been a slip, or at least you.
Well, yeah. I mean, Bobby's a wild card.
Yeah.
Bobby's a wild card, and I'm an idiot, so I can't run a show.
How was he yesterday?
He was fine. I thought. Was there a
Fine, I thought.
Was there a major? You know me. As soon as the show's over, I forget it. Was there a major issue, Peyton, that we had yesterday? I don't remember one.
You know, he rambled a couple times, went off topic. Typical
that's
Bobby. But no, he was fine. It was a good show yesterday.
Good. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. I thought we were getting a Kobe-type explosion from Wemby last night. That was a treat. That was a treat to watch him early on. He cooled off, and Kyrie Irving took over as the freaking magician that he is, and the Mavs end up blowing away San Antonio 116-93. This game was over after 3 quarters. Go ahead and get a little bit of extra rest.
Yeah, it was. It was an extra rest day for, a lot of the starting five, and this was the Kyrie show. And I thought his speed was really on display. His speed with the ball. Anybody can be fast without the basketball. His speed with the ball, I thought, was really on display. Late second quarter, early third. I mean, he was just, he was fantastic. And there was a time in this game where it was like, okay, how the hell are they losing this Spurs team? This Spurs team is awful. They're going to be, and Bassick mentioned this yesterday, like.
Same thing like against the Wizards.
Yeah, same thing. And Bassick, mentioned this yesterday. He was like,
He said they were going to win the title?
No, he did not say they were going to win the title. Not yesterday. Morning, at least. Maybe in the evening.
Oh, man.
But yesterday morning, he was like, dude, like, Wemby's got like another year and a half, 2 years before like people start to like, all right, when are you gonna start winning games? Because they're gonna lose 60 games this year. They're just a bad basketball team, and they're gonna need a high pick, and they're gonna get a high pick, and maybe they get somebody really, really good thrown in there that can help him from the perimeter.
But the full display was on last night. He looked so much more comfortable than the opener when Derek Lively ended up being the rookie standout. He was hitting threes. He was smooth with the ball. He was unstoppable underneath, just reaching up for rebounds. And I was like, he's going for at least 40. He's going for at least 40 against the Mavericks, but he did end up cooling down. But, man, it was an early treat. 26-9, 3 blocks for Wembanyama, but Kyrie Irving had 34, 9, and 7, only 1 turnover. Luka chipped in 27, 9, and 8. And that was basically it for the Mavericks. I mean, Jaden Hardy had 13. Gafford had 10 and 10, which, man, you go ahead and take that. You get a soft double-double like that, absolutely sign me up. But Josh Green was quiet. P.J. Washington continues to struggle with the shooting, but the Mavericks have won 6 in a row. And I guess that led to this tweet from Mike Bass. I'm gonna have to bust his balls. I can't let him get away with it. As Mike last night ended up tweeting, "This is going to be an interesting second half. I can see the Mavs winning the whole thing. They have everything you need now. Will it gel this quickly? Probably not, but this could be scary for other teams. Trying to stop Luka and Kyrie on O with two real big men and wing defenders. So Mike Bassett going from don't make a move at the deadline, tank out, lose out. Kyrie is definitely not going to play enough games. Luka is not stepping up in terms of being a leader, just whining too much. I remember we were together after the trade deadline in Las Vegas. We were asking what this does. Mike Bassett led crosstalk. I think Bobby was, the one with the strongest opinion, saying this takes him from a 0 to 3. He's trying to say now championship contender, I guess. But he was more, talking about them being a first-round winner.
I thought it was first round. I didn't think it was championship.
Run the tape. Go back. Check the tape.
Run the tape.
Go back.
Check it.
Run the
Check
tape. And now Mikey B sees championship possibility in the Mavs' future. The one thing I said the other day was, just athletically, they absolutely feel different. You do feel like you have a safety net defensively. Lively came back and immediately gave them a burst with the black mask that he was wearing. Mavs saying he broke that nose in 3 different places. Remember, I was asking, what's the difference between how is Luka playing with this broken nose and Lively is not? Well, Derek had it broken in 3 different spots, but he came back last night for the not Twin Towers. What else can we do? Does Oklahoma City have another tall building that
They don't.
They're putting up?
I don't believe they do. They just got the one that they're putting up, the tallest in the Americas or whatever.
Yeah. Trying to think of another cool nickname for Gafford and Lively.
Gaffley.
Well, I was trying to do like a tower reference.
Liveford. Yeah. No, tower reference would be good.
I need a ref. I need a tower. I need a building.
What are those 2 towers in Kuala Lumpur that they scaled in entrapment with Catherine Zeta-Jones?
So the Mavs end up getting the W. Where do they stand now in the Western Conference? Well, they're 7th. They are a game back of Phoenix and the Pelicans. So they're the 7th seed, a half a game up on the Sacramento Kings. They are up on the Lakers. They're up on the Warriors. Lakers and Golden State are in the 9 and 10 spots. Minnesota is still in first place. They're up 1 on OKC. The Clippers are in the 3 spot. Then Denver, Phoenix, and the Pelicans. Truckwreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053. So congratulations to the Dallas Mavericks. I keep waiting for the All-Star break and game to come because it's 27 games left.
There it is.
26 games left, and keep waiting for it to actually take place.
Yep. But we're at it now, I guess.
Yep.
So that's good. And then I have no idea who is in the dunk contest. I have heard nothing about this.
I have no idea.
Are they even having it? Have they just decided to cancel it? Are they going to go with who's in the 3-point contest? Oh, wait, I do know that Steph is taking on a WNBA girl.
A WNBA girl is participating in the 3-point contest.
I believe I saw that. Yeah, I'm going to Google that real quick.
That would be spicy.
Steph versus Sabrina. Yes, Steph versus Sabrina.
I was interested to see where you're going to fill that in with. Steph versus what?
Yeah, Sabrina Ionescu she was a massive draw in college, and then now she's obviously in the WNBA. So yeah, 3-point contest right there.
Mike Zimmer press conference coming up at 6:00. Did he get you excited for some changes to the Cowboys culture? So the new defensive coordinator spoke yesterday right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll bring you the highlights when Roberto joins us as our Cowboys insider at 6. But the numbers keep getting updated over the parade shooting yesterday in Kansas City. Who are the suspects? What was the motive? And what are we up to in terms of the death and injury count? That is next as tragedy hits the Chiefs championship parade right here on Sean and RJ.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thursday edition of Sean and RJ coming at you live here, trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. President's Day on Monday. Hopefully you have off for that. We are live on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. Did everyone enjoy or celebrate Valentine's Day? I saw Pepe posting nice little dinner out with the missus yesterday.
That's right. Got the reservation it felt like 4 months ago. I booked the reservation at Culpeppers, but it was still there. They gave me the confirmation the day before. So, we showed up a little before 6:30 and great dinner. Great place, too. I'd never been there. Never been there before.
Never been there.
Spittle said it's very nice. I've never been.
Culpeppers.
Got a bottle of wine
Wow.
for the whole meal.
White?
Yeah, I know. A bottle.
Yeah,
A
but
whole bottle.
white wine.
Oh, white. Yeah, Chardonnay.
Not the people in there. It was white.
No. Wine. Yeah, not white. It
was definitely white, all white people in there. You were wearing North Face.
Right. Yeah, that's right. I was wearing my vest.
So it was a bottle of white wine.
Yes. Chardonnay.
And Culpeppers is steak?
Steakhouse, yes. I mean, they have other stuff like burgers too, but mainly steak.
Did you get steak?
Oh, I got steak.
Educate him. Tell him.
You can't get white wine at steak.
It's full
Fish
pop.
thing.
Well, she picked it. I asked her what she wanted.
But
Who paid?
Well, me.
She's 20 years old. She doesn't know what she's doing.
Oh, then you pick.
Did she get fish or steak?
No, she got steak too.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I know.
We got to educate you guys, man.
No, you didn't know. You didn't know while sitting there that it's supposed to be red. But you know what? Get what you want.
Get what you want. Get what you want.
Your palate may not say this goes together. You may not realize, but that's general rules supposedly.
So I need some Merlot or something.
Yeah.
I mean, anything red. Anything red will do it.
Little cab.
Oh, is that you or me?
That's you.
me. Okay.
You getting text messages this early?
I can't say his name out of him, but he goes, and he wore that outfit.
Chris.
Yeah, he goes, and he wore that outfit.
Had to be Chris. Had to be Chris. So you went flowers, chocolate, dinner.
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
I think that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Wrote her a sweet note in the morning to leave her there, but just change it up a little bit. But yeah, got the flowers.
Nice. Payload coming up at 6:40 here on Sean and RJ. Did you get some Tennessee Volunteer flowers? They look like they were orange.
They were orange flowers. Yeah.
They were orange.
So no, so the day before, I had gone because Luca was like, "Can you buy me flowers for AG for his girlfriend?" And I was like, "Yeah, man, I'll get you flowers." And I was there, and I was FaceTiming with Sarah. I was like, so which one should I get for him to give to her? And then, she was like, "Ooh, those are pretty," and they happened to be the orange ones. So I got him a different color, and I got her those because she had said that she had already liked those. She didn't know they were for her. They weren't initially, but then I wound up getting her those, and then I got her a little chocolate covered strawberries.
Nice.
Yeah, we're not really gifts. I wasn't even home. I was at baseball practice. So I didn't even get home till after 8 o'clock, which, so we ate. Great night of Chicken Express for dinner.
Shout out my father-in-law.
Yeah.
He loves that place.
Great stuff. They completely butchered the order, but they gave us more food.
Okay.
So they gave us like 14 tenders instead of 4.
I was about to say, I know you didn't get bone in.
No, yeah, she asked for the tender. There was enough bone in later on throughout the day. But
I wonder if the Blue Chew sales go up on February 12th and 13th.
Oh, they have to.
As yesterday, I was getting, I think Oak State DM me, like these RJ commercials are just getting better and better.
Man, I had an idea for Blue Chew commercial from yesterday, and I've already forgotten it. And I'm going to have to think of it here in the next couple of minutes. I've already forgotten the hook. I'm an idiot. I really am. What'd you guys do? Because I knew you were sick, so.
Yeah.
Are you going to save it for the weekend?
No. I gave her a necklace. That's the beginning and end.
Yeah.
No dinner. I got the necklace a couple of days before. Screw you, TikTok. I said, why are you so excited about this? You never asked for any jewelry or anything. And I was like, it's TikTok, isn't it? She's like, yeah. So some freaking influencer.
Google a TikTok necklace.
Screwing me over. Sometimes I'm like, okay, like I'm trying to figure out what's so special about this, what's so great about this. It comes with its own little bag and its own little logo. So I got that a couple of days before, but no, that got me off the hook and I told you I was getting it for the push present as well.
Yeah. So
no push present, no dinner, no flowers, no chocolate. That is out the window because of this TikTok necklace.
Okay.
Van Cleef or Van Horn, something like that. Some type of necklace. You think Bobby did anything? Doubt it. Severely doubt it.
Van Cleef is one. That is Van Cleef. Okay, very nice.
Yeah, very nice.
Bobby, let's see.
Yesterday he said no dinner, or he said he was going to cook something maybe.
Yeah.
SpaghettiOs or something.
So he's got his eggs. That's maybe he could do his eggs.
Maybe threw caviar in it. You could get away with scrambled eggs with like caviar. That's the only thing he knows how to make.
But he doesn't eat stuff from the sea.
That's right.
So what's he going to do?
Yeah. So we'll find out from Roberto. Hopefully all y'all had a fantastic Valentine's Day. Man, this is awful. At the end of the Kansas City Chiefs parade, gunfire broke out. 1 dead, 22 shot. The initial numbers were like 1 dead and 10 injured. No kids. That I had this on with the full press conference. That was the initial report. The police chief stood up there. The mayor stood up there. And they were talking about no kids being injured. That changed later on into the evening. So we're now at 1 dead and 22 shot after 2 individuals decided to rain terror on the Chiefs championship celebration.
And, I had seen a report of potentially there was a third person as well that was involved. And the people that stopped this, that tackled one of the guys, we never see, ever. Literally only, and this is a sliver of a silver lining. The only thing is that we able to get these guys, because usually in a mass shooting they're dead. They either kill themselves or they're killed by law enforcement.
Look at Ryan with the video. Yeah. It's an overhead shot. You see this guy taking off running, and people are like, okay, why is this guy running? And
they tackle him.
Two great civilians tackle him.
And the gun
popped out.
They didn't say what kind of gun it was. I haven't seen that yet. I've looked. I haven't seen that yet. That's always a talking point on if it's an AR-15 and needed to outlaw those, or you don't need to outlaw them, or whatever the talking point of the week is, because these things seem to happen every week. But yeah, we never ever get to apprehend these guys, and now maybe you find out what the motive. What was the motive? Chaos? Was it a beef that turned into more? What was it? It's terrible though. It happens too often.
Paul Contreras, one of the Good Samaritans, describing how he took down one of the gunmen.
One guy was hollering, saying, stop him, or catch him, tackle him, whatever, and he's just bailing, running. And out of nowhere, I heard that guy hollering, so I'm just like, okay, well, I'm right here, and I didn't think about it. It was just a reaction. I didn't hesitate. It was just do it. So I went to go tackle him, and another gentleman did the same thing. And as I'm tackling him, I see his weapon either fall out of his hand or out of his sleeve, because he was wearing a long jacket, or like a Carhartt. So when I seen that hit the ground, I'm like, oh, we got to take this guy down. And so, like I said, I did, and another Good Samaritan did, and we held him down.
I'm seeing another headline. All 12 parade victims at Kansas City Children's Hospital will make a full recovery. So I'm seeing that. Children's Mercy. 9 of the patients were kids between the ages of 6 and 15 who were shot.
Terrible. And then the one person who died was like a local DJ, a radio DJ. Yeah. There was a shot fired at the Denver Nuggets parade, and there was a gun that was discharged here as well at the Rangers parade. I saw that in the story, but I don't know that I don't think anybody was harmed in it.
Yeah, I didn't remember hearing, seeing, or reading anything about the Rangers parade. A lot of Tolos were recalling their experience there, but you have no metal detectors.
Right.
There's no way. There's no way to stop people from bringing firearms to it with hundreds of thousands of people.
Yeah, and look, you can have somebody that's there and just wants to create havoc. You could have a fight break out between a couple of people and one of them is carrying something, or you could have, like, we were just in Vegas and you were somebody in a hotel just shooting, and there's no way of knowing, and that's the unfortunate situation that you're in. You got to make a decision, like, hey, do I want to even bother going to this parade or not?
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. 877-881-1053. 105.3 with Sean, RJ. We got Peyton and Rai in the back, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Did you get excited about the Cowboys' new defensive coordinator yesterday? Why did Mike Zimmer pick America's team? Why did Mike McCarthy pick Mike Zimmer? The highlights from the biggest hope I have of this offseason. You'll hear from your new DC, Mike Zimmer, next.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Have everyone back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt here on DFW Sports Station. The Mike Zimmer press conference taking place yesterday, 2 o'clock on this station. Bobby, what did you take from it, if anything?
Well,
If you don't have a serious answer, I have a whole list.
I have a very serious answer, but it's going to sound conspiracy theorist, and I don't mean it to. I was most interested in sitting there and watching, like, let me see the Mike McCarthy, Mike Zimmer body language. I want to see how in favor of this hire he really looks. But in general, I thought Zimmer was great. I loved the section where he's talking about his reputation with players across the league, because that's one of the biggest thing that we've discussed here in terms of, you know, taking this job. How are people going to respond to the way that he handles players and the way that he approaches players? So I thought that his self-awareness of that and his defense of the way he does things was really good. And he clearly seems really happy to be back here. Yeah. I think that was one of the big takeaways, was this was definitely the job he wanted. Family here, grandchildren here. It was a love fest early on. They were talking about how much, you know, they were the coaches that were the toughest to prepare for inside the NFC North. McCarthy's Green Bay teams were the best coached. They played the right way. McCarthy said Zim was easily the toughest to play against. He's got a fastball, a curveball, and a hell of a changeup as well. Zimmer said he had other opportunities. RJ, to your point, you were a little worried. Why was he out of work? He did say he had other opportunities. He wanted comfort, raving about the Joneses, particularly Steven, but that he needed a little bit of time off. And then McCarthy hit him up. Why did it take so long? You know, with the Rex Ryan drama, he had a little shot towards Rex at the very end. He said, you know, I got sick. My whole family was sick. So that Super Bowl, so that kind of delayed things. There was no intense, crazy negotiations back and forth. That's Zimmer spinning or giving his side of things. Here he is talking about the pieces he has to work with on this Cowboys D.
Yeah, well, it's hopefully I can. You know, we're not trying to reinvent the wheel here. I mean, they've been pretty good. You know, I know there's been some situations where things haven't happened, but that happens in coaching. You know, it happens a lot. So we're going to look at the players, try and figure out the best way to use them, put the scheme together. And again, you know, we want to take the good things that they've done and maybe add a few more other things that we've done good in the past and try to make this thing manageable, where, you know, we're disciplined and we're you know, well coached, we're play together as a team. You know, we try to make sure everybody understands their role so that other people on the field can have success doing their job.
Sounds like Schottenheimer last year, doesn't it? Like when Schottenheimer got hired here and he goes, look, there's nothing broken about this offense. Like, it's just little tweaks. It's things we need to change or things we want to adjust here, but they're doing a lot of right, and we want to continue a lot of that right. And I honestly think that there are a lot of aspects that are similar between Zimmer and Quinn in terms of the way that they coach and some of their philosophy, specifically on corners and how they want them to play. But, you know, there will be some differences here in the way that they blitz, the way, you know, the things that they disguise, the things that they show in coverage. It's going to be different.
I mean, look, every coach change, every scheme change is going to be different. I wonder, you know, like how much, you know, the head coach wants a certain type of defensive scheme, even though it has nothing to do with his offense. I mean, like he may want, hey, don't play conservative on the back end. He may like the fact that they're getting turnovers, you know, and may not want them to play just coverage type, you know, secondary. Who knows? Who knows what he's going to want? How he's going to use the scheme, the players they have. One thing I know about Zimmer is that, like, this guy, he can literally coach anything.
Mm-hmm. That's the biggest thing for him, is that he's shown consistently from Dallas to Cincinnati to Minnesota, like, he can coach any style, any type of player. He's incredibly versatile.
And the player that was brought up by John Machota, who was a guest on the show yesterday, what do you see? Do you have any comparisons for number 11.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's a terrific player. You know, you watch him on tape, and he makes some unbelievably athletic plays. You know, at this point in stage right now, I'm trying to figure out, get the coaches in here, and then we can sit down. And I think one of the strengths that I've always had is to look at players and kind of have a vision for each player, and then try to figure out how we can use them in the best way. One of the things I would hate to do right now is to tell you how I'm thinking about playing him without talking to him and letting him think, okay, this is what we're thinking about doing with you, Micah. I don't think I should tell you guys first before I tell him.
Okay. My favorite part of you have something on Micah?
I was just listening to it. I'm like, that's fair, but you can also hear a little bit of the Zimmer energy come across there, where it's like, I don't think I'm going to tell you guys before I talk to him. So,
and the Zimmer energy came through when everyone, you know, David Moore in particular, having fun with him a little bit. And I think Zimmer, you know, he wanted to guard a little against the whole reputation that he's a jerk. He's like, well, you know, I have a lot of players call me to congratulate me. I had a lot of people, you know, that still talk to me. If I was so much of a jerk, I don't know that they would do that. And he was asked about his connection to Dion in terms of staying close to younger players. And he said that whole story was overblown. He said, I spent 2 days at Jackson State. I have never been to Colorado. So I did not go to Dion's recent program. He does talk to Dion all the time. Bobby talked about, you know, being close to Dion, someone like Darren Woodson as well. So bridging the gap in terms of different personalities. He did say he was demanding, but, you know, some players need the reprimand. Some need the whisper and the pat on the back. Pac-Man Jones, he brought up Pac-Man. He's like, we had wars, we had battles, but he's the one who will give me the biggest hug today. And he said the things that will make him grumpy: when you screw up technique, when you screw up the fundamentals, and when you screw up discipline. And the order here on the way things are going to go: put the staff together, communication, so everyone's speaking the same language, and then right to technique. So that was Mike Zimmer and some of my takeaways. You, RJ?
Yeah, well, first of all, it's easy. He was never at, like you said, if you don't have to go to Jackson State, if you don't ever have to go to Jackson, Mississippi, you don't go to Jackson, Mississippi. It's the attention to detail. You know, and that's not to say that Dan Quinn did not have attention to detail. I think it's a culture thing within the organization sometimes. And maybe all the teams have these problems. All the teams have these attention to detail issues. I mean, shoot. Could you imagine the
Well, look at the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Could you imagine if it came out that Mike McCarthy's team didn't know the rules for overtime?
Yes, it'd be insanity.
And Kyle Shanahan is like
The insanity.
thought of as the best or one of the best coaches in the league.
Yeah.
And his players didn't know the rules for overtime? Could you imagine if that happened here?
which, let's be honest, if the Cowboys would have been in that game, we would have heard afterwards that half the players didn't know about the rules of overtime. That would have happened.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean, yes, that's fair. Look, the coaches need to know the strategy and stuff. The players need to know how to play. But it's nice for them to know the rules. I mean, but that's the thing that stood out to me is that, you know, he obviously, like you say, he's big on attention to detail. Maybe the penalties get cut down. I don't know. Does he coach penalties? Parcells, he was here at Bill. And Bill doesn't coach penalties.
I do love you mentioned what he had said yesterday about Pac-Man Jones. I think that's one of the best. I've made the Dion comparison. The Pac-Man one I had overlooked, but that is a fantastic example of when you talk about him being able to get the most out of players, because everybody in the NFL had given up on Pac-Man Jones by the time he got to Cincinnati. And everybody was like, nope, this dude is a lost cause, can't do anything with him. And he had stabilized his career. He was able to work with him for 5 years, keep him in Cincinnati for 8, long after Zim was gone from there. He ended up having a long career in the NFL. And that's something that nobody anticipated when he first got to Cincinnati, that was possible. He had already sat out 2 full years in the first 5 years of his career because he was such a problem.
And then in wanting to put the staff together, apparently, so many people want to go ahead and work with Mike Zimmer and work here in DFW that he had to put his phone on silent.
I knew they wanted me to be here, and you know, I was told by, somebody calling for a job. It really was. Yeah, it really was.
He seems serious.
I thought Broadus was happy on G-Bag. I didn't know he'd just be calling Zimmer in the middle of a press conference looking for a gig.
He did make all the Tolos happy when he said Al Harris would be back here on the staff. So everybody rejoiced when they heard that, and I tweeted it out yesterday. Thank God Al Harris is returning.
I didn't care for that ringtone.
I mean, what do you expect? He's going to be like a default ringtone guy or something like that.
Yeah.
He's not going to have
I love the meme going around. Remember the day we used to pay for ringtones, and now you can't pay me to have my phone not off of silent. That's how I am.
Oops, sorry.
I do. I still have a ringtone as a song. Even I don't
You
even.
do?
Yeah, but I have it turned off so often that I don't even remember what the song is right
Well,
now.
let's find out. Turn on your phone,
Okay.
and let's.
Oh, I'm glad I had my ringtone off and Amber Alert went off.
Yeah, I caught that already.
Okay, let's see what Bobby's song is.
Oh, I didn't get to it in time. You're going to have to call me.
Oh,
I had to turn off the Amber Alert, Sean. That's not ringing. I don't know why.
what?
It must be on silent.
It's up. Take it on silent, you moron. Jeez,
God.
you put together 19 different ratings charts and PFLMNOP numbers for the Cowboys offense and prove how Mike McCarthy is bad. Dak is good. You can't turn your phone on. I'm not doing it now. I'm not doing it now.
Peyton,
What
call
an
me.
Idiot. Don't call him.
Call me.
Don't give him the
I
attention.
would have done it.
Don't give him the attention. He lost out on the attention.
the attention.
Yeah. And then he had the comment for Rex Ryan at the very end. They said, hey, why was this dragged out? What was going on? Did you see Rex Ryan's comments? He goes, yeah, I see a lot of Rex Ryan's comments. So
everybody.
We all do.
that was not that didn't seem like a very cheery response with Zim talking about Rex.
Well, because didn't it, when you saw his comments, Rex Ryan, like, when you saw his face, like, forget just the sound of his comments. When you saw his face, didn't he have this, like, little, like, don't assume too much. Don't assume Zim's just got that job. I'm here. And so I totally would probably have the same reaction as Zimmer, where it's like, yeah, screw Rex. I had this job the whole time.
He was trying to create a market, trying to create a buzz that, oh, he's still in this.
Was he, or were the Joneses trying to create a fake market so that Zimmer would take
Maybe.
a contract?
Maybe.
Kyle Shanahan whacking Steve Wilks right after the Super Bowl.
Man, could you imagine firing your defensive coordinator right after they go to the Super Bowl? By the way, they were 4th in defensive DVOA this year, which is a per play. 4th in the NFL, which means literally just Baltimore, Cleveland, and the Jets were higher this entire season. Cowboys finished 5th. You know, they said it wasn't the right fit. Some guys are just bad fits, but, like, you know, I don't know many teams that would fire a coach whose team was in the championship, and they were a big part of why they were there too. Like, their second half against the Lions, the defense stepped up late against Green Bay, and it was very good throughout the course of the season. Now, it did have stretches where it was.
Don't get it twisted. Pat Mahomes did not have. I mean, he had a clutch Super Bowl.
Yes.
The Kansas City Chiefs offense was broken for basically, for the entire first half.
No doubt. You know, last 9 games of the year, they allowed 21 or fewer in every game but one. You know, that's it. And, you know, it will lead into the Super Bowl. Like, that's, lead into the regular season finale. The last 9 games of the regular season, they only allowed more than 21 once. Come on, man.
Allowed 17.5 a game in the regular season. That was 3rd best behind Baltimore and Kansas City. By the way, Steve Spagnuolo getting his extension.
Yeah, and Spagnuolo absolutely deserves it, as we mentioned earlier this week.
He's got 4 rings.
4 rings. First coordinator in NFL history to win 4 rings as a coordinator.
Surprised nobody gave him a shot or thought about giving him a shot as a head coach.
But he got 2. He went to the Rams, and then Giants had him as interim and decided not to hire him afterwards. So, I mean, he got 2 technically. But, man, 49ers are now... I'm going to be really interested. They've built up a strong staff over the years. I mean, obviously we saw McDaniel go off to Miami, DeMeco Ryans go off to Houston, but they're getting picked over a little bit now. They're Clint Kubiak, their offensive passing game guy. He just gets hired away as the Saints offensive coordinator. Anthony Lynn just gets hired over by Dan Quinn to do the running game in Washington. Now they fire Steve Wilks, which feels like a rash decision to me. Like, I like a lot about Kyle Shanahan. This feels like scapegoating for stuff that Shanahan screwed up. And he just, like, calling attention away from it. And so I don't necessarily like the
Steve Wilks, I don't know what type of dude he is personally. He's gotten screwed twice on the surface. He got screwed in Arizona. He's getting screwed here.
People think he got screwed in Carolina.
Carolina, I'm sorry.
No, I mean that's the third. He got screwed in Arizona.
Arizona got 1 year, right?
Yeah, he was one and done in Arizona.
Yep.
People thought he got screwed after he interim head coach in Carolina and made them competitive the rest of the way, and the players wanted him. And they went, nope, we're going to go get Frank Reich instead. And so this is the third where he comes in for 1 year. They have a really strong defense. Maybe it's not quite D'Amico Ryans' defense, but D'Amico Ryans was, coach of the year candidate this year. He's a really good coach. It's difficult to fill. And if he's open and there's not a lot of jobs left, if you need a Joe Witt fill-in passing game coordinator, I would call Wilkes.
The Mavs win another one, and how close was LeBron to teaming up with Steph during the trade deadline? That's next on Sean and RJ.
But let's get you.
That was the call on Bally last night. Luka and Kyrie combined 61 points. All of the Spurs starters 56 points. Luka and Kyrie 21 assists. All the Spurs starters 15 assists. Luka and Kyrie plus 42. All the San Antonio starters minus 65. Mavs muse with the numbers as Dallas in the uniforms that you really like, Bobby, pull away from San Antonio 116 to 93 yesterday.
They are some beautiful uniforms, and they are tied with the Boston Celtics now for the longest winning streak in the NBA. That's your Dallas Mavericks, ladies and gentlemen. All the way up to the 7th seed now with 6 wins in a row.
6 wins is the longest in the season this year?
Just currently.
Oh.
The longest active win streak. No, not that would be pathetic. But no, Dallas, this experiment so far looks really good. I'm having trouble containing my level of excitement for now with Lively getting back into the action, like the excitement of Lively and Gafford and just how it's going to change the back end of that defense and the way that they communicate and the way that they rebound. In fact, I think I saw a note last night that since the trade for Gafford, the Mavericks lead the NBA in rebound differential. So they're out rebounding teams at a higher rate than anybody in the NBA since they made the Gafford trade.
Popovich said Luka and Kyrie, they play like Hall of Famers. They're fantastic, and we could not do anything with them.
Yeah, and then I thought that second quarter kind of showed that, like, there is, if Luka understands that he is not, there's somebody else with the hot hand, he's not going to force anything. You know, Kyrie could not miss in that second quarter. And Luka took a complete back seat. Did nothing. Kyrie was just incredible.
With his left. They were talking about during the broadcast that he was left-handed, and he decided to switch to right. You kidding me? Just finishing with either hand. Ambidextrous?
Ambidextrous?
Yes.
Ambidextrous.
Ambidextrous. Which
ambidextrous?
Is it ES or us?
Ambidextrous.
I don't know.
Is it
It's
5
homeschooled.
syllables or 4? Ambidextrous, ambidextrous. It's probably 4.
I think it's ambidextrous. Yeah, I think it's 4. But I was homeschooled, so I don't know.
Yeah.
No, this
You don't
is
even know how to turn on your cell phone.
Yeah, I mean,
You had no friends.
Clearly, I mean that's I have busted Androids, no friends, all that. No, I think that the exciting thing last night to me as well was if you just box score scout, you look at the performance of PJ Washington and you say that wasn't a very good game. He was really good defensively. And when he was asked to step up, when he was asked to get possessions on, Wembanyama or whatever else, he looked really good last night on defense. And so I think that's things that even when he's not contributing, when he's shooting 1 of 6 or whatever else he's doing, he's still contributing in a bigger way than Grant Williams was for this basketball team.
I've seen enough from Wemby. He's going to be special. He's going to be unstoppable.
Greatest prospect in team sports history?
Yeah, that's what Woj told us. The greatest
didn't tell
prospect in the
us.
history of sports.
You'd have to have one of those self-important insiders actually on
Yes,
in order
he
to
did.
tell
You're
us.
correct. You're correct with that. It was he had to tell everyone on a national platform because he only goes on national platforms. That's all he does. But yeah, no, him and Billis and everybody else who's told us the greatest prospect in the history of sports. I don't know if he's that, but he is going to be a top 5 player pretty quick, I think.
I was thinking he was dropping 45 last night with the way he started. Felt like it was 11 quick points.
It was. No, it wasn't. It was quick. He passes the ball well. For a big guy, for a guy that size, I mean, he moves pretty smooth. I mean, there's going to be obvious limitations that come in there. I mean, at the end of the day, guys that tall, it's going to come down to health.
Yep.
That's it. And you name me the guy who is that tall who doesn't have injury problems at some point. I mean, it happened. Like Yao couldn't keep his feet healthy. Right, just seemed like it was always a foot injury every other year, and that's going to be the issue with Wemby as his career progresses.
Report from Woj and Ramona that the Golden State Warriors hit up the Lakers to try to get LeBron during the trade deadline. Lakers told them, "We're not interested in dealing him, but you can ask. You can ask his agent because Draymond, LeBron share the same one. Draymond was trying to go ahead and spearhead this, and LeBron apparently also said, no, I want to remain a Laker.
I want to stay. I think LeBron's at the stage of his career, he's not going to go to somebody else's team, which is that's weird, man. That's one of those things that seems to only happen like the NBA, right? Somebody else's team. Now, obviously, a quarterback's not going to go to another quarterback. Like, nobody's going to go to, Josh Allen's team, right? Because the Bills have to decide that one. you had to replace him. You wouldn't play alongside him anyway if you're a quarterback.
I think it was you who brought up last night. What would that have done to LeBron's legacy? Would that have had what type of bad effect?
Like, right or wrong, I think people would say he was ring chasing if he did that. Even though the Warriors, as of last night, were behind the Lakers in the standings,
9 and 10.
Yeah, they would still view that as ring chasing. And you know how Twitter works. Facts aren't necessarily required on Twitter. But I also think that he was just never going to do this because, like, there's a Bronny factor in there. He's at the age, I mean, he's in L.A. Bronny went to USC, I think, for a reason. Stay close to home.
Yeah.
LeBron could go to any home game that Bronny plays in where LeBron's also at home and maybe not playing that night. If he's at Golden State, it'd be a little bit more difficult.
I'm proud of LeBron for saying no to this. I'm proud.
Yeah.
They're trying to spin this now after the Lakers beat the Jazz last night. This is who we are. We're forging our identity. So they're trying to rally there in Los Angeles. Although last year they had that crazy run to the Western Conference Finals before getting swept.
Yeah, I proud of LeBron. Like it that he's showing some level of consistency because we know that he consistently over the years has been like, oh, let's trade this guy, let's get this coach fired, let's skip town, because I mean, ring chasing, I don't know if he was accused of that. I don't know that that's necessarily like spinning facts. He's done it kind of consistently throughout his career. He does ring chase. So I think that what I'm more disappointed in is the Golden State outreach, like them reaching out to try and go and get LeBron. That's what's frustrating.
Hang on a sec.
Yep.
He ring chased once. Now you got to put the order together of everything, right?
Fine. He legacy chases. He chases with like, let me catch this, let me do that. Like it's all very
going
calculated.
Back to Cleveland, he gets that is no one can pick at that move. That was incredible. That was heartwarming. Yeah. That was fantastic. Now they eventually added Kyrie, Kevin Love. Went to the Lakers. They got Anthony Davis, but he ring chased one time.
I think the bigger issue here is the Golden State. Like, you've won naturally your 4 titles or whatever, right? And some people would say not totally naturally because you went out and got Kevin Durant for a couple of them. But you did what you had to do. You built this team with Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, organically, whatever else. You've had your run. Get whatever you get remaining out of it just naturally. Like how greedy can you be to go like, I need 5, so let me go get LeBron and aging LeBron.
You're getting mad at them for trying to get LeBron James?
Dude, yes, I am mad at this basketball team. It's like if the Chiefs were getting near the end of their dynasty and then they were like, well, let's go get like the 3 best players in the NBA for one more. Like let's get to 5.
How dare you try to improve your team?
Screw them. Screw the Warriors. Screw the move. I hate it. It's greedy. It's selfish. Just, you know what?
So you like when like a team like the Chiefs says, you know what? We don't need these good players. We're going to trade Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
And we're going to make it more difficult.
Not that. It's just as your dynasty is aging, just accept that your dynasty is over instead of trying to grab aging pieces to get a 5th phony title.
One of your dumbest takes ever.
One of my best.
Philadelphia 76ers also called about LeBron. And Rob Pelinka, the funny back and forth from Daryl Morey and Rob Pelinka, the Lakers general manager. Daryl Morey called Pelinka and was immediately told LeBron was not available. In fact, Pelinka said, okay, is Embiid available? And that ended the brief conversation.
Yeah. It was
but Morey makes these calls, apparently. Right? Don't we all want our general manager, except for Bobby, to do this? Morey also called the Suns. Said, Kevin Durant available? And they said, no, Daryl. And he goes, okay, what about Booker? What about Bradley Beal? He asked for Booker and Beal. Yeah.
You got to make these calls. I don't care who your GM is. You got to make these phone calls. Even if you're like a last place team, you got to make phone calls.
This is the guy like hitting on the hot girl at every bar, even though he has no chance.
But you have to.
Yeah, exactly. You have to because maybe one day they say yes.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Maybe like
shoot every shot. Yeah. What is it? It's you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. I believe Michael Scott said that. And that's something that that's a brilliant approach to take, is to go after everybody, call about everyone, see if they'll say yes. You don't know if they're available until you call and you ask. And
I think Bobby got Kristen.
Exactly.
Never know. Weak moment.
Yeah.
Very weak.
I got several no's, including from her, before it was finally a yes. So
really?
Yeah, we went like 5 months without going out. She told her sister to tell me she thought we'd be better as friends.
Ooh.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Is she still side hugging you?
I mean, who won?
Yeah.
Not her. You did. You did win.
Damn right.
877-881-1053, chartmark.com. Text line. Look, we obviously have the tragedy that took place at the end of the Chiefs parade. We're going to update that coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, but try to introduce a little bit of levity to the situation beforehand. Some audio. I think this is the drunkest parade audio of all time. And Peyton, you can pull the other candidates.
Ooh.
This is it. This is the 1 seed. Travis Kelce, out of his mind. Can't do that.
Pretty insensitive.
Hold on, cut that. I want everybody a part of this thing. If you know this song, sing along. Blame it all on my roots.
Oh, my God.
I showed up in booze and ruined the Niners affair.
Wow.
The last one to know. We were the last one to show. We were the last ones they thought they'd see there. And I saw the surprise, that fear in their eyes. And we took that glass of champagne. Pat took that glass of champagne, I promise. When I toasted you. Honey, we threw what I never. What?
So good.
Listen to the music with it. Turn it up.
Places away. There will be again.
Wow.
Here comes Mahomes to help. Oh, did you cut it?
Peyton cut
that
it.
was it. That was it.
That's what I timestamped?
Yeah.
That was Mahomes at the joining in at the
Yeah,
chorus.
that was it. You know, the good news is that Taylor they don't have the internet in Australia, where she is right now.
Oh, man.
I don't know what's worse, this.
No,
Because she had the ick when she saw him singing "Viva Las Vegas." That she got the ick there. That was it. And this is good. This is bad.
she was pretty.
I give him 3 weeks.
She was pretty toasty in the club herself after the game when you see those videos. So she's chugging beers. I think they match their energy. I think she's used to this.
I hope they do.
I would say this in terms of drunk audio. That is probably the 1 seed. The only one that I think competes with it. It's not a football one. It would be
Brett Hall.
Brett Hall.
No, Michael Malone. After the Nuggets, where he's get live, and he was just hammered.
We may have to line those up for 9 o'clock, Peyton. Go and get the Hall of Fame Parade Drunk Audio Collection here on Sean and RJ. But it's Thursday, and it's 6:40, and that means the payload. Peyton is already feuding with his landlord. Why you need a good credit score to date? And PayPay has also joined a brand new Facebook group to be part of the community. That's next in the payload for the 6 a.m. club on The Fan. But what is
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is Thursday at 6:40, time for a little payload. Post Valentine's Day, the first time in 6 years I had a Valentine's Day date.
Not that you were counting.
No, just because I chose not. It was business decisions why I did. I had lots of Valentines lined up, just said no. Want to wait for the right one, and Mackenzie was the right one. So
what do you guys think? I won't have you answer this because I know she listens along with the family. What comes first for him between pregnancy or engagement?
Ooh.
Oh, I will say engagement.
Engagement, yeah.
Okay.
And I think engagement comes before the end of the year.
I agree.
Whoa. Before the end of the year.
I think engagement.
Vegas odds on that? What do we got?
I think it's by 4th of July.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not a wall check over here. Yeah.
I hope not.
Man. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope not.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're Walchuk, pregnancy would definitely come first.
But look.
Followed by DMs.
Slow down. Okay. Whoa, it's the choppy load here. Come on. Take it away.
Chop load.
The loaded chop.
No takeaway. No takeaway. Back to you.
Okay, guys. So look,
Pregnancy would definitely go first.
I've talked, crap about Alec Medford on the show. I want to talk crap about Corey Majors for what he did at Darren Crosstalk the other day. A big bro code violation. Almost got me in trouble with HR for what he did, revealing emails that were personal to him that he should not have said on air.
Yeah.
But look, Corey, I know you're awake, but I'm not going to talk about you today. I'm talking about someone else. I've been in this house, this new house, moved in a couple weeks ago.
So you teased all that up for nothing.
Yeah,
Just
all
that.
that up. We're just going to leave it there. Maybe payload next week. We got a Gotta Kill segment next week, so we'll use Corey then. Look, I've had some issues at the house. Big issues that could be bigger issues. And I said this yesterday morning a little bit. Didn't know really where it was going to go from there. But I noticed Tuesday evening around 6 o'clock, the water heater was leaking. Water out of the garage. And I was like, that's weird. It was coming out of the front porch. I was like, okay, is it out of the house? Where's this thing? Went in the garage. Water heater busted. Leaking. Rusted at the bottom. And I was like, man, it's been 2 weeks. Not even 2 weeks. And now that's a rental house, so it's not on me. I've looked through the lease. Choppy helped me with this yesterday. It's on the landlord to replace. And so I, said, okay, I got to call immediately because if I wait a day, then it could come back on me and I got to pay for the thing. And so I called immediately, no answer. And this was at like 6:30, 7 o'clock at night. That's when I noticed. I was like, okay, maybe a little after business hours, but it's an emergency. And I texted him and I said, look, got an emergency here. Send him pictures. No response back. Called him when I got home yesterday about noon. Nothing. Called him again. So I'm getting worried, And I'm thinking, okay, maybe something happened to the guy, but I'm like, it's kind of like at the point where something better be happening to the guy.
Right.
If he's not calling me back. Because it's a gas water heater. So, you're thinking, the pilot light's not on below. So is there gas leaking throughout the house? There's obviously water leaking. And,
is your pilot? Did you check to see if the pilot light is
it's
on?
out. It was out. Now I was able to.
Pilot light's out.
Pilot light's out.
That may be the issue.
Yeah.
Thanks, MacGyver.
Maybe the issue. Maybe the issue. May not be the leak.
Yeah.
May not be the leak at all.
Booger McFarland home tips over here, just saying the obvious.
So I was able to turn the gas off, water off, everything. But we're going throughout the whole day yesterday. No phone call, no text back. And I text him again. I called him again. Still nothing. I'm like, man, this is getting to the point. So then I called my mom for help. Went to the dad Tuesday, called my mom, and she said, you got to go through that lease because there's got to be something you can do about it. And I looked. They got 7 days to fix it before I can start taking rent away from them.
7 whole days without a shower?
They get 7 days. Now, and water heater was on there. It was like AC 1, water heater 2, and a couple other things that were like, those are deemed as emergencies. And so I still have not heard from anything from this guy. And it's getting to the point where it's like, do I just buy the water heater, get it replaced, and then just don't pay rent?
No.
Oh.
No, you don't get it. No. Like he replaces it. You don't get it replaced.
Right, but if he's not answering me back, how do I?
How is he going to go without this?
Right. I had to go to the parents' house yesterday to take a shower.
It's a battle of wills.
It's a battle of noses.
Battle of
How
noses.
long can you take stinking
Yeah.
with each other? Do you know where he lives?
I do.
Then knock on his door.
Then I would stop by on the way home and knock on his door.
Oh.
The other thing that I would do, you got to subtly let it be known that you're on the radio. This what I try to do.
Let him know. Oh.
Like, now you're not going to do it because you probably get in trouble with the company. We're not
Say his address.
No, just be like, just plant the seed that you're going to be talking about this.
Oh yeah.
And that his name may or may not be mentioned. Put him on blast.
I'll text him and say payload 640.
Yeah.
Listen.
Does he?
You're going to pay up one way or another. The pay upload.
Does he live in the neighborhood?
Not the neighborhood I live in. He's in a gated neighborhood.
Oh.
Yeah, so I got to go through Security Joe or whatever the guy's name is.
Is there like another number contact?
See, I looked at the lease. He put the name of like the owner on there because it's like he's like the manager landlord.
Yeah.
So there's a guy above him,
Yeah.
but I just have the name. I don't have the number for it. I looked at that lease and I was like, dang, that's what I should have
So you're going through a management company.
I mean,
Sounds
he is
like
the only manager of all these properties.
You gotta
it
get
might be a company.
you gotta get the contact info for the owner.
Yeah, I got to call boss man.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the owner may have no idea there's a leak. If
He probably
he's got
has
a
no idea.
If he has a management company,
Yeah.
that the management company is the one that should be in charge of this, just like an HOA. It's like there's a management company that's in charge of your HOA. That's a much bigger issue than the owner not answering his phone. The owner not answering his phone is like, that's one thing. Like the management company, where his only job is to manage the property. He's not just some owner just like kind of subletting this thing out. That's a much bigger issue.
Well, it's like I know that.
Give RJ the owner's name.
Yeah, I'll find him.
And he'll find him in about 4 minutes.
Okay.
Just like that.
Text it to me.
So
we'll stalk it out.
Who you told us you were going to get the pre-Valentine's Day dinner shower in at mom and dad's. Where did you get the post-Valentine's shower in, Peyton? Please tell me you've taken one.
I did not.
Oh!
Yeah. Did not want to go to the cold shower.
He took one yesterday.
But he already told us it was 6,
Where's she showering?
What?
Now you're gross.
At her parents. She goes to her parents.
At her parents? Are you
Yeah.
sure? Okay.
You shower after every time you do that?
Yes.
Yeah, like if it's at night before bed, you shower
Yeah, at least to
immediately?
rinse. The next
No,
morning or the
absolutely
next night. Nothing. No, you guys
If
are
I do that at
insane.
night, I don't rinse. I don't.
You're insane.
Get the shower. We're already clean.
Yeah.
You're insane.
What
Well, you
kind-
were clean.
We were. What
Yeah,
kind of
were.
stanky? You know what?
Ryan, you better adjust your
Look,
rankings. These two are last now.
If it was warm shower, it'd be different. I'd take a cold shower. I tried that. It's terrible. I got to shower downstairs. I can just go downstairs and shower.
All right, get the YouTube and Twitch advice from the Twolos at 877-881-1053. Knock on the guy's door and then get the owner's name and tell him that the manager is not responding and not doing his job, and you don't feel good about this 2 weeks in. How long's your lease?
It's 12 months.
Okay.
So how many more weeks is that? 50 weeks?
Yeah. Email the landlord you got to email. Yes, absolutely. Email the landlord to put it on record.
Yeah.
Do not.
I know. Well, that's the thing. I haven't deleted any phone, any text or anything. I have all those timestamps.
Have you emailed him?
I don't think I have his email.
You have to have the landlord's email right there. The management company.
Well, see, I don't think it's a company. It's through a guy.
Just give us the damn lease.
Give us the lease.
Give us the
I'll give you the
paperwork.
lease.
You don't know what you're talking about. Give us the lease. The water's
guys.
probably working.
Yeah, Mike X Cowboys on the Twitch says, be careful dropping names because they could evict you for slander.
Oh.
So be careful with that. And by the way, the Twitch is also unanimously in agreement with me that you are supposed to shower after. So
What do you mean unanimously?
There's no way you all at 9 o'clock, at 9:30, at 10 o'clock, you get it in that you are all taking showers. I'm not getting up unless you have to, unless it's a crime scene.
I got the fan on.
I'm not doing it.
And even then, even
What'd
if
you
it's
say?
a crime
I got
scene.
the fan on.
I can dry it.
Even if it's a crime scene, baby wipes.
Oh,
disgusting.
This
Wow.
is a
Bobby,
tremendous topic.
wow. This is
We like
insane.
to, we're men. We
I
like to
I
marinate,
understand now
okay?
why
I'm
you come in
sorry.
here. I was like, I'm so itchy. Like I get it now. It makes sense.
No, man.
If
You're
I'm-
not getting
if-
tired.
gross.
It's like
Last night at 10 o'clock, and when we were done at 10:01, I did not get in the shower.
yeah.
Okay, and neither did she.
All right. I agree.
Gross.
We need to set up a poll question.
All right, guys. So look, I went through
Don't
the whole.
make it a poll question.
I went through the whole dating app, scene, found my lover. Now I don't have to do that anymore.
Oh,
Okay,
God,
my
makes me
lover.
sick.
Yeah.
My sweet Mackenzie. Now there's a new dating app out there called Score. It's a dating app for people with good credit score. You can bypass the whole, not have to ask that question about, because that's the thing. You never ask someone that. You go on a few dates, you probably date the person, and you never ask, okay, what's your credit score? Because that's a serious thing when you get later in life. You're trying to move in, start
Yeah.
a family and stuff. Like you need to know if they have good or bad credit
How
score.
much debt do they have?
So the score you have to have, this or higher, to be on this app, and you have to prove it, obviously, is 675 or higher. That's a good credit score.
It's a low bar.
Yeah, mine's always been the 700. So, it's always been, 790 or 800. So 675, I think that's a pretty good one. But yeah, so I think it's a pretty interesting thing that they're making a dating app that says you have to require this to be on our app.
I think it's fantastic.
Yeah.
I think it's
love it.
great.
I love it.
It's another thing to ding your credit score, though, right? Because they have to pull it to know what it is.
Is that a myth though? Is that
No,
really?
if you pull your credit, like if you pull, you get like what, one credit pull a year?
Really?
There are credit pulls that are not full that you can get as many as you want. But yes, a full credit score pull, I think you get like one a year.
I need to look mine up.
Because I go on my bank app and I look at it like every other
mine's
week.
on my bank app.
Yeah. I don't think it ever goes down because of that.
I mean, this does hurt the one trying to be a sugar daddy. Like, I don't care, I'll pay for you. I'm just looking to get someone. I'm looking to pay to make up for the looks department. That hurts them there. But otherwise, going to the relationship, it's very difficult to ask about the debt. It really is. So I think it's good. Man, they have siphoned this out. I mean, you can basically filter this so much for dating nowadays.
Oh yeah, for sure. You could. I mean, everything. Kids, no kids, age, interests, hobbies. I mean, literally everything. They're saying it's called a soft inquiry versus a hard inquiry. The soft one you can
shower after.
It doesn't. Right. The dating app is probably doing a soft pull.
Yeah, so you're already past the financial questions, and the app comes and says 25% of couples say that money is the biggest challenge in their relationship, which I agree. I don't know if 25% is the accurate number there, but yeah, it's a huge thing. So, and now the thing is, I don't see on here, I don't think it says your credit score, which that might be a little too much privacy to say it out there. But
but yeah,
if you're on it,
if there's a minimum and the minimum is in the good category, that's all. That's
what's the next step? Now you got to put in your monthly income. How much you make yearly. That's another thing. What if there's an app that says you got to make 6 figures to be on this app?
There are.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what like a lot of the players get on and stuff, right? Celebrities.
Mm-hmm. Yep. No, they. Old Holland jumps on that one. I think in the past.
Oh, it didn't work out with Tiffany.
I don't.
Oh, Bobby.
I didn't say.
Shock silence. 877-881. We talked about it during Peace-a-thon. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line here. 6 a.m. club shout out. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Rai in the back. Expressway is coming. Oh, wait. Don't we have the ticket giveaway right here? Don't we have a 6 o'clock hour?
We got the ticket giveaway. Hold on. Let me get the...
Dude, he quits on payload day.
Dude. I mean, you're the one telling me.
Hit it now.
All right. You be the professional. Complete the segment.
We got the Creed ticket giveaway. Right. That's right. Tolo's calling number 10 right now at 877-881-1053. Wins a pair of tickets to see Creed, 3 Doors Down, and much more at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth on November 13th. Get tickets and information now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
The final Creed giveaway this morning in the 7 o'clock hour during the Expressway. Why history says Mike Zimmer is about to fix all the Cowboys penalties. Next.
Let's get you over to
DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on your home of the Cowboys and World Series champion Texas Rangers, with pitchers and catchers reporting yesterday. Jared Sandler, of course, was on. If you're new to the show, if you're new to the station, we're your home for both, and another Creed ticket giveaway at some point in time this hour. Yesterday, Mike Zimmer had the press conference to introduce him as the Cowboys' new defensive coordinator. He talked about being technique-oriented, disciplined, and fundamental. Him and Mike McCarthy were praising each other back and forth, and Zim was asked, Dan Orlovsky had brought up a question of, how are really good man-to-man corners going to work in more of a zone system with Zimmer? Bobby kind of dispelled that as a little bit of a myth with Mike's system. Here's Zim talking about working with Trayvon and Deron Bland.
Yeah, well, I'm always excited to coach with good players and good defensive backs. It's kind of was as you said, my baby coming up. I love the technical aspect of that position. I know you guys that were here 18 years ago. When I was, you probably saw some of that stuff when I was here. But footwork, technique, hand placement, getting out of the break, shoulder level, all those things. And so, those two guys. Obviously, I've never worked with them, so I don't know. I've only seen them on tape. But hopefully, we can continue to get them better. I know, obviously, I've watched some of those guys on tape.
It's good stuff, and he's got such a great history of taking defensive backs and leveling them up, making them into legitimate players. That's why Terrence Newman followed him everywhere he went throughout his career. It's all right, where's Mike Zimmer? That's where I'm going to be. That's why Deion Sanders respects him the way he does. That's why guys like Darren Woodson have that respect. Roy Williams, who he cobbled together. Man, after his time in Dallas, people thought he was going to be out of the league. He turned him into a respectable player again in Cincinnati. So playing with those players like Diggs, Bland, getting the most out of them, I'm excited to see it, not just in the secondary, but on the entire defensive side of the ball.
I think to really embrace him as a player, you've got to be one of these student of the game type guys. You can't just get by on talent. You've got to be just this high football IQ type DB. Newman was like that. Obviously Deion was like that. Sherman, in a different spot. Revis, they were all like these super smart students of the game, and you'll see, you'll weed that out real quick here.
Say what you told him during the audio.
Oh, that sounds exactly like Goose Goslin, by the way.
It does.
That sounds,
yes.
I didn't realize how much Mike Zimmer sounds like Rick Goslin until when we were playing the clip. I'm like, that's not Zimmer, that's Goose.
He sounds just like a guy who can't get Darren Woodson in the Hall of Fame.
Stop it. Rick is a legend. Rick is awesome.
Play a little bit of it.
Yeah, well, I'm always excited to coach with good players and good defensive
Goose,
backs.
dude.
Man.
By the way, I love this from Brandon Laurie. If you're wondering about the discipline Zimmer will bring to the Cowboys, look no further than where Minnesota ranked in total team penalties each season he was the head coach. Okay, so 32 is the least penalized. 1, you're the most penalized. In order, from 2014 on, this is where Minnesota ranked in terms of penalties. 24, 32, 23, 19, 31, 26, 27, and 11. Out of the 8 years he was there, they were in the bottom half of the league in 7 of those seasons. I absolutely love that homework right there from Brandon Laurie from Blogging the Boys.
Yeah, that is a trait of his that, he really seemed to drive home yesterday, was the idea of discipline matters. And look, the quote I liked from him was, he's like, I think great players want to be coached. I think great players want it. I think great players want the discipline. And that's something that you're going to be able to, as Choppy just said, you're going to be able to winnow this out pretty quick. The guys that aren't going to be able to cut it, they won't be able to cut it, and you'll know it pretty fast.
And Mike Zimmer's already getting denied by the New York Giants.
Yep, and this one was a little disappointing because I know that the Cowboys would have liked this reunion. The Giants denied permission to interview Andre Patterson, who was the defensive line coach under Zimmer here for a couple of years in Dallas. He was the defensive line coach in Minnesota for several years, so Dallas had asked about a lateral move, and the Giants said, not going to let you happen. And this is after, obviously, they lose Adden Dirty to the Seattle Seahawks. Sean, while you were out yesterday, we find out the assistant defensive line coach, Sharif Floyd, joins Dan Quinn in Washington. They let him make a lateral move, which with all the blocking they've done, that sounds a little bit like, okay, maybe Sharif Floyd and Mike Zimmer didn't have the best relationship in Minnesota when it was player coach. If he pieced out immediately.
Fantech said that he had said one of the parties. They didn't mention one of the parties said some things about the other.
So some negative talk. So now they are without any defensive line coaches. They're going to have to. That's why he's getting buzzed on his Apple Watch and everything else. He's going to have to figure things out. But Andre Patterson is out. One name that I'd be interested in looking at, seeing if it would be there's one coach, defensive line coach, who's coached under both McCarthy and coached under Zimmer, and that was Jay Hughes. Did it in Cincinnati, was his defensive line coach for several years, and then did it in Green Bay in 2018 with McCarthy. And he's without a job right now.
And Dan Quinn adding another name that you really like.
Yep, he hires Anthony Lynn away from the 49ers, who had done a lot of really great things with the run game in San Francisco. He's been in that system, learned some of the Shanahan concepts. He gets a lot of credit. I mean, for everything that fell apart with the Chargers, he got a lot of credit for helping to oversee and foster Justin Herbert as a rookie who stepped in and had a lot of success. So I think Anthony Lynn is a great hire. If you're telling me that the Cliff Kingsbury passing game and the 49ers running game is coming to Washington with Dan Quinn coaching the defense, that if you start fixing personnel, I think you've got a really intriguing setup over there in Washington.
1 dead, 22 shot at the Kansas City Chiefs championship parade. 2 people reportedly opened fire. Both of them apprehended. One of them tackled by 2 civilians. And just tragedy striking the end of Kansas City's celebration with a local DJ losing her life and a bunch of kids.
Yeah, the
that
kids
were shot as well, although early reports have them expected to survive.
Yeah, so all the reports we've seen say that they'll make a full recovery, the children. And I've seen 9. I've also seen 12 in terms of the number that's out there in terms of the amount of kids. There are a lot of kids out there in general, kids, and going to a Super Bowl party or parades. It's a great day. You take kids out of school. I went to a parade, take the kids out of school, and stuff like that. It's just stinks, man. It really does. It's so sad.
How is this going to make people hesitant towards parades? If anything, how is this going to change anything at parades? Can anything be changed at parades? You cannot have metal detectors for hundreds of thousands of people. Right. You're going to be more hesitant to go out there. A lot of Tolos were remembering going out in Arlington for the Rangers celebration as well. You just got to hope that someone doesn't lose their mind and try to become a news story.
Hope. Like that's, I don't live on hope. I have no desire to go to parades. At this point in my life, I just want to stay home.
Didn't you go to the Rangers one?
No, we went to a bar, a restaurant. We were gonna go, and we had seen all the stuff about the crowds and inability to get in, and they had already run out of alcohol by the time our show was over that day.
Yeah, no, this is. In terms
but
of
you were going to go. That was more about logistics. Parking was packed.
Yeah, I was going to go.
Already crowded. Yeah, you were going to go.
We were going to go. I had no desire to go, but I was going with the friends group. They wanted to go.
I think that in terms of hesitancy, we saw
because you had worry about.
Yeah, I don't like. Yeah, I mean, I just like at this point. No. At this point, I'm just like these kind of crowds. I'm just out on, man. Like it's not worth it. Nothing that could go on there is worth me getting or somebody I'm with getting shot over. It's just not worth it.
I mean, we saw in the immediate aftermath and honestly probably the year after the Aurora shooting in Colorado years ago at the movie theater. That impacted people wanting to go to the movies, feeling comfortable going to movie theaters, everything else. This will probably have a short-term impact, I would guess, as these sorts of situations do, and then people a lot of times seem to just move on, and it's disappointing. It's sad. I wrote in the prep email last night, nothing feels appropriate or sufficient to say whenever anything like this happens. It's like, well, this is, you feel bad and you feel awful and you say something's got to be done or whatever else. And then what happens is that it's like, well, what is it? Yeah. And you ultimately just,
the whole cycle thing that goes around the internet
never stops. Yeah. It's just this endless cycle.
Thoughts of prayers again. Thoughts of prayers again.
And look, me in my position, where I'm sitting, where you're sitting, where Chop's sitting, what is there that we can say about it that is comforting or sufficient or whatever? So it feels like there's not a lot you can say other than just this is awful and it makes me feel sick.
So yesterday, I was starting off with news stations and then I went to NFL Live on ESPN and I kind of dozed off, but then I woke back up And I felt like they were already running out of gas, right? Like Adam Schefter, Marcus Spears, and Louis Riddick did not go on that show prepared to talk about a mass shooting at the championship parade. And I just felt like the executives at ESPN were like, okay, let's get them off of TV, because Louis Riddick he was trying to be emotional and all that stuff, but you could tell he was struggling a little bit, in my opinion. So they switched on over to the local Kansas City news station, and I felt like that coverage was on for like a good 30, 40 minutes until they went back to their NFL Live people at the very end. So again, it's like, how much are you going to say? Let's just turn it over to the local news station. That was what NFL Live was. It's like KCMB or KMBC something in Kansas City.
It reminded me a lot of the immediate aftermath coverage when the DeMar Hamlin thing happened, where guys were sitting on TV and they're like, what do we say? Like, we're devastated, but like, what do you say about this? How much can you update? It felt like they were, and ESPN, to their credit, has done this a couple different times now where they've gone, let's get people off the TV. This probably is not anything that makes anyone comfortable. Let's just go straight news here and cut away.
Travis Kelce, little Super Bowl fallout, went on the New Heights pod with his brother and said what he did to Andy Reid with the sideline bump was not cool.
The broadcast showed you having a heated exchange with Coach Reid.
So heated. People are all over this. I mean, I get it.
You crossed the line. I think we can both agree on that.
I can't get that fired up to the point where I'm bumping Coach and it's getting him off balance and stuff.
I mean, let's be honest. The yelling in his face, too, is over the top. I think there's better ways to handle this.
I love Coach Reid. Coach Reid knows how much I'd love to play for him. I'm not playing for anybody else but Big Red. If he calls it quits this year, I'm out there with him, man.
He ain't calling it quits. Come on now.
He's not. I immediately wish I would have took it back. Coach Reid actually came right up to me after that, and he just let him know, hey, man, I love your passion. I got cameras on me all over the place, man.
He's letting you know not to be like that.
Just fired me up even more to go out there and get a victory for him, man. Big Red, sorry if I caught you with that cheap shot, baby. But damn, I love winning with you.
You got to have your head on a swivel, because next time he gets fired up at you, he's coming hot at you. You know that.
Oh, yeah, I deserve it. If he would have cold cocked me in the face right there, I would have just ate it and just been like, yeah, let's go.
Jason looks like he agrees with what you said, that this only happens because they're so close.
Yeah.
Now, like, everybody involved knows it can't happen, and Travis knows. And Travis, if he told Travis to take a seat, no one's complaining, but no one's going to say wrong move.
Well, Chiefs fans when they lose the Super Bowl.
Chiefs fans might, but even still, there's a segment of it. Yeah, that's right. You don't talk to your boss that way. You don't do that to your boss. But NFL Films is not releasing the audio of this.
Yeah,
they're not. Yeah, they never do.
This is from the reports that say that they have the audio, but they are gonna cut it. It's been cut by Inside the NFL. That audio will not be let out, and that is like, okay, I see two sides here. One, like, I see the sides of like what is said on the field isn't really meant for me. Like, there's different rules. It's not society, like what's said on the field. There are things that are said on the field that if that got out, like, holy cow, all those players are canceled.
Yeah.
Like, every single one of them. But the other side of
like
it is
49ers offensive lineman with Jalen Carter, apparently.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the other side of it, though, is by you admitting that you have it and then not releasing it, it tells you that you're trying to cover something. Like, he said something that was really bad.
They're protected.
They protected him. And that's like, okay.
Not just like, put me in the effing game. What the F are you doing? Don't ever take me out.
If that's all it was, there's no reason not to let it out. If all he said was put me in the game, blah, blah, blah. If he said something that was like, okay, that's really offensive.
Yeah.
And the NFL says, okay, we need to protect him from this. That's the only reason I would see them not letting this out.
Are the Texas Rangers satisfied with one and done? That's the worry. That's the worry here on the home of the World Series champs. The general manager, Chris Young, addressed it as pitchers and catchers reported. Are the Rangers cool with one and done? We'll talk about it in the commercial-free expressway with a Creed ticket giveaway next. But look, you already know.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
This is the Expressway. In case you are new to the show and the station, we are commercial free for the next 35 minutes, and we have a Creed ticket giveaway. I feel like Jared Sandler, he reinvigorated Creed by putting out the Texas Rangers story, blowing it up. He should be getting some residuals. He should be getting some commission. They had a Super Bowl commercial, and now we have a Creed ticket giveaway to hook you up with here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby at some point in time when PayPay hits the button.
He got an entire slide in our PowerPoint presentation at our meeting yesterday.
Wow.
Sandler?
Yeah, the tweet. His tweet about Creed was an entire slide. Is like, check this out. We're making waves, people. And so
was Sandler there at the meeting?
No, Sandler doesn't show up for anything. So no, he holy smokes. So his that was part of our year in review in the PowerPoint presentation yesterday. It was like Jared Sandler crushing it, reviving the band Creed after 23 years or whatever.
Wow. That would be perfect for Spittle to be giving Jared credit, and he's not even there. Worked out perfect, not to make his head bigger. All right, Expressway on your home of the Rangers. Sandler was on yesterday, pitchers and catchers reporting, and Chris Young, Rangers general manager, was asked, you guys cool? Resting on your laurels after the first title? One and done? And CY admitted that the TV deal is an issue. We have to be fiscally responsible. There is a financial responsibility there. And they're going to open up the season with Eovaldi, Heaney, Gray, Dunning, and the fifth spot is open. Max Scherzer could come back in June. Tyler, is it Mahle? What do we decide? Mahle is possibly coming back in July. And then Jacob deGrom started throwing Monday, could return by August. But there's Chris Young saying, no, we're not trying to just go ahead and not contend, but our payroll is going to be the highest in team history. Is Jordan Montgomery just not going to get signed by anybody?
So I think there's an opportunity here.
It feels like Jordan is waiting for us to get a direct deposit.
He's waiting. He's waiting for any team to offer him the amount of money he wants. Yeah, but yes, this team especially. Look, I think there's an opportunity here for any of these teams, Rangers especially, who don't, because there's an uncertainty beyond this year with the TV deal, they may not want to enter into a long-term contract. I think there's a real good chance you can get, at this stage of the game, you might be able to get Snell, Montgomery on one-year deals. We saw this a couple years ago, right? Minnesota with Correa. Was it late in the game? Correa just signed like a one-year deal, right?
Snell, Correa, and Bauer.
So,
championship.
I do think that I think we are approaching that date. There's a cutoff day. I think these players want to get in camps. I think we're approaching that date where you might be able to be like, hey, look, Blake, we ain't going to give you 9 for 270, but here's 1 for 30. You want to come pitch for us? I think you might be close to that date.
Ooh.
Well, look, I mean, Chris Young said, never say never. He said we'll monitor everything. That's one of the things he was talking about yesterday. But he also kind of poured cold water on the idea of Montgomery coming back in that form, because he did say, he was like, look, we'll monitor it, but the reality is we're probably not making any more additions. This is what we have. Because I think they're probably looking at it as, we've got 3 studs coming to our rotation by the summer. We just got to get through the summer, man. Like get through the first couple months of the season, get by, next man up, like we had happen so frequently last year, and then we'll roll into it with Scherzer. We'll get Mahle. We'll get deGrom back. It'll be great.
Yeah, I think Snell's caught off guard here this year because you had the Dodgers spend $1 billion, right? They spent $1 billion on 2 guys. I think he thought the market was going to be more robust, but like one team was out of it. Like one of the biggest markets was out of it. I think next year for him, that's why I think you might be able to get him on a 1. I think next year from him, the Dodgers may be back into it. If the Dodgers don't win this year, if the Dodgers don't win the World Series this year, like their amount of money they would be willing to spend might go up. The Yankees, if they don't make the playoffs this year, their amount of money might go up. There's a lot of avenues out there for him to make money. I think that he may be better off waiting for next year with that bag that he wants.
But wasn't that the whole idea, was that the Dodgers didn't really spend $1 billion this offseason? like Ohtani was taking his deferred payments and like, hey, I'm freeing it up so you can't go get people
it's still
that.
money on the books, though, right?
It's
still money
they
on the
owe
door.
it.
They owe it eventually.
Sure, they owe it. But I mean, the whole idea, like Ohtani giving him the deal he did was like so that you can go sign people like Blake Snell right now. And
well, they did. They got Yamamoto.
No, I know that's what I mean though. Is that like I don't know that I don't know that LA is going to be open to him.
Maybe not.
He was one of the loudest people complaining about how uncomfortable he was with the new pitching rules. And he had success with it in the second half of the season. He did. He had success with it in the second half of the season. Early in the season, he had a lot of struggles, but he was one of the ones who consistently, even through his success, was like, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I don't enjoy it. And so I just wonder if there's some sort of view of like how like long-term sustainability with his discomfort with the new pitch clock rules.
3 things that a lot of people say about Snell, strikeout artist, walk prone, workload concerns. But Jordan Montgomery is out there. Is Trevor Bauer going to be picked back up? And where are the Rangers when it comes to some different power rankings?
Yeah, real quick on Snell. One more thing on Snell. 2 years he's had. In 2018, won the Cy Young, 1.89. Last year, won the Cy Young, 2.25. His ERAs in the rest of those years, 3.38, 4.2, 3.2, 4.3, 4.04, 3.54. Like, there's some good years in there, and there's some bad. Like it's like he's had 2 great years. 3 pretty solid years, and then 3 like meh.
Yeah, his peripherals are pretty good.
Yeah, they are. But like you're not paying $30 million a year for a 4.24. Like you're just not going to do that. But the Rangers in the power rankings, where are they? Obviously, sometimes when you win a title, they just automatically lazily put you at number 1 the next year. Not everybody does that. I don't like doing that. Different teams sometimes. Catch lightning in a bottle, whatever.
This ain't charity,
right? They don't. Not.
Suck it for charity.
Maybe UNICEF will get into the baseball world someday, but as of now, they're not in there, so we're going to go with this. The LA Dodgers, number 1. This This is going to be the most boring regular season for the Dodgers we've ever seen. They won last year the West by like 15 games. They're going to win 110 games this year. There is no doubt they're going to be in the playoffs unless all these injuries happen. And everything is a disappointment other than the final out in their favor.
Yep.
Braves, number 2. I think the first surprise of the board is at number 3. The Houston Astros. They also, interestingly, made Josh Hader their closer. Maybe it's not interesting, but I thought Preston did a really nice job as their closer, so I was a little bit surprised.
Why are you surprised that they're 3?
They didn't have a great year last year. But they had a good year.
Yeah.
They came on at the end. But they didn't have a fantastic. I thought Baltimore would be ahead of them. I thought the Rangers had a better year. Like start to finish, the Rangers, I thought, even though they didn't win the West, I thought the Rangers start to finish were the better team. I thought maybe Tampa might be ahead of them too. A little surprised. A little surprised at Houston at 3. However, and also like they mentioned Fromber, over his last 10 regular season starts, he averaged just over 4 2/3 and had an ERA of 4.3. And his ERA was 9 in the postseason. Is that a good ERA?
No, it's not. So. It's bad.
At number 4, your Texas Rangers.
Yay!
Is a reunion with Jordan Montgomery inevitable? Don't bet against it. Agent Scott Boras is in good position with the Rangers brass. He directed Seager and Simeon to Texas and undoubtedly helped in moving Montgomery and Max there as well. He's got a lot of guys tied up here. As the Rangers RSN situation clears up, they should be able to pounce and set themselves up for a repeat run. Don't forget, Jake DeGrom is waiting in the wings. They're in good position to contend no matter what happens the rest of the spring.
Here's my question about what you said about them hoping for all the injured guys. Are they really legitimately believing in it, or do they have no choice but to believe in it? I would feel much better if you told me, look, they're terrified and worried. They know they can't put a ton of stock in DeGrom and Scherzer. Or they just have no choice because the money's tied up and they've already paid the monster deals. I would at least like to know that you're thinking realistically, even if you're stuck in the position.
I think it's slightly over 50% that he doesn't even pitch this year at all.
Oh, which guy?
DeGrom.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's I think the likelihood is that he might be able to come back in August or September, but like, is it worth it? I mean, obviously, yes, if you're going to win a championship, it is worth it, but second Tommy John, man, scary.
We got to remember too this, and I'm sorry if this is they don't like it. It's off-putting to them or whatever else. But this issue the Rangers have with transparency about some of their injuries, not that they have to be, but it's less about transparency. It's about actively like saying something opposite of what ends up being the reality. They kept telling us DeGrom's fine, Scherzer's fine, guys are fine, and then they're not. And so it's like, okay, how can I even trust the timeline of Scherzer in June, Mahle in July, DeGrom in August? I can't necessarily accept those. And so I think you're right. I think it's more about they have no choice. But I mean, if you hear Sandler, and other people talk about it with Montgomery, like, I mean, they could go back into that well potentially if they wanted to. It seems like they have reservations that are outside of just money. It looks like they are wondering about other things, and they're just trying to see long term, how much sense does this make for us?
I don't think Holland will mind this. I'm going to try to drag this out so he can frantically text, but he was just sending us his take on the pitchers. He said, I don't think DeGrom is going to pitch until at least mid-August. Second TJ and so much money invested in him, they're not going to rush him back. Scherzer is more realistic, but he's older, coming back from a back injury. And if I'm not mistaken, going to be interesting to see how his back responds. I hope he comes back dominating. Pay Monty and take the risk on Bauer. In all honesty, DeGrom may not even pitch again this year.
Look, you do not have to convince me to take a risk on Trevor Bauer. He is going to be relatively cheap for a guy. Now, he hasn't pitched in the majors in, 3 years almost?
Do you think he'll ever pitch in the bigs again? Or is this a permanent blackball?
I think it's, man, I don't know. I'll say this. Like, someone is going to take a chance on him at some point. If they do, it's going to be like out of a desperation. We've got a bunch of injuries in the middle of the season, right? I don't know if someone's going to go into the year with them.
The only thing is they can take teams in all professional sports. Generally, when you're talented, they can handle off the field heat. They can handle you being a bad locker room culture person. When you're both, that's when they start going like, how much is your talent really worth? And I think that's what hurts Bauer more than anything is the fact that it's off the field. I know, but
he's a jackass.
Right, he's a Cy Young Award winner who's not even been brought back into the majors despite being cleared, and it's because off the field heat, and he's apparently kind of a jackass. And
that feels like a month or two run where he can't poison a clubhouse. Injuries, over the top piece.
Yeah,
make him wait till after the All-Star break.
Absolutely,
if he comes back at all.
Yeah, like you're going to be a team out there that doesn't have. Let's just take Houston for example, right? Or take a team that doesn't have a very good farm system right now. That wants to compete. All right, they don't have the ammo to go make a trade. They do have $5 million to prorate over the final 2 months of the season for Trevor Bauer. I assume if he doesn't pitch in the majors, he'll be in Japan. That's my assumption.
My biggest takeaway from this entire conversation about the pitching staff, though, is again just how incredible it is that this team won the World Series.
Yeah.
Because I can't recall a team that has, and this is not a slight, this is just how impressive it was that they did. They hit on Eovaldi, right? But if you look at from farm system through free agent acquisitions, I can't recall a Major League Baseball team missing on as high a rate of all of their pitching decisions as Texas and still winning a World Series. That's just incredible to me.
Then they adjusted something to an MLB rule yesterday?
Yeah, so there's an obstruction rule around the bases, and they intend to strictly enforce this obstruction rule. Now, they're going to hold a video conference. They did that yesterday. So, like, if you're a fielder, second baseman, third baseman, or you're playing, or shortstops too would fall into this too. If you're not in possession of the ball and you're not in the act of fielding the ball, you can't impede the progress of any runner. And they're focusing on like the latter part of that rule they're viewing this as like they're calling it basically the Josh Donaldson, Ozzie Albies rule, right? There are some of the infielders whose names come up when it comes to blocking the base. They've already said you can't block home plate, and now they're doing the same thing with the other positions. This used to be policed by the players, right? You get the ball, you're ready to make a tag, you throw your knee down to stop the guy from sliding in. Well, it used to be you just go spikes up, take and just cut their leg. That's not really a part of the game as much anymore as it used to be. So it's a little bit different from that standpoint. Well, now they're trying to outlaw this rule, and they are going to make it a more of a diligent enforcement of the rule.
Speaking of the Rangers, on your home of the World Series champs, let's hook you up with tickets to their unofficial music.
That's right. Tolo's caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Creed, Three Doors Down, and much more at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth on November 13th. Get tickets and information now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
It is Thursday. It's the Expressway. We are commercial free here on Sean RJ. Here is Roberto Bobby Bell with All Local, baby, your neighborhood watch.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news. So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
That's right. This is our local community segment. And if you're in the community and you're around my car, stay out of my way because I can't alert you right now that there's a problem. Because Tuesday, I think it was Tuesday, yeah, I had honked my horn and I did like a half honk. It was weird. I like hit it kind of hard and didn't think anything of it. Got home, parked the car, tried to hit the little alarm, the lock, and I noticed it didn't beep. And I was like, "What the hell?
Which car is this on?"
This is the Altima. This is the car, not the SUV. So I went back in the car.
Your trunk was open yesterday.
No, it's pushed open from getting rammed in the back. I still haven't gotten it fixed. But so I popped the thing. I turned on the car, tried to honk the horn.
Did you shower
nothing.
after?
I did. Yeah, I shower after every pop. So I was sitting there and I was hitting the horn and nothing was happening. And I was like, well, crap, that's a little inconvenient, but it won't cause a problem. And this caused me to ask, how often do you guys honk your horn? Because I thought it was once.
This is a great question.
If you asked me, I would have said, I don't know, once or twice a week is what I would have guessed. I have gone to hit that 10 times in the last 2 days and realized, oh, this is not good. I can't get this thing to go. And like, I mean, just whether it be people coming into my lane and like, hey, be aware I'm sitting here, or just me obnoxiously wanting to lay on the horn and like be rude to somebody who cut me off. I can't do that right now. And I realized I honk a lot.
Dude, 1 to 2 times a week. You're an over honker.
You're an over honker.
That is,
Yeah.
I mean, I might do once or twice a month. Maybe. Now, I know you all say I drive like a grandma. I have better insurance and no tickets.
I thought it was 1 to 2 a week. It's actually like 10 to 15.
So you've burnt out your horn.
I've literally gone to hit it and not done.
You give 0 seconds at a light for somebody to move.
No.
That's most of my honking is like the little
reminder.
tap.
Reminder honk.
Hell no. Mine is a press and hold for a good 4 seconds.
Yeah, that's what you do when somebody cuts you off.
Yes.
You hold it. Yeah.
So someone's cutting you off once or twice a week. All right, you just witnessed RJ driving in Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
Your aggression, lack of patience, compared to him. Because it sounds like you're more aggressive and you complain.
And I'm just sitting here thinking, have I driven you guys yet?
No, I don't think I would ever do that.
No, I'm a really good driver. But
so Rain Man said the same thing.
Yeah, and I mean I'm very similar like to him. Now I think that I'm probably more aggressive. I mean, I definitely drive faster than RJ.
You do?
Yeah. I don't know that I don't know if
he drives pretty fast.
No, I know, but I'm going 90 every morning coming in here. So I like
so much.
Then look, we should race sometime. That's what I take from this. No,
I will be too when the station moves 45 minutes away.
I don't think I take city streets as aggressively as RJ. RJ's cuts in traffic are a little more aggressive than mine.
Okay.
But he was also a little reserved this past week because we were driving a boat. And I think he was still adjusting to that, and he did not drive as aggressively as he normally does. But it makes me wonder what the truckwreck.com fan text has to say. How often do you think you honk your horn a week? 877-881-1053, because I've realized I do it probably 10 to 15 times.
10?
I've gone to hit it, no joke, 10 times so far in 2 days.
I definitely drive slower in other cities that I don't know.
Yes, I do that as well.
Absolutely. But that, I don't honk my horn that much. At all.
Or maybe you think you don't, because I didn't think I did, and then I realized how often I did.
No, maybe twice. I forget what my horn sounds like. I barely, tap it. It's
twice a week?
Twice a month at least. I mean, it's no, never.
I would never drive with you.
940. I haven't honked my horn since owning my car. Y'all need to meditate or something. No way. I think there's just people don't have an awareness of it. It's unconscious. You hit it.
No, I think
you don't realize
you're really aware of it. Yeah, you like
twice a year, says the 972. Maybe 5 times a year, says the 940.
Bro, it sounds like you're a bad driver.
Okay, this is it. I'm driving in Oxnard. I'm the driver in Oxnard.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I'm going to show you guys.
Never, if RJ is around, I'll never let you drive me around.
You guys are already terrified of the gang gas stations or whatever. Imagine when I start honking at those people. You guys are going to be terrified at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm a good driver. You need to at least give me a shot. You got to give me one shot, Sean, when we're out of town.
I don't know, man. I don't know about that.
I don't think RJ could give up the power, the control. Bassett calls me a control freak at the station on the radio. I don't think RJ could sit in the passenger seat.
I have no personality.
He's already picking his nails thinking about it.
I have no personality in the passenger seat. I don't know what to do with my hands.
Yeah,
I can't do that.
You know what's proof he won't give it up? Last year when we were in Phoenix for Super Bowl, we weren't going to get a car, but I was like, let's just get a car. I'll go ahead and pay for it. And Choppy's like, okay, I'll rent it. And so rented it. We used my card, whatever else. Then Choppy still drove the whole week.
Yeah.
He wouldn't even let me drive it.
What's my name? What do you want from me? I follow the rules of the rental company, of the agreement. I'm not paying $25 a day for you.
So this all comes around to a recent study that came out from Forbes on the worst drivers in the United States.
Oh.
And boy, we cleaned up at these awards.
That's why Frankel and Frankel is on the radio.
Absolutely. Truckwreck.com. That's why we named the fan text after him. So the 6 of the top 25 spots are Texas cities.
Wow.
6 of the top 25.
In the country.
Yes, in the country. The highest ranked is Dallas at number 6.
Meaning worst.
Yeah, meaning the worst. Now the drivers that are, or the cities that are ahead of them, Kansas City, number 5, Tucson 4, Detroit number 3, Memphis 2, and then this just feels random to me. Albuquerque, New Mexico is the city with the worst drivers in the country according to Forbes.
Meth. Why do you think
Spell it.
METH?
No, Albuquerque.
ALBUQUERQUE. Nope, not looking at it.
Literally, his eyes are looking down at the list.
Don't know what you're talking about.
All right, so which by the way, we all agree with, but why is Dallas-Fort Worth such a bad driving city? Why are we so bad? And is it just taking into account like cold, rain, ice, sleet?
I don't
why are we so bad?
I don't know that it's any of that. I think that it's our city has grown so much faster than the roads were able to keep up with. These roads weren't built for.
That's what Bassick says all the time.
These roads weren't built for 10 million people.
And that the Mavs will win the title.
That's it. But yeah, like they just redid 35 in Fort Worth, right?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't widen it,
dude.
They completely redid the road. They didn't make any more lanes.
Dude,
you still have 2 or 3 lanes and then you have the express lanes.
My father-in-law like tried to scare my parents and my mother-in-law like, oh, your new house, you're going 30 and then you're going 80. And I'm like kicking them under the table like, shut up, stop saying anything. I'll take 30 and 8 except for the past 2 days. I don't know what the hell's been happening on 30. So I hate driving at 2 p.m. or after the show. I'll take 30 and 80 any day over 635, over some of these other highways. No, thank you.
So, and that's a good
Every
one.
highway has their nightmare story.
Everyone does, but like, man, I much prefer highways over side streets. I mean, who does? Like, but I think that's you know, like I didn't grow up around highway. There wasn't a highway for 20 miles from where I grew up.
Maybe it's because I grew up along 635 and that's where I learned to drive, basically, that I don't have the same sort of disdain for it that everybody else does. I think 35 is much worse drivers than 635.
I assume they're all the same drivers.
What's your theory as to why we're such a bad driving city?
So the prevailing theory on the truckwreck.com fan text is that it's transplant drivers. That they think that people who come
Couldn't
here,
be a Texan that's a bad driver.
they don't know how to assimilate, and this is on them. I find this interesting. Dallas drivers are entitled. That, though, from is an area code that is 832, which is Houston. And Houston, to me, has much worse drivers than Dallas. At the very least, it's close. And yet on this list, Dallas is 6th and Houston is 23rd.
How much
no
have you
way
driven in
big.
Houston to know?
A lot. I have family in Houston, so I would drive down there yearly and then drive around the city for a week.
There's a ton of trucks on the road. Like, that doesn't help. A ton of
trucks in every city.
Yeah, I know, but like we are such a major hub. You know, like there's a ton of trucks. I don't know. It just
So basically, we're bad drivers because we have more business, more transplants,
more people.
And it's not those that are born and bred.
I mean, essentially, I think that's a good reason for it. Honestly, I can't.
It just doesn't make any sense.
I think it's just the busyness of everything around, and like the now one of the common criticisms I've heard about DFW from people who are out of town, and I I grew up here. This is basically what I know. I've seen it a little bit traveling around, though, is that I consistently hear from people, even people who live in Texas and then come up here, that Dallas is so massive. Like, the Metroplex is so massive where they're like, it's not just a city with some suburbs. It's like 15 major cities around each other. And so because of that, I think it's just you have this wide swath of busy city centers that are causing just aggressive driving all the time.
You feel like Dallas driving is different from Fort Worth?
Fort Worth is ranked number 9 here, by the way, is the 9th worst drivers in the country.
I'll tell you what I see more in Fort Worth. Is
By the way, what are they ranking this off of? Accident rates?
Accident
traffic
rates,
tickets?
drunk drivers, things like that.
I see a lot more like, there's more dualies out in Fort Worth. A lot more like commercial trucks and vehicles out. It seems like out there, because you're closer to like the classic Fort Worth, a little bit further west.
I'll tell you
a little bit more. I don't know. If there's a big difference in them.
I think driving into, I can't remember what it is, getting 35W into downtown Fort Worth is a much dicier drive into me than getting into Dallas. Getting into Dallas is a lot easier and accessible, I think. Some of the like 6 lanes of traffic you got to cross to hit an exit to get to downtown Fort Worth, that's all very sketchy. And I think
you got like you have 35 and 30 meeting like right there, right where all the exits are in Fort Worth. It's a really weird spot.
So we were doing neighborhood watch here on 105.3 The Fan. So that's traffic accidents.
By the way, real quick, how's the girlfriend as a driver?
Oh, she doesn't drive. I don't let her drive. She hit a couple curbs last week, and I said, hey, "You're done." I said, "You're done."
Curbs? Jeez.
How do you think Ryan is as a driver?
Ooh, Ryan?
You saw him drive in one morning, didn't you? And you said he was
fast.
super aggressive.
He does. He drives fast. Oh yeah, he drove fast when he drove his. He drove like a box on wheels. It was a box. I've never seen anything fly faster on 13-inch tires.
But I think he has to, because Ryan, how far in is Ryan's drive? I think he's the farthest drive.
He's
45 minutes, he says.
45 minutes. So that's significant. And it's probably an hour drive, and he just makes it in 45 minutes with the speed demon that he is. So that's car wrecks. Let's talk once again about plane wrecks. I am getting terrified with the number of plane issues that are occurring, and it hit right here locally in DFW. The day after we landed from Vegas, there was an incident at DFW Airport. The FAA is now investigating why an American Airlines jet had trouble braking and slid off the runway. An American Airlines flight from DC into Dallas slid off the runway, no injuries. But once again, this is a landing malfunction. Stuff's happening in the air, stuff's happening at landing, stuff's happening at takeoff. It seems like every other day we're getting a major airline malfunction story. And the calm I had started to get a little bit on airplanes recently over the last couple of years from flying on the charter and traveling more, I've lost it. We've hit the reset button. I'm back to thinking every plane I'm on is going down.
You're on the Cowboys charter, first world problems. This doesn't apply to you.
I just had other traveling I did.
This is flight privilege. It's not white privilege. It's flight privilege.
Flight privilege.
Poor Bobby. You're going to fly one time. We're not going to surprise you. Fly to the Super Bowl and Oxnard. Those are your 2 trips. You make your poor family
Indy.
drive.
I fly to Indy.
All the way to Florida. Did you drive to Indy last year?
No, I flew.
Okay.
And I remember because I wouldn't fly on the Embraer jet because I was convinced that one would crash because it's too skinny. It's too small.
Boeing's much safer these days.
No, I got an Airbus, I believe, to fly out there. That's what I was doing.
It's bad, man. Like they're finding that there's no bolts on these doors that they had that flew off.
By the way, good job, Love Field, with the baggage. That was fast. That was lightning fast. I've had some very good baggage experiences lately. Vegas. By the way, let me say this too. The people in Vegas that worked the Super Bowl, Atlanta was my number 1 in terms of how nice the locals were. Vegas is right up there or number 1. Like, Vegas really impressed me with how nice all the people were. It was like I was at a Chick-fil-A or a Starbucks, like 24/7.
Hospitality industry. They're all in the hospitality industry,
man,
right?
It was great.
Yep.
They were nice. And not only just like you mentioned.
Now, you guest handlers, if you idiots could man up, woman up, and do your jobs and get the guests there on time instead of destroying our clocks, all y'all should get out of there. Those of you handling Jay Glazer and everyone else, some of you take lessons from Tony Fay PR and go ahead and figure out how to get your guests there on time. You were the worst of any of the Super Bowls ever, all you PR people. I don't care if it costs us guests next year or not in New Orleans. We don't need them anyway. But the people working it in Vegas, security, everyone locally, you were fantastic.
Yeah, those security hire people.
PR people suck.
the hired security people, like the outsourced group that was like running the Radio Row area in the black shirts, they were all super nice and like, oh, here, do you need to get by? Do you need to do that? They were great people. Loved all of them. This aircraft, apparently the one that skidded off the runway, it stopped at an area of the Engineered Materials Arresting System, which contains materials of crushed gravel that are designed to prevent runway overshoots. So it kind of did its job, I suppose. It stopped things. But this is just another issue. Doors are flying off. Windows are breaking on Southwest flights. American Airlines is skidding off the runway. I no longer feel comfortable flying, RJ Choppy.
I can't. I mean, look today. I can't argue with you on that one. I mean, there's a lot of issues going on. There's a lot. What's that?
Mom, I'll see you soon. Drop.
Oh my gosh. There's a lot of issues going on right now. There's no doubt about it, and it always seems to be around the same type of plane.
Last story here in Neighborhood Watch. Bad news for Fort Worth ISD. They are going to undergo massive layoffs. So they were already going through a bunch of budget cuts and everything else. But apparently because of lack of federal funding and other issues hitting Fort Worth ISD, they announced on Monday, the superintendent, Angelica Ramsey, said that this year, due to continued projections of declining enrollment, coupled with legislative inaction on public school financing, that they are going to have to start making more budget cuts, and that includes future layoffs, which are on the way. They met Tuesday night. Apparently none of this is going to include teachers, but other district jobs are going to be going away. What I find interesting, though, is why is there declining enrollment if, like, North Texas keeps growing? Is that people getting out of public schools? Is that what that is?
I mean, it could be like just let's take Fort Worth, for example. I mean, it could be it's more older people have moved in, or people that were already living there, their kids are out of school,
or charter schools, private schools, different things. I think a strong theory here is, with my area prominence since joining the morning show and being a really shining example of homeschooling, I think a lot of people in Fort Worth probably hear that, because I know we're big in Fort Worth, and I think a lot of people in the 817 listen to that and go, I want my kid to be like Bobby Bell. How do I achieve that? Is homeschooling the way I do it? Well, that's Jimmy in Plano. Plano schools are exploding. It's the Fort Worth ISD that's saying, hey, this Bobby Bell guy, he's got something right here. I think we should embrace this.
That's good.
That's your Neighborhood Watch.
Very good ending with that. Expressway commercial free here with Sean, RJ, and Roberto. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We got some breaking news. An NBA player has been arrested after what happened last night, and the Mavs continue to leak more Grant Williams stuff to smear their former player. We'll bring you the NBA arrest that took place, and the Mavs get another win next on The Fan. But time is ticking into the future. Is your home or business security stuck in the past? Don't wait any longer. If your alarm system
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, the Mavs have flipped the script on San Antonio from down 15 to in front by 14. And darting into paint. Spectacular!
Stop it. Stop it, Kai.
Kyrie took over this game. Bally with the call. They withstand the start from Wemby, and they win their 6th straight game, tied for the most recent winning streak in the NBA. The Celtics have 6. The Mavericks have 6. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby. What are you laughing at?
I like that. I think that needs to be a drop. The Devin Harris. Stop it, Kai.
So Kyrie Irving was spectacular. Right hand, left hand, threes, runners, layups, over Wemby, around Wemby. It did not matter. So that was Kyrie, and the New Look Mavericks. Been a disappointment for P.J. Washington. Double-double for Daniel Gafford, while P.J. Washington has been struggling from the field.
Defensively in the second half, he was pretty good. And he had some good possessions against Wembanyama, helped slow him down. So, I mean, I understand that people are going to want more offensively, but that's where he was always going to be better than Grant Williams, was that even when the shot isn't falling necessarily, he was going to give you more defensively than Grant Williams had. Grant Williams had become just a complete black hole, a complete void on both sides of the floor, and you needed a reset there. So you want to see him be more efficient offensively, but at least he gave you something on defense.
I love this tweet that came out yesterday, and it helps you make a better decision about the MVP. Total missed games by each starter on MVP candidate teams. Denver with Joker, 25 missed games by the other starters. Shea, SGA, 9. The rest of the OKC starters around Alexander have only missed 9 games. Giannis, 22. Luka, 67 games missed from the rest of the starting lineup. Kyrie has missed 22. Exum, where is he gone? Has missed 22. Jones has missed 5. Lively has missed 18. So Luka Doncic doing this. Mavs a playoff team with by far the most games missed by his other 4 players.
You know, I do wonder, was it last year, maybe the year before, where Utah had a really nice start to the season, and we knew they were going to get bounced.
Last year.
It was last year. And it was like, we can't figure this out. It was like, oh, all their starters are playing every game, and they're actually trying. And I wonder with, like, at Oklahoma City, like you mentioned, like they're not having most of their guys miss really any games. When you get to the playoffs and everybody's playing every night, does that level the playing field? And that make them, like, more vulnerable to an early exit? Because they're not getting the advantage of, like, basically they playing all their guys every single night, where the other team finally is like, Kawhi's going to play. He's playing tonight. They're all playing tonight. Everybody's playing. Kyrie's going to play, and Luke's going to play, and they're all playing. But, yeah, I mean, that does speak to if you don't think he's having an exceptional year, you're just a hater. And there are people out there that don't think Luka is like the MVP, and he may not be, but he's having a great year.
Boy, I think he's a value right now, or though had been. Like, he was like plus 900 on MVP odds or something like that just last week. And I mean, look, the fact that not just the supporting cast, let's just narrow it down to Lively and Kyrie. That defense is completely different, or had been. You know, things may change now that Gafford's here and some different things, but that defense completely falls apart when Derek Lively's out of the lineup. And when Kyrie Irving's out of the lineup, the offense just doesn't function very well either, other than when Tim Hardaway Jr. has his random 40-point output. But you're talking about 22 games where Kyrie's dealing with a dysfunction, or Luka's dealing with a dysfunctional offense, 18 games where they can't do anything defensively. I think that Luka's got probably his strongest case at this point for an MVP in any of the seasons that he's had.
The Grant Williams smear campaign continues. This is from Tim McMahon. People within the Mavs were turned off by Grant's yapping, and he was reportedly not in good shape. Quote, I would say one of the ways that Grant Williams rubbed people the wrong way, the yapping. Obviously, that's kind of part of it with him, which it's charmingly obnoxious if he's productive, and it's grating when he's not. But he did not report in good shape, and Grant Williams not in good shape is not a good defender.
No, that's not a good thing. He's been pretty decent in Charlotte.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's like, there was something wrong.
Sometimes resets can be good for everybody. Like it can be one of those win-win trades where
It's good for KP. Like, Porzingis seemed to do okay after he left.
Yeah, it's a good. And I mean, honestly, Spencer Dinwiddie came here and got a reset and played well here when he got here from Washington, and so it absolutely can work. But yeah, Grant Williams now 3 games in. Charlotte's 3-0. He's 17 points a game, 7.5 rebounds.
Now, we usually do this when players leave here. We did it with KP.
Sure.
Oh, what's wrong with the coaching? Why couldn't we get that out of him? Porzingis is going to go flourish somewhere else. Are we going to go ahead and blame the Mavs or continue to blame Grant? Because he is the public enemy right now.
He is. Look, I mean, some guys aren't fits, and that's okay. It's like...
And by the way, we're also not going to blame the Mavs if Gafford and P.J. Washington pan out.
I mean, it could be a win-win for both. Like, Charlotte could have been like, is Grant Williams playing better for Charlotte than P.J. was? Like, are they having the same conversation in Charlotte? Oh, man, thank God we got rid of P.J. Look what we got here now. I have no idea. I don't listen to T-Bone and whatever their names are. Yeah, it's like, I think this is a good reset. This turned out to be a good... You made the signing to Grant. You didn't like it, and you didn't make the mistake of doubling down with it and sticking with it. No, you got rid of him. You moved on. You got somebody that you think is better. Charlotte gets somebody they think is better, and it's a win-win for everybody.
It works out. Yeah, I think that it's a good question, though, that routinely guys leaving here and flourishing, I don't know how much of it you can put on coaching versus it really seems to matter in the NBA when guys get cold, just new scenics and it's a change of scenery. And when that happens,
what?
New scenics, like when you just change your scenery.
I not heard scenics.
I had either. I thought he said something else. I was like,
he's getting high on himself now because in the last hour, somebody Tolo said we're doing homeschooling as well. So he wants to show them that they're making the right decision. Just showing off those words.
I'm
new scenics.
I'm socially awkward, but statistically, I'm smarter than you. Okay, so I mean
that wasn't a statistic.
It's a trade-off.
That was vocab, moron.
No, I think that pretty consistently we see over the years that. Okay, Dinwiddie comes to Dallas, and look, he all of a sudden starts playing a lot better. Porzingis moves on. I don't think that that's a coaching thing. I think it's just like, I get to hit the reset. I get a fresh start. I get to kind of be the man. There's general positivity whenever any new player comes into any new team. And so I think it's more about culture than it is coaching issues.
Here's the breaking news out of the NBA. Pistons center Isaiah Stewart was arrested. They arrested him for the assault last night. He punched Drew Eubanks from the Phoenix Suns hours before they played. Phoenix police said that Stewart, I think Stewart is the one who tried to go after LeBron. Like he was running full court to try to go get LeBron. He was issued a citation and released. Before the game, the altercation happened, Eubanks said from the Suns, as he was coming into the arena. He said an argument started and they were chest to chest before Stewart threw the punch. Security intervened and Eubanks said he was fine for the game, though police said he suffered a minor injury. He did play. He had 6 points and 8 rebounds in 18 minutes. The Suns said the attack on Drew Eubanks was unprovoked, and acts of violence such as this are unacceptable. We unequivocally support Drew and will continue to work with local enforcement and the NBA. So they arrested Isaiah Stewart for this. Yep, here it is. Involved in a LeBron on-court altercation in 2021. Stewart got suspended for 2 games, LeBron for 1.
So if you just type the letter I and the letter S into Google, the first thing that pops up is Isaiah Stewart, which 24 hours ago.
Yeah, that's how Google works.
No, I know, but you would think that anything more than that, that he would not have been Googled that many times in a day. But I mean, come on, you can't be doing this.
No, you can't assault people. You can't punch them in the face. That's something that
generally the law.
Yeah, generally they're not.
Yeah, but a lot of times we don't get arrests like this. We hear about someone going into another locker room and Shaq and Charles making fun of it, or someone swinging. What usually happens in the arena or on the floor stays there, right? You're not getting hockey arrests or anything like that for goons beating each other up. Doesn't happen.
Pre-game, maybe it played into it. I don't know. Because on the floor.
Yeah, I would think it definitely had to play into it that it was pre-game. Also, just being in Phoenix, maybe. Like being in their neck. I'm just saying, it's something that you're assaulting a home team player. I don't know if that's different. Like if this happens in Detroit, he probably doesn't get arrested, I would guess.
877-881-1053, chartwreck.com text line. Kyle Shanahan is just trending every day, not for the right reasons. People think he screwed up the overtime coin toss. There's NFL Films audio coming out of Mahomes being like, oh, you want the ball? Go ahead, take the ball. He fired Steve Wilks yesterday. Is he making Steve Wilks the scapegoat? And Choppy, you have an idea on who should replace Wilks?
This is it's a no-brainer. It's Bill. It's Bill. That's our next DC. And if you don't want to go Bill, maybe you go with Vrabel. I don't know. I'm not a fan of Vrabel as a DC. He was a DC 1 year in the NFL. Houston, they happen to be ranked 32nd in the NFL. And at latest check, there's 32 teams in the league. But seriously, like, if you're Shanny, do you make a call? Does Bill make a call? Like, if he asks if he wants to run the defense for 1 year, steal a ring, stay in the coaching. Stay in the coaching world. Don't leave. The moment you leave, I know Bill is not going to get forgotten.
Stay in the scenic.
But stay in the scenic, absolutely. If I'm Bill,
what was the word?
It was scenics, like different scenes.
Stay in the scenics.
Like if I'm Bill, I want to stay in the game. I want to stay in the game most I can. Get out of the game, I think it's tough for a coach at that age. You know, especially with football, you just lose. If he goes there, I think he's got a better chance of being a head coach next year than if not, than if he's sitting out. And if Shanahan says no because he's an insecure little pea brain, then he doesn't deserve to win ever. But that's what I'm doing. If I'm Bill, I'm stealing a ring, I'm gonna do that. It's simple. It's simple. You got a ready-made to win team. You got a free quarterback, and you got a defense with a lot of playmakers.
I mean, Shanahan has helped the opposing team steal rings 3 different times now. Right. So I don't know how much that'll change.
And aren't they close, Shanahan and Bill?
I don't know. Why is it such a difference in San Francisco? Like, I understand San Francisco's a better opportunity, but like, why were we so dismissive of like Belichick would never do that here, but like he would do that in San Francisco? I just would think he would never do that anywhere.
He might not. I'm just saying that's what I would do. If I was him, I would just like, they're so close to winning. Like, go steal a ring.
The more and more days that go by, the more and more you understand why Belichick was not hired. As yesterday, the Patriots Dynasty trailer dropped. I think it's coming out tomorrow on Apple TV. Listen to this.
In pro football, nobody's entitled to anything. You have to go out there and earn it.
I was pretty intent on proving myself.
We were going to determine the future of football in New England.
The Patriots are Super Bowl champions!
First dynasty of the century. This game is like a narcotic. You're chasing that forever. Breaking news right now.
Spygate. Deflategate.
Aaron couldn't separate himself from that dark side.
That team won enough to become the villain.
We worked for Bill, but we played for Tom.
Bill tore Brady's head completely off. There's things that are done that can't be undone.
I was just trying to hold it together the best I could.
This team will be scrutinized, celebrated for as long as the game of football is played.
It's clear from this, Tom was never going back to play with Bill. The emotional bridge was burned. Matthew Slater, who's an all-time Patriot Belichick guy, said that playing for Bill was brutal. Gronk apparently went into his parking spot in the morning and was scared to get out of his car, did not want to go into work. Wes Welker compared Brady to an abused dog for continually going back to work for Belichick. So we're going to hear a lot of these stories coming out starting tomorrow.
It looks like that got really bad. And you got Belichick in this. You got Brady. You got Goodell. Kraft is in this. And there was like they used the word dictatorial style in which he ran the Pats. And he's never really shied away from that. He's even said like that playing for him is not for everybody. It almost is like he wore it as a badge of honor.
The Patriots dynasty, I've come up with a new overall opinion on this. Belichick, Brady, blah, blah, blah. It was not Belichick's genius. It was not Tom's ability. It was Tom's ego that allowed this whole dynasty. Any other guy who broke sooner or was like, I'm not taking this, or reacted more negatively, wasn't just the perfect team sponge and took it and soaked it up, it would not have happened. That's why it happened, because of Tom Brady's personality. Not his ability, not his skill, not Belichick's genius. That was the number one reason, because this would have blown up with anyone else, basically.
I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong. I mean, nobody followed a game plan better with more to a T than Tom Brady. He never deviated from it. He was totally fine. Hell, fine. 4 yards, I'll take it.
All right.
Totally fine.
The poll question, every commercial break, Bobby's updating us. Like the topic that has taken over the morning show. It started in the payload, and then we will introduce you to Mike Zimmer, the Cowboys' new DC, but we'll tell you about the unofficial poll question taking over Sean and RJ next. But what's taken over your life in terms of that job? You can make the change.
Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
You'll hear the Dallas Cowboys' new defensive coordinator, Mike Zimmer, coming up 8:40 in Below the Belt here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank y'all for being Tolos. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. And Vern Lundquist is calling it a career. He's going to do his 40th Masters. Mm-hmm. And then he is going to hang it up.
Yeah, we'll see Vern on the 16th hole at Augusta this year, second week of April, and that will be it. That will be he'll call it a day.
Cowboys voice
for a long time. Was he WFAA?
Yeah, he's the one that Nick Eatman told that story about. A caller called and said, "Hey, they're going to trade up and get Tony Dorsett tomorrow. I saw his jersey at the dry cleaners." And Vern went, "All right, crazy guy," and then hung up on him. And then they did. They went and got Tony Dorsett.
But it's Vern has a voice that resonates with like SEC fans, and he's been gone for that for a couple years. And obviously Masters fans, and he has done a great job. Some of the great, amazing calls because he's been on the 16th hole forever. And
I think he's really good.
Yeah, like golf is the perfect sport for him because it's at his age, it's slow enough where like he doesn't have to call a football game. And,
yeah, he's got some all-time college football calls,
and he does. He has some all-time college football calls. But he had stopped doing that. And now he's just doing the Masters and
does he live here?
I don't know where he.
I don't know
lives.
if he does currently. He obviously used to. Let me look here. I'll look it up.
But
I don't think you're going to be able to just easily look that up.
I think I can.
RJ's our stalker. He already found Peyton's landlord.
Okay, you're challenging me again. That not just on this. You're challenging me moving forward to stalk everyone. That's what you're inviting from me.
What was the other stalk challenge?
No, I'm just saying you're just inviting me to stalk people now because you're telling me I don't do it as well as RJ. Now I'm going to have to.
Oh, okay. So congratulations to Vern Lundquist on a Hall of Fame legendary career. Going to be calling his 40th and final Masters. Tiger Woods giving up the TW logo. Apparently says I don't want it anymore after he left Nike.
Yeah, so he left Nike and he has gone on to TaylorMade, and I assume Nike owns the rights to the logo.
Steamboat Springs, Colorado is where he lives.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah, he lives in a 4.5 house with 5 bedrooms, 4.5 bath, over 6,800 square feet.
Yep, there you go. Very nice.
Is that for real?
Yeah, I'm dead serious.
Yeah, so he has the new logo is pretty cool. It's got it looks like a tiger running. As opposed to the TW on the hat. So that's gone. He's now with TaylorMade.
RJ says you don't pour one out. We need to pop one in for the second greatest breakfast food of all time. This guy passed away.
Yes. This guy, the Pop-Tart guy, the guy who invented the Pop-Tarts, Bill Post. William Bill Post has passed away at the age of 96.
Posty.
One of the most iconic inventions of all time. Greatest breakfast food invention since the scrambled egg. And that wasn't really invented. That was just made.
Ooh.
This is an invention. Name me a better invention of the breakfast stuff. You had...
Do we include like stuff you can buy at a fast food place, not just stuff you can make at home? Because to me, if I think like classic breakfast, I think the Egg McMuffin.
Yeah, okay, I understand. I'm talking about for like something that's mass produced, like not
in your pantry.
In your pantry. Like there's nothing that comes close to this. You could buy a Pop-Tart.
Like cereal?
I mean, cereal's better.
You're not going to put cereal over Pop-Tart over a cereal.
It depends on what kind. Brown sugar cinnamon, then I might. And it depends on what kind of cereal. And it depends on what precedes cereal.
Frozen waffles, those are pretty good.
Frozen waffles are great, but how long before those go bad? I don't know.
They're
I know
frozen,
a Pop-Tart.
So not easily.
I know a Pop-Tart you keep in the pantry for up to 75 years.
Like a Twinkie.
And the taste is still the same. These things are amazing. The fact that you can get all that in a box and it will last decades on decades on decades. Bill Post, great man. Not all heroes wear capes. Dies at the age of 96, invented the Pop-Tart.
Pop-Tarts are great. Now, depending on what the flavor is how I decide if I'm going to toast it, put it in the fridge or eat it just room temperature because they all you got to eat them all differently depending on what flavor.
Which ones do you put in the fridge?
The hot fudge sundae ones. You put those in the fridge. They're like a nice little cold treat.
I think it's one though. I think it's a breakfast that you can eat at any time of day too.
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
it's a fruit snack.
It's fruit snack. Yes.
Pepe?
I go with the strawberry. Got to toast it though. Heated up strawberry.
I'm okay with not toasting any of them, and it's got to be a fruit one.
Yeah.
No chocolate, no fudge, no none of that.
I'll take the brown sugar cinnamon one in like when I mix in my hot chocolate, the soda hot chocolate with the coffee. I'll dip the brown sugar ones in there.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. Okay, we'll update the question that has taken over the morning show from the payload. I think this had to do with Peyton's water heater going out post Valentine's Day activities. And we were like, what did you do? And he's like, well, I didn't shower. Obviously, I don't have running hot water. And then Bobby proceeded to be disgusted.
Right.
And then you and I were surprised and disagreed.
We're surprised, disagreed. So because Bobby was like, after relations, Bobby says you have to shower.
You can go to bed with it. That's fine. You have to shower when you wake up.
Well, I think a lot of people shower in the morning anyway,
and
we don't.
They should look if you want to use the wet wipe in the instant aftermath.
Yeah.
And go, I'm too tired. I'm too drunk. Maybe. Fine. Wipe that away with your wet wipe. But then the very next morning you have to shower. You are telling me that you will go. Then you'll go into this morning show, spread eagle like you are right now, then go work out with it and not shower till noon. That is not good.
I just don't.
24 hours.
And you acknowledged a morning itch occasionally.
Occasionally you might get. It's like there might be a little bit of a different. Yeah, absolutely. But that does not mean that you have to do it right away or even the next morning. If I'm going to go to the gym at 10:30. Why would I shower at 4 a.m.?
Do you do your own laundry?
Imagine that after the gym.
Do you do your own laundry?
Sawdust?
Yeah.
You do your own laundry?
I do my own. Well, I do the laundry for the house.
Thank God. Because that would just be brutal if you were making Sarah wash that after the gym and everything.
I don't know who you're with. It's not disgusting.
Whoa, what is that?
It's not disgusting. It's very clean. She's very clean.
That's not the question. That's not the question, Bonte. The question is you're talking about all of the different natural lubricants and such that then mix together with then just the day living. Yeah, you don't just let that go into the afternoon. That's disgusting. Ryan has adjusted his thing. He said on looks alone, I'm the dirtiest looking one. But he said in reality, I'm the cleanest, and you are now at the bottom.
I do not need to wipe off the pheromones. All right, it is a badge of honor. All right, it is a trophy every single day. We're not disgusting. You do that.
Tell him what she texted you. You told me
she
in the bathroom.
She texted. She goes, "Could you imagine what our water bill would be like if we did that after every time we shower?"
Wow.
You'd be like Peyton, calling the landlord saying it's broken.
Let me set the rules here.
Mm-hmm.
At night, and I'm talking about like 8:30, 9:30, especially if you've already showered. Man, you do not have to shower right after that night. I agree with Bobby. You cannot let it get to the next by the next afternoon. You have to have showered.
Sure, I'll shower at noon today.
You have to.
Is
that acceptable?
Though. No, because he goes to the gym and then like
after the gym. Oh my gosh! Like people are talking about
and the sauna.
Ew!
That's what he said. He said he gyms, saunas, lets the steam emanate in there and then just pass on to everyone else.
That sauna,
you are gross.
That might kill it.
I got news for you. That sauna. 24-hour fitness in South Lake. There's a steady BO smell in there. Clean that up, man.
It's just you, I promise. That's not the steady BO smell. That's
a BO smell when you
walk in there.
Are
you saying that he had to have showered before coming into the show this morning?
Yes.
Okay, it's never going to happen.
Either do it last night or do it in the morning. If you don't have time to do either, then
so you and Kristen both shower. You eat a bowl of cereal, then you both shower.
No. Like I said, if you go to bed that night, that's fine. I may shower that night. I may rinse off. I don't know. It just depends. But definitely the next morning. If I didn't do it the night before, I will wake up early the next morning and shower.
I think it's a little rude.
I think what I think is rude is letting me know about the cheese that exists on your region, and you sit in here like this every day now, and now
Get
I
his
understand
crotch,
why
Ryan. Ryan,
this
get his
is Chop. This is Chop in shorts without having washed, just sitting up here like this every morning, just like that. And now I understand the stench that exists in this
Robert,
studio.
Listen, I
told you he was grimy.
I think it's a little rude. I think it's a little rude to shower it off.
This is disgusting.
I think it's a little rude the next morning to get up, or even that night to finish the act. Get up, finish the act, get up and shower. I think it's a little rude. No, your stuff is too disgusting.
This is the most controversial debate we've ever had on the Fan Text, where half of the people are like, You're
telling me this is 50-50?
This is you wimps who are Bobby, you're a wimp. You got to do this. You're soft. No. And then the other half going, Choppy, you are the most disgusting human on earth.
No, man, if you wait too long, things are going to develop.
Yes.
Negatively.
Yeah, if you wait
and then
too
just
long,
like,
for sure.
I mean,
Absolutely.
just knowing and saturation and walking. I mean, it has to be done probably as soon as you go. I'm not gonna wake up at 3 a.m., 3:30 unless it's like real bad.
I'm not.
And but as soon as I get home, yes, it has to be done. Otherwise, it's going to cost you. It is going to cost you.
Well, here, we'll test it with me. I won't shower all day today. I'll bring back the report tomorrow morning.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we'll see what grows and develops.
Well, I mean, that is dedication for the show.
I don't know if we can show everything on the fan cam. We'll have to blur some stuff out, but I mean, I think we should do it.
That is dedication for the show. So you showered yesterday at your parents' before your date, Valentine's dinner.
At like 3 o'clock.
Okay.
That's fine. You showered at 3 o'clock yesterday.
That's fine.
And then you went and you had a moment with your lady, and I don't think you were needed or required to go immediately rinse it off.
Yeah,
or
but
even rinse it off
but
this
then
morning.
he's not going to shower today.
Now that's a problem. You got to shower every day.
Well, I'm doing it for the show, though.
Okay, that's right.
I don't think you have to shower every day, by the way.
Well, yeah, if you don't go anywhere, yeah, fine.
214 Choppy has mushrooms growing on his stuff down there.
Listen.
RJ, fun guy.
I do have. Listen,
Not fun guy.
I do have
with
fun
an
guy.
eye.
I do have fungi growing down there. It's a completely different kind of fungi. All right, it is, and I've had that before. I've got that fixed.
Why do you think you've had it before?
Because I'm an athlete, Robert.
I'm an athlete.
And
out of the range.
I get jock itch.
Yes, I know. This is what the whole debate is about. That's why you have it.
All right.
No, I don't have it because of that.
Well, ask KMC at 9:40 in Crosstalk. I can't wait to see Basic's face for that. Sean, RJ, and Roberto, chartwreck.com. Sorry, chartwreck.com text line, but I'm sorry, Frankel and Frankel, but it has never been more lit than this. 877-881-1053. Meet the Cowboys' new defensive coordinator, and the NFL season just ended, but Bobby has Super Bowl and MVP odds for next year. That's already out. That's next.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan, segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Mike Zimmer officially is your Dallas Cowboys defensive coordinator. More on that in just a second here in Below the Belt brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness, home fitness equipment stores. But this segment has carried over because we ran into Chicoline in the hall from La Grande, and we had to get his takes on this situation. So, Chicoline, carrying over the topic from last segment, RJ Choppy says no need for him to shower until noon the next day after he's been with his lady. And you side with me on this.
Yes.
Gotta clean up.
You have to, man. You have to. But then again, it doesn't surprise me.
No.
Because you guys don't wash your hands when you come out of the bathroom.
I do.
It doesn't surprise me. Look, we have a rule at La Grande. I don't shake any of y'all's hands. None of you. Bobby, maybe. But you two,
I wash.
Never.
Wait, would you rather me just throw some water on it and give you the courtesy rinse? Is that what you want?
Dude, I mean,
if I don't pee on them, why am I washing?
So you're telling me you wake up early for your morning show. You and the wife, she's feeling a little frisky. 9 o'clock at night after you're shutting it down for the day.
Yeah.
You have fun. You do your thing. You are going right in the shower that night or in the morning?
I've done the whole just polar bear, like just roll over and just pass out.
Yeah.
But before I come to the station, I have to shower.
You know what time is 8 o'clock? Touch Bobby's hand.
Yes. I have to.
You show up at 8 o'clock. We get here at 4:30.
It doesn't matter.
Chop.
Yeah, it totally matters.
Chop, show Chicoline how you sit in here. Show him with the leg. He sits like this after he tells us this.
I can just imagine
just fogs up.
Bobby, it's like the cartoons. Remember the cartoons with like the white smoke is just going up your nose?
It's like, how gross is what you guys are dealing with?
No,
it's
just
gross.
natural. But you can't just let that fester.
For one, when you have sex, it gives off a scent.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Number one.
Yes,
and that's just like your arms and your shoulders.
I embrace it.
Oh man.
What do you think Christina would have said? I was just talking with Christina about Bocado, the place you took us to. You think she would think we're gross right now? No doubt, right?
I don't know, man. When it comes to that stuff,
yeah.
I think she's crazier than we are.
Yeah. All right, get out. Armando Chicoline La Grande with the he fist pumped Bobby twice.
Yeah, because I washed mine. Here, Chop, right there. Just pop some of that down there when you put your leg up. It is below the belt, and Mike Zimmer, you could hear that press conference right here on 105 through the Fan yesterday at 2 o'clock. He was really good. And the number one question we asked John Machota yesterday morning at 8 o'clock was, hey, what's the top issue you want to know about? And he said, I want to know about how he's going to use Micah Parsons. That's the big thing that's on my mind. How are you going to implement your best player? So Mike Zimmer was asked, what are you going to do with Micah Parsons?
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's a terrific player. You know, you watch him on tape and he makes some unbelievably athletic plays. At this point in stage right now, I'm trying to figure out, get the coaches in here, and then we can sit down. I think one of the strengths that I've always had is to look at players and kind of have a vision for each player and then try to figure out how we can use them in the best way. One of the things I would hate to do right now is to tell you how I'm thinking about playing him without talking to him and letting him think, okay, this is what we're thinking about doing with you, Micah. I don't think I should tell you guys first before I tell him.
It's fair point. Is it a little surprising at all? And I don't know. Are you surprised at all he hasn't picked up a phone and talked? We always say that, like, well, you haven't even talked to your quarterback yet. Why hasn't this guy been hired? Any surprise that he hasn't at least had like a phone call with Micah before he stood up there in front of the media?
No,
I don't have a problem with it.
I like it, kind of.
I do too.
It's like letting the girl
don't
know,
let
like,
him feel entitled.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, you're another female.
Exactly.
You're another player. Yeah. Like I want this guy coming in here and making everyone.
I think he's going to be so great for Micah. Not
really?
Okay, here's what I'll say. He will either be great for Micah, or
Micah requests a trade.
I think you'll get long-term answers about Micah. You'll understand if that's the guy that you want to pay with Zimmer here. Like, I think Zimmer here will show you, like, where is the maturity, is the growth possible?
Man, okay. This is tough because, like, Mike is such a rarity.
He is a freak.
I'm not letting Mike Zimmer dictate whether or not I re-sign Micah Parsons.
No. Again, don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not saying like, oh, pick Mike Zimmer over Micah Parsons. I'm saying Mike Zimmer's coaching style here with Micah entering year 4 and coming into an age where you would expect some growth and some maturity and some responsibility. If you don't see that under Zimmer's coaching style, I think that tells you, okay, this might not be a fit. ultimately.
Or it just won't happen ultimately.
Yeah. And so then at that point you have to say, okay, well, good. That gives us the answer about now we can make a decision on, is this the type of guy we want to pay $35 million a year to? And as a player, he absolutely is. It's just you got to, you wonder about the culture fit at times.
PFF tweeted this out. If the Cowboys are looking for a blueprint on how to beat the 49ers, the Chiefs defense showed it. KC generated 9 unblocked pressures in the Super Bowl. Mike Zimmer's calling card, the AA blitz package, could yield similar results. Orlovsky was talking about this AA gap blitz being the trend throughout the league. So what is this exactly?
So it's the A gap are the gaps on either shoulder of the center. So the AA gap blitzes are linebackers, 2 linebackers, basically standing over either shoulder and rushing. And so it's
why is that the new?
Because generally, that's why, whenever we see defensive tackles like Chris Jones and Aaron Donald becoming more valuable and things like that, it's because of how quickly. If you can win right there in the A gap in terms of win at the line of scrimmage, you're in the quarterback's face immediately. Yeah. Like, how often do we see guys like Patrick Mahomes who are able to roll out, extend plays, and cause trouble? How often do we see that, Aaron Rodgers does the same thing? That's why Rod Marinelli always used to talk about keeping him in the well. Like, don't let him break the pocket. Don't let him get outside. Don't let him do those things. So if you can cause the quarterback to go backwards and immediately get in his face and win faster than coming off of the edge, it's just a huge advantage in stopping a passing game. So if you can generate that pressure directly up the middle, that causes all sorts of problems, not only just for the passing game, but it blows up run games. It's just quicker. It's a path of least resistance.
So that is little San Francisco hope, according to PFF. By the way, Mike McCarthy, he was not thrilled with a question he got yesterday about going all in. He's like, thought I was just here to introduce a head coach.
You're kidding. He took offense to a standard question? Wow.
Yeah, he did not seem like he loved being up there. Sometimes I can't tell whether he hates being up there or gets bothered when all the questions are directed towards someone else. He also said it was very important for him to be respected and then loved. With all this likability talk about Zimmer, and Zimmer's like, I'm not a jerk and this and that. McCarthy was asked, about love versus respect, and he said first important to be respected, then loved. So that was Mike not wanting to touch all the all-in Jerry.
I don't want to deviate too much, but I do have to say that when that sort of thing happens, like when it's like, well, I thought I was up here. Tough. You blew it. You're lucky to be back here. Sit there and take whatever question you get. You're not allowed to complain about logistics of the job at all this year.
I agree.
Just get it done and quit being about it. I'm so tired of it. NFL MVP and Super Bowl odds are already out for next year. We've got the numbers. You want, Sean, you want to start off with MVP or Super Bowl odds?
Super Bowl.
Okay, Super Bowl odds. Where do you think the Cowboys fall in Super Bowl favorites?
They are tied with Detroit and Green Bay.
They are tied with Green Bay. They are not tied with Detroit.
Detroit's above.
Detroit is above. Here is, in fact, this is, when you consider who they're tied with 2 other teams on the odds. There are 7 teams above them, which means they're fringe top 10.
All right, so I know that San Fran is the favorite. I think it should be Kansas City.
Nailed it, San Fran.
But San Fran, then Kansas City.
Got it.
Then would you say Baltimore, RJ?
Probably Baltimore, Buffalo.
Buffalo. This is the top 4 in a row so far. You read my prep email. Congratulations.
I think Philly's going to be up there.
Detroit is tied with Cincinnati at plus 1,200. They're tied for 5th best odds.
So that's 6 teams. So then you have the Cowboys tied.
So then you have Miami at plus 1,700, and then tied at plus 2,000, Philadelphia, Green Bay, and Dallas.
Bassick has woken up. Dak MVP favorite or second? So Mike is up trouble.
Good question, Mike. Let's go to these MVP odds.
By the way, you want to see it? You want to know why Vegas has those buildings? Go take a look where
the ones that say Trump on them.
Where Chicago is.
Oh, on the Super Bowl odds.
I mean, they are 2,500 to 1. At least the one I saw yesterday.
This one from DraftKings is plus 3,000.
So 30 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So on the NFL MVP odds, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 players ahead of Dak Prescott on the odds. Here they are in order. Patrick Mahomes is 13 to 2, which that's 6.5 to 1.
6.5 to 1.
You got Joe Burrow and Josh Allen tied at second with 9-1. Jordan Love is fourth in MVP odds at 10-1. Fourth on his own, ahead of CJ Stroud at 11-1, which I think is kind of interesting. I would have thought there'd be a little bit more bullishness on what Stroud had done. Then it's Justin Herbert at 12-1, Lamar Jackson 14-1, Brock Purdy 16-1, and then Dak Prescott at 18-1, right ahead of a tie between Aaron Rodgers and Jalen Hurts at 20-1. Now, what's interesting is you got to go through pretty much every quarterback in the NFL before you get to a non-quarterback on these rankings. Who do you think is the NFL MVP favorite among non-quarterbacks? Tied with Baker Mayfield at 80-1.
Wow.
Not McCaffrey.
Tyreek.
Boom. Wow. Christian McCaffrey, who is actually behind Kyler Murray, Kirk Cousins, Justin Fields, Jared Goff 50-1. Is that surprising to you with how he played?
50?
50-1.
50-1.
Like good value.
I mean, if you look at the quarterback of the number one seed is probably going to get it.
Detroit could be in contention.
If you just look at that, Detroit could be in contention. I mean, I think that's an option.
Like, I think it's interesting.
50-1, it's good value.
50-1 with Anthony Richardson at 40-1. Richardson, who didn't even play much this season.
I mean, look, he's just eternally, he's eternally disrespected in golf. So it's just like it makes sense why he's 50-1.
Some of the other interesting notes off of this: Caleb Williams is 100-1. That's even with Bryce Young and Geno Smith, as well as Justin Jefferson.
Is he clearly the Rookie of the Year favorite?
Yeah, I would think so. Just naturally, wherever he goes. Now,
no, he's asking you what Vegas says.
Oh, I don't have the rookie. I don't have the Rookie of the Year favorite. He's the top MVP. He's the top rookie on the MVP odds, so he would have to be Rookie of the Year favorite, I would guess. The only defensive player listed on these rankings. Well, there's two of them tied though. Micah Parsons at 250-1, tied with his arch nemesis, TJ Watt. Who, of course, they've had their little mix-up lately.
Did you guys play that yesterday?
No, we did not play that yesterday.
Mr. Overrated, TJ Watt?
See, this is you and Micah. Just
9:20. Maybe we have to do this at 9:20.
Just reading Football Outsiders and nothing else. But Micah Parsons is tied there with J.J. McCarthy and Michael Penix on the MVP odds. So can get a little value there maybe with Jared Goff.
Below the belt right here on DFW Sports Station. Did Taylor Swift get Kanye kicked out of the Super Bowl? And is Travis Kelce the drunkest championship parade audio of all time? Get ready to laugh and spill your coffee. Final hour Thursday edition is next. But I just got the message from my main man, Brandon Hurtado.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time with the Morning Family back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank y'all for joining us as we try to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. Being a Tolo, that stands for turn it on, leave it on. Obviously, the big story in sports, 1 dead, 21 injured in the shooting near the end of the Chiefs championship parade. Looks like 3 people have been detained. There's an overhead shot of one of the shooters getting tackled by 2 civilians. We don't know motive. I haven't seen a ton of information on the suspects either, and it sounds like they were all alive when they got them.
Yeah, that is. I mean, that's a big part because that's pretty unique. And look, mass shootings are no longer unique. But we're not usually able to apprehend the suspects. They usually are killed on the scene or they kill themselves a lot of times, especially in some of these mass shootings that happen, like where they're in schools or whatever. So that is at least something you can maybe find out why, find out a motive, and figure out what it was. You'll be able to find out. They haven't released. At least I haven't seen the type of weapons that they were able to get. They apprehended a lot of them. At least they said they found them. They haven't released all that information, but we'll be able to see their photos, their faces, and why. Hopefully.
And good news here, of course, the one woman who seemed to pass away was like a local radio personality.
Local DJ, yeah.
That's awful.
In Kansas City. But as far as we've seen, everybody else, the other 21, 22, seem to be recovering.
I saw like last night, 8 in critical condition. The story is just changing with the numbers because at first they said no kids. 1 person dead, 10 people injured, and now we're up to 1 dead, 21 injured, and
3 people, and they've recovered the firearms.
And ProFootballTalk.com says that 12 patients were taken to Children's Mercy Hospital. All are expected to make a full recovery. 9 of the patients were kids between ages of 6 and 15 who were shot. 2 patients were children injured in the surrounding chaos.
Yeah, that's one of those that in the wake of these sort of things, there is always this like just in the rush to try and get everything covered and the constant updates of this, you do get these wild like contradict where it's like, well, there's no kids. And it's like, well, no, it turns out it's like mostly kids, or oh, there's this happening, this stuff. I obviously finding out that it's somebody passing away there who worked at a local radio station or whatever else, just trying to cover the local team. Like, I mean, we were all like heading out there. Our station had a large presence at the Rangers championship parade recently and stuff like that. And just to think how quickly that can turn, and without like, obviously there's no cause for it, no reason for it, but like without even knowing motive yet, you're just kind of looking at it and go like, this just seems like something where somebody walks in and it doesn't seem like something that like sprung up from, oh, there's an argument and this just seems like somebody calculated trying to inflict harm and get in the news and get everywhere and just inflict a lot of damage. And it always feels insufficient talking about it the next day, trying to comfort anyone or make anybody feel better about it.
Is it in bad taste right now to like play the Kelsey stuff after talking about this headline? I don't know. Is it impossible to separate?
I mean, it's
it's like, oh, now let's go to the funny part.
Right. I don't know. It's what happened yesterday. It's in the news.
Well, it's not in the news.
I mean, Kelsey is in the news. Like he was everywhere.
He's always in the news, though. I mean, he's been like, he's dating Taylor Swift. I mean, he's literally always in the news.
To finish up on the parade stuff, like it makes you want to, like, I have a gun, but I don't take it out of the house. I have it in the safe just in case. And it's like, man, like when you go to an event like that, it makes you just want to carry it. It makes you want to get your license, your conceal, whatever it is.
We don't even need one here. Like, we're an open carry state, so you don't really, right? You don't even need one.
I thought I needed one to like carry in the car. Versus having it in my house.
No, your car is considered an extension of your home.
Oh. What about walking the street?
That I don't know. I've always been told you can carry it in the car.
It absolutely makes me want to get a concealed carry license.
Yeah.
And just carry. And I think there are still places that you can't carry. Like I don't believe you can carry in a school.
We'll get an answer here in about 15 seconds on the fan text.
I don't think you can carry everywhere, bars, whatever. But yeah, it absolutely makes me want to get my concealed carry license. I would feel like I'll be honest. Like ever since Bobby brought up Aurora, the movie theater shooter, like every time I've gone to a movie since then, it's been on my mind. Or like my kids' basketball games, where you feel like you're in a gym. It's like, okay, you're trapped in here.
Mall.
We
went to see, I can't even remember the kids movie, but then going out in North Park, it's like, all right, you want to grab something here at the food court? And I was like, I wasn't going to leave and not do it, but it was on my mind.
Sure.
I was like looking around. I thought about it.
Absolutely.
You don't need a license. You can open carry. So you can carry. Yep. A lot of people have their CHL, but you can open carry.
877.
According to the fan text, not me. So if that's wrong, nobody hold me liable for that.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line here on Sean and RJ. All right, let's kind of distance, and then we'll see if the Kelsey drunk audio parade stuff feels better to play. But the story that Taylor Swift may have gotten Kanye kicked out of the Super Bowl, this is from Brandon Marshall saying this. Brandon Marshall said that Kanye got a suite or seats right in front of Taylor.
Yeah.
Taylor freaked out. We remember what happened on stage at the Grammys. I think it was the Grammys years ago. Taylor made a couple calls, and Kanye was tossed out of the seats and out of the stadium. Kanye's team vehemently denying that story. I don't buy this for 1 second.
I don't buy it either.
No, neither.
But I mean, look, Kanye's...
You're going to throw Kanye out of the Super Bowl? Taylor Swift has that type of power? Come on.
I mean, she might.
She might.
Conspiracies.
Look at the numbers.
I mean, look, Kanye is not exactly like an untouchable individual these days. He's gotten into a lot of different stuff. Shaq went after Kanye on Instagram over the weekend.
For what?
So he was complaining about some issue with Jamie Salter and his old business partner. Something, I don't know what it was, but Shaq jumps on there and goes, "Who cares? Stop being and snitching. I know you saw me at the Super Bowl. I was waiting for you to say something smart. Man up. Nobody want to see you crying. Man up, little boy."
Whoa.
So Shaq wanted to fight Kanye. I was like,
he
I know you
posed
saw
with
me.
Taylor.
Yeah, so he's like, I know you saw me, bro. And you don't want the smoke. You don't want the Shaq smoke.
Yeah, I don't believe, unless he was harassing her. If he was harassing her, then I could see them throwing him out of the stadium. But I don't believe this. And
I mean,
look,
did he even get thrown out of the VMAs when he harassed her? I don't know that he did. He may have, because he was pretty drunk that night.
that was a different Kanye, different Taylor. Kanye now is...
That was a more sane Kanye, actually, oddly enough.
Yes, it was.
And you have the breakdown for how Taylor was responsible for even more Super Bowl viewership.
Listen to this. This is going to make Bobby...
The Belt House. This was the Belt Apartment.
Oh, my gosh. By the way, I forgot to tell you, Addison made her Valentine's Day box. It was a completely Taylor Swift decorated one.
Good.
She was talking about how happy she was when the Chiefs scored 13 points because 13 is Taylor's favorite number.
Yes, good.
No, I
She'll
told
be
her,
staying on the 13th floor of 13th plane row of all her traveling.
I said, Addison, grow up. You grow up. This is silliness. Drop Taylor Swift. She's an idiot. And I was like, and if you listen to her music, I highly question your judgment.
123 million viewers for the Super Bowl this year. What was Taylor Swift's?
Uh-oh. Get your ALS test for him.
Finger tap test, John.
In women ages 18 to 24, viewership was up 24%.
Woo!
In girls ages 12 to 17, viewership was up 11%. In women and men ages 18 to 24 and girls aged 12 to 17 combined had 2 million more viewers for this year's Super Bowl than last.
Wow.
Like there is, you can hate on her all you want, and that's all that is. It's just hate. She brought eyeballs.
This is the first Super Bowl. Well, what also brought eyeballs is the new way that they count TV ratings, which we've talked about. And this is the first Super Bowl with that, so that has to be factored into that, which means Taylor is not all of that.
Right, but okay, so Taylor brought interest to the NFL throughout the course of the year.
Yeah, they were really down bad, that brand.
Well, okay, you know what? Like my kids don't my 11-year-old, is he 11? He does not watch the NFL. All right. So, and a lot of kids in his school don't, but I guarantee you that like the ones that are Taylor Swift fans it was more on their radar.
Yeah.
It's more on their radar. There's a lot of kids in school.
And Bobby, let me say something to you. Let me say something to you real quick.
Say something to me. Give me the real.
I'm going to give you the real. You should be so grateful that your sweetheart little girls are looking up to someone that is this clean. They could be looking at someone on the pole, or, not that there's anything wrong with that.
I'd rather
it could be a much more, controversial.
All the overnight dancers.
Hating on his game. You could have someone into drugs. You could have someone into violence, someone into some really dark stuff. You could do much worse than Taylor Swift. You should be thankful, grateful, and happy over it.
Look, I'd rather
Pick
them
a clean role model.
I'd rather them be complete failures in their personal lives and have good taste in music, Sean. That's what I would prefer. I'd rather have that than have them be like, grow up to be president and be singing, "Look what you made me do. Look what you made me do." Taylor Swift. It's not even so much Taylor Swift. As I've said before, it is the Taylor Swift commentators that are like, "How much can you guys can't stand this, you insufferable misogynistic down with the patriarchy. Taylor Swift is taking over your precious sport." That's where it's like, go to hell. Like, get out of the way. I'm done with that.
Will you be thrilled when they break up?
No, they're not going to break up. They're going to get married.
Oh!
Yeah, it's a love story. Just say yes.
It is. It's a good reference.
Thank you.
Very good reference.
Yeah, it's
all right.
Topical.
We got Super Bowl mic'd up audio. They wouldn't release Travis Kelce going off on Andy Reid.
Release the tapes.
Which he and his brother said were unacceptable. They got Deshaun Gibson, though. Woo! They got Deshaun Gibson, San Francisco safety, talking mess about Mahomes on the sideline.
That is just a regular quarterback, bro. Ain't nothing different. They just ain't been catching it. He regular, bro. And we're going to make his ass look regular.
I like it.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking to your guys. Like there's a difference between saying that publicly, where like you're hyping your guys up, you're trying to trash talk. It's like Max Crosby, little ass boy, to Gardner Minshew. You're trying to hype your guys up, make them believe like this dude's just another quarterback. We can beat him. Don't be worried about the mystique or the aura. All right.
Deshaun's a pro, man. Like he's big here. His kid's big in the local youth athletic world. And
really?
He's a really good baseball player.
Oh.
Tremendous football player. One of the most athletic kids at 11 years old you'll ever see. And Deshaun's in a lot of the games when he's not playing. But he's gonna catch heat for this one.
Yeah.
But Bobby's right. I mean, he's not he is probably trying to hype his guys up. It's a terrible look.
You know how many people...
This is going to stick with him for a long time.
You know how many people probably across from Tom Brady before getting their ass kicked in Super Bowls were like, come on, this guy's all hype. He's a check down artist. He doesn't know what he's doing. If we play our game, he can't hang with the... this is just... It's the way that you talk. But they are protecting Travis Kelce. They are protecting his relationship. I'm sure he was, saying something really awful that would make him look bad, cause him to break up with old T Swift, but they're going to protect him. They're not going to air that. If you heard some of the stuff that they don't air, because I've heard some of the stuff that DallasCowboys.com has to cut down for their mic'd up videos. No, Kent Garrison works for The Athletic. Kent's a great guy. DallasCowboys.com, when they have to
I love blowing up Bobby's friends.
When they have to, I mean, you're giving them the radio version of a wet willy. It's just a little much, Sean. Okay, so look, when you're
fight.
That's not going to start a fight with me. The guy I did it to is soft. The whole place is soft, so I don't care.
So no, when you hear cowards, they have to painstakingly pour over those mic'd up Dallas Cowboys videos. Go can't put that in there. That's not good. And so there's a lot.
All right, Sandler wants us to play the Kelce audio. So let's see where Travis Kelce's blood alcohol level ranks amongst the drunkest championship celebrations of all time. We have the audio, and if we have time, RJ defends Micah and the latest really, really disrespectful, dumb thing that he said about another NFL great. That's next on The Fan. But what do you need to know in order to start your brand new career in IT, information technology? Career Services, nationally accredited. Was that part of the song, what you just did?
Nope.
All right, well then, don't talk.
It's called an ad-lib, Sean. Look it up.
Tolo D sending me a tweet from Dave Campo. He is spoken on the Cowboys' new defensive coordinator, Mike Zimmer. I'm going to call Bassick out, cross-talk with KMC, saying the Mavericks could win the championship last night. 9:40. They beat the Wizards and the Spurs, and Mikey is back on board. Plus, we'll ask the showering poll question of the morning at 9:40. Dave Campo, all you Cowboy fans, get ready. Zimmer wants Lions. Not the Lions that live in the zoo that know that they're going to get fed every day, rain or shine, like a lot of players in this NFL, but the Lions that live in the jungle that have to wake up ready to hunt or they don't eat. So that's Dave Campo talking about Mike Zimmer. And, of course, the lion here is Micah Parsons.
Campo believes big time in Zimmer. Always has. Was really talking him up back in December when he came through town for Jimmy's stuff. Like had mentioned him there. And so I know he's a big fan of his. And if anybody would know how to handle big egos and making elite players reach their potential, the guys who know that, I mean, are the guys who were in those 90s locker rooms like Campo and Zimmer.
Mike and Mike yesterday were talking about how they respected each other the most when they were both in the NFC North. Zimmer said, what makes him grouchy? He's not a jerk, he said. What makes me grouchy, though, you mess up technique, discipline, and fundamentals. We had a Tolo talk about how in 7 of 8 years in Minnesota, Zimmer's teams are always like lowest in terms of penalties accumulated. So that looks like it's a great sign. And he said, how are guys different than back in the day? He said, all the great ones want to be coached. All the great ones want to know, how can I do this better? And they do want to be coached. And of course, we got a great one here in Micah Parsons. And I know this is from last week, but this is perfect for RJ Choppy because he is taking shots at the great TJ Watt in Pittsburgh. And last week on the Zach Gelb show, our buddy from CBS Sports Radio, he asked Micah about Myles Garrett versus TJ for Defensive Player of the Year.
Myles, you look at the Titans game alone, and no offense, but TJ played the Titans. Did you see 2 tight ends following TJ Watt? Did you see, like, they're following him all across the line? People could say whatever they want, but at the end of the day, the film does not lie. Like, his presence is way more dominant than TJ Watt, and that's just the reality of it.
All right. That was part 1.
Oh, baby, give me more. Give me more of this.
Zach Gelb said, now you know what's going to happen, right? You know what's going to happen. People are going to take this as you disrespecting, again, TJ Watt. Do you even have him in your top 5 pass rushers in the NFL?
I think I'm probably the best pure speed pass rusher, but if you're going off defensive ends, or run and everything, you can label that. But you're talking about pure pass rusher, I would say if you look at my win rate, I was the best one this year, so it would be me. And I would say Miles, and I would say Max, and I would say Nick Bosa, and then I would say
not TJ.
I mean, look at the stats. That's one thing. Like, the stats don't lie. He was not top. I think he might have been 5th or 6th. Alex Highsmith, I think, had a better pass rush rate and a more double team rate than TJ Watt, if you really want to be statistically. This isn't my stuff. Like, I'm not just pulling this out my ass. Look at the stats.
Wow.
Yes, sir, Micah.
It's time for him to stop talking.
No, it's not. It's time to
what did he say?
Talking.
He could name 4 players. Fine, whatever. If you don't think he's in the top 4, fine. He goes, he says Miles, Max, myself, Bosa. I just know it's not TJ. TJ's certainly not 5th. He comes off like straight hater when he talks like this.
Listen, you can hate TJ Watt. Let me tell you how overrated he is.
Oh my.
He is so overrated that he has made JJ the 2nd most overrated member of his family. Okay, that's how overrated TJ is. And nobody's more overrated than JJ.
Oh.
And I love JJ, but he's massively overrated. Okay, massively. Secondly, never ask a woman her age, her weight, her body count, and never ask a Steeler fan to talk about TJ Watt's double team rate. All right, because that will trigger the hell out of them.
Yeah.
Because TJ Watt is double teamed at a less rate than Andrew Van Ginkel.
Why? Okay. Why, Choppy? Why?
Why? Because he He's KP. He can't play.
KP.
He's KP.
You think he's lining up on the edge and straight rushing every time, and teams are going, let's not double this guy who's led the NFL in sacks 3 out of the last 4 years.
What they're saying is let's not double a guy whose pass rush win rate is the same as Jadeveon Clowney.
What does that mean?
Who is known as the most biggest busted number 1 pick, I don't know, on the defensive side of the ball in a long time. Micah, 35% pass rush win rate, 35% double team rate. Myles Garrett, 30% win rate, 29% double team. Will Anderson Jr., rookie, right? Is he a rookie?
Yep.
26% win rate, 23% double team rate.
I was going to see how many times you kept saying pass rush win rate because it's very difficult.
Smartened up. I smartened up there.
Shortened it.
TJ, 25% win rate. That's very, very good. Very, very good. His double team rate is 14%. There are 2 guys in the top 20 in the NFL who have a lower double team rate than TJ Watt. They are Chase Young and Boy Math has a lower one. Other than that, nobody else. TJ Watt, overrated.
Wow. What a presentation.
And I just came up with that in the break.
That was impressive.
So, why, again, would he not be getting double teamed? I just want you to logically think about it, Chop. What could it possibly be?
Well, either it's that NFL offensive coordinators know he's KP, or they're stupid. One of the two.
You don't consider Micah Parsons a linebacker, right?
No.
He's just a pure pass rusher, right? TJ Watt is not being asked to rush the passer on every play. TJ Watt is being asked to do a ton of different things. That's why TJ Watt, for his career, also has 45 passes defended, 7 interceptions, 27 forced fumbles on top of all the sacks. He's not the pure, just stand back. When he's asked to do it, no, you know what? That's impressive because Micah's rushing every play. Watt isn't, and Watt is leading the NFL in sacks 3 out of the last 4 years. TJ Watt is not getting burned out at the end of every season. TJ Watt is not opening his mouth and causing distractions for his locker room regularly.
Well, let's see here. TJ Watt has more pass rush.
What is pass rush win rate, Chop? What does it mean? Tell me what it means.
It's the amount of times that you beat the man
within 2.5 seconds. What does winning the block mean? Because there's many times that when they grade it as a block that's lost, the NFL would say, no, that's a block that's won because of where he pushed him or whatever else he did. 2.5 is not even considered the time limit that most quarterbacks are releasing. I have to start to question all of your stats because
this thing here says that TJ Watt rushed the passer 60 more times this year than Micah Parsons did.
Read your. What I'm saying is that when you watch the way that he drops in coverage, go look at everything on PFF. You can turn your head up. I understand it's easier to read a spreadsheet than know the game, but I'm just saying that if you go look at it, poke. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
This is the ridiculousness of this. You go, well, the counting numbers say something else. Okay, well, everything, every metric that I know, we just create statistics like pass rush win rate so Micah can feel better about himself and, talk S on a podcast.
I would, if you told me that both stayed healthy, I'm taking TJ. If it's one game, I'm taking TJ. I'm actually kind of shocked here. We always did this with Julio Jones. He's played more games than I would have bet a lot of money on.
TJ?
Yes.
Yeah, because the Watt family usually is pretty injured.
The Watt family.
You leave Derek Watt out of this.
Starting 2017, games played 15, 16, 16, 15, 15, 10, and then 17. I would have bet a lot and lost a lot of money that TJ Watt got. He always seems hurt to me. He always seems hurt and missing games, but I thought it was a Luda statement. All right, so that's Micah versus TJ. I don't think this is the first time he's taken shots either. He got something against TJ Watt.
I like it.
Yeah, I like that he has the stones to say it. I do want him to be intelligent, but he's going off of some of the chop numbers out here. All right. Championship Drunk Hall of Fame. Is Travis Kelce the number 1 seed after he needed help standing up? After he tried to sing this song, he almost fell over. They had to hold him up on stage.
Hold on, cut that. I want everybody a part of this thing. If you know this song, sing along. Blame it all on my roots. I showed up in booze and ruined the Niners affair. The last one to know We were the last ones to show. We were the last ones they thought they'd see there. And I saw the surprise, that fear in their eyes. And when took that glass of champagne, Pat took that glass of champagne, I promise you. When I took, and I toasted you. Honey, we through what I never. What? I got friends.
Oh no. Time it with the music.
There will be all day.
So good.
Oh, I got
Man, they have fun, dude. The Kelseys have some fun.
Oh yeah,
they're the brothers. They're the official brothers of the National Football.
Now, who sent this linebacker drunk? Giving a shout out to the teams that Kansas City beat in the playoffs.
Oh, that was me. I
Okay,
found it.
This is Drew Tranquill. Is this his name?
Yep. Yes. Drew Tranquill.
Drew Tranquill, Chiefs linebacker, apparently on that scissor.
This is way better than LA, I can tell you that much, baby. These streets are lined. There's millions of people here. It's a special moment. I'm about to take your mic from you. I mean, my goodness. Miami, got him. Buffalo, got him. In a blizzard, in the snow, Baltimore. Can't beat them big bad Wolves. No chance. We get after them. And then the big bad 49ers. Oh, coming in. Oh, this, that, and the other, man. Big Red, T Swift, and the boys came and took it. We took it. They didn't give us nothing. And we took it. I don't even have a voice right now. I love you guys. Hey, I love you guys.
Okay.
He sounds like Bill Paxton.
That can't even sniff Kelsey. Peyton, who else have you dug up for the Mount Rushmore of drunk parade audio?
Oh, man, we got to go to the National Hockey League, our own Brett Hull.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. You know him, RJ Choppy, singing Glory at the Blues Stanley Cup Parade.
And they are the champions. Glory, Gloria, Gloria, Gloria. I think I got your number, Gloria.
It's close.
That's close.
They
went blue. That's good.
And now we have, let's stay in the Hockey League right here. Let's go. This was from this past championship, the Vegas Golden Knights, William Karlsson. Do we remember that parade?
I know Bill, of course.
Oh, man, I don't know what he was saying in here, but here's 50 seconds of just golden audio.
Okay, you guys can hear me? So, this guy, this effing guy. Yeah, I know. So, Riley, he was here day one. Yeah. And I know you have been here day one. You guys are so amazing. We played Arizona in the first game, and we beat the out of them. And I had no points.
They're trying to take his mic.
Yeah.
But that's okay. Because at year one, I was pretty fucking great. But you guys were greater.
That's so good.
That was good. I think they were trying to wrestle the mic away from him.
Yeah.
I think. Is that it?
We got one more.
All
Michael Malone of the Denver Nuggets.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, y'all tell me, is Brucey B going anywhere? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Hey, we running this shit back. We running this shit back. Hell yeah. Come on. Get loud. Get loud.
Bruce Brown now plays for
Not the Denver Nuggets.
the Toronto Raptors. I think Kelsey's the new 1 seed.
I think he is.
I think it's Travis. I think it has to be.
He, especially because he's like, if you know the words, sing along, and then he forgets them for most of the song.
All right. Mike Bassick now thinks that the Dallas Mavericks can win the championship, and let's see how Kevin and Corey answer the shower poll question of the week. Crosstalk with KMC is next.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Spurs, by the way, have a foul to give. Oh, give it go! Kyrie inside! The Picasso of the paint, able to levitate.
What's up with your pauses back there between the commercials?
That's not me. That's the promo.
Oh.
Twice we've had dead air leading into a bumper.
Oh,
payload
that
and
might be
now.
shots fired at the boss.
That's shot fired at you, Peyton.
When we were
I don't do
working
the promos.
we had
Good
one
baseball intro right there.
right around midnight that would always have a 7-second pause, and we would every time we'd freak out about it. So yeah, sometimes it is the promo.
What's coming up on the show before I attack Bassick?
I broke this microphone.
Oh. Fit of rage, we'll do that.
No, look, and I'll admit I've had fits of rage up here. I just barely moved it and it goes. It felt like it was glued on there.
It obviously was. Look where it broke. It broke like the plastic broke.
That's it has been
fixable.
broken before.
That's an Armando special.
And we glued it back on.
That's why we're moving.
And yeah.
And we're not taking this with us? Not taking the equipment?
We have to. We're not buying anything new.
We can't afford it.
So you're just doing handheld here,
I guess, for crosstalk.
All right, you have any stand-up material?
Yeah, it's probably too dark for.
I would love that.
I feel like you would go on stage and feel comfortable doing 5 minutes of stand-up.
Sure.
Oh, that was.
But I can't.
Would you rip your shirt off Burt Kreischer style and just do it like that?
No, but it would be. I've tested some of my jokes out, and my wife's like, I don't think that.
I like him. I like him. I like his jokes off the air. On the air, they're too safe. Off the air, I love them.
Corey, what's coming up?
Right out of the gate, this is the Rangers team. There will be no additions. Can they repeat? We'll get into it right off the top. And I know, Mike, you have the top 100 list as we're getting down to number 20-something.
We're down to 21. Like, the NFL one, they're down
100?
to the top 100. They've done 21 through 100 on MLB.com. So we'll see where the Rangers are.
NFL overreaction or not. And Mavs Spurs, will the Mavericks win the entire thing?
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
baby.
As Mike is predicting.
So Peyton sent me this Mike tweet from last night.
I was
And,
surprised when I saw that tweet.
Yeah, they beat Washington and the Spurs.
And who else?
Double-digit come from behind victories in
Oklahoma
both.
City. And Oklahoma City.
Double-digit come from behind victories in both.
And Mikey thinks
that's
that
what you
there
want.
is a possibility. Were you wanting to kiss up to the MFFLs?
First of all,
or the Twitter
why
people?
would you listen to me? Look at my hoodie today. What is
Hockey
it?
Mike.
I mean, I'm a hockey guy, so don't listen to my basketball takes. All I'm saying is this. Everything is there now around a superstar player to do it. Will it happen this year? Probably not. In my tweet, I put, will it gel this quickly? Probably not. But if you look at this, you have the other superstar. He's probably going to be honest, he's probably going to get hurt in the playoffs like he did against Brooklyn. The toenail on the line, the reason Brooklyn didn't beat Milwaukee when Milwaukee won it all is because of Kyrie. Kyrie couldn't play in the playoffs. He was hurt. That was the main reason that they couldn't get by Milwaukee, is their second best player was hurt. So that will be an issue for the Mavericks, probably all of Kyrie's career. But they have two legitimate centers now. They never have to play Dwight Powell ever again. That is the greatest thing that they accomplished in the last draft/trade deadline, is we don't have to watch a non-NBA player play 24 regular season minutes. Then they have wing defenders. Josh Green and PJ Washington are good wing defenders. Derek Jones Jr. is an okay wing defender coming off the bench. Maxi Kleba is a solid wing defender coming off the bench. Dante Exum, who never seems to be healthy, has played about 15 really good games this year where you're like, hey, he's a contributing maybe 10 to 20 minute a player. I don't know if he is or not. He doesn't play enough for me to really have a strong opinion on him. He's a gunner. He's a streaky shooter. You have a dude who can get hot and score 25 on 12 shots. He might also take 12 shots and score 0 points. And Tim Hardaway Jr. Jaden Hardy is a developing assassin off of the bench where you're just like, dude.
Assassin.
Off of the bench.
Okay.
There's a chance he might give you 20. He can't you don't want him ever playing point guard his whole career, but off of Kyrie and off of Luka, he can be a valuable asset off of the bench for 20 minutes. So I look at the team and go, and then everybody besides Kyrie is in their mid-20s or younger in Derek Lively and Jaden Hardy's case. Now, they have nothing to trade going forward. They've traded all their picks.
What about the first-round pick they got?
I was wrong. I can't read.
Oh, that got sent away.
I can't read.
Just like Noah.
But my question is this, and I really like the just like Noah.
So I'm putting it all out there. They probably will not make the NBA Finals and win it all this year. But when you now look at this team on paper, they do have what usually you need around a superstar
But
player.
basically, it was the OKC game that did this for you because we all reacted together in Vegas after the deadline, and we were talking about maybe winning a first-round game. So I
Like
know
a whole series, you mean?
Yeah, I'm sorry, first-round series. So it had to be the Thunder game because I know you're not reacting to just last night in the Wizards game.
Right, the Wizards game, you couldn't have beat another team in the NBA the way literally they lose 28 of 29 matchups the way they played against the Wizards, but they played the Wizards, so that ended up being a win.
Yeah,
but they blew out Oklahoma City. They blew out San Antonio. I'm not telling you. I'm guaranteeing they're going to the Western Conference Finals. In fact, if they play Denver in a series, I will tell you right now, Denver wins hands down in 5 or 6 games. But the other matchups, Minnesota, Oklahoma City, LA Clippers, I believe now that they have a legitimate chance to win those series. Let's see how it plays out. I wanted, in the first sentence I put, let's see how this second half plays out. Because right now, they're interesting enough to me to go, holy crap, in these last 20-something games, could they become a real threat to all of these teams? We're like, crap, we do not want to play Dallas. That's the team in the bottom 4 that we're scared of.
You had said that they're likely wouldn't even make the play-in game.
I thought that they would lose in the play-in. If they didn't make any trades, they were going to lose in the play-in situation. Because when you
they're
have
not close
no
to that
defense,
now anymore, though.
no rebounding.
In your mind, they're not even close to that play-in game anymore. They're going to be
I think they could
5,
still
6
be. If they want to be the 4 seed, they have to win 52 games.
Okay.
And that might still not make it at 50. So when you look at that, they can only lose 7 games the rest of the way if they want to be the 4 seed. And that's just giving yourself a chance. So you can only lose 7 games the rest of the way if you want to be the 4 seed. But could they lose 9 games and become the 5 seed? That would put you at 50 and 32. I think that's a possibility. That's going, I need to look at the rest of the way. Is that 20 and 9 or 18 and 9 the rest of the way? Something like that. But this is different. This is the first time, and I'm going to give Nico credit because Mark Cuban has never looked like he's come close to doing anything like this. Drafting a legitimate player who can play in the league, that hasn't happened since Devin Harris. So, or Josh Howard. Josh Howard was 2003. Devin Harris was 2005. And then obviously, I get it. Luka was 18. That was a top 3 pick. So, yeah, I'm going to stick with, no, they're not making the NBA Finals. In fact, I could see them losing to Minnesota and Oklahoma City, but let me see this thing play out because this looks different.
Okay.
They actually play defense and they actually rebound a basketball.
All right, Bob, let's ask K and C the poll question of the show.
So this came up because of Peyton. And so there's a long backstory here, but basically it comes down to this. If you are having...
His water heater's busted, so this came up as an issue after last night in his date
because it was Valentine's Day. So after you have relations, are you required to shower before, at the very least, before you go to work the next morning?
Hey, granted, hang on.
Or let it fester through the workday into the afternoon.
And there's a thing. No. If your job is 9 to 5 and you wake up at 7 a.m., that's different.
Yeah.
If your job starts, if I leave the house at 4 a.m.
Or if you're RJ Choppy and you get off work at 10 and you go to the gym to work out with that, and then you go sit in a sauna, and then you finally shower after noon. What do you think about that?
Hold on, did you say workout and sauna for
before showering?
No. That's a lot of activity.
It is a lot of activity
with the previous night on him.
If I shower in the morning before coming to work, that greatly decreases my chances of going to the gym.
Yeah,
I'm not taking a second shower.
Makes sense.
Once I shower, I'm good for the day.
I agree.
So
that being said, sauna also, you sweat off the stink now.
And you have jock itch?
Well, how about you? Yeah, sometimes.
That's because there's a lot of moisture happening in your pants for a lot of time.
Knuckleballs,
But,
Mike.
I'm also, it's not nasty. It's not nasty.
Oh, God.
I am releasing. I am a walking trophy. I am released into the world. Pheromones.
He sits with his foot up on this console, just open-legged in his shorts every day. Now I know this, and now I'm going to get pink eye.
Corey, you seem to agree with Choppy. You seem to agree.
Yeah, when I get done, sometimes I'll be like, man, that was a rough one, so I'm gonna go clean up real quick.
Yeah.
And then sometimes I'm just like, I'm too tired, and wake up the next day.
A baby wipe is fine. A baby wipe is fine.
Nobody's walking around putting their nose in my crotch.
Fine, but it doesn't matter. A quick wipe off, fine. But the next morning, you have to shower. Soap and water has to go down there because that's just extended time where things are lingering down there. It starts.
These
fester.
guys were girls; they'd be growing bread.
Well, they said RJ mushroom.
RJ, did you not say
Sourdough.
at Super Bowl you said you were all sourdough?
Yeah, look, yes, because
But then you go work out and you
wonder
shower
why.
and
I
clean
shower
it.
and work out. Look, yes, I'm a real athlete. I get jock itch.
Real
Okay, like a real athlete would.
So
It's not
What is
from
the
the
sport that
athletics.
you
there's
play?
like 17 big things of baby powder in a baseball clubhouse because a lot of guys, to your point, if they have your lifestyle, they baby powder the crap out of their private area.
Yeah.
And so I would recommend, since you seem to only be a one shower a guy a day thing,
One
and you,
shower guy.
I don't know about that part.
My
I
thing
would
too is I don't
say-
wash my legs.
I would say you need to invest
your
in baby powder and just start throwing that baby powder down there.
And
Trust me.
tough acting to
I've got the baby powder, the medicated, the creams. It's all working out. It's all working out.
It's not working out. You have jock itch.
Not all the time. Not all the time. Not all the time. It's mostly in the wintertime. Honestly, because I wear pants. Wear a lot of pants. But I wear
So you're
short-
blaming the pants for this and not.
Well, that's also. I've started blow drying. I blow dry the area
I
now.
was just
my
thinking
God, I got
about that.
nervous.
That's great. Change your life.
kind of a-
Especially the cold setting.
Blow dry.
Use a blow dryer. Just put the leg up.
air dry it.
Get
Yeah,
a leg
blow
down,
dry it.
please.
Was
You
it
have not
blow-
showered.
Cuba Gooding
You gotta
Jr.,
use the cold setting.
Morgan.
Rod Tidwell, and
Goodness
Jerry
gracious.
Maguire.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
like air dry, baby, air
If you
dry.
use the hot setting, it burns.
I'm sorry, Kevin.
That
I feel like you
makes
have
sense.
to end the show with like a Rodney Dangerfield line or something, holding that mic like that. I feel like you're like the late night host.
No respect, you know what I'm saying? Actually, that is true. I've seen the Bear Sports Media and our endorsements.
People fly.
No respect indeed.
Oh, hey.
Now do Andrew Dice Clay.
Hickory dickory dock. Apparently, Choppy doesn't wash his. Oh!
Nice job. Hit it.
We will gladly be yours. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Yo, I'm 30 today, and I just want a shout out from Kevin. This is Tolo Jalen, like Jalen Rose. And some people say Jalon, but it's Jalen. Happy birthday to Jalen.
Jalen Rose.
Hey,
he's what I'm
the Tolo Jalen. I'm not saying Jalen Rose.
I'm sorry, you can't do that. Take that back.
Is this not Friday?
It's Friday. Friday is Shout Out Friday.
Oh,
it's not Shout Out Thursday, Jalen. What are we
Chris,
doing
can you
here?
dump the first 30 seconds of the show?
Restart
let me
this.
press that like
reboot
10
this
times.
thing. Man.
All right. Well, as long as we're going over logistics for the day, do people want to talk about the parade shooting? Because I'm not going to lie, it's not on the run sheet right now, even though we have lots of thoughts and notes about it. I just feel like you've probably heard people talk about it, or it's too much of a downer, or whatever. So I'm really interested. Truckwreck.com, 877-881-1053. Plus from our Twolos, plus from our YouTubers. Is this like a conversation that you want to engage in?
Is this something that's been beating you up as you've been trying to put the show together?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I've got plenty of stuff about it. I have
and you know where it fits in the show, too.
Yes.
You're like, I know I can put
Yes.
it right here and we'll talk about it, but I don't know if anybody wants to discuss
Exactly.
it.
And I have plenty of thoughts, but I don't want people to be like, oh, you guys wouldn't talk about it because it's too tough. I don't know if people are beaten down by that. And like, I continue to think back to something my older son said a while back when it was, this is going to sound terrible to say, another one of the school shootings. And I asked him if it bothered him, and he was like, no more than usual.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just another day. And I thought, man, that is just the most depressing thing I've ever heard. That he was like, it sucks. And he was like sad, and he said it sucks, but he was like, it's just another day when it happened.
No, and I understand like how you're trying to approach this, and a lot of people have their opinions on it. And I wish talking about it would help us come to a better solution for security, like whenever it comes to these kinds of things. But man, when we have open public forums, it's going to be tough to not just, I mean, Kevin, we saw at the one here, and here we are. We saw at the one here, snipers everywhere, guys watching everywhere for 700,000 people.
That was amazing.
And watching, and luckily we were pretty good to get away from that one. But I mean, it was free to just walk up. You know, there was no, you didn't walk through any security to get there. You were just there celebrating, trying to have a good time, and that's where I stand on it. So I understand where you're coming from, Kevin. Do people want to discuss it? Do they want to have more discussions about it? We'll see.
I think my thought about it when I saw this last night, I didn't get the information until I was done taking kids around and then went out with a nice Valentine's date with my wife to a restaurant. And then I turned on the TV, concentrating on the Mavs. And then after the Mavs game, I'm like, what's going on in this world type of deal? Like, let me turn over to CNN. Let me turn over to Fox News and see what's going on. Obviously, they carry news very differently. So I do watch both of them.
Yeah.
And then that's when I saw it and I thought, I'm going to tell you my first thought. I'm glad it didn't happen in Arlington.
Yeah.
That was my first thought. 700,000 people there. I was concerned and worried going into it, getting to have the honor and blessing of getting to be in the parade was unbelievable as a Texas Ranger pre- and post-game guy last year. And it was really fun and exhilarating and awesome. And I just thought going into it, there were nerves.
Yeah.
Not huge nerves, but a little bit of what could happen when we thought 300,000, right? We were thinking 300,000.
That was my guess.
So it was more than double of what we thought could be. And it went smooth and it went great and everybody was having a blast. And as far as most things go, everything went great. I'm sure there were a few public intoxications and stuff like that, but nothing like this happened. And then you see it happen yesterday, at least I saw it last night on the news, and you're just like, that's how you feel like our world is. If you get 200,000 people or more, there's going to be somebody that does something like this at some point. And luckily, I know this sounds bad, luckily only one person died. Still a person died, and I know that there's people that are in the hospital recovering from injuries right now, but in a way, is it bad to say, luckily only one person died? That's horrible to say.
Yeah. I mean, the other people that have to live with, the hospital, the mental part of it, everything that goes along with it. That's terrifying too now.
Somebody brought up an interesting point, is just talk about the heroics. And I did want to throw out a couple of things. Is Trey Smith was one of the Kansas City Chiefs players that was recognized as calming a bunch of kids down, and he calmed one kid down by giving him the WWE title belt and sat with him and talked with him. Somebody who has gotten a really bad rap for some very real reasons, Jackson Mahomes. There are multiple reports saying that Jackson Mahomes found a kid who lost their parents along the way and was like taking care of that kid and making sure that, the kid didn't get lost in the shuffle and could get to the authorities and everything like that. So I appreciate all of the people who, whether it was the people who tackled one of the shooters, whether it was people who were like trying to calm kids, people who were helping with lost kids and all of that. I appreciate all of the heroicness that you saw in a terrible situation.
I'm going to ask a question. If you're like me and you haven't followed this story very closely, I did read an article where how many people were injured. I think it was 21.
22 is what I saw.
Okay, so 22. When did this happen? How far after the parade or after the speeches did this happen? Like, do you know the timeline of when? Is it a person or people?
No, it was multiple people, and it was right towards the end. I'll work on getting you
I think
a
it was about
specific time.
30 minutes after we left. Because we were looking up and Travis Kelce was doing his thing and everything, and we left.
So would it have been
I get on the treadmill about 30 minutes after I get my drive home, and I got a message on my phone. I was like, whoa.
So would it have been like, I'm just comparing this to the Rangers parade after we were covering it and the speeches were over. And
when G-Bag was
So it was approximately like somewhere between 15 and 30 minutes after like the players and manager / head coach in this situation kind of had their hey, we did it. Let's do it again.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's interesting. I don't know if you do this on purpose, Mike. I always think it's a wise decision. Is whenever you say you watch the news, you always say CNN and Fox. I don't know if that's. I'm not saying that's
being
really,
honest. I do switch over because I know they carry things differently.
But I also think that's a wise way to go, as to hopefully not infuriate one side or another. I've already seen some people text in and be like, "I don't need to hear your particular political slant," and they make a guess, and I'm like, I think you would be pretty stunned about the actual politics of some of the people in this room.
I'm going to be honest here. I know if you watch CNN and only CNN, you're a Democrat and you want to see the news through a Democratic lens. If you only watch Fox News, you're a Republican and you only want to see the news through a Republican lens. So I try not to be that. I want to see both sides of the story, and then as a educated person, I'm trying to decipher which one is more to the truth, because they're covering the same story in a totally 180-degree lens from each other.
No, you're right about that for sure. I look, it's going to be sad no matter what. And you found out a mom of two, I do believe.
Yeah, radio host.
The person who died. There were 8 kids who got shot, and I that's where I don't understand, in what universe. Well, I don't understand why you would go, let's just go shoot at an open forum to begin with. But especially you're like, kids, meh, either way, doesn't matter. But I do want to point out again, I am so impressed and I can believe it, and I love it, that there were people who saw this happening and were like, I'm going to try to help and stop it. Like, if you've seen the video, I realize if you don't want to watch any of these videos,
I have not seen video.
I think that is perfectly fine, and I understand. But there is somebody, and you could see them, they're sprinting down this side, trying to catch one of the shooters and tackle them. And then a security guard comes up and bam, also tries to hold that person down as they're trying to scoop away. And then you see another person as they're trying to wiggle away, jump and stop the shooter as well. These are people who are like, I don't know if they thought it through. It's just instinct or whatever. They're like, I'm going to put my life on the line and try to stop this. And so, I know that doesn't change all the people who got shot or the person who died. But I bet those people didn't even know each other. Like those three people that I just saw in that video, they didn't know each other.
No, they did. I saw the post when they interviewed him and everything, and he was just like, I heard screaming. They all were pointing at that. I went and I took him down. Somebody was with me. It felt like a lifetime before the cops got there, but it was only like 30 seconds. But we knew once we saw, they didn't even see his weapon. They didn't know where his weapon was. It slid out, and he was like, oh, crap, we have to keep this guy down. He said he didn't even really realize that there was a gun. It was just there was stuff going on and everybody was pointing at this one guy. So he said, I have to go into action here. And you know what? I feel like in that situation, if we're all kind of standing around when that happens and something like that happens, we're all looking at this guy going, hey, dumbass, what are you doing here? We're trying to have a party.
Yeah.
We're all trying to have a good ass time right now. What are you doing?
And I realized
Thanks for ruining it.
I remember when we had, not to further alienate anybody, but I remember when we had Ted Cruz on last year and we asked him about, why does it have to just be one thing? You know, because like, I know there's more to it, but you'll hear conservatives are like, it's mental health. Liberals are like, too many people have guns. And our basic question was, why does it have to be one thing? Human beings are complicated. It could probably be a variety of things. And I will tell you this, what I really liked. I'm not trying to give you some empty rhetoric or whatever. And I guess I didn't realize how fired up I was until we really got started. Yeah. But those people didn't stop and go, I'm going to think about whether I want to help you tackle that person, depending on if you're a Republican or a Democrat or an independent or whatever. They're like, I want to help people. And then that other person was like, I want to help people. And that security guard's like, I'm going to carry out my job. I want to help people. And like, I get it. A lot of people disagree and we're divided on a whole lot of stuff. And I'm not saying we're going to fix it or anything like that. But I do appreciate that at least those three people. And I'm sure there was lots of other people. We talked about Jackson Mahomes. We talked about multiple Kansas City Chiefs players, including Blaine Gabbert, who were trying to help. And I don't think they stopped down and be like, I'll help you because we agree.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. I see somebody say, let's please talk sports, not news. This involves our sports now as much as anything. Like, again, you can go into the stadium, feel pretty good, right?
Yeah.
You walk into the stadium, they're scanning you, they're checking you out and everything, and you're like, I feel pretty comfortable once I get into this stadium, except for that one lady who hid it under her belly. That was weird. But like you feel pretty comfortable there. But in these other settings, man, like sending my kid to the mall, going to a movie theater, there are other settings where I'm like, I don't even know how I want to get involved with that. But when it involves the sports, man, that's where it takes over something. There's a massive amount of people that love sports and want to be able to celebrate these things, and stuff like this keeps it. Just happened in Denver. Just happened in Denver's situation too. Like this,
but in our world, at least in the United States of America, and I do appreciate this, we do have the freedom, and the freedom is you can do this.
You get free to shoot other people and kill them,
and it is freedom. I mean that is right, because if we do take it away, like we can be Cuba. I mean, I went into a person's house. My wife was really like, "What are you doing?" in 2006, and I'm like, "Well, they told us like they really don't have freedom. They don't have any weapons here. They do have like knives or whatever." But
from a selfish perspective, I started to think, and then I felt bad about thinking this way. And I know there were some shots in a parking lot at the Rangers parade.
Okay,
after the fact,
yeah, it was down the road from us. Yeah,
but I did start thinking, man. My older son was out there. We were all out there.
It was the only reason I wouldn't let Avery go.
Yes. And I thought, thank goodness this didn't happen at the Rangers parade. And then I was like, man, that's probably not the perspective I want to have. Yeah, like I can still be like, I'm glad nothing bad happened, but this is really still terrible. But that was instantly one of the things I thought. And I didn't feel great about that. I was like, oh, yeah, mom died. Well, at least it wasn't somebody I know. Like, that's a terrible way of looking at it. And it's terrible that, like, hey, we're going to go celebrate one of the best things that has happened in those people's sports lifetime. Now, I realize it happens a lot for Chiefs fans, but one of the best things imaginable, and then your mom's dead. Yeah. Like, that's insane.
Yeah, I agree.
I probably shouldn't use that word like that, but that I don't know. I don't have a good answer for
that. When we were there,
this isn't heaven.
That was my conversation with Avery. He really wanted to be there, and I was like, I can't get you to where I am. I will be in probably the safest place. We're right next to the players.
Yeah.
I'll probably be in the safest place in the entire area. I can't get you to where I'm going to be, so I can't trust that something's not going to happen to you. And I couldn't let him experience something that he wanted to, that he was like, this could be really awesome. Yeah, it was awesome. It was a great parade. It was really cool, man.
Yeah.
Because we're out there to try and have a good ass time instead of trying to take people down.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. That didn't go the way I thought it would. So
we did. We covered it.
We did. Good for us.
Thanks a lot, Kevin.
I'm sorry about that. And everybody who is mad at me, it'll be done after this.
And everybody who enjoyed it, thank you for being part of it.
Thank you. Or even if you didn't enjoy it, but you're like, I listened because I like you guys. I appreciate that as well. Coming up next, Chris Young says no more additions. This is the team. So how are we feeling about the 2024 Texas Rangers? Next on The Fan.
Always a
Siri having a fine year in terms of power production. Shows bunt here and pops it up toward first. Diving for it, Montgomery. He makes the catch. Jordan Montgomery, the pitcher, comes off the mound and makes a diving catch midway between home and first, just inside the line.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Where it sure as hell sounds like Jordan Montgomery's not coming back.
Says who?
Says Chris Young. Chris Young is the person.
What has he ever done?
He helped us win the World Series.
Oh, that Chris Young. Okay,
yes.
Yeah. Oh, I love that guy. He's awesome.
So Chris Young said, quote, I don't think there are any additions coming at this point. I don't think you can get too much more definitive than that, but let's go on. But I've said before, we will keep an open mind. I know there's a number of free agents still out there at this point. The group we have in the clubhouse is primarily the group. If there's an opportunity to add, we'd certainly be open to that. So that felt very much like he gave you the CYA of talent acquisition 24/7, 365, while also saying, but don't count on anything big. And the person I immediately think of, and I'm assuming a lot of people do, is Jordan Montgomery.
Yes, 100%. I think
or
that's
Blake
what
Snell.
Well, yeah, I guess if you're going outside the organization like that, they didn't pitch for you. I'm with you because those are two huge left-handed premium pitchers on the market, led by Scott Boras. Those are both Scott Boras clients, and I think this is confirmation of what we were hearing. I was hoping that it seems like national writers are hearing nobody's offering Jordan Montgomery this contract that he wants. And so they're like, well, then he's going to go back to the Rangers. And that was kind of what we were having to discuss last week, is that they said today on Thursday, Jordan Montgomery would sign with the Texas Rangers. And yesterday, Chris Young, when pitchers, catchers reported and got interviewed, he said, it ain't happening.
Yeah.
So, so this is your team.
It's interesting to me, Kevin, that we want him back as fans.
Sure.
Because he won with us.
Yep.
If he was a free agent and had not played for this team, nobody would even care about Jordan Montgomery, honestly.
Absolutely.
Most Rangers fans didn't know Jordan Montgomery's name until he got traded here. And they're like, who the hell is this guy?
He was Daniel Gafford.
Yeah, most of them were just that throw-in piece. You're like, okay. And then it turns out the dude has a death ball that you're like, whoa. And he helps you beat the hell out of the Astros.
And Choppy knew him as nothing. I'm not trying to put a bad word here, but he knew him as a failure as a Yankee.
Yeah, no, yeah,
they had to take him out of the rotation. They had to move him to the bullpen because they were like, you're just not good enough to start here. And that was just a few years ago. It wasn't like a long time ago.
This discussion for Chris Young, though, it has twofold in it. A, it's public negotiating.
Sure.
Look, Boras, you have a bunch of clients. I think he has like 4 big clients right now that are out there, in Bellinger and Snell and so forth. So
I think Donaldson is that the other one.
Yeah, I think
maybe?
so. Look, man, we're publicly saying we're done. So we've told the rest of the world that our market is closed for you. Good luck trying to get that deal. Maybe come back to us at some point. But it also tells your team, look, focus on here.
Yeah.
Don't focus on what else is going on, because right now is your chance. There are young pitchers right now that are getting their shot to say, I want to be in this Rangers rotation.
And one of the unfortunate things that he added, look, one thing I like about CY is he usually, I've even called him CY now. One of the things I really like.
He earned it, dude.
I know.
He
did. One of the things I really like about him is he usually tells it like it is, or gives you more insight that maybe not all GMs do. And here's one of the other things that he said that we've been talking about for, like a year. Jordan was such an important part of last year's team. And again, we'll keep an open mind. But that said, the TV uncertainty is real. Dang. We don't know what it looks like beyond this year. I know there's a reduction in the fees for this year, and then moving beyond, there's no certainty as to what that looks like. And there is financial responsibility that we have to operate with until we have that certainty. We have talked about it. And I know it's boring. It sounds like you're reading a business journal or whatever, but when you go from between $101 and $110 million on your TV deal down to about $85 million for this next upcoming year. All right, well, that's simple math right there. That's $16 to $25 million you're losing this year. Well, that sounds just about in the range of where Jordan Montgomery would be. I mean, maybe not down at 16, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And then going forward,
there's no TV contract.
Exactly. You no longer have that guaranteed $110 million. It could turn out to be amazing, but you can't plan if you don't know what it's going to be.
Yeah, and I guess, okay, I guess you're talking about planning budget now, because you're going to get an influx this season in tickets sales.
I think they're going to get close to 3 million, if not 3 million fans.
Which is impressive given the capacity.
That's what they got back when they were in the World Series in 2011, 2012. The following seasons, they were 3 million fans going to games.
And changed it all that the ballpark's about 10,000 people
It'll sell out a lot more.
I agree.
I just will sell out a lot more. You're going to go up in money in revenue this year. That is going to happen
for sure.
But you're right, in the planned years ahead. Let's say you have another season like this. That's another year. Keep winning. Your money's going up, but it's not anything as close to the money you're getting from TV, I guess. Is
not only
just that it's guaranteed, kind of like your season ticket holders.
Exactly.
You know how much money you have.
That is a spot on point, because I bet if Jordan Montgomery came to the team and he's like, I'll sign 1 year, $23 million. I bet they would be like, okay, let's have this conversation. But because you know what this year's locked in at, and I'm with you. The revenue will go up. The tickets will go up and everything like that. But what do you have to do to keep that going? You got to keep winning. And I like to think that the Rangers are going to keep winning, but you can't guarantee that.
Yeah.
Like you could the TV deal. You're like, well, we're locked in for another, I don't know, it's like 12 more years or something ridiculous. And that's gone now. So I understand it. All that being said, I have seen some people say this, and I don't love it, and I don't think it's accurate, is the Rangers have given up, and they're just not spending like a contender.
I believe they have the 5th largest payroll in Major League Baseball.
Yes, and so it is true that they spent just about more than $40 million in guaranteed contracts this offseason, which is in the bottom half of spenders. However, it depends. You see different numbers, different places. They're between 5 and 7 in payroll behind the Yankees, Mets, Astros, and Phillies. And the Phillies are 4, and you're about $5 million behind them. And so you're not we used to complain about this all the time. You're the number 5 media market. Spend like it.
Act like it.
And you'd see them go, oh, we're spending $150 million. And you're like, yeah, that's 12.
Mm-hmm.
But here they are.
And it's on a bunch of bums.
Yeah. And here they are between 5 and 7. So I do think they have held up their end of the bargain in terms of spending.
I just want to throw this out to Ranger fans, because I get you're not going to follow salaries of other teams. I have to look this up, honestly. But I know who I'm looking up and know that I'm going to make my point here. I'm looking up what happens when you draft or sign out of Latin America your players. All right, let's go to the Atlanta Braves. I think the Atlanta Braves are going to win the World Series this year. So I'm picking the team that I think is going to win the World Series this year, and they're one of the favorites. The Dodgers are the favorite, and I could do this with the Dodgers too because they develop their pitching tremendously. All right, Spencer Strider, he's the favorite to win the Cy Young this year in the National League. This year, the Atlanta Braves are going to pay him $1 million.
Yeah, that's expensive.
So this is what the Rangers have to do. All right, Michael Harris, he's won Rookie of the Year. How much are they paying him in his 3rd year in the major leagues? They're paying him $5 million. Now, the Rangers have stuff like that. Evan Carter's making league minimum pretty much this year. So the Rangers do stuff like that. Ronald Acuna Jr. did win the MVP last year. He's like their Corey Seager, except they signed him out of Venezuela and developed him. This year, he's making $17 million as the defending MVP of the National League. Well, I go down and go, well, who is another really good pitcher for the Atlanta Braves? Well, I would say it is a guy who almost won the Cy Young, not this past season, but the year before. And I'm trying to find his salary because it is so low, but I believe it's $15 million for their left-handed starting pitcher, who I cannot find on this list right here because Spencer Strider. I can go to Charlie Morton. They signed him as an older guy. He is 40 years old. He's making $20 million. This is what the Rangers have to do. My point being is, at some point, they are going to Max Fried. Max Fried was the guy who almost won the Cy Young a few years ago. Last year had an injury-plagued season. He is in his 3rd year of arbitration at $14.4 million. Do you understand? The Rangers are paying so much money to certain players, and they have to. This is why they're fifth in salary. They didn't do a good job of drafting and developing or signing out of Latin America, that they've paid so much money to have this championship team. So when you say they're not paying, they are paying. They're paying a premium amount to free agents. The issue is they have to have somebody develop like Spencer Strider, like a Max Fried, like I know Ian Anderson's been hurt, but they have to start doing this.
And that's what I was going to say. You would almost, to Mike's point, let's just say Jordan Montgomery's moving on down the road either way. But you felt good about, like really good about Owen White and Jack Leiter. Well, they add almost nothing to your payroll, to your point. And so you'd be like, okay, so we've got Evaldi, Gray, and then we have a contingent of maybe you just slide Heaney in there as well. But then you have Dunning.
So far, you've named 3 free agents that they've had to pay a premium price for.
Exactly. And then you would say, now we can look at Dunning, Bradford, White, and Leiter, and let those 4 figure out who gets the last 2 spots. And most of them cost very, very little. And most of them you got like you either drafted them or got really, really early in their career, and that's why they cost nothing. Then you would feel better about the pitching staff, and you wouldn't add to the bottom line. But instead, you're like, I don't know if Jack Leiter is going to be a consistent starting pitcher in Major League Baseball. I don't know about Owen White.
Did it feel like anybody really spent huge this offseason?
The Dodgers?
Yeah, the Dodgers did.
On Yamamoto.
And Ohtani.
And Ohtani.
That's later down the road. They get to pay him like 60 years. Am I right about this?
Didn't they get Teoscar Hernandez at $23 million?
Right, so the Dodgers, who kind of we expect to be throwing money
like
around.
a 1-year contract.
Okay.
But they also, guess what?
Teams seem
they
affected
pay
by this.
almost league minimum to all of their starting pitchers. Not all of them. Obviously, Ohtani's not going to pitch, but they got the kid, I think it's Bobby Miller. They got another kid, league minimum. When they won the championship, and I know it was a COVID year, they literally never started a pitcher on the mound that they did not draft and develop. Every person that started a game for the Dodgers, and this is somewhat where the Braves are at too, they pay league minimum to their starting pitching. When the Rangers made it to the World Series in 2011, I believe everybody was making such a small amount of money because when you sign Colby Lewis out of Japan for like $3 million a year. You had CJ Wilson, who you drafted and developed, so he was getting close to free agency, but he was still an arbitration guy. You had Derek Holland on a very small contract at that point because he was still on a rookie deal. Like he was in his 3rd year in 2011, if I have that right.
Paid for half a season at Cliff.
Matt Harrison still was on league minimum because he was a trade from the Braves in a minor league deal. So you just start looking at it and you go, well, how did the Rangers go to back-to-back World Series? Well, their starting pitching staff cost them about $12 million total in 2011.
Okay.
And now if you look at DeGrom's making 40, you look at Scherzer's making 12 to 14. I forget
Something
exactly
like that
what
you
we're
got a
paying
discount,
him. Yeah. You just signed Malley to a deal that's, a good deal. You have Evaldi's making close to 20. John Gray's making 15. Heaney's making, I think, is it 12? I think they signed him to like a 2-year, $24 million deal. You start looking at it and go, well, how much is your starting pitching costing you with the injuries and the guys that are going to start the year healthy? Well, you're at about $80 to $90 million just on your starting pitching.
Okay.
Where, I don't know, I just did the Braves. They're about at $40 million for their starting pitching staff.
And that's not a one-off. Like,
they do that every year.
Well, that's true, but also I'm saying, like, in terms of Spencer Strider, is you don't just get him 1 year for cheap. Like, if Jack Leiter, I'm just using the Jack Leiter and Owen White as examples. If they were to hit it big this season, you would have them cheap for a long time.
For their first 3 years, they would make about $6 million.
So you're saying that pitching is the quarterback of Major League Baseball, where you either have young pitching for cheap or you pay for the veteran pitching, but you're going to have to deal with it elsewhere.
A little bit.
Unless
Luckily,
you're the Dodgers.
Our version of the 49ers was able to win. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Players 21 through 100 are revealed. How many Rangers are on the list now? We get to that next, but before we do that, I want to talk.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. So why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
First offering is hit back up the middle. Simeon dives, comes up with it, throws to first. He got him! Great play by Marcus Simeon, taking a base hit away from Jeremy Pena and keeping another run or two off the board.
Fancy
First offering is
Masterpiece.
hit back up the middle.
Maybe we'll get a little bit more there.
Keep going.
Fancy Masterpiece back
We beat 'em
here
4 times. Let's do it 4 times.
on 105.3 The Fan.
Double your pleasure, double your fun.
Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right.
Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick. You're welcome.
Just because that Chris is doing a great job back
He
there.
really
but
is.
Just
He really
because that accidentally played twice and it was beating the Houston Astros in the playoffs. It still is unbelievable when you think about it that the Rangers, the way they played against Houston for most of the season, especially in that early September series at home, which was built up tremendously. There was Max Scherzer versus Justin Verlander, where then Max Scherzer looks like his season has come to an end after that game because he starts dealing with issues physically. Isn't it amazing how they were able, like now that we're in, pitchers and catchers are having their first workouts today. Yesterday they reported, today, sorry if you just heard me burp, but it happens. I'm a human. Isn't it amazing that they were able to just destroy the Astros down 3-2? Like
it is.
It's just, to me, I know I'm taking a shot here. It's just so opposite of what the Dallas Cowboys resiliency is. It's like, whatever, let's just quit. We're tired. And the Rangers got on they couldn't have played worse down the stretch in that Seattle series and then somehow won the World Series, went to Tampa, beat them, and then they went to Baltimore, beat them 2 straight in Baltimore.
They couldn't score runs. Like they were the pitchers were doing pretty decent, but the Rangers couldn't score runs in those games.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah. And then they won the championship.
In your
Hell
face,
yeah.
Kevin. You said it never happened.
Dallas Cowboys.
That's fine. Look, I'll be glad to be wrong about any team I ever said couldn't win a championship that's from here.
All right, so that was a Marcus Simeon highlight. I'll get to Marcus Simeon in a second here. We just got done talking about the Rangers aren't signing Jordan Montgomery. If you're joining us right now, we just played the audio from Chris Young. It is the big story from spring training right now for the Texas Rangers is this is the team. They're not going out. Now, there might be a dude like Adrian Sampson who comes to spring training in the next day or two because they signed him to a split contract. What I mean by that is it doesn't mean Adrian Sampson's guaranteed to be on the major league team. It just means that Adrian Sampson is going to compete for probably a bullpen spot, or I hope this doesn't happen, or you have injuries in spring training, which does happen. I hope it doesn't. And then somebody has to be in the starting rotation besides the 5 we're naming. Well, one guy that we know is not going to be in the rotation to start the year is Jacob deGrom. We did get news on him, though, yesterday, as now the media is reporting to spring training, too, is Jacob deGrom is playing catch. They're hoping that he will be back after the All-Star break, but not immediately after the All-Star break. They're hoping he will be back in August. And we talked about it yesterday, but I'm just going to give you my opinion here, which I've given before, but I'm going to give again on this. I think it's optimistic to even think August because it is his second Tommy John surgery, and he's on the other side of 30. He's getting closer to 40 than he is closer to 30.
Okay, that part, the second part makes a lot of sense to me. I'm curious if you can give any insight. I know you didn't have Tommy John surgery, but if you have any insight about why it being the second one would just logistically make it more difficult than when you get the first Tommy John. Well, just surgery in general.
It's just I'm just going to equate it to, maybe we have obviously more football fans than baseball fans listening, is if Tony Pollard tears up his knee again and he's like, hey, I'm going to rehab it and come back, like how are you going to come back from this one? And now Jacob deGrom recovered perfectly from his first Tommy John. He ended up winning a whole bunch of games, getting a whole bunch of money, and winning Cy Young because of it. But this is the second one, and it is to a major part of the function of throwing a baseball great. So let's see how I don't know how he's going. Even Mike Maddox with G-Bag Nation, I can't remember what month it was. Let's just say November or December.
Let's say December.
was on the fan here and just said, look, I can't tell you that he's going to come back great from this. We're hopeful, we're optimistic, but all we can be is optimistic. It's not the easiest thing to have your elbow reconstructed again for the second time and to come back and be a Cy Young candidate. We hope it is, but even the pitching coach is like, man, I can't tell you he's going to be able to do that. Okay, so now we get to the top 100 right now. And unfortunately, I have too many things open and cannot find it. I do know this. Number 22 on the list was Jose Altuve, and number 21 on the list was Marcus Semien. So Marcus Semien did make the list of the top 21 players right now. He is number 21, just edging out Jose Altuve. That was the major one that I can remember in my head going, oh, Jose Altuve's literally right there with him.
Is it Adolis?
Adolis did make the list. He's in the 30s.
I would like to go back to the Semien where he's ranking here, Kevin, because he is also the one that pointed out that Altuve missed second base on his run back. So let's never forget
and
how
that's why I
great
got
Marcus
put ahead of
Semien
him.
is. Yeah,
I got you. That's good.
And
that
how
makes a
dumb
lot of sense.
Altuve is.
So the Rangers are going to have 5
Stop
people
doing
on
this! Not you.
Oh.
Every time I want to click on the top 100 right now, it shifts it. So I have to wait. Okay, are you done shifting MLB.com? I would like to click on the top 100 players right now without you making me click on Ellie De La Cruz. Screw Ellie De La Cruz. He's in the National League. 6'7" shortstop. Why don't you get on base more this year?
In the meantime, would you like me to tell you that Adolis is 39?
39.
Does that help at all?
Yeah, and Randy Rosarina, his roommate and best friend, is number 40.
That's true.
So the Rangers now have 4 people on this list.
And they're only getting one more.
I do think Corey Seager, as I believe today, they unveil numbers 20 through 11. I don't think they go 20 to 1. They try to make a bigger deal out of the top 10 players right now. The weird thing is do you put Shohei Ohtani at number 1 knowing he's not going to pitch in 2024?
Probably.
I think they do.
Yeah. I mean, even right now, he's probably he's a top 3 candidate for MVP.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question of something real quick? This is off because I haven't seen Jose Leclerc
he's obviously not going to be.
Where is he as far as like top 10 closers? Did he earn it last year?
I would say I wouldn't put him there yet.
Okay.
Because of his struggles throughout his career. But he better be top 10 at the end of this year, if that makes sense.
For us, like our own selfish
success
purposes.
of this team.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because like Kevin said, I believe it was last week, I can't remember, but they can't do this again. They can't be a 50% conversion rate when they get into like the last 6 outs and go, we win those close games when we're ahead with 6 outs to go 50% of the time. You better win at a better clip. Hey, last year they didn't, and they won the World Series. I don't think you want to play with that situation again.
I agree. I do not want our default position on any of this to be, that's what happened last year. We won the World Series. I think that's going to eventually backfire pretty
like having
hard.
a pipe under your house that, it could break at any point. You never really know. You're just kind of waiting it out.
But it hasn't yet.
Yeah.
So somebody who has not been on the list yet, and I totally get it. He's going to be on the list. They've knocked Jacob deGrom and Max Scherzer completely off this list. They are not going to be in the top 100. And I get it because, look, they're not going to pitch until after the All-Star break. They still have Mike Trout as a top 20 player in Major League Baseball. And you know how big of a Mike Trout fan I am.
Yeah.
I think he's one of I'll put it at one of the 40 greatest players in baseball history.
Okay.
So I'm pushing the list to 40 because I thought he might become one of the top 10 greatest, but
You think that is unlikely now?
I think it's unlikely because I think he's going to keep getting hurt. At this point, how can you not say he's not going to keep getting hurt? It's like, hey, next year I think that Kyrie Irving's going to play 75 games for the Mavericks. Well, why in the world would you believe that? He is pretty much going to play 50 games. You know that. For Mike Trout, you know that he's going to be right around 100 games played. He's going to miss about 60 games. I just think that's the case. I hope not. I love watching the guy play. He's one of the best players I've ever seen in my lifetime. He's one of the top 10 greatest players in my lifetime.
Yeah.
Obviously that doesn't include Mickey Mantle and Babe Ruth and Willie Mays and Hank Aaron. I never saw those guys play in my lifetime, but I'm just interested in man, they really knocked DeGrom and Scherzer completely and totally off this list, and it seems like they're still going to keep Mike Trout in the top 20. Obviously, they are. I just don't know where he's going to be. I'm like, at what point do you knock the guy and go, look, man, like, why is he a top 20 player now? He's not healthy enough to be a top 20 player, and let's be honest, this year his numbers were not good.
Yeah. He's a bum.
For a top 20 player in baseball, Marcus Semien had way better numbers than Mike Trout. Way better. And for the last 2 years, he's had better numbers. But they're going to keep Mike Trout. I don't know. Are they going to keep him in the top 10?
I'm going to say 12.
Okay.
Wow.
That's
I haven't seen the list. That's
by the
just
way,
my guess.
The Astros are getting a lot of love on this list. So when people are picking the Astros to be better than the Rangers,
good for
the
them.
top 100 right now
Did
has
they win
them.
the World Series
Who won the
last
World
year?
Series last year?
I forget.
You shut your mouth. You did not.
Say it with your mouth.
The Texas Rangers. I want to know what other body part you want me to say this with and see if it comes true.
Do you? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk Mavs, Spurs, and the enigma that is PJ Washington. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Mavs have now won 6 straight games going into the All-Star break, and you might be like, hold on just a second. Are you sure about that? Are you sure they won last night? If that is the case, let's go ahead and fire off cut number 1, because yes, I am sure that the Dallas Mavericks were triumphant last night.
Well, the Mavs have flipped the script on San Antonio from down 15 to in front by 14. And darting into the paint. Spectacular!
Stop it. Stop it, Kai.
All right. Can I just throw one thing out there before we get into an uber positive conversation? It's not my favorite that in back-to-back games, you've had to overcome double-digit deficits against 2 of the worst teams in the league.
They're definitely playing with their food, it feels like, the first half, which is not great.
But they did clamp it down in quarters 2 and 3 for sure.
1,000,000%.
14 and 19 points scored against, which in Mavericks world, that's basically holding people to 0 points.
If you did watch the second and third quarter, you'd have been like, I get it. I get that the San Antonio Spurs are super bad. I will tell you this, and this is something maybe we can examine maybe tomorrow, maybe over the break, is this defense during this winning streak has looked pretty darn good. And if you want to discount the Spurs and the Wizards, I get that, but they're playing significantly better than they were.
I told you the other day that their point differential had swung 1 full point,
which is a lot.
Now it's 1.5 points. So, like, it continues to get better as the Mavericks, they're scoring points, but look at what the score was at the end of the night last night. It wasn't 140. Sure. That's a huge factor whenever we start looking at what this defense can evolve into and become. And I think it can only, again, Gafford and PJ Washington, I think, are mentally committed, enthusiastic, and that will make the progression of it happen faster.
Okay, do you want to go with PJ Washington, Derek Lively, your tweet from last night, or something totally different to start?
You know where we want it. Like, you have it. I'm deferring to you because you put it together the way you think it'll be best.
I want to start with PJ Washington then, if we can. Although Derek Lively coming back, and we'll talk about his facial apparatus and everything like that, is... What do you think PJ Washington's strengths and weaknesses are, and how can the Mavericks harness his full potential? Because the reason why I say potential is you look at it and you're like, holy crap, I can see why he got drafted so high. But eventually, Charlotte got to a point where they're like, well, he's never going to be the dude. And then eventually...
He didn't have to be on this team.
That's true. Yeah. That is very true. But then eventually they moved to the point where he is expendable. Now, I know there are reasons he was expendable. He has all kinds of upside, but we are where we are. And you've already seen in these 3 games, that OKC game, I thought you were like, well, here we go. And then last night against San Antonio, maybe not so much.
This is who he is.
Yeah.
And the Mavericks don't want this guy. Okay? They believe that there's more there. I compare it to the Rangers signing John Gray from the Colorado Rockies, a bad team for most of his career, and you see the 97-mile-an-hour fastball, you see the wipeout slider, and you're like, we're going to get that every game from him. We're going to figure out how to get that every game. So I did this before, but I'll do it again. His last 4 games with Charlotte, and they wanted him to be their third best consistent player. They wanted in their scheme of things, LaMelo Ball is their Luka. He's never healthy, but that's their Luka. And then they have Miles Bridges, obviously off the court, crazy guy kind of, and trying to clean that up. But he's there.
Did you see the update to that, by the way?
That everything got dropped. Right?
For the other one. Remember we talked about like the throwing of the pool ball and the violation of the restraining order? The cops said they found inconsistencies in that testimony and they dropped it all.
Well, and PJ Washington's career has been an inconsistent career. And that's the issue is 5, 22, 15, and 6. Those were his last 4 games in Charlotte. And you can go and look at this, and he averages 14 in the month of January. He has a 43-point game in there. He has a 0-point game in there. He has a 5-point game in there. He has a 26-point game in there. And the
5-point game is more fascinating to me because he played like
28 minutes,
a normal amount. Yeah,
right. I know the one where he scored 0 was 6 minutes. I don't know what happened in that game, but that's who he is, though. He's a dude who sometimes last night has 3 points. Other nights, he's going to have 23 points. You don't want that you never want that out of a player.
Yeah.
That's impossible for a coach to figure out. How much should I play him? Should I play him down the stretch? You want to know what your guy's going to be and do. Yes, there's going to be good games and bad games, but you don't want it to always be good games and bad games. PJ Washington did not have a bad game last night. He affected the game in other ways besides his 1 of 6 scoring for 3 points. But you want to have an idea. Every time PJ Washington takes the court, I'm expecting 15 points. I don't want him to score 25 and 3. I'd rather him score 12 and 17. So I never see that game, but I also never see this game. So that's what the Mavericks traded for. I know this from baseball is when you take a guy this inconsistent, the organization is saying we can get him consistent.
One of the shifts I'm curious how you feel about. I would like to see this. I know this isn't the way of the modern NBA, and people might tell you it's inefficient. I would like to see him move closer and stop shooting so many three-pointers. I realize last month, I think it was, he did pretty well. But for his career, he is not a good three-point shooter, and he usually shoots a pretty decent amount, 5, 6 a game. He's just not a good three-point shooter. Unless we fundamentally overhaul some mechanisms, which doesn't feel like an in-season thing. I would like to see him moving toward, I'm not saying he's got to drive through the paint every time, but I would like to see more mid-range stuff from him, perhaps.
Yeah, and this is the thing, Corey, that we just don't know. We don't know how much he practices three-point shooting with Charlotte versus how much he's going to practice three-point shooting with Dallas. Like, I don't know. Dorian Finney-Smith couldn't make a three-pointer to save his life. Literally, he would have died a million times. For his first 3 years in his career, you were pretty much asking Shaquille O'Neal to shoot corner three-pointers named Dorian Finney-Smith. That's how ugly and horrible it looked. But he practiced it so much because the Mavericks said, this is what you're going to get on our team. This is how you're going to become an NBA basketball player. We like your athleticism. We like your defense. You got to figure out how to make 4 out of 10 of these in the corner, and then you will get money in this league. And Dorian Finney-Smith figured it out. I'm wondering, when he was with Charlotte, he picked a lot. He was the guy picking for LaMelo Ball and then rolling and doing different things. I'm just wondering, this is where, is there enough time in this season? You have him for multiple years. What's his practice going to be like now with the Mavericks to work off of Luka, to work off of Kyrie, to work off of this offense, which is a little bit different than Charlotte?
Yeah, because if you can develop a good pick and roll with one of those two guys or both of those guys, or pick and whatever you decide to do with that,
he won't be the picker here. I'm just going to explain this. Because he's going to be guarded by an athletic guy. That's why centers are so important now. With that's why Dwight Powell had to be part of your offense, because you want the center switching to Luka. You want the center switching to Kyrie. So you never really want PJ being the picker in a lot of these things, because he's going to bring a 6'7" or 6'9" guy who's somewhat athletic. You want the 7-footer having to switch and guard Luka, and you want the 6'4" guy now having to roll with the center.
But triple picks though. That's what I'm looking at. All the triple picks. That being said,
Hell
though,
yeah.
I know this is a different era, different team, completely different situation, different people. But Sean Marion was a guy that you were like, I feel like I can put him on 4 different offensive players.
I can see that.
And that's kind of what I foresee with PJ. Now, I'm not saying he just puts the clamps on everybody, but he has, when you say what are his strengths and weaknesses, length and strength. I think the dude's really strong and wants to compete on that defensive end. And that's one of the things where I'm going to tell him, look, man, because very similar to Mike, your offensive nights might be few and far between, but your defensive effort is going to have to be there every night, because maybe there it is a night, because there was a 22-point game from Sean Marion in the playoff run, but it wasn't every night that you were expecting that out of him. So you get that on the night when you need it. But you also throughout you got a guy that can guard lots of different positions.
And look, I wanted to talk about, because if we're talking about maybe one of the weaknesses has been shooting, especially from distance, absolutely defense. Look, if you look at his defensive rating, which I know can be a flawed statistic, it looks like it's taken a downturn just from what you see on the court.
Right.
I'll admit, I have not been breaking down all the Charlotte games from earlier in the season.
Right.
So just from what you've seen on the court with Dallas, I don't find that to be the case at all. And I definitely think you can look at some points where he impacted the game defensively.
100%.
And so that's a balance that, quite frankly, the Mavericks need. Like, if I have to sacrifice some shooting for more defense, I'll make some of
Luka
those
and Kyrie are going to
sacrifices.
get their points.
For sure.
Gafford now is going to get his points. Hell, Jaden Hardy is going to get something.
Yeah.
That's fun. Those guys are going to get their points. So let that work itself out, but you got to be a better defensive team, and that's one of the key areas.
Well, think about what you had before this trade. Nothing against Derek Jones Jr. He's revitalized his career to being an NBA basketball player. He looks like he weighs 110 pounds. And I know he weighs more than that. But he's easy to, like, all right, guard Kawhi Leonard if that's your first-round matchup. All right, Kawhi's just going to force him underneath the rim and then lay it up or dunk on him because he's not physically strong enough to deal with him. PJ Washington is PJ Washington physically gifted enough athletically to stay with him if he backs the ball out to the perimeter? Because Derek Jones guarding Kawhi on the perimeter is going to be pretty good. It's just the part where he leans his body into him that it's completely over. Well, now you lean into PJ Washington. He's like, I'm fine. I'm pretty much as strong as you are. Like, you know, like guarding Luka. Luka can't blow by guys, but he's so much physically stronger than everybody. He just has to get you on the side. He just has to make one quick step. You're on the side of him, and it's over. You're not going to get back in front of him, and he's going to bully you the rest of the way to wherever he wants to go. So
he leverages you
now
bad.
you have a physical guy. And Josh Green, I know we're not talking about him, but he's a guy that I hope this isn't what he did last year. Do you remember last year this was the time where he took off? You know how sometimes guys have months where you're like, this is the month, and this is what I'm hoping about with the month of February. Month of February, Josh Green is when we are like, oh my gosh, he's doing it. He's turning into a good NBA basketball player. And then we got to the end of February and March, like, Josh Green can't play in this league anymore. How did this change? And so I'm hoping that this Josh Green is here to stay. I've seen this Josh Green before. It was around this time last year.
For long.
Yes.
For the rest of the season.
I need him to be this guy. I need him to be in the starting spot and play 24 really solid minutes for you. I do like these trades, though, because PJ Washington isn't a one-trick pony. You just talked about, hey, he can score around the basket. He can dribble the ball. Yes. We're hoping that he can become a better corner three-point shooter to add that to his game, but he's not. Nothing against Dorian Finney-Smith. Literally only thing that Dorian Finney-Smith could do offensively was he could dunk a basketball. That's one. And then two, he could shoot corner threes at a high percentage.
And PJ Washington said something, I think it was after not last night, but the game before. Everybody was telling me I was going to get a lot of open shots, but I didn't realize it until I was out there playing with Luka, Kyrie, and all those guys. So that might naturally change some of the way you shoot as well if you know you're going to get that extra like half second, quarter second, whatever.
I'll go real quick to my tweet, which I pretty much said this team has a chance to win it all. And I'm condensing it. I said they're probably not. And the reason I'm saying they're probably not is because there's not enough time to gel. So as we talk about PJ Washington just bringing this in, there's not enough time for him to practice 3-point shooting from the corner off of Luka. Like he's realizing, wow, you don't have much practice time in the second half of the season because guys are wearing down. And so your practices are more walkthroughs than practices. But I think he can get better. I think this Mavs team now has everything it needs. So in my tweet, I said this. You have the two superstars. One is a superstar. The other one can work off of the superstar. He's done it before. He just has to stay healthy, and Kyrie. You have wing defenders. We just mentioned this. And PJ Washington, Josh Green, Derek Jones Jr., if Dante Exum is ever healthy. So you have a plethora, and Maxi Kleber, who's really a wing defender who can guard multiple positions, but really a good, tall wing defender. So you have all of that. You have some guys that can score off of the bench in Hardaway and Hardy. You have two legitimate big guys that now Dwight Powell, who really should just be in this league waving a towel. Like, let's face it, for the last 5 years, he should have never been playing NBA basketball. He should just be on the team as a good teammate. But we've had to play him for 5 straight years. So you have everything there. And then the majority of your guys are all in their mid-20s. Besides Kyrie, and I guess you could say Maxey, who's part of your major rotation, everybody else is in their mid-20s for the most part. So this looks like a team that could grow into something special.
And to go along with that, a lot of them are locked up for multiple years.
Yeah. So I look at it. Derek Lively came back. He made a major impact. San Antonio looked horrible in the second half. And I don't know where San Antonio's going with Wemby. I do like him. He's a really good player, but that didn't look good at all last night.
Now, our young player from the same draft, you just mentioned him, is Derek Lively. Derek Lively came back, came off the bench, which is logical given the progression. One of the things that he said about playing with his mask, he said, I'm probably going to have to wear it for the next 3 or 4 weeks to make sure my nose heals straight and everything like that. So just be prepared for that.
Last thing, this is maybe a question for tomorrow. I wonder when you get past the All-Star break and you come back. Gafford and Lively. I think they share the position, but I just wonder, is it better to start Gafford? Is it better to start Lively? Does that matter? I think Gafford's going to be in your closing 5 minutes, and I think Lively will grow into that in his career. But I'm wondering when you get back from break.
Right now, you need to get as many reps with Gafford as you can before playoffs, my opinion.
And I'm going to throw this out there, and I realize that a lot of people don't agree with this. I do think you're going to see them on the court sometimes together. I realize the three-point shooting deficit of why that won't happen. I'm not saying it's going to be to close the game. I think you're going to see plenty of spurts with them in there together to see how it plays out. So just keep an eye on that as well.
Okay.
Thanks, Corey. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or are they broken by magic? Let us know. We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's Tom. My buddy's an idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Or is it this unfortunate fella? And maybe it'll work out. I'm inclined to think it will not. In the 903, my buddy's an idiot. He thinks McCole Hardman cards are going to shoot up in value after catching the winning touchdown in the Super Bowl. Thoughts?
Maybe for 5 hours it did.
I have learned a lot from you guys. Okay, I'm very lucky that I can ask y'all at any point. I can ask you questions about the card business because I know what to buy and what not to buy. And everything I've learned is in football, quarterbacks are the only thing that matter. It's rookie cards for quarterbacks too. And you stay away from pretty much anything else unless that's just what you enjoy. But if you're trying to make money off of it, the best money is going to come out of quarterbacks. You're going to have to move like the Micah Parsons. You're going to have to really work hard with the CeeDee Lambs. Those are going to be work that you have to put in. And you do need to capitalize on big moments. But I'm just not sure like if CeeDee Lamb had that catch, that might shoot up a little bit more. That might be a 25% increase there.
Or if
something like that.
Or if you had a bunch and sold them all Sunday night, Monday morning, I think it probably worked out pretty well for you.
But over time,
if you're holding them still because you're like, just wait, the real boom is coming.
Yeah.
I don't think that's
I will say
probably
this
gonna work
because
out for you.
here's a chart of Mahomes. That might have helped him out when he won his third Super Bowl.
They spiked, in case you can't see
just
it,
this
on
year,
the
or
Twitch
was
or
that,
the YouTube.
that's the last 60 days.
They spiked a lot.
So if you look at the end of the season, staying completely flat, maybe even going down a hair because people are like, this isn't the team, and are they ever going to be the team again? And then he won the Super Bowl.
Is now the time to sell on Mahomes?
In a way, yes.
I
go ahead.
I was sorry to jump in there, Mike. I had a conversation with one of our listeners about this. If you decide to sell on Mahomes now, totally understand. I think when you look at the way they won this Super Bowl and the inevitable run toward Brady, whether you think that means 7 Super Bowls or winning 5 or 6, I think it has another big spike in it.
So this is a time that if you have a bunch of them, maybe sell some of them.
Sure.
Take advantage of that.
I think that's fair.
And maybe even go out and purchase the big one that like later down the road could be it. Because it could be that it cracks the 25,000 mark at some point if he cracks what Tom Brady's done. It's kind of, you told me the same thing when it came to my Trevor Lawrence card that I got. I pulled that and you said, look, you can sell it now because its price is probably as high as it's ever going to be.
Yeah.
But if you really believe this guy is going to do this, then hold on to it. And I was like, I'll sell it now. And I got a good price on it. So
And that turned out to be the way to go.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean, it might not go up. Obviously, I'm just seeing one of these Tom Brady's that I sold recently sold for $312,000. And in 2014, I sold it for $2,000.
A lot has to happen for that to happen.
Yes, if you think
so, to your point,
he's going to become
if he's going to win 3 more championships, then don't sell these cards.
Agreed.
But people that play the market, like playing the stock market, playing the card market, you sell all your Mahomes now. I'm not saying all of them, but you sell some of them going, I think in October or November next year when they're 7-3, people are going, that's not the year of Mahomes. And then you're like, all those cards I sold are now 20% less than what I sold them for. So now I'm going to pretty much rebuy all those cards at 80% what I sold them for. So those are professional people, though.
Yeah. No, a lot of that makes sense. I want to go to, I think the story that might have Corey more interested than perhaps any other story on the run sheet today. Sauce Gardner he sent out a tweet, and I swear I'm going to read the actual tweet as it was put out. Quote, I was in Vegas, and long story short, somebody did a card trick, and I'm 1,000,000% that the cards were in my palms. At the end, he said, now it's a block of glass. Move your hand. And a block of glass was in my hands instead of the cards. I'm not going back to Vegas, end quote. So it sounded like he loved the trick, but then at the very end, he's like, I'm out.
It shakes you to your core. It really does. Whenever you are certain something is the way that it is, and then it turns out that it wasn't. Now you got to
I know. But like
maybe twice a day.
For somehow, some way, I panic at the last second, and he's like, "Hey, it's really important that you don't move." And I'm like, "Okay." And then at the last second, it's like, "Oh my God, it's coming towards me!" And like
the arrow's not real; it comes out of the board that you're on.
I'm not saying it's logical.
It goes wonk.
I'm saying I think perhaps it's unfair that Sauce Gardner is in this topic because I kind of see his point.
Here's the moment that it happened for me, Kevin, was I was in 4th grade.
Oh no!
And we were at the the Science Museum before it was the Perot Museum. And you know one of those things you sit in and they spin it and you just spin all over the place. You don't know which direction you're going. Yeah. What'd you say? The chair?
The chair.
Yeah. And I sat down. The guy asked me if I wanted to do it, and I was like, no, I was scared. And my friend did it, and he looked like he had so much fun. I was like, dang, why did I turn that down? So if there's ever a magician that's like, hey, who wants, I need somebody, I need a volunteer. I want to be that guy. But I totally understand where Sauce is in this situation because you think you know the trick.
Man.
And what is your reality now, buddy? Should have taken the blue pill.
Do you know where the media party was at? I swear I saw, is it David Blaine?
Yeah.
Who has had like TV shows. I think that's the spot where he made an elephant disappear.
What? Really?
It was television, but like, you know.
Wasn't Derek sitting next to David Blaine on the airplane? But it was,
I think so.
Chris Angel when he got on the plane and then David Blaine when he got off.
I think maybe it was the other way because he thought it was Chris Angel and he was like, mind freak. And then you found out it was the other one.
Yeah.
I think.
But I remember when we got dropped off for the media party, like, I swear that's where I've seen like something on whatever, one of those TBS channels or whatever, of like David Blaine making an elephant disappear. And that would freak me out if I was really there. When I watch it on television, I'm like, it's television. They can just be
they
like,
can do whatever they want. They have mirrors.
Yeah, but I'm like, if you're there and you're like, that's a big elephant, there's no way this thing's going to disappear. And then it disappears. And you're just like, I can't deal with this. My mind can't deal with this. It's freaking me out.
So you got mind freaked.
Yeah, and you don't want that, man.
No.
Yeah.
You
like how they throw cards at a wall and then there's a card on the other side of the wall?
Yeah.
How do they do that?
Yeah. David Blaine will just
don't know.
He'll throw a stack of cards at the window and it's stuck to the window on the other side. And you're like, it wasn't even there before.
Yeah, who showed up and did that?
Yeah. How did it get through the window?
Why are you asking me? I already said I don't know, and I think I could get stabbed by a magician.
Let's YouTube it.
I mean, I feel like
get stabbed.
I feel like I've been very clear on that.
My buddy's an idiot from the 3-2-1 because he doesn't wash up after hooking up. It was a morning show topic this morning, Kevin.
Okay, it was.
I don't think you're idiots for your practices. You do what you want.
But also, I really like this. I'm glad. I like it when people are like with me. From the 972, what Kevin just said is why I've never gotten laser eye surgery. All right, look, that is the type of irrational fear that I'm here for. I used to be afraid, like right when I first started driving, that when someone flipped their cigarette out the window, that I was going to drive over and like my tire was going to explode, or maybe somehow it was going to catch part of the gas tank.
And your exhaust.
I realize that is physically impossible for the gas tank part, but I really thought they just flip it out the window, and if for some reason I drove over it, my tire was going to be like, psh, and I was going to like slide over to the side of the road and smash into the median or something like that. But luckily, I mostly don't think that anymore.
You said mostly?
Look, will I still try to avoid it?
I'll never have laser eye surgery.
Because you're afraid?
I'm scared of, I don't like eyes, and I don't like lasers in my eye.
Did you say you don't like eyes?
I can't look at eyes. Like, so I was like, oh, what color are my eyes? I'm like, I'm not looking.
You
Just
literally don't have to do anything. You just lay there.
I can't take eye drops.
And you don't have to do anything, though.
Yeah, I have to close my eye and then put it in the corner of my eye and then open it up, and then I still freak out. I don't
drowning or something?
I don't like eye things.
Oh, dude, I will add this.
I want that.
I'm with Mike. I do put it in the corner of my eye and open. That's how I tell the
I'll
kids
never
to do
have
it. It's the
contacts.
easiest process to do it. I understand that too.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar playing basketball if I need to play.
When I get my hair cut, though, I'll go to like Sports Clips and they'll say, "Hey, do you want your hair washed?" I'm like, I love getting my hair. When they're like using their fingernails to scratch on my scalp, I love that feeling. But they'll put this hot towel on your face. And then they start washing your hair and the water gets in my ears. I always feel like I'm drowning and it freaks me out.
I don't like ear water either, but it happens when you're swimming. You know, like you swim and then water gets in your ear. It has to. It's a hole. And so
it's the worst. And then you're shaking your head trying to get it out.
That's the one thing about swimming that really irritates me is after I'm done, there's always water in my ear.
You know what irritates me even more is if you have your head tilted dramatically to one side or another and somebody goes, "Oh, do you got water in your ear?" No, you Nimrod. What do you think I'm doing this for?
Trying to get water out of your ear.
Exactly. Like, that's just a dumb question. It was like, yes, that is what I'm doing.
That's what I'm going to do now. Every time I say something that you have no clue what I'm going with or trying to do, and
you have water in your ear?
You turn your head sideways. You look like a curious dog sometimes at me. You're like,
I can feel. I get that. I really, really
what, you
do.
got water in your ear, Kevin?
You got ear water right now?
I love Mike.
How come
I don't like ear water either.
It doesn't just. Obviously, water's getting in my nose when I go underwater too, but it just immediately goes out of my nose. It just sticks in my ear. How does it? Are you sure it's the wax?
No, I'm absolutely not sure.
Help
about
us out,
that.
Doc. If anybody's married to a doctor, why does water go in an ear and then just stay in there? Get out! Not supposed to be there, or drain down my throat or whatever. So then I don't have water in my ear anymore. Work, body. You're supposed to fix these things.
You're welcome, Chris. Made that job really easy.
So I was also going to ask if the Brooklyn Nets were idiots because they lost by 50 points, but I don't know if any of that feels as particularly consequential now.
I think they're idiots because at the trade deadline, like, we get 2 first-round draft picks for Dorian Finney-Smith. No, you can't. I don't even know if you can get one. What are you guys saying? And then everybody around the league is like, you guys are asking for 2 first-round picks for a role player. Like, you're insane. And then Charlotte and Washington's like, hey, Dallas, how about ours? We'll get some sort of first-round pick from you, right? And they're like, yeah. Because I do think the Mavericks did want Dorian Finney-Smith back.
Agreed.
And then Brooklyn's like, how about 2 first-round picks? And they said, how about you go get water in your ears?
We're the KNC masterpiece, I guess. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Is this the matchup America would want to see for Super Bowl 59? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Attention, men.
Roger that, Sally.
Fancy Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. So why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here
on the microphone
on 105.3 The Fan. Where, look, Chris, there's an important thing you need to learn about this show. Well, one person in particular. You can give the countdown and the warnings all you like. Mike is still going to talk when he wants to talk, so it's inevitable one way or another. Right now,
that's a fun word.
It's time to go
Inevitable.
around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Yeah, here we go. I'm back. Hey, we got Mike Zimmer. We're going all the way. I'll tell you what the Cowboys needed. They needed Mike Zimmer.
You do not believe that one single bit.
Come playoff time, Mike Zimmer is going to fix Dak Prescott. Next, what's the real topic here?
The real topic.
Stop being a jerk, Bassick.
Yes. The real topic
Dak's a good
is, and I was reading this on Sports Illustrated, and I thought it was fascinating. We haven't had a Super Bowl rematch since 92 and 93.
We did it.
With the Cowboys and the Bills.
Really?
Yes.
Like back-to-back rematch?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because obviously in 95, once again, you got Cowboys Steelers.
So you haven't had
He was an amazing general manager back.
Shut up. So theoretically, it would be unlikely that it would be the Chiefs and the 49ers once again. With that in mind, what do you think is the Super Bowl matchup that America wants to see, needs to see?
Rematch.
No, we just went over that.
Chiefs, Niners.
We won't do this till
That's
again.
the two
will we?
best. That's the two
we
best
won't three in a
teams.
row them.
That's two best teams, right?
I will say they want Cowboys and Steelers.
Cowboys Chiefs.
Ooh, I could see that. What about
yeah,
the Detroit Lions against the Buffalo Bills?
Nobody wants to see that.
Oh,
what?
Nobody cares.
I will say this, before the game started, this was literally when Phil Simms said, listen, I'm taking the underdogs.
I don't know if we can find that audio again. That's super confusing.
But right before that, I don't know if it was him or Boomer
I know
who
everybody's
said,
picking them, but I'm taking
who said in this matchup, if
never
Detroit was here, everybody besides, Chiefs fans would be rooting for Detroit.
But I do not believe that would be the case
If it
against
was
the Buffalo Bills.
Right, because it's two teams that have never won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's why. So I would want one of those teams against a team that's has some success. So we
you
can
don't
root for
want
the underdog.
good guy. You want a good guy and
This
a
is
bad
Super Bowl
guy.
59.
Correct.
Which means absolutely nothing. But the Chiefs and
the Super Bowl, Mike.
Well, I was trying to
World Series.
I was trying
88?
to redo it as in, hey, this means a number one is in there.
Gotcha.
If you had Packers Chiefs,
okay.
I was trying to recreate Super Bowl 1, but what does it matter in 59?
I mean, there's a one in there.
In Roman numerals.
Correct. That's how they do the Super Bowl.
Well, we don't say Super Bowl XV. No, it's XIV, right?
XL VIII.
No, I don't think you never do 4 ones or 4 I's.
VX.
You guys aren't even getting the first letter right.
L.
P.
What? L is correct.
L-I.
X will be the next one.
X.
I think P means phi.
I think you're doing a different
A is
language.
alpha.
Yeah, this is a different language of numbers, which is weird. A different
I'll tell
language
you what
of
I'm
numbers.
interested
What is happening in your brain right now?
At this point, I want to know who's the matchup America wants to see. Is Detroit versus who?
I feel like Detroit and maybe
I almost said the F word. I told you.
the Browns.
Detroit versus Buffalo.
Oh, I don't want to see that.
Why would? You know what?
For all the reasons we just went over.
I'm actually kind of coming around to it a little more. That's a really cool thing that you're bringing up, Kevin. I appreciate that, man. Is that the one you want to see the most?
What's the second matchup?
Which is that the one you want to see?
My
the
middle
most?
finger over here versus my middle finger over here. That's the next matchup. That's underneath the camera.
Well,
that's the next.
let me look. I wanna
matchup.
see which
no,
one's
you
smaller.
Shut up! You shut up! You shut your mouth. Next up,
Which one do you want to see?
I want to get Steve Wilkes. All right. Steve Wilkes just
Super
got
Bowl
fired for the
loser.
49ers. Hey, if you want to shut this segment down and just can me right now, that's fine. That's fine. I'll take that for sure.
This is kind of a serious, interesting topic here because this is very similar to Jerry as the GM in that Mike Shanahan runs that thing. That's his thing. He will not fire himself as the offensive coordinator or head coach, but he will fire everything else around him and move on.
Did you say Mike or Kyle?
Kyle.
Okay.
I could have said Mike, but for Shanahan specifically, he's in position where he's the play caller. He's doing his thing. And I just need somebody on the defensive side being better. Even though my offense didn't produce outrageous numbers in this game, to blow away the Chiefs while in that situation.
And it's interesting. I think this goes far beyond the Super Bowl, right? Because if it's off the Super Bowl, you give up 19 points in regulation to the Chiefs. Thumbs up. Good job. But Kyle Shanahan did call a late timeout in the Super Bowl to fix a coverage he didn't like. But moreover, over the last several games, there was buzz building about Shanahan being frustrated about some of the defensive breakdowns. And it just felt like, to your point about he's not going to fire himself, it just felt like maybe it wasn't a good fit.
Okay, and that certainly can be the case. And I want to look at it a little bit more because I feel like they've had, since Shanahan's been there, 7 years now? They've had at least 3 defensive coordinators, I believe.
And for people that are asking,
4.
yes, Dave Raymond, if you're listening, I can get you my phone number. If you need to talk after some of these games.
You don't think that Dave Raymond has reached out to Jared and said,
I don't know
hey,
if it's going to work.
And I don't think that you're going to get this version of Mike on. Like, Mike knows what he's supposed to do when he shows up.
That you're right, and that infuriates me even more. It really,
Why won't you lock in?
Really does.
Lock into the segment, Mike.
Oh, good.
Am I in your head right now?
It really does. All right.
Listen.
What do you guys?
Now you know what it's like to be my wife.
God bless that woman for being a great doctor and a great human. What do you think about Justin Fields on the Pittsburgh Steelers? All right, because look, we've talked about how betting odds can be wrong. I had Jordan Montgomery as the favorite to go back to the Rangers for a really long time. Now they're off the board. But the Steelers are the favorite, even over the Bears, to be where Justin Fields plays next year. Does Justin Fields on the Steelers do anything for you?
Yeah, I mean that's a head coach that knows how to, that has an organized organization. Bears are not an organized organization. There's multiple people going different directions in that thing right now.
So you think Caleb Williams, like that's a bad spot for him?
Chicago?
You're not a big Caleb Williams.
Yeah,
like you don't like him because he left OU, or you really don't like him, like you don't think he's a future star quarterback.
My thing with guys that play in a Lincoln Riley system is that system doesn't follow the quarterback. And so they're really good in that, but then a coach says, hey, you're going to do these things, and they're like, you're taking away some of the things that I do really well. And that's happened progressively through to other OU quarterbacks where they were really good here, and it just didn't translate. I'm still hoping Kyler's the difference. Jalen Hurts wasn't. I don't look at him the same. And then Baker Mayfield's just now trying to find himself with a coach. And now he has a new offensive coordinator he's going to have to work with. So I think that's just my input on that. I think he has some really good talent, but you got to have a coach that knows how to use it, and they don't even know how to use Justin Fields. So they're going to come in and say, Caleb, you have to save our franchise, where Justin Fields probably wasn't the savior of the franchise either.
Question. It's a football question from Mike right here.
Is this going to make me throw something at you?
No, I really think you're going to like this question. Justin Fields, because you just said Steelers. Yeah. I was listening. And I have mentioned, just throwing out there, Atlanta, because they don't have a pick that can maybe. Would you think Justin Fields would have a better career over the next 10 years? Because you're a Fields guy. Like, you liked him out of college. Do you think Fields would be better the next 8 years in Pittsburgh or the next 8 years in Atlanta?
And I see the intrigue for Atlanta. By the way, Atlanta's third on the list behind the Bears and the aforementioned Steelers. Pairing him up with Bijan Robinson would be super neat. I have a lot of belief in Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh system in getting the most out of somebody. And I like Pittsburgh. I don't want that on the record. I would go with Pittsburgh.
You have the offense is ready in Pittsburgh. The defense will always kind of be there, but their offense is ready. You got Pickens. I know the running back situation was a little lax this year. But you got Deontay Johnson. You got a couple of really good weapons for him to use, and he showed last year. Fields showed that he can connect with DJ Moore, and they can have a fantastic season. So I really think there's a lot more to winning games than just blaming Justin Fields for it. I think their defense keeps him in games and gives him opportunities to lose it or win it himself.
And I don't think the beginning part of this next story will be surprising to you at all. But there is a name not far down the list that I admit I was like, wow. The opening line MVP for next year is Patrick Mahomes. Okay, no big shocker right there. Who would you guess are the next two? If it's Mahomes 1, who would you say is 2 and 3?
Josh Allen and Joe Burrow?
Correct. Number 4 is CJ Stroud.
Okay.
And number 6 is Jordan Love. Now, we might talk more about Jordan Love in just a minute, but that's pretty amazing to me that they rocketed up there so quickly. Like, I understand why. And then you see Lamar Jackson tumbling down to after Jordan Love, which, again, I get, because at this point,
they're not going to do it. They're just not going to give him a three MVPs.
Until they win a Super Bowl. Like, if they were to win a Super Bowl, then I can see it changing. It feels really difficult otherwise.
I know I think people can relate to this. And we weren't looking inside the numbers, but honestly, Dirk Nowitzki, after he won the 2007 MVP, he had the next 4 years, you could argue he was MVP, especially if you look at win shares and all of these clutch moments and clutch. They're just like, it's over. We're never doing that again because he lost in the first round. And I know Lamar didn't lose in the first round, but I think he's in the spot where, somewhat like Dirk, you better win a championship, and then we'll consider you again for another MVP in your career. So there's nothing he can do. I will say this. I didn't hear you say this person's name, which would make me, if I was on my MGM app and could bet, I'm in Texas and can't, I would put $20 on Brock Purdy. I think they have a chance of having the best record in the NFL next year, and I think he's going to keep improving.
Brock Purdy is tied for 8th on the list with Dak at 16-1. I think, unfortunately, Dak is another player that until they do it in the playoffs, he ain't going to get the votes. So 16-1 right there for Brock Purdy.
And if you believe in Dak, I mean, I was teasing Sean. I was like, he's going to go 10-1 in the 11 games that he gets to play average to bad teams. He's probably going to throw in those games. I'm being honest here. He's going to throw 33 touchdowns in those 11 games, and he's going to average well over 300 yards per game in those games, which will put him probably in the conversation as maybe a top 5 MVP candidate. It's unfortunate he has to play 6 other games against good teams.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, all the Rangers at spring training. Who are you watching, and who do you think is most likely to steal a roster spot? 877-881-1053. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. All the Rangers at spring training. Either they got there on Wednesday, they're going to report on Monday, and we'll be there the Monday after that doing the show along with G-Bag Nation live from Surprise on your home of the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. I wanted to run through a few different things, whether it's the prospects that the Rangers have out at spring training, or maybe it's the players that you think could steal a roster spot. Let's start with the prospects if we can now. MLB.com put out this really cool, really comprehensive list of all the top prospects that are reported to training camp or will report to, spring training for the teams. Evan Carter, Wyatt Langford. I feel like we've talked about them a whole lot. But for the rest of the top 30, Jack Leiter's there, Justin Foscue is there, Owen White, Dustin Harris, Aaron Zavala, Mark Church, Jonathan Ornelas, Emiliano. Oh man, is it Teato?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I should have done that ahead of time. Antoine Kelly, Cole Winn. So like a whole lot of their prospects are there. So the one thing I wanted to ask you real quick about Mike is, you can look at some of the people on this list and you're like, they're not going to make the team. Like we're well aware of that. What benefit does a prospect get from going to spring training, knowing you're not making the team?
One, you get to hang out with maybe your future teammates. So when I made it up to the Cleveland Indians in 2001, I wasn't in Major League spring training. I was in minor league spring training. I didn't know most of the guys. They had no clue who I was. I'm not saying Corey Seager is going to develop a great relationship with Antoine Kelly during spring training. But for Antoine Kelly, he's in the same room. He's in the same clubhouse. He's eating lunch in the same room or breakfast in the same room. You get to have a feel of what is the personality of this room. Is it a big rambunctious room with a lot of music playing? Is it more of a quiet room? Who are some of the guys that maybe I can become friends with who are on the major league team? So now I do think Antoine Kelly has a great chance to make the team out of spring training. In fact, he's one that I am really watching when we go to spring training. He needs to have a good spring training. He needs to make this team, and he needs to have a role in that bullpen. But I think that for guys that aren't going to get many at bats in the first 5 innings, the first 5 innings are more of, hey, the major league pitchers are going to pitch the first 5 innings, especially early on in spring, even when you have relievers come in. It's the last 4 innings when we're there that you're like, I don't know who this is. Pitching, where, hey, you're going to get at bats there, and they're being watched. You can see there's a net in front of the coaches. They don't even sit in the dugout. So here's another one. Why don't the coaches sit in the dugout during Major League spring training games? How come they're outside of the dugout? They are having scouting report conversations on their own players. I don't like him. I don't see this in him. Or the opposite. You don't want to hear, they don't want their conversation to be heard by other players in the dugout when they go, dude, I think he can make the team. This is something I want. Because what if the guy is competing with that guy who's not playing that day, and they just heard he's better than that guy or he's worse than that guy? So the reason that the coaches are not sitting in the dugout, people will ask me, why do they sit out there and why do they just have a screen in front of them and not sitting in the dugout? Because they're having real conversations about keeping and cutting guys right during that game.
Yeah, and word travels fast down a dugout, Kevin. Like it echoes down those dugout halls.
I have no doubt about that.
Especially in Oakland.
And that's not all their that's not all their conversation. I don't want to say but they want to make sure if they want to have a real opinion about a player, they want to be able to express that to Boch, or Boch wants to express it to Maddox about a pitcher he's seeing that he's liking or disliking. He doesn't want any of the players hearing that conversation.
And then Chris Young he sits up kind of where we are. I don't see him down there a lot.
Right.
Where a lot of times I felt like JD was right there, but Chris Young's doing his own stuff up there.
They can sit either place, yes.
But I feel like Chris Young's doing his own, like his own stuff, and then he's going to those guys and he's like, "All right, now y'all tell me and they have a conversation about it, but he already has in his mind like his real feelings on a lot of things.
To your point,
that's a fascinating thing though. There.
I love what you're saying, and I'm not trying to take a shot at any general manager who didn't play Major League Baseball. There are some of the best general managers in the history of baseball over the last 20 years never touched a professional baseball field, including John Daniels. Okay, I want to make that clear. But John Daniels can't really evaluate players the way that Chris Young can. Chris Young played 15 plus years of professional baseball and over 10 years at the highest level. I'm not saying Chris Young is the one making all the decisions. He's going to go to his analytic department team that have zero experience playing baseball, and he wants all of their information, and he wants to talk to Bochy and talk to Maddox and talk to the hitting coaches and get an idea on what they're thinking. But he's going to have a really strong opinion on what he saw that day of spring training because he's been through it. He's seen guys that are considered can't touch prospects that couldn't make the major leagues. And he's also seen guys that weren't considered very high prospects end up having very great careers in Major League Baseball. So I think for going back to the young guys that probably aren't going to make the team that you just talked about, let's be honest, unless there's major injuries, Jack Leiter's not making the team out of spring training. What can they get out of it? There's a lot of pressure on him. He's the number 2 overall pick. This is a chance every time he takes the mound to show I am way better than what you saw from me last year in AA. And the only people that saw him in AA are the coaches there, and the coaches in AA and AAA are in the dugout during the spring training games until minor league games start, which is about March 10th is about when the AA and AAA games start happening.
And Corey, I think it was you who threw this out there, is the idea of Foscue taking the DH spot, because somebody had texted in and asked, sorry, I'm missing your number at the moment, but you know your
325.
question. Okay. If Foscue takes Josh Smith's spot, because I think Josh Smith and Ezekiel Duran stay in their bench utility capacity, and if Foscue makes it, it would be to be your DH. I'm not saying it has to go that way, but that makes sense to me.
He's not great defensively, but I think he can fill in for a couple of games at like a second base, right? Or a first base if you need
That's
to.
what is going to be what you just said.
Shortstop.
Let's see how much Foscue's grabbing a first base mitt.
It's a good point.
Because at second and short, they're going to see Josh Smith and Ezekiel Duran as better defensive options, and same at third base. So I don't know.
With Seager's injury history, you're probably thinking you have to have a guy that can play shortstop.
Yeah, in spring training, we're going to see a lot of Josh Smith and Ezekiel Duran at shortstop. He's not on this list, and he's not a big league invite. I mean, we're not going to have time because of where our show is. It's 8 to noon out there.
Yeah.
I want to go down there, and I don't even know if he'll be there yet because we're leaving by the time minor leaguers are reporting. I want to see Sebastian Walcott play.
Yeah.
I think he just turned 18. I think he's just turning 18, but he's considered kind of that next Evan Carter-like prospect.
Yeah.
And he's 2 to 4 years away from becoming a major leaguer, but that would be somebody I'd want to see that you didn't mention that would just be playing in A-ball minor league games. But yeah, it's going to be interesting.
He'll turn 18 on March 14th.
Okay.
Fantastic.
He's 17 still.
But it'll be interesting with some of those guys you named, those 6th through 9th inning where a lot of people start leaving the game because they're like, I don't know who number 68 is on the mound, and I don't know who number 72 is hitting right now. And so people start going, all right, this is great, man. We got to watch 6 innings of spring training baseball. If you go out there, a lot of people have been asking me about spring training. I think people are making late kind of vacation. Like, hey, it's spring break's coming up in a month.
It's a great idea.
Let's go to Arizona. And they're kind of asking about hotels. And I'm like, you don't have to stay. You do not have to stay a mile away from the complex. There are plenty of hotels around. The closer you get to the complex, it seems like looking for people, the more expensive it becomes. There's plenty of places to stay, plenty of places to eat, plenty of entertainment. But those 6th through the 9th inning, you are going to need this roster. The roster you just read off of, you're going to need a roster of 70 guys because it's going to be a lot of AA and AAA guys those last 3 to 4 innings that you're not sure who they are.
I'm definitely lighter. I'm watching as much as I can, but I have every year. Like every time we get a chance to get our eyeballs on Jack Leiter, they're there. Wyatt Langford, Kevin, is obviously on that list of I'm watching this dude because every at bat he could earn it right here.
And Okay, that's an interesting point, because one of the things that at times, it's weird. I'm very split on this, and I hope this makes sense. I get frustrated, but also kind of understand the spring training and to a certain extent the training camp environment with the Cowboys of, hey, these spots are in play. And then you see one of the people competing for that spot just destroy the world. And they're like,
it's spring training.
Yeah, and I get it, because pitchers are working on very specific things, and maybe that's not a sequence that you would see in a game. But I do wonder if Wyatt Langford is somebody who, if they tears the cover off the ball, they'll be like, all right, well, this kid's inevitable. Or if he struggles, they'll be like, and that's why you got to send him down to play every single day. Or I'm curious if his fate really does hang in the balance of how spring training goes.
I think it does. Do you know what he's going to be off of spring training? No, not at all. Ruggie Odor bats 400 in spring training because they don't throw him breaking balls and they don't throw him fastballs, shoulder high that they know he'll swing at in the regular season. They're just like, the pitchers are out there to work on their stuff if you already have a guaranteed contract with a guaranteed spot on the team. And then if you're a young guy, you're going out there, and in a weird way, young guys are like, watch how hard I throw the ball today. Well, Ruggie Odor has no problem with 100. He has a problem with people having sequences of pitches that get him off balance and off timing. So that's the thing. Wyatt Langford's going to see just guys throwing. They're not going to throw to any type of scouting report. In fact, who in the world has a real scouting report off of Wyatt Langford after, 44 minor league games or what it was?
Yeah,
maybe 60,
like that.
And so I look at it, but that's the only decision they can make off of him. They're going to have to look at spring training, and if he bats 250 in spring training with 2 home runs, they're going to say, hey, give him time in AAA and see how it goes. If he bats 350 with 6 home runs in 25 spring training games, they're going to be like, guess what? He's batting 6th opening night against the Chicago Cubs.
Now, you talked about, man, that's my dream scenario. You talked about Antoine Kelly and his importance to the bullpen, because it would be him and Brock Burke who would be your lefty representatives in the bullpen, unless I've got that wrong.
No, you like a guy like, if I'm have this right, Danny Duffy, who's like a veteran, invite, like guys like that could.
I got another one I'm going to throw out for you to keep an eye out on is Jake Latz is 12.3 strikeouts per 9 at AAA. So you're going to want a second lefty in the bullpen, right? Like, do you think that's the most likely configuration for this team? 6 right-handers, 2 left-handers in the bullpen.
Probably to start. You could see 5 and 3, but more likely 6 and 2.
And if that's the case, then it might be, Latz against Kelly, or it might be the non-roster invitee Duffy that you just brought up. That's something that I'm going to be interested in, because you need a left-handed presence. You're not going to, I would assume, not roll into the season with 7 right-handed bullpen pitchers and 1 left-handed bullpen pitcher. That
most likely
that feels like that's not going to work out for you. So those are a couple names when I'm talking about who could steal a spot. Duffy, Latz. Like, take a look at those guys as potentially being in the left-handed mix.
What's interesting is I don't remember these games. I'm going to be honest. Jake Latz pitched in 3 games for the Rangers last year, all in blowout situations, but he did do a good job. But what you want Jake Latz to do is have a great spring training and then be able to, I don't know when you give this to him, but it would have to be early because you don't have lefties in your bullpen, is how quickly can Jake Latz, and I don't know how they see him as, can he throw the 7th inning when Yordan Alvarez, you do play, I think, the Astros early in April. Hey, at some point, there's going to be a 7th inning that you need to get out Yordan Alvarez and Kyle Tucker. Now, sandwiched in between them is going to be a right-handed hitter, most likely. But that's the thing that I'm worried about early on in the year, is when you get a matchup where you have, I know you don't play the Dodgers early, but at some point, you're going to have Freddie Freeman and Ohtani. Or you're going to have Alvarez and Tucker. If you look at the Rangers, you're going to have Seager and Carter at some point batting close to each other. Who's the lefty that's going to make life difficult on these guys? The Rangers don't have one right now. You're hoping they develop one.
And I know we're going to get this question plenty, probably in the next few weeks. We'll try to answer it when we see it come up. What happened to Kumar Rocker? Now, he's coming off his own Tommy John surgery that he's working on. Remember, he had gotten very little work in the minor leagues. So when you talk about the recovery from that injury, still having to make your natural progression up the minors, like let's just stay with this season. Rule it out of your mind.
For Rocker?
Yeah.
He's not even going to pitch a ball.
Yeah, it ain't happening.
He's not going to throw one professional pitch this year. So if everybody, I just want to get that through your head. Yeah. I like Kumar Rocker. I still hope that he has a future in Major League Baseball for the Texas Rangers. When he got hurt, the time he got hurt, think about this. DeGrom got hurt at the end of April, had surgery in early June, and they're thinking maybe in August he's going to pitch. They're going to look at Rocker and go, dude, we have all the time in the world on him.
Yep.
When he makes the major leagues, you get a 6-year window.
Yeah.
So they're not going to push this guy. They're going to look at him, and sometime in September or October, he's going to start throwing professional pitches in Arizona. Like, he'll have bullpen sessions this year in August and September, and then at some point in September-ish or October, they're going to be like, all right, you're going to get on the mound against live action here in our, fall camp.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL overreaction or not, and what has inspired me to potentially play a golf highlight? We'll find out next right here on The Fan.
The Expressway on KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for a little NFL overreaction I can do this. NFL overreaction or reality. Or, that was my problem. I tried to pair up the two ors. Or, would you like to hear a golf highlight?
I like golf. I was watching some of the Phoenix Open. I honestly didn't see who won, but I didn't watch the ending of it.
Do you like golf then? All
I
right.
like playing golf, and I do like watching the majors, and I watch a little bit of like a Phoenix Open. I'm watching some of it, but I'm not like super engaged because it doesn't count.
So Vern Lundquist.
It's like that in-season tournament.
Yes.
Oh, man, the Lakers won. Yeah, guess what? The Lakers suck.
Vern Lundquist.
You can mark that all you want, 'cause that's my thought on Lakers.
Who is in his 80s.
He's playing golf?
No, he said he's going to retire after the Masters in April. And I thought, let's go to cut number 10. There's an opportunity to play this Lundquist cut. And this is Tiger Woods, the chip in at the Masters on hole 16 with the drama. Play.
Here it comes. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow! In your life have you seen anything like that?
It was the one where it's an incredible shot, but it just hangs on the edge of the hole. And you can hear people audibly, oh, and then, oh! No, because it rolled in, and so I thought that was really neat. Vern Lundquist retiring after the Masters in April.
That's like the Nike commercial where Tiger Woods putted it and it just like slowly decided to roll in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did you ever see that Nike commercial, Kevin, that he's talking about?
That was a long time ago before Tiger got like all the things and hurt. It was unbelievable. But
was it like the Masters that was in?
Yes, it was. It was the 16th hole. It was literally the exact same thing that I just played.
I remember that. That was good. That's why I really enjoyed that audio that you just played.
Who called it?
Your mom.
Jim.
That's your own fault. That is your own fault.
My professor from UNT, John Sparks, really tight with Vern Lundquist. They worked together for a very long time. So maybe you want me to get him on the show?
Yes.
All right.
It'd be awesome. I think he was teammates with Derek Harper. He dunked on like Horace Grant.
I don't know
Niles
who you're referencing.
Didn't you say John Starks?
Oh, I was thinking about Vern Lundquist. I was never going to get that. All right. Now, time for NFL overreaction to reality.
You okay, buddy?
I'm doing fine.
All right.
Well, I guess we could ask. Overreaction
He doesn't
to
even
reality.
use Nike anymore. He uses Bridgestone balls. So they make tires and golf balls.
Didn't he have a new brand, though?
He started his own brand.
Sunday Red or something like that is his new brand.
Yeah, I do feel like this is a little bit. I get the ego you have if you're Tiger Woods.
Uh-huh.
Nobody can wear red on Sunday in the golf world ever again.
I've seen people wear red.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, you're disrespecting, right? The rest of the golfers like, you can't wear red. That's Tiger's Sunday red. I'm like, you took a whole color?
Red's a dope color, too. Red's one of those colors, too, that it's very, if you go in the history, they did a study. Teams that wear red usually win the championships. There are more wins in red jerseys than blue. That's my phone.
But Rangers took out red as their other jersey and went to blue, and they won the championship.
Good point. That is a good counterpoint.
My son is not happy with that. He wants them to wear red sometimes.
If I can get you guys to focus back in, or maybe I'll just grab some of these people out in the hallway and have them do the show with me.
They got food.
Hey, could be fine. Overreaction or reality, Kyle Shanahan's overtime decision to take the ball first was fine.
I'm okay with it. I understand hey, we know what we have to do when we get the ball back. Either we have to score a touchdown and go for two because somehow they scored a touchdown and went for two and got it. They scored a touchdown and kicked an extra point. We know we have to score a touchdown, and then we have the decision, do we kick the extra point and go to another overtime?
Yeah.
Which after that, it's sudden death, right?
Yes,
Both teams score
correct.
a touchdown. Now it's sudden death.
And that's why he said he wanted it third, because then if it was tied, then they'll advantage 49.
Yeah.
I think it's fine. Throughout most of that game, his defense had done what it needed to do to ensure that they didn't score 7. Like through the majority of that game, they had held the Kansas City Chiefs to field goals. And so he was thinking to himself, if we just get a field goal, my defense has been pretty good. Like, I get kind of where it is and everything, but the fact that you give Mahomes the ball back without 7 is the bigger factor.
Yeah.
Like that for me is the bigger factor.
Agreed.
Because that dude's going to figure it out somehow. What was the stat that I sent you? Did you see that stat the other night?
About his
clutch?
7 for 7 in the final minute.
Did you see that, Mike?
Yeah.
That is so nuts.
Read that, because it just puts him on a level that, I'm not saying he's better than Brady, but this stat goes, oh, he's better than Brady.
Since 2001, there have been 125 drives in the NFL postseason where it was at least the fourth quarter, under a minute left to play, and the team on offense trailed by 7 points or fewer at the start. Those are your standard clutch moments for football, the do-or-die drives. Out of 125 drives, only 40% of them saw the offense pull off the magic trick. Some of the best quarterbacks, Tom Brady, 5 for 11, 46%. Drew Brees, 3 for 6. That's half right there.
Yep.
Patrick Mahomes is 7 for 7 in those situations. He is undefeated in those situations where it's clutch time, I got you.
It's amazing he's already had that many opportunities too.
Yeah.
I'm sure the Chiefs are like, it's fine. He'll score.
So that's where it comes to, Kevin. I have to know, I can score 3, and we've done a pretty good job here, but the dude on the other side is different.
Yes. Agreed. Now,
By the way, if you just take him out of that, it goes down to 36.7%. So if you take out the 7 points, if you take out the 7 for 7 and you get it down to, all right, now there's only been 117 and there's only been 43 because the number is it's been done 50 times.
If you personally can impact something 7%,
it turns into an amazing batting average.
Like it puts him on a level of, oh my gosh. And one of those, wasn't there like 23 seconds left when Buffalo scored and he had to get him in field goal range with no timeouts and 20 something seconds? And I guess that counts as a success.
Yes, it does. Now,
does it?
Let's talk. I mean, yes, by your own parameters.
Oh, okay.
I guess if Buffalo comes back and wins in overtime, it doesn't, I don't know if it counts as a failure.
No, it still counts because to tie or go ahead. And so it doesn't say you have to eventually win the game or whatever. All right, let's talk about his coach. NFL overreaction or reality. Andy Reid is one of the top 5 NFL coaches of all time.
So Belichick is there.
Yep.
Lombardi has to be there. They named the trophy after him.
I was gonna.
Shula has the most wins in the history of football.
He does. Chuck Noll's
in there. I hate doing this because Tom Landry's probably the one getting knocked out.
And that's what I was going to ask, because another person, if you just want to throw it out there, George Halas, and this is in the before times, he won 6 championships.
Okay.
I'm not saying you have to take him in there, but
he's in the conversation. Is that not nice enough to say?
Well, and that becomes the point. If you put Andy Reid in the top 5, does that bump Tom Landry out of the top 5? Because fair or unfair, I don't think I can do that. Like, even
I know. Look, I wanted to name my kid Landry, but my wife said no.
It's all right. I got a dog. His name's Landry. Kevin, I'm looking at CBS's top 10 list
of coaches of all time.
And this was as of January 11th, 2024.
Oh, okay, great.
And Andy Reid wasn't in their top 10.
Really? Who's in their top 5?
Curly Lambeau was 10. Sorry, Joe Gibbs 9. Landry 8. Bill Walsh 7.
Oh, we forgot about Bill Walsh.
I put Bill Walsh.
So maybe Andy Reid's not top 5
Chuck Noll
yet.
6. Paul Brown 5th. George Halas 4. Shula 3. Vince Lombardi 2. And Bill Belichick 1.
Okay,
you're gonna knock Shula because of regular season versus playoffs.
Yeah, you have to put. I think you have to put Bill Walsh ahead of Don Shula. Like Bill Walsh, I know he won 3 Super Bowls because he got tired of winning Super Bowls and gave what he thought was a guaranteed Super Bowl winner to George Seifert. I think Bill Walsh is top 5 then. So I guess overreaction.
Was Shula the coach of the undefeated teams?
Yeah.
No
He's
other
a great
coach. No other
coach.
coach has ever done that.
Absolutely, and he has the most wins. I get it.
Wasn't it easier? I mean, just putting this into perspective, when Jimmy Johnson did what he did, that was Super Bowl 28. Right? I have that right because they won 27-28, and then Barry Switzer watched a team win Super Bowl 30.
He was there for it.
Yeah, he's like, how about them? Oh, yeah, he already said that. He's like, we did it,
We did it
Jerry.
our way, baby.
You made me watch games, and we did it. And so that was only 30. So now that we're getting close to doubling up that, it just gets tough because this list just gets deeper and deeper.
And to your point, I'm not trying to discount George Halas or Curly Lambeau. I'm just like,
I mean, one of them played for the Globetrotters too. So
that's not Curly Lambeau. All right. NFL overreaction or reality. Gambling makes watching football more fun.
Yes. I hate saying that because it ruins lives.
It also makes it more stressful, though.
Yes, because then in a weird way, I'm going to tell you something. When Christian McCaffrey fumbled the football in the first round, I'm like, yes, MVP over for him. You know, like, and he could have won it. I don't know if he would have been the winner.
You wanted Brock Purdy.
Yeah, because I bet $20 on only $20 too. But when McCaffrey fumbled, I'm like, yeah, turn over McCaffrey. See you later, MVP. Right, and then when the game went to overtime, I'm like, they better not score a touchdown and kick the extra point because I had the game within 6. So, yes, you root for your money. And so...
Does the fun outweigh the anxiety, whatever word
I will say for Super Bowl, it shouldn't matter because it's the championship. But why, in a way, March Madness, it does make it fun when you fill out a bracket and you put $20 in the pool. So now you could care less about Virginia Commonwealth beating a team, but if you picked them to upset Syracuse or whatever, I'm making things up, then all of a sudden you have more on it. That's what makes March Madness fun, is filling out a bracket and then hoping that you got it right. So I think in a lot of ways, yes, gambling for the majority of people makes a game more fun.
You had kind of a look on your face.
It adds stress. Emotion to it, and stress or whatever, like hatred. Like, because there was a time I felt pretty confident in that game that I bet the big money against Mike. I felt pretty confident in that bet.
I was so
throughout that game, $300 bet.
Yeah, it could have been 600. Like, it could have turned into 600 very quickly. But throughout that game, I was like, I never felt that the game was over. Like, I was always kind of waiting until I need this clock to go away.
Yeah.
So it does. Yeah. There's emotion that might not necessarily, because Kevin, how many times do you sit there like Mike during sex? You go through you play video games on your phone and then ask if it was good for them too afterwards. Is that what it was?
No, I was watching
romantic movies.
My bad.
I'm going to sit down and watch, I'm probably not going to mentally engage in it because it's boring me.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant, the movies. But Kevin, how many times do you watch a football game and just you're doing other things during it?
Sure.
But if you have money on it, you're probably more locked in. So I will agree, but I don't love it.
Okay.
I don't love gambling on games. I would rather just watch the game.
And I think I think there's a lot of people like you, but I do think the majority, why do you think football's so, in a way it's so popular? Because it's so easy to bet. There's just one game a week. You kind of have an idea on the opponent. Like right now, it's spring training. I'm trying to think. The Mavericks' next game, I honestly don't know who they play out of the break. But last night, if you're betting on the San Antonio-Dallas game, you have to take in, hey, who's hurt? Derek Lively's coming back. Is he, like, there's just a lot. I feel like, football's easier to just say, screw it, I think they're better. They have the better quarterback.
Now, these next two questions can kind of go together. NFL overreaction or reality? AT&T Stadium will host another Super Bowl before the Cowboys make it back to the Super Bowl.
I think the answer is no to both.
Can you re-ask that one more time?
One.
I would pick that AT&T Stadium gets one because I don't think in my lifetime, I don't think the Cowboys are going to another Super Bowl in my lifetime.
AT&T Stadium will host another Super Bowl before the Cowboys make it back to the Super Bowl.
I only think AT&T will host one whenever the Joneses feel like it's conducive to their whatever they want to push.
It won't be while Jerry's alive.
Jerry kind of said that with us, right? Recently, when he was just like, look, we could if we want, but we just haven't gone after. We haven't.
You have to give
it.
up a lot to get that done.
And I feel like that's where Jerry sits a lot of times.
The first one, you just have to have a city say, we'll give you $1 billion.
Yeah.
And they're like, got one.
But he doesn't like to operate from not a position of power. And I think when it comes to that, they ask for too much from him. So I think the Cowboys will be playing the Super Bowl before they host another.
Okay, now.
Which I don't think is going to.
Okay, hold that thought. Mike, you can sit this question out because I know your answer. Chris, this is your opportunity. NFL overreaction or reality? You will get to go to a or another Cowboys Super Bowl parade in your lifetime.
Oh, brother, probably not.
Oh my God.
I'm on Team Mike with this one.
How old are you?
I'm only 23, but I've never seen them pass the divisional rounds, so
and parades aren't going to exist in the future.
That's true.
Putting aside, that's a fair point.
It might be different, yeah.
Yes. Putting aside that's a very fair point. Assuming they still exist in their current
I was
form.
surprised that the Chiefs got out and walked most of that route.
That was crazy.
That's awesome because they really did connect with the fans at that point. Like the Rangers, they were in like, you're in your Toyota, you stay in your Toyota, do not exit your Toyota. And that being said, I was really surprised by it, but I don't know. I don't think I will. I am kind of sour on it right now.
It's Kevin, it's the defeatist attitude of us who have never seen any sort of success.
But Corey has seen it, and I go back and forth. I understand the pain of you've never seen it, but there is also pain with I saw it. I saw it when it was the best there could be in all of football, and we're so far away from that. Or it feels like we're so far.
And we're in a situation too where, You know, everybody's trying to point a finger at everything else and all the things, and it's the Romo situation again, where it's like enigmatic quarterback situation, team's still not good enough surrounding, and there are other things that lack within the organization. It's the same thing, just different quarterback now.
Mike, may I have your permission to ask one more overreaction or reality?
Yeah, go ahead.
NFL overreaction or reality. You will watch the UFL as a coping mechanism for the loss of NFL football.
Can I answer first?
I love Bob Stoops, and he's awesome. And I'm looking forward to him hopping back up in studio with us soon.
And
I like that answer a lot.
I have Carter is in.
I have on my hoodie today, made by Atolo.
Hockey Mike.
Hockey Mike.
In session.
Our Hockey Mike Stars, Dallas Stars, are in first place in their division right now.
Central.
They have a chance to go to the Stanley Cup. It's going to be tough. I think Colorado's better. I think Vegas is better. Sure. I think there's two teams in the Western Conference that are better than Dallas. So I don't know. It's going to be tough. But they are in a position. They've put themselves in a position with just a few months left to have a deep playoff run. The Mavericks just made 2 trades that make them a very interesting second half. And I know there's less than 30 games left. But I understand with those less than 30 games left for all these NBA teams, they're a very interesting watch right now to see how this gels.
So you think you're going to be busy with plenty of interesting sports?
The Rangers are starting spring training as the defending World Series champion with a lot of young players on their team that we want to follow. Plus, they are the defending World Series champions. In our Metroplex with our 3 other major teams, there's a lot to look forward to. It's going to be tough. I think that's the tough part. Now, obviously, there's draft for the Cowboys. You know, that will be something that a lot of people follow. I mean, we got a new defensive coordinator probably going all the way now.
And probably the best draft coverage in DFW right now on the fan.
Like Broadus with his crew, do an unbelievable job. Yeah. So I look at it and go, in our Metroplex, I get it. I loved interviewing Bob Stoops. I would love to do it again. The people running our team here are amazing for, I want to say, the XFL, because I'm looking at the poster over there. It's not the XFL. I know it. It's now changed to the UFL. I do know that. But I just look at it and go, man, that's going to be tough to engage the Metroplex possibly because of the 3 teams that you have with interesting storylines.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I like that answer a lot, Mike. That was a really good, well thought out
pretty
answer.
Diplomatic as well.
Holy guacamole.
Now, it's time for Mike Likes It.
All right, Mike Likes It. I do want to talk baseball because I'm very excited about baseball. I found yesterday my attention diverted for a little bit. Believe it or not.
During the show?
During the show.
I do not believe
I look over at the television and I like putting on MLB Network to my left. That's the station that I always try to turn to. And yesterday there was this interesting deal on catchers. And the Rangers luckily do not run into this issue yet. Jonah Heim is about to turn 29 years old in the middle of the season. He's on June 27th, he turns 29. Ooh. But this caught my eye. And Corey, you looked some of this up to confirm other catchers that we know of our lifetime. I did not know there is such a huge drop-off in catchers that are offensive weapons at the age of 33 years old. But they had up on the board, they had Pudge Rodriguez from age 32 to 33, Gary Carter, Hall of Famer with the Mets, Expos. He played on other teams later in his career, but everybody knows him as an Expo or a Met. They had Bill Freehan, who people aren't going to really know, but he was a perennial all-star catcher when you had in the National League around this time, and it was a little bit later, but you had Johnny Bench, obviously owning the National League catcher. In the American League, the person who was the best catcher in the American League at the time, in the 60s for the most part, was Bill Freehan. He was the catcher for the Detroit Tigers, probably like an 8-time or 10-time All-Star. And then they had somebody else up there. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the other person they had up there, but they said, look at their on-base plus slugging when they turned 33 for Pudge, for Gary Carter, for Bill Freehand and for some other person.
Saltalamacchia.
Might have been Saltalamacchia.
Thanks,
I'm pretty
Mike.
sure it wasn't. But he hit a home run off of me, maybe multiple, and I was like, screw you, Jared Saltalamacchia.
What?
He was with the Braves at the time. It was right before the trade to the Rangers, to be honest. And so we were teammates in Cuba on Team USA. We got along on one thing. We were both United States citizens.
Damn right. I don't know.
Other than that, Salty, thanks, man. Thanks a lot for jacking homers off of me. All right.
I don't know what to do with any of this.
But you looked up Sandy Alomar Jr.
Yeah.
You looked up, I asked you to look up Mike Piazza. He's the greatest
I got both of
offensive
them pulled
catcher
up
of
now.
all time because defensively, Mike Piazza was trying very hard. Offensively, he was unbelievable. But it made me think, oh my gosh, I didn't know this. So this is something I'm bringing to the table that I didn't know. There's nothing you can do if you're kind of an everyday catcher. You just kind of fall off a cliff right around 33 years old. So, Corey?
Yeah.
Give the information on catchers that you have pulled up on what happens when they turn 33 years old.
Yeah, this is the 30-year running back right here situation.
Okay. Yeah, it really is.
Alomar, Sandy Alomar Jr., because whenever I thought this, I was like, who's the guy that played the longest? And in my mind, Sandy Alomar Jr. played forever. He played from when he was 22 to 41. And when he turned 32, his OPS, 32, he was, or 31, he was at 900 OPS. Then he drops at 32 to 622, pops back up to 855, and then from there on, never back into the, only one time barely in the 700s. He was a career 716 OPS guy. So his drop off goes from 855 down to the sixes after that. So that's one guy right there. And then Mike Piazza, because Mike was like, hold on, let's go to Mike Piazza, one of the best offensive catchers ever. And for his career, he was a 922 OPS guy. Had multiple seasons as a 1.07, 1.012.
He was a beast.
At 33, at 32, 957. At 33, 903. Then 860, 806, 788. But the numbers just continued to drop. But at the year in 31, he was a 1.012. And then 2 years later, he's at 860.
So even the best offensive catcher of all time is falling into this trend.
Yeah, so this is something to know as you get to know baseball a little bit more. We don't have to worry about this with Jonah Heim because he won't become a free agent until this. But this is something where I'm not trying to knock Jonah Heim. I hope he gets all the money in the world. But in a way, I was just looking at this going, wow, you just kind of play out Jonah Heim's contract and then say thank you very much. I have Pudge Rodriguez pulled up since obviously everybody's going to care the most about Pudge in this to give you an idea. In 2004, he is 32 years old. He is playing for the Detroit Tigers. He bats .334 with an 893 OPS. His lowest OPS after turning, I'm going to go to 21 years old because it's a little bit skewed when he made it to the major leagues at 19, 20, and then 21. After turning 22 years old, his 22 age season, his lowest OPS was 776 in 1995, where he was an all-star game participant, a Gold Glove winner, and he also was the Silver Slugger. And still his numbers were a little bit below. He batted .303. He had 16 walks for the whole season.
Wow.
So, but you go to it. The years before, when he was 30, 31, and 32, he had an 895, 843, 893. Then his next three OPSs at age 33, 34, and 35. I'd like to tell you this. He was an all-star all three of those years. But when you look at his OPS, from 893, it goes 735, 769, 714. And it never got any better than 714 the rest of his career. He played 21 years, so his career OPS is 798. But it's because he played 21 years. If he would have, let's say, stopped playing at 36 or 37, his OPS would have been well over 800. But this just keeps going on. And so this is one of those things when we do talk about running backs, we do now have to, I now know catchers. I know now in my brain with this segment that I peeked over there and just saw those numbers and then Corey looked more into it. You do know the death of an offensive catcher now is around 33 years old.
That is, and I would not have known that otherwise.
Real quick, somebody asked about Buster Posey, and he only played until he was 34. He took off the 2020 season completely, so he didn't play his 33-year-old year. so we don't have a number there. But at 30, he was at 861, 741, 688, and then at 34, 889, the second best of his career.
But then he retired.
And then he retired. So the numbers there are kind of weird. But
your body just can't do this. Your body, and this is why Henry Davis, for example, number 1 overall pick out of Louisville, Pittsburgh Pirates, made the major leagues last year. They're looking to move him to the outfield. So if you draft a catcher now that you think can hit 30 home runs or do some damage, then you go, well, do we do this to his body? And this is the tough thing. Now, this is the thing if you ever get electronic catching, electronic strike zone, not an electronic catcher, but the electronic strike zone. Can you just, and this is maybe the thing about putting a person on a knee. I don't know if this is going to change at all because, I pulled up Gary Carter, 853 to 776 when he was 30. That was 31 to 32. And then at 33, he went to 682, and that was it. Like, it just stayed low. And I just wonder with electronic catching, the strike zone system, and then the catching on one knee, which is taking hold for the last 4 or 5 years. Is this what they're looking at? Are they looking at the death of catchers when they hit their early 30s and seeing if we can stop that by catching on one knee, or does that even matter? I don't know, but that was an interesting thing I just wanted to bring up, and Mike likes it. Jonah Heim is only 28. He's going to turn 29 this year, so this will be considered his age 29 season. That if you're like, hey, should we lock up Jonah Heim? That's not even a conversation, but the answer is history says no. At 32, 33 years old, you let that catcher go, or you pay him a lot less money because you're not going to have an offensive weapon there anymore.
Man, I appreciate the knowledge that y'all are bringing. Like I said, I was not aware.
Carlton Fisk, by the way, somebody asked about him.
Pudge Fisk,
trend kind of continues with him. He has one weird year this dude played till he was 45. Dang. All right, so he has one weird year at age 40 where his OPS was 919, which was like what he was doing when he was in his early 20s.
Did he play a lot of games that year?
He played 76.
Okay.
But even the next year he was at 830, and he played 103 games that year. So he had a weird late surge in his life. I wonder what happened in the 80s, early 90s there late in his career, Kevin.
We're out of time, but my son was looking up Nolan Ryan stats, and he was like, did you know in one game he threw 200-something pitches? And I was like, yeah. And it shows that the human body can do – isn't it interesting that the human body can do things?
Yeah.
And we decided we're not going to push that human – we pushed the human body to do so many different things now in athletics, and we're actually just regressing on the human body when it's been proven it can do it. And we're actually going, we don't even want to try to do it. That's a whole other conversation.
That is true. That is an interesting conversation, though. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Where I make the case that you should only sign 32 to 33-year-old catchers for the rest of your career.
What?
No, I'm just joking. But Zimmer, we got a quote there. We got some conversation there. And two things are making a big comeback next on The Fan.
The big screen. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I want to go ahead and top Mike's baseball discussion.
Oh.
As Mike didn't even know this until I told him. Kyle Bradish from Baltimore has a sprained UCL, received a PRP injunction. I don't know what that means.
I think that'd be injection.
And so he's one of their stud starters. And Mike, I think we were looking at them going, they have 5. They have 6.
Did you see the other thing on John Means?
Oh, yes, I did see the thing on John Means.
Read that.
He's a month behind the rest of the pitchers as camp starts due to the left elbow issues. Expected to start the season on the injured list. Means missed most of 22 and 23 due to Tommy John on the left elbow. So they're expecting.
And he's left-handed too. So if you're wondering if he's right-handed, not a big deal. But he's left-handed, so it's a bigger deal.
So yeah, otherwise I don't feel like he would have been emphatic about read that part.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever torn their UCL on their opposite arm, have they?
I do feel. How much would that bother you pitching? I'm not saying you couldn't pitch, but
I don't know. It's a good question.
That's why Darvish always worked on both arms so that he could pitch.
He's still UCL.
No matter what,
Well,
wow.
I don't know if it worked out quite like that, Corey.
And Gunnar Henderson, my dark horse to win the MVP this year. Oblique bugging him.
No.
Dadgummit. Well, actually, that's good for us.
Yeah, I don't want him to get hurt, but
So hold on, the Orioles might not be that good to start the season.
Hell yeah.
Because of injuries. Now, who knows where they'll be by
That's such a tough division.
Texas.
Tampa won that division. They finished second. New York obviously added Juan Soto and a few other pieces, but Juan Soto obviously their main piece. Boston's okay. They're not going to win a division. Toronto's going after it. The one thing the Rangers have, and I know you don't get to play as many games, is you do have the Angels and the A's for 24 games.
Yeah,
I
true.
hate saying this, but man, you go 20-4 in those 24 games. That's really tough to look at, let's say, Baltimore and say, hey, Boston's the worst team. Boston has a chance to be 500. I don't think the Angels or the A's have a chance to sniff 500.
So Bradish will be missing the first part of the season here. And effectively, he was their number one pitcher by the end of last year.
And they said Means won't be ready for opening day.
Exactly. So
wow,
they did a smart thing by going to get Corbin Burns. Like, that was a smart. He's their number one, and everybody gets pushed down. But that's effectively what you were looking forward to, was a dominant rotation there.
And unfortunately, this is the part of the year where you have to face it. Spring training is going to humble every single team one way or another. It sucks. I'm not hoping that it happens whatsoever, but something is probably going to happen.
We're going to talk about that tomorrow, right? I mean, right now they might be looking at us and going, look at all those pitchers already that won't pitch. And then Corey Seager, they're optimistic he'll be ready for opening day.
Mike Zimmer spoke yesterday, and they asked him about Micah at one point. And he was like, look, I haven't even talked to Micah yet, so I don't really want to tell you guys what I'm planning to tell Micah before I tell him on how I would like to use him.
Right.
Because I would like to tell him, and then him have the conversation about how he would like to be used, and me say, all right, well, let's work on this together.
Question. Do you think their first conversation will take place live on his podcast?
No.
Okay.
But I do
if
like...
Micah had his way, it would.
I do like the idea. He says people are like, oh, he hasn't even picked up a phone to call his best player yet. Yeah, no. Why would you? I'll see him soon, and whenever I see him, we'll talk. And whenever he shows up in this building, we'll have that conversation. I kind of like a little bit of discomfort when it comes to that.
Okay.
And we were talking about, that's one of the things I do think this team needs, is a little bit of discomfort that sends them in a motivating direction. Now, I don't know, Mike, I don't know if he's the answer to everything, but I like having a little bit of discomfort in that room that feels pretty comfortable. That being said, this is Mike Zimmer talking about coaching great players.
The ones that want to be great, they want to be coached. They want to be coached. Now, there's a lot more social media. There's a lot more of the outside stuff going on. But, the ones that I've been around, the young guys, the ones that want to be great, they want to be coached. They want to study. They want to understand, how they can get better. And to me, that's what all the great players, they want to know, how can you make me better?
And I just wanted to pose that question to you guys. in your history around some of the best players that you've seen, do you agree with that assessment that they want you to pick at what they do?
Yes.
And they don't look at it as criticism of you're hurting my feelings. They look at it as criticism of I got to be better, so that never comes out.
I think yes men in any business will take somebody's potential for greatness away.
Absolutely.
I really do.
Yeah, I've always felt that if you establish that you are here to make them better. And multiple times yesterday, Mike Zimmer used that. He used that phrase of I want to make them better. Coaches a lot of times, and I saw this quote earlier, Mike. I wanted to get your thoughts on this because you coach kids, and I thought this was a really interesting quote. Pull up. Bad coaches talk too much and they spend more time yelling than actually teaching. Great coaches have the ability to communicate something complex and make it simple in less words and lower volumes so that the athletes can understand it and apply it.
Oh, I like that. Like those couple sentences. Yeah, I think that's something that almost like, as a coach, you'd almost want that on a wall somewhere. So when you walk out of your office area, that you're like, just remember, this is how I have to try to get my message across as quickly and as possible.
Uncomplex.
Yes, but I also think the best coaches, they can teach the exact same thing with different wordage to different people.
Yes.
Because if I might say this...
Did you say wordage?
Sure.
Okay. I just want to make sure I heard that right.
That's my new favorite word.
So if I tell a kid, hey, I need you to reach out to the catcher further. I need your arm. I'm left-handed. I'm showing it because when I'm teaching, I need that arm to reach out as far as you can. I might say, hey, have you ever seen the Fantastic Four? Some kids might say, I want you to be like Mr. Stretch. I forget his name in the Fantastic Four, whatever it is.
Mr. Fantastic?
Yeah, but I want you to stretch that arm out where you like touch it. Now I'm saying it a different way. I want you to like touch that catcher when you finish and let that arm finish. The other one, my dad says that sometimes I want you to get pizza on the back. I want you to serve pizza on the back. Now, all of it is trying to get extension as far as I can. I'm trying to say different things because if he's not getting it, I'm trying to see how can I get this kid, for me teaching kids,
to
he's
visualize
teaching
what he needs to do.
To reach out further, like something like that. How do I keep his chin up, type of deal when you're, so there's, chin up is the easiest way to say it. But if the chin's not saying up when I say chin up, how can I do this different? Hey, think of the top of your cap, that button on the top of your cap. The catcher cannot see that button on your hat when you're throwing this ball.
Yeah, I think that's he's dead on about everybody learns differently. Everybody needs to be coached differently.
Sure.
And the ability to recognize what they need, like what is the thing that player needs right now. Not only from the fundamental, sometimes the dude just needs to practice his fundamentals, and you have to do what Wash does. You have to go practice the fundamentals with them. Sometimes they need a little extra motivation for that week. Hey, man, I heard this dude across the way thinks that you're sorry. Like, what are you going to do about it this week? And Kevin, you talk about that all the time. Like CeeDee Lamb, does he need that extra motivation that week?
Yeah.
And so that's where I have no clue how Mike Zimmer is going to approach this. But I do like hearing him say he's not afraid to coach great players because he thinks they want to be coached. They want that extra. We talk about Mike Maddox. He's the one watching what you're doing wrong and then walks out there and goes, hey, just do this one little thing. And then the next thing you know, you're striking out the next guy. You got to have a great trust that your coach does want what's best for you.
Here's the other thing that I think is tough at professional levels, which is easy at high school and college levels. If, let's just say, I'm going to make this up. Let's just say Micah Parsons isn't doing what you're asking of him. You're asking him to hold the edge and then go attack the quarterback. And he's not doing that. He's just attacking the quarterback, and then you're getting gashed in the run game. Can you bench him? Now, you can in high school really easily, and you can in college because you're the authority. But then after the game, would you ever in a regular season game to make an example out of this? Because you can lose because the guy makes more money than you. He can get you fired. Do you go, hey, how come you had Micah out for a whole series?
Yeah.
He said, I was trying to make a point. Greg Popovich would do this. I just don't know if you can do this with Jerry Jones at the helm and Micah Parsons being the player. Could you ever say, you know what, I sat him out a whole series to let him know I've told you this 3 different times in 3 different games and you are not following the game plan. You are now going to sit out a series. And when I put you back in, if you do whatever you want to do again, I'm going to take you out. And then I'm going to mention it to the public when they say, how in the world could you have Micah Parsons out for 8 straight plays? And I would say, hey, we've gone over this. I've tried going over this with him. He's not following our game plan, and he's doing whatever he wants. So, yes, I sat him out because he is not. Now, that embarrasses the player publicly, and now the player has to defend. Why is he not doing what the coach wants him to do? Why is he putting the team in harm's way to just do whatever he wants to do? That would be really tough for Micah to handle, but Micah might quit on you.
Yeah,
that's the tough thing. Or he might go tell Jerry, fire him, and Jerry usually does whatever the players want.
And that's where you really have to have your finger on the pulse of the dude. And that's where Mike Zimmer, his conversations or whatever standard he sets with Micah right out of the gate and the rest of the guys in that locker room, he has to earn their trust quickly. And at the same time, he has to be able to let them learn and know that he has their best interest in mind when he's trying to do these things. But they have to trust him, very much like Boach. They trusted Boach, right? Yeah. Immediately they trusted Boach. Somebody said from the 469, how did Jimmy Johnson, as the Cowboys head coach, ever win a Super Bowl? He didn't walk around holding hands, singing Kumbaya, and being everybody's friend. But if you listen to Jimmy Johnson talk, he says, I knew I could say this to Michael Irvin, and this to Troy Aikman, and this to Emmett, and this to Jimmy Jones, and this to Roper. He knew, hey, Sherman Williams, you're done, dude. Sorry. Not Sherman. Yeah, you're done, buddy. See you later. I know there are certain guys I have different levels. He got to know each one of those guys and what the pulse was for each of them.
And how much has the athlete changed in the last 30 years? Were you going to say Derek Lassick?
Yeah, but I will say this. Yes, the athlete has changed, but it also hasn't changed.
They're still humans.
I think
there's a lot of money now.
I don't like coaching this way, and I don't like being coached this way. But at some point, you can coach with fear. You can't coach with it to your point, you can't do it with Emmitt Smith, but I can do it with Sherman Williams. I can do it with Derek Lassick. I can do it with Deuce Vaughn.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that, but it's kind of a last resort. I always feel like the last resort is, I can do this. It's easier to do it in college because you have 79 people on a scholarship and only 14 of them play, it feels like.
And a lot of their NFL careers in the balance. I can go into the transfer portal in 2 months and just replace you type of deal. You can't tell some of your players making a certain amount of money guaranteed. I can't go tell certain players this, but I can, and that's what Jimmy Johnson understood. I do have the majority of these players. I can coach through fear, but to your point, you can't coach that way Jimmy coached, the way he did it a lot. But I do think at times you can do it. Kevin, we were alerted this morning that this is making a comeback.
Watch the series finale of X-Men next Saturday morning. Check your local listings.
I'm grateful to have the chance to say goodbye. I am proud of you all, my X-Men.
Fate lies in our hands now.
And it is now time for X-Men 97 to make its return. Now, Kevin.
This is an X-Men cartoon from the 90s.
Is he in yellow and blue?
Yes. Whenever you see that picture of Wolverine longingly looking at a picture that gets replaced with whatever, that's from this X-Men show.
And Kevin, I know I told you I couldn't remember exactly what it was, but the teaser from the Marvels does have something to do with X-Men. So I'm sorry, I don't want to ruin that for you or anything, but I think it's just fine. But this is a cartoon I love.
Okay.
And Kevin this morning was like, hold on, the Wolverine voice is different. I think it's the same.
Different.
I think it's the same. But I loved this cartoon back in the day. I think Kevin rewatched it when we were still on nights.
Yep.
He went back and rewatched the entire series.
That show is awesome.
And so this is new episodes.
Yep.
Right of that era of X-Men right there.
And it sounds like they have most of the same people back to do the voices.
Here's what I'm worried about and concerned about. I'm burnt out on Star Wars, and I'm burnt out on all of this. I say Marvels, but even the other side of it, DC.
Yeah, Marvel hooked me. I
don't know. There needs to be like a 10-year hiatus where we actually want these things again.
Right.
I don't know. Like every 2 months, like, guess what? A new one. And I'm like, I don't.
Maybe that's what they're doing by going back to the past. They're like, this is not going to be a continuation of this other thing. Let's give you some nostalgia built in. I don't know. I loved this show, so I'm interested.
Yeah.
Are you not tired though of of all this?
I'm
not
following-
saying maybe this one, but are you not like?
I'm still in on all of them. I watched all the
you
shows.
watched like the
on,
last. I tried to watch Black Panther on the plane.
Yeah, I loved it.
I was 20 minutes into it. I turned it off.
The
I'm
Marvels
like, I don't
was what it was. I get it. There's a lot of girl power in it, and that's perfectly fine by me. It's something.
Maybe
that,
I am turned off by that, but I feel like I'm more turned off by like they did it. They beat Thanos.
Yeah.
Oh no, I get the whole like mindset of how many of these villains can you actually take down, and the concepts of different angles with it. But they hooked me, and I'm like, I'll just keep watching them. I'm fine with it. So, and now with the Deadpool thing coming back into the loop too, there's even more of this like intrigue. So I'm cool with it. But this cartoon I will watch. And Kevin also, EA Sports dropped a teaser for college football 2025.
I haven't seen that. I did hear that.
There's a teaser out there for college football 2025, and NCAA 2K was that was it, dude. We played it all the time. We played NCAA all the time, and I'm actually kind of curious. Was it the mechanism in which you played that you liked, the shape of the game, the way that it moved, or was it like imagining you were Tim Tebow or imagining you were? I don't know exactly why, but we loved college football back in the day on the PlayStation.
I think it was imagining you were that particular player, but I'm curious to see what the feedback will say.
So there you go. That's a couple things that are making a comeback: baseball talk and greatness talk, all in one segment.
With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, draft, trade, or hold. What should these franchises do at quarterback? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
DFW.
for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Third down and goal. Fields flings that corner. More! Touchdown Bears! Right in front of Jesse Bates as Chicago scores first.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Looking ahead to the offseason and what these teams should do at quarterback. Now, you can tell me what you think they will do, but I'm kind of curious, what do you think they should do?
I don't know. Just tell me the teams.
Okay, we'll start with Chicago.
Ooh, they're going to draft Caleb Williams.
Is that what you would do?
I would make my team better around the quarterback I have, but I understand if you fall in love with a quarterback, you're going to do everything you can. I'm also fascinated by nobody's calling them and offering them other stuff for this pick.
Right.
But yeah, I would probably stick with the quarterback I have, and I've screwed him up though. My team's already screwed that whole situation up.
It's a great question.
You're taking Caleb, right?
I think so, but obviously I want to interview him. I want to work him out. I want to do all of these things. Now, if everything points towards he could be the next Patrick Mahomes, I know that's too high of a standard, but I know Justin Fields isn't going to be the next Patrick Mahomes. I already know that. Does it mean he can't be the next Joe Burrow or the next Josh Allen? Maybe he can get to that standard. That's in question. I already know the question has been answered. He ain't Patrick Mahomes. He's not going to be the next Patrick Mahomes. Who knows who will be? It might be 20 years from now that we find the next.
You can at least still see a viable path that CJ Stroud could be. I'm not saying that he would, but through 1 year, you're like, maybe.
Yeah. So I look at Justin Fields and I go, all right, we want to reset the quarterback kind of clock, right? Because you have a better chance of winning when the dude's in the first 5 years of his career. It's really weird. You have a better chance of him winning in the first 5 years of his career than year 6 through 10 because he takes the jump up. By the time Caleb Williams becomes a free agent, it'll probably be $70 million a year you're paying a quarterback. I don't know if that's maybe too high, but it just keeps going up about $2 to $4 million each year. That's why I think that you're going to be close to a 5-year, $300 million contract here probably next month. That's what you're going to see our quarterback get here in Dak Prescott. So I lean towards if Caleb Williams, they believe, is the next guy, they will do that. But if not, then I would stick with Justin Fields and go, look, he might still be able to get to that second tier. And there's only one quarterback on tier 1. So
you also try and, as a head coach, like this dude has gotten rid of lots of coaches. And to keep your job, attach yourself to a quarterback.
Okay.
And so getting a new quarterback and saying, hey, this is where we're going to go gives you 2-3 years.
Well, then that ties in to our next one, the obvious one, Washington. Do you go May? Do you go Jaden Daniels? Do you try to trade up to 1? Do you trade down and say, I'm not in love with either one of those quarterbacks. Let me bulk up my draft, stock. What do you guys think? Stockpile. There we go.
I wish that I had my first one is, Corey, I'll answer real quick. I just wish I had more information on these two guys right now to make a really strong opinion.
Okay.
Or at least read more people like Broadus. I know he's not writing anymore. Or Athletic. Why am I drawing a blank?
Dane Brugler?
Yeah, Dane Brugler. Like when Dane says there's a separation here or this or that, it gives me a better idea.
Dan Quinn is a defensive coach. I would invest in quarterback there.
Okay.
And because I think most of the quarterbacks they've had throughout Terry McLaurin's career have been, we hope. We hope he's okay. And I don't know if they really believe in Sam Howell there after, last year he had a lot of yards. There was a lot else involved there, but I would invest in a high caliber quarterback because I think you have quality receivers on that team and a really good running back or a duo of good running backs that I think you can work with. So I would invest in the quarterback position there.
I've only seen highlights of Drake May, and I get his highlights are good.
Right.
The numbers aren't close. I'm looking at a mock draft here. The yards are close. Quarterback rating, Drake May, 149. Jaden Daniels, 208. When it looks to completion percentage, he completes about 9 more % of his passes, 72.2 to 63.3. Touchdowns and interceptions. Jaden Daniels, 40 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Drake May, 24 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. Now, I get this, that it's not all numbers, but why is Drake May considered better than Jaden Daniels?
You watch more
They're both
college
6
football
foot
than
4.
me.
Because of Josh Allen. Like that's just one of my thoughts is
he comps to Josh Allen?
Not
Is that what you just said?
Okay. Not necessarily that. I mean, although I do see some similarities with the arm strength, but I think people were like, we undervalued Josh Allen because of some of those specific college numbers. But you brought up an interesting point because you have seen that tighten a lot, where some people are like, no. You go Jaden second for sure. Whereas for a bulk of the year, I feel like every time we talked about this, we'd be like, Caleb or Drake. And now you have seen tight, to which some people think it'll go 1, 2, 3 quarterbacks. Other people think Jaden is the person that you should go with at number 2. So,
I mean, Jaden Daniels played a much tougher schedule, too.
Agreed.
He was in the SEC. North Carolina, played Duke. That's probably an easy game to rack up numbers.
Hey,
Didn't
they
do
were okay.
So, anyways, I just wondering when I just look at this, I'm like, it doesn't make sense. They both are 6'4". They both are pretty much the same size. One dude won the Heisman and has much better numbers, but the other guy's considered the consensus right now number 2 quarterback.
Now, go ahead.
The one other thing when it comes to quarterbacks, Kevin, that I'm always fascinated, because Broadus will tell you he thinks it's the most difficult one to judge. But
I feel like the history of the draft pretty much confirms that.
all the throws, all the thing, you can watch all those things, and then Broadus comes back with, I did watch this Trevor Lawrence kid in this situation. It was a tough situation. He just didn't quite respond the way I expected him to. And that's where I'm like, that's the other thing is go watch them when they're at their worst too, and how they are and what they're doing with their teammates in those situations. Like that can help you, get navigate this a little bit when it comes to the Drake Mays. Can you make all the throws? Yeah. Can Jaden Daniels do all this too? Yeah. All right. What are the things that are going to separate these guys when it comes to their personality with their teammates?
I didn't know this about Washington. Not only do they have number 2 pick, but they have pick 36 and 40. So that's the 4th pick in the second round and the 8th pick in the second round. So if they wanted to move up to 1, it's very easy just to do it through this draft pretty much. But if they like that quarterback at number 2, they can still improve their team in the second round with 2 top tier picks in the second round.
For New England then, and I will say I do understand the comps of May to Herbert as well.
I was like, I didn't hear you whenever you. No. I misheard you.
I think people are judging it like they did.
Oh, because the lanky raw quarterback.
And they're like, we made a mistake there.
Okay.
Same thing for the Patriots then. Do you say, we'll take whoever's available at 3? Do you try everything you can to go 1 or 2? Or if you're like, hey, if one of the quarterbacks we like falls, great. If not, we're going Harrison or whatever.
Different sport, but it was the draft where Boston had the first pick, and they were like, great news. We think Jason Tatum's the best player in this draft, and everybody thinks it's Markelle Fultz. And we know we can trade back to 3 and get the guy we want. I don't know this about New England. If they really like all 3 quarterbacks, if they're like, dude, it's just tough to separate these 3 guys, or we really like this about this guy but don't like this, and it's just, then you say, just sit at 3 and take the guy that's still there. We don't have to give up anything, and we don't believe there's separation. I find it difficult if I'm a scout not to separate these 3 guys. I feel like I'm not doing my job. If I say all 3 are different, but all 3 are the same, I would feel like I'm not doing my job as a scout.
Some people brought up an intriguing point, and I hadn't even factored this into the discussion, is how good Malik Neighbors is, the wide receiver for LSU. So some people are
okay.
They're not knocking.
And he's the 6th pick in this mock draft.
And they're not knocking Daniels for that, but they're just like, that could be another reason for separation because look at who he's throwing the ball to.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we talk about that with Tua, and then Joe Burrow kind of slaps that in the face, too. He's like, I had the best receivers, but I'm also a badass. So
fair.
Fair. Dan Quisenberry, Michael Penix has a dude in the top 9 picks, too, at wide receiver.
Brian Thomas is good at LSU as well.
When it comes to the Patriots, I'm fascinated with this because will they stick with the Bill Belichick way of building a team? Or is Mayo coming in with a whole new set of ideas? Like that's if he's just like, no, I can just keep carrying this torch because the way that Bill Belichick ran that team, iron fist. And I'm wondering if Mayo's like, look, I don't need great players. I just need good scheme. And then we'll work it out from there if he's like, no, I need great players. Because in New England, I think you kind of have to build a lot more now rather than just quarterback. But you're up here high enough to make that move. But I would probably wait till a little bit later.
I'd say let's do it the same as Bill Belichick. Let's just get the next Tom Brady because that seemed to really help out everything else.
I'm very interested in that new documentary that they have coming, or docuseries that they have coming out, because it does sound like, I think I heard Sean say this morning, Brady was like an abused dog that just kept going back to Belichick over and over because and it was just one of those. He just kept going back, and so they played for Tom Brady. You know, that line is we worked for Belichick, but we played for Brady. But Brady just kept going back there, and then finally he breaks free, and shows that he's still that good. So I do wonder if it was Brady still trying to learn and saying, "Have I learned everything yet? Am I good enough without this guy? And can I do all these things, or do I just want to be here in New England?" And then it goes on. So I'm very interested in that. I know Mike said that, but he wasn't always great. He grew, but he did grow his greatness.
If you're the Vikings, do you just accept that you're damaged, Kirk Cousins is damaged, but you can be damaged together? Or do you, because you have Justin Jefferson now, and you know that Kirk Cousins can get you by, but is that good enough? Or are you going to waste a year or two of Jefferson saying, we're building it back up for better?
You're going to hate this question. What's the difference between the Vikings and the Cowboys? You just said Justin Jefferson. We have CeeDee Lamb. You can say Jefferson's better, but you have a premium wide receiver that has about another 7 or 8 years left of greatness. You have a quarterback that's proven that they can make the playoffs on a pretty consistent basis, but then get hammered once they make the playoffs because they're not good enough to compete at that level, but they're good enough. They're better than the majority of quarterbacks. They're just not good enough to compete against playoff teams.
Look, I actually, to that top line point, don't think there's as much of a difference as maybe some other people are, but I have a much harder line stance on what the Cowboys should do. Like I've said, whether it's adding ghost years or whatever, I think you should just roll with Dak this year with no extension.
I think you're wasting everybody's time with working Kirk Cousins as your quarterback. He's better than 16 other quarterbacks approximately in the NFL. If there's 32 of them, there's your line. I guess he's better than that. He ain't better than the guys that really compete for championships. If we're just trying to make the playoffs and that's your whole goal for your organization, Kirk Cousins and Dak Prescott are just fine. If your goal is to actually win a championship, I can't have them there unless Kirk Cousins says I'll take $20 million a year. I know who I am. I know I'm better than the majority, but there's no way to build a team around me to win unless I take a $30 million pay cut. And he shouldn't do that, and Dak shouldn't do that. It's the only way to build a team around those quarterbacks is to ask them to take a $30 million a year pay cut to give you a chance.
Let me ask you about one more quarterback if he fits in this category then. What about Jared Goff? Because Jared Goff has a year left on his contract. It feels like they're building something in Detroit, but
what number is he at salary-wise?
31 is the cap hit for this year.
I will up Dak Prescott and I will up Kirk Cousins to approximately $30 million, and I think you can build a team around them that can compete for a championship. As soon as they go over that number, you're finished because they're not good enough to make the money and then carry a team. So I would stick with Goff right now, but if Goff wants $55 million a year, I go, guess what? That's what Dak makes, and Dak gets his ass hammered every time in the playoffs because he ain't good enough to compete at that number.
St. Brown's about to get 25, so somewhere in that range.
So you're going to have to factor in. I mean, and all those teams, Danielle Hunter wants to get paid. If you go to the Cowboys, CD and potentially Micah want to get paid. Like all
only so much pie.
Yeah.
It's a horrible position to be in when you have Dak Prescott's and Kirk Cousins and Jared Goff's. You're in a good position with Goff because you got him on a contract that you have $20 more million to spend.
Yep.
And if he wants to do that, dude, Goff, I'll sign you to a 5-year contract right now. I'll up you to $35 million for what you've done so far because the cap will go up. I'll give you a percentage of what the cap goes up per year, but I can't do more than that because you can't compete with the best quarterbacks in this league.
And this is why I say that I think Jerry and I have distinctly different ideas of all in, because I 100% think you can make a run next year without extending Dak Prescott by flipping a lot of switches on contracts and going all in. Your salary cap's going to be like the Mavericks draft position the next several years. It's going to be effed, but you'll be in a position to add more people if that's what you want.
Do you need to do it like a PowerPoint? Do you just need to have like a board like to draw on? What do you need to
I'll tell them
this?
I'll do the legwork.
We can
on
do it
the
at spring
contract.
training.
I like it.
You got to present this at not spring training, at training camp.
It'll be too late then. He'll already have his $300 million extension.
So we need to get in there now. I got a guy.
You better get in there in a hurry. I think spring break for Highland Park is about 4 to 3 weeks
So
away.
they're going to want that done beforehand?
Yeah.
I gotcha. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105 through the Fan.
Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. So why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. A quick update for you about the parade shooting yesterday. The police chief spoke, said they believe it was not a plan but stemmed from a dispute during the parade between a variety of people, including 2 juveniles who are in custody. And that's what led to the shootings, as opposed to a specific plan that we're going to this event to do X, Y, and Z. So just wanted to throw that update out there since the Kansas City police have been talking about it this afternoon. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is ya?
Peggy, we are rolling. How are you?
What is wrong? No, hold on. What's going on over here, Kevin? He's holding that microphone in his hand.
Because I broke it this morning. I didn't mean to. I swear I thought I just tried to turn the mic and it just kind of fell apart. It really, to me, felt like that thing where you glue the vase back together and your mom looks at it and it just falls apart and you're like, what'd you do? And that's what it felt like to me.
So you're saying somebody set you up?
I don't know if they were trying to set me specifically up, but they were. I believe somebody has covered their tracks on that.
I think it was Blake last night, probably.
I could see that.
Yeah.
He's new. He
very
doesn't know how
young,
shoddy some of
aggressive,
his
strong.
equipment.
I think Hagee just doesn't know his own strength.
Yeah.
I think we got a Bam Bam situation on our hands.
Bam, bam.
Dude, pick up a dinosaur, dude. How did he do that?
That is tremendous. Now, I don't know if y'all have talked about this already, but this is one of my favorite quotes ever from Sauce Gardner about how Magic has him done with Las Vegas. And Corey, it seems like, do you support him?
I'm with him all the way on this.
Okay.
Your reality is one thing, and then somebody is like, nope, reality's not real. And now you're holding a glass block instead of a deck of cards, and it just freaks my mind out.
I've decided it really is magic, and they come up with these plausible explanations. Don't tell them it's really magic. It's really mirrors and this. There's just no way you could do it consistently without anybody ever catching you. I mean, we can't even we never catch them.
Yeah.
They never.
But society can't handle knowing that people among us can do magic, right?
Thank you, Hagee.
No, not at all.
I always think about Men in Black, and they're like, oh, people are smart. And he goes, Tommy Lee Jones, a person is smart. People, and if you just announce today, this just in, there is magic. We have learned that X number of people around the world can do magic. I feel like people would freak that.
Did you say that the X-Men around the world can? Because you're saying X-Men could be?
Yeah, and how did that go? They have to deal with all kinds of crap in those
Didn't
movies.
go well, actually.
Yes.
Professional basketball players on average can't even make 80% of their free throws after practicing their entire lives. But this dude can take away your entire deck of cards, put it behind his back, spin it, find the exact card, put it on top of the deck, put it in your front pocket without you even realizing anything happened.
And then throw the deck up against a window, and the one you autographed is on the other side of the window, but you never saw anybody stamp that to the window.
And then?
Nobody came and took those from him.
And then?
No, and then.
No, and then.
No, and then.
Are you saying they made
how many
you're saying
people
magicians
get that
made a deal
reference?
with the devil?
I would think they're more divine than the devil. Maybe, they're a secret network of holy figures running among us. They're all, Jesus returned. And they're just waiting for the perfect time to unveil it at a comedy fest.
Are we really disappointed in Jesus returned to run a magic show?
They're like,
comedy can be healing.
Both, yeah, a little
so
bit
can
both.
Jesus.
Yeah.
We're interrupting this Nate Bargatze set for the magicians to come out here and tell you what's about to happen.
I'm just not buying their explanations.
Okay.
Nobody does something that precise, that perfectly, consistently, time and time again.
Okay, follow-up question to this. Would you ever be concerned about, because when we were in Vegas, I did go to a magic show. I don't want to be called on stage because I'm afraid I'm going to mess something up.
Yes.
Would you want to get called up on stage, or are you like, no thanks? Corey, you're saying
1,000%.
yes.
I want to be part of it.
I feel like I'm going to be sawed in half.
Yes!
The anxiety's too real for me. I do not want to be part of this.
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm going to let somebody else do that.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So would you, let's say you were there with somebody on a date. Would you, if they're like, you, sir, would you be like, Would you point to your date and be like,
Sure.
no, go ahead.
Absolutely.
No, go to him. Go to him.
She's a lot more appealing to the eye than I am. Come on.
Would you?
I don't think so. No,
Because you
I
think
enjoy
it could
watching
really
this.
happen.
I want to watch the show. I don't want to be part of the show.
Yeah.
You know.
Do you do that same thing at comedy clubs? Do you try to like sit
Yes.
back
Yes.
so they don't pick on you?
Don't let me go up there. No. Hey, Brian, what do you do? Oh, I'm on the radio. Oh, radio. You know, and all of a sudden they start making fun of you and all that things. No,
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't want to be a part of that. No.
Yeah, those comedians that get up there and they're like, if you're sitting up here in this front row, you are in roast zone. Like I will be roasting you.
That spotlight all of a sudden comes
I
on.
don't
you.
want that.
Boom, right on your
Yeah.
seat.
Is
You're
that your
like,
mom?
yeah.
Yeah, I don't want that. I did see a comedian once where this lady was in the front row. She was drunk off her ass, and she got up to leave.
Because she was off her ass.
Yeah, to go use the restroom or something. She left her purse and everything there. So the guy just started riffing on stuff in her purse, including she
man.
left her phone in there.
Uh-oh.
And I was like, man, that is just a fundamental error in judgment right there.
That feels like a violation.
Yeah, oh, for sure. But she's not going to remember this. Neither was her friend that she was there with.
And anything goes at a comedy show.
I don't, yeah.
Except for, of course, having your phone out or something.
Yeah.
Does that say it on your ticket, by the way? I've never checked that.
Anything goes at a comedy. Like
Yeah.
on the back, it's like if you get hit by a hockey puck or
Yeah.
a baseball, that's your
Well, yeah.
responsibility.
You're not
You get
Yeah.
zinged about your dad, that's
Yeah.
on you.
I don't know if it says it on there, but I do feel like if you're going, you're prepared that it might happen.
Yeah, McGillicuddy versus New York Baseball Club 1969 is what's on the back of our ticket for
Yeah.
if we get hit by a baseball or a puck. Something like that.
Yes.
But not in a comedy club situation. I think you're open to all and
Great name.
it's actually a case. McGillicuddy got hit by a ball at a Mets game.
Bubba the Love Sponge used to call random stuff McGillicuddy's.
Yeah.
By the way, on the radio.
It's kind of like Mike with
Yeah.
Shlomo Glickstein, and then recently finding out that he's a real tennis player.
Yeah.
So
I thought it was a fake name my whole life. I've heard it a zillion times, and then they heard Shlomo at the airport, and then I'm like, let me look up if there actually is a person named Shlomo Glickstein, and then I look it up. It's like, yep, played tennis in the 70s and early 80s.
I stopped because I thought somehow for sure they were going to say Glickstein, and they're like Feldman. I was like, okay, well.
Shlomo Feldman.
Yeah.
Gosh darn it. I thought it was Silverstein.
Yeah, and so I just
Slow-mo
was
goal.
like, I stopped. It felt like everything moved in slow motion because I thought they were going to say
Slow motion.
Glickstein, and I was going to be like, oh my God, where's Mike? Where is Mike?
Where is he? Yeah. I really want Sauce Gardner, though. Whenever he makes it to a Super Bowl, it's back in Vegas, and now he just can't play in the Super Bowl.
he's like, I'm not going back.
I'm
I told
out,
y'all.
guys.
All Vegas is a Super Bowls, please.
Yeah, oh yeah. You don't have
All
to be
Super Bowls.
going back to Phoenix for that and everything.
Whew, that was just mighty nice. Great food everywhere. Plenty of hotel space.
Entertainment.
Not crowded.
Legal.
Felt like the security had a pretty good handle on things. You know, they're used to that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Very chill, but professional at the same time.
The only thing they can't handle is rain. We learned that if it rains in Las Vegas, they're like, shut it down.
Flooding.
Yeah.
Their definition of flooded fascinates me to no end. Like the car we took one day that I can't go through there, it's flooded. I was like, you can 100% easily drive through that area right there.
And if you get swept away, you're just going from one parking garage to another parking garage. That's essentially what's happening.
They're
There's-
us with ice.
You're not ending
They're
up in
like,
an
I don't know.
ocean.
I'm out.
Yep.
I think the most interesting thing was that the homeless people live under the city in
Yeah,
those
we learned that.
aqueducts.
Yeah.
They got a whole village down there.
Oh.
They do.
What did they do last week?
They had to
Yeah,
get,
that's what they were saying is
they
they
have
gotta,
to go get them out.
They had to
police,
call, like-
the police have to go down there and get them out.
Pest control for homeless.
Oh my gosh.
give them an alert.
What do you guys got coming up on the program
Purge.
today?
They play the Purge music.
Oh no.
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking, Heggy. We
For
will
the
have,
rat burgers.
I don't know.
That's from Demolition Man.
Yeah.
We'll have John Owning at 4:00 though, talking Cowboys.
Okay. Looking forward to that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say Mavs are the NBA champs this year?
Okay, how are you going to feel in 2 weeks?
Better.
You can hear Kevin. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good one. He's back. King of the Crusties, Brian Broaddus. How you feeling, buddy?
I'm okay.
Good.
I'm okay. I just couldn't hear or talk yesterday, so it's a little bit of a problem. Thought I maybe need to take a day off.
Back online now, though?
Somewhat.
Good.
Okay, but what did that do to your other senses? Because they say when you lose a sense, the other ones become heightened. So when you can't...
I don't know. I slept for like 15 hours. Seriously, I OD'd on like that NyQuil stuff. And I went for the severe, severe. When you're looking, you're trying to like evaluate which one you have.
What's the strongest thing you got?
Yeah. I looked down there and I saw that kind of maroon looking liquid stuff. I said, that's the one I need. I always associate maroon with like the worst possible scenario you can have. Like when you talk about heat on a map, if it's maroon, it's usually the worst.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I associated the severe...
That's very strong.
NyQuil as that, and I slept like 15 hours.
Double the active ingredients.
Yep.
Knocked you out. There's Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup Master Control. You do have Woolchuck and Chiafalo here in Carter Freeman. Coordinating your video. You can follow us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And we have another big day of sports. Of course, the Rangers, second day of workouts today. Chris Young making news last night as reporters got a hold of him in surprise. Talked about it a little bit on our show later on. I just love how he says success is going to be defined by what they do moving forward. On day one of spring training, setting the agenda and not being defined by your success. I think ultimately he could give himself credit if he wanted. I mean, and we will always think of the Rangers as champions now. Nothing you can do to take this away from fans. But that's how you want the leadership of your organization to be thinking. We're not celebrating. We're not going for a victory lap. We're right back in this thing and looking to prove to ourselves that we still got it.
Amen. Yeah, he was using what Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes and the attitude the Chiefs had right after they got done. They're like, we're three-peating. And he wants to set the tone immediately. We are now going into spring training. This is a new year. Last year is behind us, and we are not just a flash in the pan. We are the Texas Rangers. We want to build something special here, and he's got a group of guys that are all, I think, in lockstep with that thinking, and a lot of young, hungry players, some of which could play vital roles on this year's club that weren't part of this run, and they want to get a taste for it themselves.
Yeah. I just don't know that over the years you heard like Mark Cuban echoing that kind of sentiment or Jerry Jones. It's just clear that right now, when you look across all sport and think of the legends that have put together incredible dynasties, our guy's Chris Young, and he might be one of the best to ever do it. I know it's very early in his career, but he was a guy that everybody wanted to bring into their organization, and they said whoever gets CY out of the MLB offices and onto their team is going to have an advantage, and that came true very, very quickly. And he did it so boldly and aggressively and confidently. I'm thinking we're set up now. This is like Jerry West with the Lakers. Mm-hmm. This is Brian Cashman with the Yankees, where a guy who's just capable of out strategizing and outthinking, outworking the league, but he happens to be our guy this time around. It's like Jimmy Johnson when he first got here. That's the kind of edge I think we're wielding.
Yeah, and he's fully entrenched in the city, and he's a Ranger lifer too. Like he takes it personally. I know Broaddus talks about it all the time when he became a member of the Cowboys organization, hometown, you take it a little bit more personally.
You do.
And he clearly does. And you mentioned being aggressive and being right within the aggression, not misidentifying. Oh, we were aggressive. We tried. It just, it didn't work out. You misidentified who it was. No, you needed every single one of those guys you went and got.
Yeah. Other than DeGrom, of course.
Other than DeGrom, for sure.
That's the one blight, but nobody's perfect.
But at the trade deadline, when you really knew, okay, what are we going to need to gear up for this playoff run? You go get Chapman before anybody's even thinking that the deadline is really here. We feel like we're like 5-6 weeks away still. And he's like, no, we're going to go make a move, and we're going to need this guy.
Yeah. At one time, Jerry knew that fortune favors the bold. He forgot that, though.
Yeah, he did. And you mentioned that because I had some guys in Major League Baseball that were talking about how aggressive Chris was to go out and get Chapman. I mean, they were these two guys I was talking to, both of them were working on the deal, and he got it done before they could even jump in. So I think it really started right then. I think that when you look at how he saw his team, his ability to evaluate his team, way he listens to people, all really strong characteristics and traits that this guy has.
Yeah, and it's awesome that he's with the Rangers. Hopefully, we're going to get more out of this. The other takeaway from yesterday's presser was, though, don't expect them to be adding more free agents. Piers Monty's out. The TV situation maybe playing a little bit of a role there. And that's unfortunate, but it could end up being a blessing. They have good trade chips in the minors still. Their offense is going to carry them. I don't think their rotation is that bad when you look at what they have. I think it's four pretty solid guys.
Yeah, the issue will be health, right? Because you do have guys like Evaldi and Gray that have missed time, so you're going to need to make sure that they're able to finally, hopefully, stay healthy at least for the first half of the season.
Yes, now that could change things for sure. Mavericks smothered Wemby and the Spurs. They hold them to 93 points. We have ourselves a storyline here. A double-double from Gafford, 34 from Kyrie. He was brilliant. Luka was below average with his shooting, but still put together a spectacular stat line by anybody else's measurements. 116-93. Coming out of the break, it's going to be Suns, Pacers, Cavaliers. They are 4 games back of the 4 spot. 1 game from the 5 spot, though. It's a damn good team. I think they should be aiming for championship. I'm not ashamed to say that at all right now. I think things, what we saw for the first 3 months of the season just wasn't an accurate representation of who they were because you didn't have Luka and Kyrie on the court together at the same time. Now they do, and they're making it look easy.
Dude, what Kyrie did last night, just taking over that game, the hanging 3 he hit in the corner was absolutely gorgeous. Mavs, according to Mavs Muse, best rebounding team in the league since the trade deadline. They've got the best rebounding differential. What was their big weakness? It was rebounding, and we would talk about defense in the paint. They've got that now with Daniel Gafford. 10 points, 10 boards, a block last night against the Spurs. He's averaging 15, 12, and 2 when it comes to points, rebounds, and blocks since he's been a Dallas Maverick. And Kyrie, only player in the NBA this season, multiple games at 34-plus points and no free throws. The dude's just been unbelievable this year. And him and Luka, I thought it was awesome. They're both at the top of the key. And Luka looks like maybe he's going to shoot. The no-look pass back over to Kyrie. Kyrie dagger berries for 3. They are playing off each other so well right now.
Yeah, as soon as the defense started sniffing around on maybe doubling Luka there, Luka's like, okay, no problem. I got a catch and shoot Kyrie situation. And yes, what he did last night, putting on a show, we are so fortunate. We haven't gotten a ton of it, but it was a nice reminder of just like watching the two of these guys and how fortunate we are to have 2 studs like that. When you have those guys and they're playing at their best, then you 100% have a chance. Yeah. And the health is going to be the big thing for all these teams. The West right now is, every team that is in the playoff hunt really went into the deadline feeling pretty good. They're 7-3, a lot of 6-4, but mostly 7-3 for these teams in their final 10 games going into the All-Star break. A lot of these teams are starting to click a little bit. Who can stay the healthiest? Because there are a lot of good teams in the star power when you think about the Clippers, obviously, and the Suns as well. And you forget about the Suns because they sucked so bad to start the year, but now they're starting to play pretty well. So it's going to be fun. I think the health is going to be the biggest factor.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody would beat playoff Denver. Like what we saw last year and how convincing that was. If they're healthy, I'm not going to go into this playoff thinking, hey, man, we got a great chance of doing this, although I think they could make it an interesting series.
Right, because now you at least have 2 guys that you feel like we might be able to contain Jokic a little bit, at least have a chance with Gafford and Lively. You had no chance prior to getting Daniel Gafford.
You can play really good defense now. You can score in the paint now. Maybe the most important thing is these offensive rebound possessions where the other team is down 5 in the last 90 seconds and they throw a shot up and everybody crashes the offensive glass. They're not worried about getting back because they know the game's over. So they're crashing the glass and they end up with 3 or 4 possessions in a row. You can turn that off now. And, I think we could easily see how flawed they were defensively. Washington and Gafford just changed that in such a significant way. And to think that in the offseason, maybe they can add a player with the mid-level exception or make another trade with these draft picks and get even better. Next year, I think I'll have them going in probably depending on what their summer looks like as an absolute favorite. But this year, they're kind of like where the Rangers were, where they're another team in the regular season. I don't think they have as big of a flaw as what the Rangers had. Looking at this, I was watching Clippers-Warriors play last night. Obviously the Warriors are ancient. They're trying to get it in gear. And the Clippers have a really nice collection of attacking basketball players, one-on-one type of guys. But, They don't have the bigs. They're not going to be able to, get points in the paint going on you. And if the Mavs are going to defend like they have over the last couple of weeks, dude, this thing is absolutely there for the taking. I think maybe the most important thing in that is just that nobody else in the league is looking like it would be an impossibility other than the, healthy Denver situation. Okay, what else is going on here in the world of sports? Mbappe is about to leave. Do you guys care about this at all? He's informed PSG he's going to leave.
Real Madrid?
That's a big deal.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think probably have lots of bidders, but is that the favorite right now, Real Madrid?
I don't know. I was just asking. They always seem to be involved.
You okay?
Yeah.
Not really.
He's hanging tough, man.
I'm trying.
Get well, brought us, says the text. 940. CY was only able to do this because Davis let him spin. The last guy couldn't spin. That's Ed and Denton. Hey, JD did some nice things, but he did have his chance to spin. And, he got Shin Soo Choo and he got Prince Fielder and then they went into a really weird place where John Daniels didn't want to rebuild. He said, no, I don't want to tear this thing down and get in the draft. I want to keep adding players like Ian Desmond and trying to, capture some sort of competitiveness from this group that we had right now. And I think that cost him dearly, because they stayed on this really weird treadmill where they weren't spending and they weren't really rebuilding through the draft for a lot of those years. 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, those were miserable years to be Rangers fans. And I thought at that point that the franchise was directionless. But yeah, there's no doubt the influx of money was a huge deciding factor in allowing this team to, go on the run that it did. But you see teams commit to spending money all the time in baseball, Wolchuk, and it's no guarantee. You still have to make the right decisions.
Not at all. I think we've seen, we'll see about the Dodgers this year. The Dodgers just spent a ton of money. Are they finally able to get back and win a World Series? The Yankees have been doing it since 2009. And they haven't won a championship. So you got to pay the right guys. You got to identify the right people, the right positions. The Rangers certainly were able to do that. And I think that they also felt like, okay, we've stunk. We've been able to get a couple of draft picks. Now we're still waiting to see if a Leiter and a Rocker eventually can give you anything. Wyatt Langford hopefully will this year. Evan Carter is now starting to give you a little something. But I think they felt like, okay, some of the young guys that we've got in the pipe, now's the time to finally spend as well.
Okay, and then we have a mock draft to get to here amongst today's headlines as ESPN insider Field Yates has the Cowboys taking Texas A&M linebacker Edgerrin Cooper with the 24th overall pick. Guys, have you watched him yet? What do you think?
We have watched him. That would be a little bit rich for me, Brian.
Yep, me too.
Certainly is a position of need. I don't have a linebacker in the first round. What's interesting is it's 6'3", big guy. I think some of his best attributes are rushing, like as a rusher.
Yep.
I think he had 10 sacks last year.
Yep.
And to me, I don't know. Do you want another linebacker that can rush? I don't think that ever hurts, but he is a guy that can cover as well and play some off ball.
Yeah, that's the thing about him is that the biggest factor is the ability to rush. We always talk about the sideline to sideline. I think he might be maxed out at 6'3", 230 pounds. I don't know if he could get much bigger here. So that's something you also have to keep a look at. I do think that's a little rich for him myself.
Yeah, I wouldn't pull the trigger there at 24. I would wait and address linebacker a little bit later.
I would just ask, what's our number one priority? If we want to fix
center,
running or stopping the run, they're both really important.
Yeah.
I feel like if you can't run consistently, teams got to beat on what your offense can do.
Yeah.
And whether that's on Dak or the scheme or the wide receivers, I don't care. I just know we need another way to move the football when they do what the Packers did and what 4 other games did to you this year. We can't let that happen again.
Cosign.
We'll figure out how to stop the run.
Yeah.
And
Mike
hopefully
will figure that out.
Yeah.
Mike will figure that out.
Yeah, I think you need to address the offensive line. I think that's the bigger pressing issue, but also some of the things that we've talked about. They need to figure out some of their scheme issues, and they need to design some better offenses when it comes to running the football as well.
So what's the plan at center look like? Is that going to have to be a free agent?
Draft.
No, I think this is a really
you
good
got to draft.
I think 24.
24, you got to hit that thing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I hate to be that guy, because I'm always about the best available player, and maybe if the best available player slides down to you, great, go for it. But they have to address that center position.
And you wouldn't be reaching from what I see.
Not
you
at
have
all.
3 centers and Dane Brugler's top 30 players.
Right.
Oh, cool.
So, I mean,
perfect.
You should have one of these three guys that are all very, very much, ready to be taken there. It's not like you're reaching. I think that's a no-brainer.
Yeah, it fits where you're picking there with guys like Graham Barton out of Duke, who I loved. I kind of keyed on him early. Jackson Powers Johnson might not be on the board, but then there's Zach Frazier, who was a former wrestler. You can see that show up in his tape at West Virginia.
All righty, there you go. A little snapshot of some of the biggest stories going on here in our Metroplex in the world of sports. Stars going to keep it rolling as well. They're playing some great hockey. Looking forward to talking about that a little bit later on. Looks like Jordan Spieth has a lead at the Genesis Invitational. They're sitting there at 6 under as Tiger Woods has returned to competition. And there you go. We're back with the G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30. We'll have the best audio. A little mixed bag, though, before we get there, Woolchuck. What is that?
Yeah, I've got a little hodgepodge mixed bag here for you. We've got something with the NHL. And have you ever rushed or stormed the field/court? That's next on The Fan.
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back, Nation. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 7 minutes. Segment's brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car, truck wrecks, and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. Now, here's Zach Wolchuk.
Thank you very much, General. Have any of you guys ever been able to rush the court or storm the field after a college event?
Yes.
How was that experience? Because I can't say I've been able to do that, unfortunately.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it is. It's amazing. And what you have to do is you have to kind of plan your path. You
don't get trampled?
Well, you got to make sure that you know what, you don't want to run towards any type of security people. And you got to be mindful of, I didn't want to run into the opposing team's dudes.
Yeah.
I didn't want to, sometimes because you're worried about running into somebody and then them taking a swing at you.
Like LeGarrette Blount?
Yeah.
Just
you bump into somebody and then they turn and just violently take a swing at you. Yeah.
If you're doing it right, I believe you're totally ignoring security. They don't even exist.
Right.
If they're yelling at you or talking to you, you just don't hear it, okay?
Yeah.
You have a high degree of respect for all players involved, okay?
There you go.
So you're trying to high five as many fans, you're trying to cheer the guys who won and avoid the guys who just lost. All right. And then obviously you got to be looking out for the goalposts as well if you're in football, and that's a lot to keep in mind while you're at 0.15 BAC. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, not a lot of people have the ability, and I've never done that, but the ability to keep your head on a swivel in a moment like that where you're trying to have the fun but also show the respect. I mean, that could be a little bit challenging.
You have to be selfish about it though too. You can't
you said that.
Okay, so you kind of got to be a me guy.
Yeah, you have to be very much a me guy on this whole thing, because if you're trying to bring people with you, you're gonna lose at the game.
So former Cowboys quarterback Matt Moore and the Oregon State Beavers were hosting USC. Don't really have a dog in the fight. USC's number one and all that, and it's cool that with the big game coming to town. It's a Thursday nighter. We have morning drive the next day, so me and my buddy Ryan, who was an Oregon State grad, went down to Corvallis to watch this. We're tailgating, we're getting hammered with his family and his old alumni friends and stuff like that, just having a great time. Well, I mean, Oregon State goes up 21-zip in the first quarter. Quiz Rogers just dominating.
He was so much fun.
Rogers.
Yes,
and at halftime we run back out to the parking lot, get rehammered, and we're back. So fast forward to the end of the game, and so everybody's getting ready to rush the field, and we're and the security guy's don't you go over that wall, don't you go over that wall, and it was just it was just
once one goes, you're not stopping everybody.
Yeah, everybody was over. It was it was a really cool thing to participate in, even though I really didn't care that much that the home team had such glory.
That's amazing. So A17 said I did it at the TCU versus Oklahoma State game after the second overtime last year. Several other people texted in their stories, but last night we had the Detroit Mercy Titans of the Horizon League. They actually made the second round of the NCAA tournament as a 15 seed.
Okay, so this is basketball. What did you say? Horizon
basketball, the Horizon League. Yeah.
Okay.
Now they started 0-26 entering the season. They'd lost 27 straight games dating back to last year.
Is that less than the Pistons loss in a row this year, though? Didn't the Pistons get more than that?
And again, Detroit, this is not a good year for basketball.
I'm going to get on that.
But they end up getting a win over IUPUI by 15 points. Now, there's not a lot of people in the stands, but one guy, one lone wolf decided, hell yes, we have snapped our 27 straight game losing streak, and he decided to storm the field.
The court.
He walks onto the court. He's got his arms up. He turns around. He's trying to see, does anybody want to join me?
Anybody else a me guy?
He's the only one.
Oh, no.
So, but he was thrilled for his Mercy Tigers who end up getting a victory there. So shout out to them, and shout out to the one lone wolf who said, you know what? This is a big deal for us. We snapped the losing streak. Hopefully we're starting a winning streak. I'm going to be the guy that gets this experience to go ahead and storm the court.
Did you get a feel for inebriation levels? Did this feel like a bit, or did this feel like sober, passionate fan who's been ride or die, mostly die for the last 26 games, and now he's just here to be passionate fan?
It could have been a combination of the two. I would like to think if you're at that game and you watch it all the way through, you are definitely inebriated, but I think you're also a passionate, diehard fan.
Broadus, what game were you storming?
It was the 2008 national championship game, LSU and Ohio State.
Okay.
So you were a grown mid-40s dude.
I managed to work my way down on the field and then went straight for the field. As I was, I was.
That's awesome. We got to get footage of this, man. Somebody had to have had a flip phone camera that has brought us barreling over.
I was so happy. I really was. I was so happy that we won that. We beat Ohio State, and my seats were right behind the Ohio State band. So I was literally having to listen to Ohio State people the whole entire game.
You climbing over them and knocking over them.
I was.
Okay, then you earned that storm.
I earned that. But I did. I worked my way down to where I could get close to the field, and once the game was over, jumped down and went onto the field and was celebrating with Les Miles and the troops.
Okay, so that's cool. So there is no age limit to the field storming.
Our buddy Tovash says you got to delay your rush. You can't be the first to storm. Maybe this guy, that's what the issue was. Like, you got to make sure other people are ready to do this. Instead, you're the only guy that goes out and does it. But it was a great moment. The video's hilarious if you want to go check it out.
At least a 3 Mississippi on that, maybe 5.
Yeah, maybe 5, maybe 10 in this guy's case. Poor dude. Now, Ohio State, the Buckeyes at the Shoe, are going to host the NHL Stadium Series game in 2025. That's going to be exciting. I got to go to the Shoe, of course, last year. That's going to be a fun venue. I know you love that outdoor hockey, Brian.
I do love the outdoor hockey. I have got my butt kicked at the Shoe before. Actually up 10, lost the game. Up 10 with 2 minutes to go in the game and lost.
Oh, geez.
Wow. Had a chance.
Shanahan calling plays.
No, geez. Ed Zombreaker, what the hell we doing? Throwing the ball, getting sacked.
You guys didn't know the overtime rules?
We didn't know the overtime rules. Had won 18 straight games on the road. Had won 18 straight games, and they took us down at Ohio State.
Yeah,
that was a tough one. What
have you done for me lately?
Well, and the other thing is final college football nugget for you before we get to G-Bag of the Day. But according to the Spotlight Pennsylvania newspaper, we have a group of Penn State trustees that are attempting to get a Joe Paterno statue in front of their football stadium at Penn State. Of course, that has not been met with really positive criticism, as they're still Paterno loyalists. But if you remember the Sandusky scandal, it's like, guys,
no, I'm not familiar with that.
We're not doing this Joe Paterno statue.
Yeah. Did they take the one down?
Yes.
Okay, so they have it somewhere. They could bring it back, right?
I think they want to just have a new one.
Re-erect it?
Maybe.
Can you re-erect?
Yeah, I don't.
You can. I mean, Dawson was getting re-hammered at halftime of his game. You can
redo anything.
I kind of feel like they've got it in storage. Just bring it back out if they want, right? We don't have to make a new one.
It is time now for the G-Bag of the Day. Into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
You can catch me puffing la 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 la. When I'm stressed, you know I puff that lie. That's me. Yeah, buddy. It's a Thursday, even though I felt like yesterday was a Thursday. We're being robbed of our time, people. And you can't drive. If you're listening to me right now, you cannot drive. 100%. You can't drive. I seen you getting here. All right.
Lucius, is that your biggest problem with people? Their inability to drive?
That, awareness levels, spatial awareness levels, and the gossip.
The gossip.
Oh, my gosh. Grown-ass man. Hey, man, did you know? Get out of my face, bro. Get
out of my face.
Yeah, because they gossip with the people they hang with. Like, come on, man. What are we doing?
Yeah.
You were just telling me all types of trash about this guy, then you posted a photo with him on your Instagram.
That's a good point.
Yeah, so I got trust issues with folks. Can't help it. Our winner right here is a toxic pastor on the day after church. I hope you got your blessing and everything. Shout out to my pastor, Pastor Freddie Haynes over there at Friendship West Baptist Church. And Reverend Ike, he's on YouTube. He's with God now, but he's got some wisdom for you. But we got a toxic pastor right here. How many days is this, Dawson, you think?
I think he's looking for 4 right now.
That's 4, That's what I thought, too. Yeah, he tells a woman, the reason why she is single, brother, is you ain't nothing, bro. You trash. You trash.
How many days is this?
You are trash, brothers. Yeah, a toxic pastor tells a woman in church, in the house of God, by the way, the reason why she is single. I believe him.
It's your fault. It's your fault. A woman should just shut up and look cute and nod your head.
My God,
it's your fault. Who want me to critique them right now on the spot? You do. Come here, right here. Come right here. Now she said she gonna do this, didn't she? Did I call her out? Did she come out herself? All right, so you need to lose weight. Find a good bra. You need to go to intimates. It's called intimates. I took my wife. My wife knew nothing about anything.
Clueless.
I took my wife knew nothing because she came from a family who didn't know anything about
Pretty hot,
anything.
though.
I took my wife to a place that they have. We don't buy bras at Victoria. Not black women that got large breasts. So you need to get your bra made. And it's not that expensive. No, baby, you get a good bra. It's almost like having a breast lift.
Yeah.
My man said you don't have a man because you don't have a bra.
Yeah.
This is simple mathematics right here.
What are you thinking with that bra? Where'd you get it? Target?
You don't have a bra. You see them things down there by your knees? Pick them up, girl. Let a man see them things. You might get one of them joints. I would say my advice is be nice, ladies.
Yeah.
Be nice. I bet you can't be nice for a whole week. I bet you can't do it. I 100% bet.
Not after the first 12 weeks. First 12 weeks, they'll throw a shutout on you.
Oh, yeah, because you're meeting the representative.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. The representative is real nice. Bring the representative back.
That's right.
Yeah, let's see. All right, yesterday, Coach Mike Zimmer had his press conference introducing himself to the Dallas-Fort Worth media. And apparently, they were calling him during the press conference.
I knew they wanted me to be here, and I was told by, somebody calling for a job. It really was. Yeah, it really was.
Fellas, take your guesses. Who do you think was calling Mike Zimmer for that job situation?
Steve Wilkes.
Yeah, I see a lot of that online.
And I wish they'd hired him.
Man, that's a good guess.
Greg Ellis.
Yeah, Greg. That's a good guess. Yeah.
That sounds like he'd like to work with him.
Yeah, he would. He needs a defensive line coach.
Maybe it was Ron Rivera.
Could have been Ron.
Jack Del Rio.
Jack Del Rio.
Another good one.
Hey, dude, if you need somewhere to come F up your defense,
I hate to blow you
get
up,
you fired next year.
I got you.
I'm your man.
See these things I've been working on. You guys are done guessing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there an answer?
I don't know.
He was testing me as an insider here. Is what he was doing. Who the hell was it, Brian?
Hit that gang of stats.
Way to let me down.
You was out here breaking news, bro.
Yeah.
You were breaking news.
What?
Yeah.
You were. The deal is not actually done yet.
That's
Hold
right.
your horses there. That was Big B that told me that. And he was real.
Mm-hmm.
And then like another insider or something tweeted it to confirm it.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, right?
Yeah. It always helps you because I say things here on the G-Bag Nation, then these fools be like, let me Google it real quick. You know what? Lucius was right. I'll be damned.
Lucius is right. Don't confirm that. He's right.
Not all the time. All right. We got a former Notre Dame coach and Kansas coach, Charlie Wise.
Charlie Wise.
With the belly bump. He did that kid with the belly bump. Remember that?
Still getting paid by both schools, I think.
Man, good for him.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Dipping.
He's not double dipping. He loves that.
Double dipping dots.
Not
A lot of double dipping dots.
He was not feeling Tony Romo during the broadcast.
San Francisco's defense showed up for that game, too.
Yeah, no one's saying they didn't. And I think they talked about Steve Wilkes on the telecast a lot last night.
Yeah, I wasn't listening to those guys because they really turned me off, I have to tell you. I'd rather they do. They turn me off. I mean, I listened at the end of the game and I listened to Tony Romo ruin the moment. Just shut up and let us savor the moment. Just be quiet. Nance had already said jackpot. He had already said that should have been the end of the conversion. I don't need to hear your analysis of what just happened. I just watched it. I want to watch the moment. I want to enjoy the moment. As a sports fan, okay, please, just let us enjoy the moment.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Tear him up, Charlie.
That's how Brada says it. You be quiet.
Be quiet.
Be quiet.
Keep your mouth shut.
Sit down.
Let me finish.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. Excuse me. It's when Trump does. Excuse me.
Let me finish.
That's the greatest cutoff of somebody. Sir. Excuse me.
Yeah.
I love that, bro.
Yeah. It takes ability to do that.
It is so nasty. Excuse me. Yeah. You're a nasty person. How about this one? Travis Kelce singing yesterday. A little Garth Brooks.
Oh no.
Since he's singing Garth Brooks, I'll say he sung Yesterday.
Okay.
If you know this song, sing along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blamed it all on my roots.
Yeah.
I showed up in boots.
Yeah.
And ruined the Niners affair. The last one to know. We were the last one to show. We were the last ones they thought they'd see there.
Uh-oh.
Budweiser?
And I saw the surprise, that fear in their eyes. And we took that glass of champagne. Pat took that glass of champagne, I promise you.
Oh, jeez.
On me.
Hey, they all can't be like Dirk, you know?
Yeah.
I think we are the champions. All right, time to vote. What do you say?
Yeah, let's go do that.
Is it the toxic pastor looking for 4? For the record, I don't know what a woman should do. But, sometimes not talking would be great, if that's what strikes you.
At least have that in your repertoire.
Or just learn word economy.
Yes.
The stories be so long.
Yeah.
Woo. And I try to hold my face like, oh, this is not painful. This is not hurting.
I know.
But it is.
and don't oversell on the front end either. They'll paint it out to be like this is about to be something. Just set the expectations right.
Oh my God.
Undersell,
oh my God.
over-deliver.
Cynthia in accounting. Oh my God. So let me tell you, Cynthia's always wearing these pink dresses because for some reason she likes pink, and I've never liked pink any. But anyway, like, damn.
Is it Coach Mike Zimmer getting called for gigs while on the presser? Former Notre Dame and Kansas coach, he nailed it about Tony Romo, or is it Travis Kelce? I'll go with Charlie Weiss there, Chief.
I'm gonna go with the champ.
Go for the champ, Lucius.
Yeah, me too.
Wilchuk.
I'll go Charlie Weiss.
Brian.
Champ.
By a score of 3-2. Now a 4-time champ looking for 5 tomorrow at 2:30. If you ever missed the G-Bag of the day, tune in Krusty's Corner every night 5:40. Lucius replays that champ in the midst of LA Live. Okay, Krusty's Corner is coming up next. Where are you taking us?
Guys, I'm going to make you identify the drunkest fan bases in the NFL. We'll do that next.
Okay, I'd love to chat with you.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. We have NFL News Today coming up at 3 o'clock. I'm going to talk some Rangers rotation with you at 3:20. Here's Brian Broaddus, King of the Crusties, with the corner.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. Gotta love the star tonight. If you want to fire some questions at Bobby and I, we would sure appreciate that. At Brian Broaddus, Brian with a Y. Broaddus, the 2 Ds. And then Bobby Belt TX. You can find him on
2
Twitter.
Ds for a double dose of this pimping.
Yeah, there you go. Snoop only has 1 D. I wish Snoop had 2 Ds. He's a, what's he, Calvin Broaddus? Is that my man, Snoop?
Yeah.
Calvin Broaddus? Uncle Snoop. But anyway, yeah, so we appreciate that. And then also, too, Zach and I were on Draft Show today.
Yes, sir.
So if you want to go back, and after our show here today, you want to go back and listen to the Draft Show. We had some good conversations there as well with kind of who would you rather. We went through Dane Brugler's top 100.
Oh, did a little who'd you rather.
It was
who
fun,
would you
man.
rather? And he had some guys that were really close positionally, so you could play that game where you can kind of flip guys around and
Which
stuff.
one do you want?
Which one do you want the most? So give that a look if you would. You guys ever dealing with colds and stuff real quick? Dealing with colds and having to use paper towels to blow your nose?
Yes, and it really messes up the nose.
Yeah,
it hurts.
I think I'm in more pain over the paper towel on the nose than the cold itself.
It's a bad combination of things.
It's bad combination. Bad things going on.
I make
right
that mistake frequently, man. I'm sorry.
You got to Kleenex it. They're much softer.
I know, that's the problem. I should have got a box when I came in here, and I didn't do that. That just shows you I was not prepared. So you use the paper towels, and so now you got nose problems to deal with here. All right, I promise this. They actually do this. There's metrics for this there, Chief. There's metrics for this. Drunkest fan bases in the NFL.
Drunk fan metrics?
Drunk fan metrics. Before we get started, I just want to go ahead and tell you, your Dallas Cowboys. Well, how about this? We'll do this. This is what it's. This is how they describe this. What every NFL fan base enjoys in their alcohol the most.
Ooh.
And this is from the Picknam Company, who worked with BAC Tracking. They've got data, over 28,000 unique tests during the 2023 season. Okay, now, for some reason, they didn't get data from the Jets or the Jaguars on this. So we're only going with 30 NFL teams here.
Well, I understand why they didn't want to get around the Jets and have to sit through a terrible viewing experience.
Toughie.
It is a very.
So they walking around and somehow gauging the blood alcohol content in the blood of fans?
They're basically Eagles fans, though, in my opinion. I think that's accurate.
You're going to watch them, you got to be drunk.
You would be surprised. You would be surprised at the top 5. But I want to start with the bottom 5.
Okay. Least drunk?
Least drunk of your NFL fan bases. Would anybody like to guess the least drunk team in the National Football League?
The Chargers.
Good guess.
Oh.
No. How about you, Chieftain?
Give me the Buccaneers.
The Panthers.
It'd actually be your Kansas City Chiefs.
What?
See, this
Yeah.
Well, because they're winning games and they got to be locked in. We got to enjoy this. We got to
maybe the
savor
fans
it.
want to stay sober.
We don't need to be drunk.
A BAC level of .051 for your Kansas City Chiefs.
What are they? Are they doing random BAC testings of the drunk people in their stadium? How are we compiling this data?
We've got BAC track.
They're breathing this.
Yeah,
You got
28,000 tests we're doing here. Like, really, would you like if someone walked up to you and hand you a breathalyzer? Would you do it?
Well, if I was
drunk,
if I was Broadest level World Series championship parade drunk, absolutely.
If I was sober, no.
Why not?
I used to get
So go F yourself.
the little gadget ones you could order online to see if I was sober enough to drive.
Really?
Yeah, I think that's valuable info to have. Call me crazy.
No, that's
Crazy.
some must-have info.
Great partying, man. Just go for it.
Just go for it. Would you like to know that that was the least drunk fan base? Would you like to know the second least?
Yeah, lay it on us. I think we can handle it.
Did you guess it?
So it's not a team that we've guessed then yet.
Seattle.
A really good team would be my guess.
I do think the 903 makes a good point that the Cowboys, their alcohol is so damn expensive in the stadium.
That's a problem.
That it might be an issue. So I'll go with the Cowboys. I'll go with the 903.
Okay. How about you there, Chieftain?
I will go. I like the Seattle guess there from Lucius.
Gavin's going to sneeze first because I've given him a cold already today.
Ravens.
Actually, be your Washington Commanders.
Oh, maybe it's just because nobody's at the game.
Probably a point. .058. The BAC levels at the Commanders games. After them, the New York Football Giants.
Okay.
At a level of .058 as well. There's some problems here in the NFC East. We're not a drinking.
I'd say cost of living's the culprit there, both New York and Washington D.C. It's just I gotta save everything I got for the Bills. We're not dropping $15 a brewski here.
Number 4 for the least would be your Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah,
Baltimore.
That's good team theory right there. We have cost of living and good team theory right now dominating the least drunk teams.
.059 for your Ravens. And to finish out the least of the 5.
You can't be drunk watching Lamar Jackson. You'll miss everything.
You blink.
Even watching that guy's post-game pressers, like he's got these little ticks, and it's like he's transporting from one side of the table to the other. He's just so damn quick.
It's flash.
He's juking out the microphones.
Insane. Watch it next time. It kind of looks like the old Max Headroom bit. You remember that?
Oh, gosh.
The digital guy who was like kind of...
Yeah. Max Headroom. Wow, why'd you come up with that one? That's amazing. And number 5 would be the Los Angeles Chargers.
Okay.
At .062.
Okay, yes. Now that is cost of living, but also the fan base really isn't that passionate.
No.
You know, you get the passionate fan base there tailgating 5 hours before the game if you want a high BAC.
Yeah. Mid-pack are your Dallas Cowboys. They're at .065.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is where you're at.
Right in the middle.
Right in the middle there.
Yeah, you can go ahead and get drunk and have a good time.
All right, here we go. You guys ready for the top 5 drunk fan bases in the NFL?
Oh, yeah.
We get to them. Number 5, that'd be your New Orleans Saints.
Makes sense.
I would think that the Saints would be a lot higher here.
Yeah.
Well, they're top 5.
The top 5 is pretty good.
5's good.
I think they're.
I would thought they would
They're
be
a lot
top
drunker,
2.
you mean?
I thought, they would be top 2. I thought they would be top 2.
That
showing
BAC
up.
level would really be
Yeah,
strong.
they're at .08.
Does everybody go down to Bourbon before the game?
You have to walk basically to the stadium because you can't park.
Yeah.
So you have to go through there. Next, your Atlanta Falcons.
Okay.
.085.
They've got affordability.
Cheap alcohol there, right?
That's where they got
do
the cheap concessions.
We do cheap alcohol there.
Quantity, not
Yep. Number 3,
per.
your Indianapolis Colts.
That's
The
an
Irsay
upset.
effect.
Yeah.
You take on the personality of your owner.
They're at
I bet they're the highest fan base too.
He's popping the Bills.
I would say the Raiders are.
If you think he's not,
Washing it down with some whiskey.
I mean, come on now. He ain't taking them with water.
Yeah, he is.
Number 2, with a .088, The Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, dude. Pittsburgh's the only fan base where I've seen a guy having to wash his pants in the bathroom sink because he crapped them.
Yeah. That might
That's
also
real.
be
It's
where
real?
some dude
You
was
went to a
taking a
game?
dump in that janitor's closet.
I wasn't at the game. I just saw the
That was
viral
Chicago,
photos.
wasn't it?
Was it Chicago?
Oh, that was
Where the guy
Chicago.
was taking a dump in a janitor closet? That was outstanding.
And the number one drunk fan base in the NFL, Gavin, would you like to guess?
Cleveland, Philly,
Bills Mafia.
I'm going Eagles.
Tennessee Titans.
The Titans. Well, hey.
How about this?
Who's getting wild tonight?
Thank you, Gronk.
0.093
Jeez.
is your Tennessee Titans.
Tear them up.
So
must like that whiskey down there.
Broadway.
We got a lot going on there at Tennessee.
That's a pretty big spread. You know, like 50% more drunk than other cities.
Yep.
Thank you, Brian.
Upset. No Bills or Eagles in the top 5.
And now you know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what's the state of the Rangers rotation? We'll talk about that coming up at 3:20. I have some Cowboys news of the day for you, but NFL news is next. Chuck, what do you have on deck?
One Eagles fan I actually respect, Chris Jones on his future in KC, and are you buying or selling this Brandon Marshall story? That's next.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. Hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day here on your home of the Rangers. We're just a week and a half now from being in Surprise. And we look forward to reporting on the greatest spring training in the history of this baseball team as they're looking to go back-to-back. And the journey has started. It is underway. Here's Zach Wolchuk with some NFL news of the day. We'll be talking baseball in 20.
Thank you very much. Big news that just dropped is the Bears are releasing veteran guard/center Cody Whitehair after 8 seasons. He was a team captain. That move will clear $9 million in cap space. But there's another interior lineman that's now going to hit the free agent market. With your Cowboy lens, if you want to look into that. We might need to get a report from the Gang of 7, see how much Cody Whitehair has left in the tank after 8 years.
Yeah.
But that's an option for you.
Well, I think it would be cool because we've had a white head in the organization before, so bringing in a white hair.
Bring white hair?
I mean, there's some level of precedent here.
As long as he's not a blue hair, I'm good.
Yeah. Or a blue dolphin. The Lions and star wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown are in discussions on a new contract that could pay him up to $25 million a year for at least 3 years.
Cha-ching.
Think about CeeDee Lamb as well. When you're hearing new contract negotiations with wide receivers, I think
it's just a 3-year deal.
It would be for at least 3 years.
So he's going
$25 million.
He's going for the short end.
Shorter, so I can then get back into the market.
Get back into it. Yep.
And maybe CeeDee Lamb wants to do that. I don't think the Cowboys would want to go shorter. I think they'd want to go at least 5 years. But $25 million, maybe you circle that.
They did it with Dak.
Point. Well, they did it with Dak. I think that was more of Todd France wanting to do that. I don't think the Cowboys wanted to do that.
I don't think they did either, but they do have precedence over that, right?
They do, but we'll have to see CeeDee's agent, if he would be willing to play ball or what CeeDee wants to do. But it seems like that's kind of the thing. Like the shorter we can get these deals, if you believe in yourself, I can get back into the table and we can negotiate again, and I can end up making some more money. So it's not a bad way to do business. Now the Seahawks had a $12.7 million deal with Geno Smith that became fully guaranteed tomorrow. He was informed today that he will remain on the roster through this week, which allows that money to hit. So now the Seahawks are looking at, okay, the quarterback market today, these salaries are upwards of $30+ million. We have Geno Smith locked in at $12.7 million. That's a bargain price for us. Or if we want to go ahead and maybe go for another quarterback, we can, and then we can dangle Geno Smith as a trade chip, and I'm sure a team's going to welcome in a $12.7 million salary at quarterback. It's a hell of a deal there for the Seahawks and for Geno, who is at least getting that money fully guaranteed now starting tomorrow. So good for him. Former Detroit Lion actually played against the Dallas Cowboys, David Blau. We were confused, is it David Blow or Blau?
Blau.
But it is Blau.
Coaching.
Local kid, Carrollton Creekview here. He is going to be the assistant quarterbacks coach of the Washington Commanders. As,
for him.
The Commando staff is filling out nicely here under Dan Quinn. And the one Eagle fan.
We'll see. We'll see how Kingsbury works out.
Yeah, we'll see, Cliff. The one Eagles fan that I actually might have a little respect for is Jason Kelsey's wife, Kylie. She will not wear another team's memorabilia at all, jersey, T-shirt. Like Jason's out there rocking his brother's colors, wearing the Chiefs stuff left and right. Kylie's like, I grew up an Eagles fan. I'm not wearing. And Jason said she will not do it. I tried to tell her, listen, Kylie, we have family in the game. It's okay to cheer on that team. They're not playing the Eagles, and she refuses to do it. She's also so superstitious that she didn't even watch the Super Bowl because she thought it would impact Travis and the Chiefs' chance of winning. So she stood outside the suite, didn't watch it, had a friend of her that she was watching for the reactions to kind of get a judge of what was happening in the game. So I admire superstition. I admire saying I am such a loyal fan. I ain't wearing another team's jersey. I don't give a damn.
I do admire that as well. I think that's doing it right. I think it's weird where these lines get blurred. The next thing you know, like Post Malone's in a Chiefs jacket, and we're just having fun because it's the Super Bowl. And
need that.
I wouldn't do it.
Me either.
Well, did you see it was Brittany Mahomes? It was Mahomes' wife who takes the Cowboys jacket off of him and puts on the Chiefs jacket on Post Malone.
And Posty was definitely like hesitant about this. Like, ooh, I don't know if I want to do this.
They got their own thing going on. You know, you don't want to be a part of it.
It is weird.
Yeah.
We also do have the Eagles locker room. They were being polled about Jason Kelsey and Fletcher Cox returning next year.
I mean, legitimately, there's player reality and there's fan reality. And you have to respect both, no matter what side you're on. We're in the media. We're in an objective reporter position. We're in a different space, sometimes more fans. Some media members they like to tell the player side more, and I get that. But no, that's their reality. That, hey, I get drafted somewhere and I got to be ready to go play for. We're on this fun little journey as our little team, but don't bring that to the fan base.
Yeah.
It's a real good way to make enemies.
Get that out of here.
Yeah, because we don't play around like that, Wolchuk.
We don't play around.
We're not getting millions of dollars to sell our allegiance.
No.
Sure, pay me millions of dollars, and move me across the country. Guess who I'm a fan of now? Right? But for everybody else, this is sacred, Brittany. Didn't appreciate what you did to Posty there.
Hell yes. Get on that soapbox and you let her know. All right. Post is a Cowboy.
Need to vent a little bit.
We don't need that. Get your Chief stuff out of here. All right. Jordan Mailata, teammate of Jason Kelsey on the Eagles, told NBC Sports there's no shot he's coming back. You're telling me if he's going shirts off in the games, gambling in the casinos, he's coming back? No way. He's having too much fun. He's out there living his life, and I'm going to miss him for sure. They do have a contingency. We've talked about Cam Jurgens probably would just take over for him at center. Also, Fletcher Cox. There's a question mark on if he is going to play. And Jordan Davis was asked about the Cox stuff. He said, fortunately, he's only a phone call away, but it's just having him here every day. Having his presence is huge, and his presence is definitely going to be missed. Even looking at his locker, it's empty. And I'm just like, damn. We got the double damn from Jordan Davis.
Double damn?
Damn.
Oh, yeah.
And that's, of course, the replacement. You've got Jordan Davis and then Jalen Carter, who you just drafted. So it's not like they're not set roster-wise to be able to mask those losses, but those would be 2 losses, and it seems like that locker room is not expecting either of those veterans to be back right now. Maybe a good thing for the Cowboys.
Sounds like he hit him with the double damn dare to not retire.
Damn. Shout out to Steve Spagnuolo. He got an extension with the Chiefs. No surprise. When you are arguably the best big game DC to ever coach after what he's been able to do lately with the Kansas City Chiefs, you're going to get your bag. He got it. And then Chris Jones, yesterday at the parade, he is a free agent. He went ahead and he held out the first game of the season because he didn't like his contract situation.
They lost.
He wants to get paid. They did lose that game. Well, Chris Jones told the fan base exactly what he's thinking about this offseason, and it might be kind of a buzzkill if you were hoping to sign him in free agency. Here's Chris Jones at the parade.
I need 3 of those things, baby. We ain't done yet.
Who?
We ain't done yet. Kansas City, we will be back here next year. And for those who want Chris Jones gone, I ain't going nowhere, baby.
For those who want Chris Jones gone, I ain't going nowhere, baby. Well, damn it, Chris. I would have loved you with a star on the side of your helmet, but I guess you want to stay with the Chiefs, and I understand why. They just keep winning.
Channeling Mark Cuban there. We ain't done yet.
We ain't done yet.
I love it.
Then the other big story, and I heard Sean and RJ talking about this morning, Brandon Marshall on his I Am Athlete podcast. He told this story. He was at the Super Bowl. Apparently, Taylor Swift had Kanye West escorted out of the Super Bowl. Here is the story from Brandon Marshall, and then we'll do a little G-Bag Nation. You make the call. Are you buying or selling B. Marsh's story?
Kanye West pulls up to Vegas. Kanye West buys a ticket right in front of Katy Perry's booth. So anytime they were going to be showing Katy Perry, Kanye's face was going to be there.
Did you say in front of Taylor's booth or in front of Katy Perry's booth?
Oh, my bad. In front of Taylor Swift's booth.
Oh.
He had a mask on with his logo on the mask, right? Typical Kanye. Taylor Swift gets pissed off. Sheep Boom Boom makes a call or two. Everybody's involved. He gets kicked out the stadium.
Oh, this is hot.
But Kanye, hot tea. Got kicked out the stadium. He was trying to leverage her celebrity to...
Because he knows they're not going to cut to him, so he's like, I'm going to strategically position myself. So every time they cut over here to her.
So now you got to go back to the beef, him cutting her off. It's like, Beyonce should have won it, and then years after, and just that whole relationship. But that's what he tried to do, man. He tried to sit in front of Taylor Swift.
It'd actually be a baller troll move by Kanye to do this.
Is this football or butt crack?
I think this might be a butt crack.
I think it's butt crack.
I don't know that I'm believing this. I mean, at first he's saying Katy Perry, then he changes it to Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
And look, that could just be an honest mistake, but I don't know, man. Do we think?
I feel like Kanye
what
would
do
be.
We think, LA?
He'd be loud, upset about this, wouldn't he? Be?
Yeah, we would have heard from Kanye by now if that was a real thing.
Yeah, and I think Kanye's denied it.
Yeah, 100%.
This didn't happen. Yeah. I'm saying that's
so. Whoever told Brandon Marshall that lied to Brandon Marshall.
Yeah.
Getting messy out here.
Yeah, he got messy and started being a chatty patty and spreading rumors, and the whole world lit up to it.
I'm telling you, man. Like we try to we do the first. We do the PSA thing here all the time. You have to be careful. People are getting butt cracked and ball sacked at every turn, even on the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? Like even if you are a former professional athlete, you have some level of clout in this thing. You can get got too, and that seems to be happening with Brandon Marshall here.
Number one, they could have get a different camera angle quite easily.
Yes.
Number two, Kanye West is a superstar. There's no way he's just going to be standing amongst random fans for 3 hours just so he can photobomb Taylor Swift's suite. You know? He could just buy the advertising, probably.
I mean, it's funny to think that he might have tried to do that, but I agree. I think that this is a ball sacking, and Brandon Marshall got in this situation. Now, the Taylor Swift effect in terms of females watching the Super Bowl more so than any other was very real.
Oh, yeah.
We
Felt
know
it
about
in my
the
house.
numbers. But it attracted a record 58.8 million female viewers, which was a 9% increase from last year. And women accounted for 47.5% of the total audience, which is the highest proportion ever. That is the Taylor Swift effect. I'm sure the NFL was very, very happy with that. So keep that going, Travis.
They're going to be freestyling these numbers, right? It's like an estimated numbers. This is freestyling.
Yeah, I don't know how they can fact check that.
Right, because there was like maybe 20 people at our place. We were watching the game, so they didn't go ahead and count these cats.
So how do you know?
How do you know?
Because all these Super Bowl parties, you're right. Like you've got 10, 5, 20 people. There's one TV there.
They be gassing us, bro.
Yeah, so it could be way more.
It could be more.
Or it could be less. We don't know. Justin Jefferson wants to know the Vikings plan at quarterback before he signs an extension. Now, he's been very outspoken about I'd like to have Kirk Cousins back. But he said, I definitely will always give that extra work for Kirko. Feel like I really don't have to voice my opinion that much. Just look at his play before he went down, his leadership, knowledge of the game, awareness. There's definitely something missing not having that main piece out there on the table. But all of a sudden, if the Vikings don't have a quarterback that Justin Jefferson's a fan of, maybe we've got another disgruntled top echelon receiver that wants out of Minnesota.
Yes.
Yeah. I think once again, that's the difference of player perspective and fan perspective. Like if you're Justin Jefferson, Kirk Cousins is a guy that can get you 1,800 yards. He can help you score 12, 13 touchdowns. Is he going to be big in big games? That's what fans are worried about.
Yeah.
The answer to that is no. But Justin doesn't want to risk losing a guy who can help him produce so much in order to maybe get a guy who's the 15 to 20% better that you need to, win in these big moments. It's crazy how we found ourselves here in the NFL, and we're at such a shortage of these kinds of players. Yeah, that was stunning to me what we witnessed. I still don't think we've totally digested it. An amazing salary cap era team couldn't even beat Mahomes on a highly flawed team. Unreal.
It is. The quarterback matters a lot. There's no question about that. This was an interesting situation coming out of Cleveland. Now, nothing's official with this. I don't know that the Browns are necessarily 100% making this move, but Nick Chubb could be in danger of becoming a cap casualty this offseason with the Browns. They believe he's an aging running back. He's coming off another significant injury that required 2 surgeries to fix, and the Browns could save $12 million in cap space if they release Nick Chubb this offseason. So, Nick Chubb, when he's played, he's been absolutely fantastic. I think, Eric, we've often talked about maybe the best running back in the game, but he is coming off a catastrophic knee injury. We just did this experiment with Tony Pollard. It took him over half the season before he even looked like a glimpse of maybe the runner that he was, and he never quite got back to that. So with Nick Chubb, I mean, this could be a good cost-effective move for the Browns, but I know Cowboy fans are going to be asking, well, what about signing Nick Chubb? I think I'm probably out on that.
Yeah, that's just one of those positions where, man, the mileage is pretty high on him, I would imagine, as well. I mean, he's and kudos to him. He's been, if not the best, one of the best running backs in the league for the better part of the last 5 years. I mean, he's been a workhorse super stud. But that's a catastrophic injury trying to come off of something like that. And at this point in your career, I don't know what type of dollars he would command.
I don't know either. And the final running back note here in NFL News of the Day, Jim Harbaugh has come out and said he would love to have Austin Eckler back for 2024. Eckler, of course, had a lot of frustration with the Chargers, and his contract ended up playing. We know that Harbaugh wants to be a run-first type of guy. We'll see if Eckler wants to go back to the Chargers and join that scheme. Had success with Blake Corum, who's also a smaller back there at Michigan.
Yeah, that's where I would go. Blake Corum's probably going to be his guy.
Going to be a Charger?
Yeah.
I could see that, and that's your NFL news of the day.
860, Kirk Cousins and the Vikings are the same as Dak Prescott and the Cowboys. Prove me wrong.
I've tried, but at this point, you're 100% right.
Yep.
We've seen that Dak doesn't show up when it matters.
Both have
either.
had great regular seasons and failed in the postseason.
Dak's better, but not much. Would you say that?
I would.
I think that's fair.
Okay. Brian?
Yeah, absolutely.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The truckrake.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053 if you would like to leave your name. We'll give you credit for that. It's a good question, good topic there. Like debating that. Okay, what's the state of the Rangers rotation? I want to call BS on something that might surprise you, and I do have some interesting Cowboys content coming up on the other side as well here in the nation.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know what to say.
Thanks for listening all day to 105.3 The Fan and through our Odyssey app.
This is Sean Trafe here with Jeff Jr., owner of Trajan Wealth, talking about 401ks. I've always heard that 401ks were great, but you're telling me something different?
Well, 401ks are great when you're...
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Do the Cowboys have a social media issue to address? I want to get your thoughts on this story here in the morning news. Segment's brought to you by Window Nation. Call 866-90-NATION. Go to windownation.com. And it's also brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Yeah, we're going to get some Rangers in here. And a rim session, I believe, coming up at 3:40.
That's right? True, man. That's true.
Introductory press conference. Zimmer reiterated his belief that great players want to be coached. Okay, this is Calvin Watkins in the morning news, but he starts talking about how the social media things that have happened on this team, create an issue or a problem for the team at 877-881-1053. Now, my first thought was, wow, was this really a problem? Is this something Mike Zimmer or anybody needs to have a role in eliminating? And Calvin did a great job detailing the timeline here on everything that has been said. How do you approach this here in 2024? I know in the early days of social media, they would have just said, nobody's doing social media, and tell your family members to get off social media too, because you're on this team now and we have rules. Well, the rules of social media and the world have changed now in such a profound way. Kids, if you told them you can't do social media, would be like, good one. It's part of my who I am as a person.
I literally tried to tell that to my 1-year-old yesterday, and she lost her mind.
That is terrifying.
You feel the coach's pain these days. You can't just rip their Twitter and Facebook and MySpace.
Here's a question: when does Abby have a cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay, so what age was it where it was like, okay, we're going to do the cell phone deal?
Well, from a very even earlier age, most of them get access to a tablet for watching Netflix and, whatever other kind of videos, Disney stuff that they want to watch. So, from that, and you don't want them having yours. Mm-hmm. So most families, I would say, right or wrong, get their kids some sort of device, or there's a device dedicated to the kid. Maybe an Amazon Fire, what do they call that? That tablet, the Amazon tablet.
Yeah.
Maybe $90, $100, something like that by the time they're 4 or 5 years old. And they get incredibly good at working them.
Yeah, I bet.
They'll find the pictures. They'll call Nana.
Damn it.
They know what app has chip and potato and what app has, different kind of stuff. They're pretty sophisticated.
The adaptation's been insane, dude. Because that's Dawson's experience. He's got a 12-year-old. They're actually these days, and you'll see this. They're coming out of the womb with the damn smartphone. They're
standard. Just a couple months away, and I'm starting to get terrified. It's like once you have the phone, I feel like game's over. The whole world is at your fingertips. I can't protect you.
Yeah. And it's hard to tell them no when parents are constantly on the phone, because you know how badass it is. It's like, what do I want to learn about? What do I want to be entertained by? It's right here, and the kid's watching you. So there's two things going on. Number one, they're mimicking everything you do, and number two, the phone's badass.
Yeah.
It's like a TV that you can take with you and call Nana. Who wouldn't want one of those?
This is awesome.
Yeah, so I think a lot of parents though struggle with it, and there's a wide variety of boundaries that you will find amongst the parenting circles that you get in once you start crossing those. Chuck, when's yours due?
April 17th.
Wow,
we're getting close, man.
My goodness, time is flying.
It is.
We've already been 7 months into this.
We're literally 2 months away.
Congratulations, dude! I'm excited. Okay. The number of social media posts and podcast appearances must be addressed this offseason, is the opinion Calvin Watkins leads with in the morning news. Lamb's mama said Dak isn't it on Facebook. She later added the Cowboys need to get rid of Prescott, and he doesn't he doesn't want to win a ring. Lamb had to join Parsons' podcast, clearing things up this week. I know what my mom said. I've been talking to my mom about, I have not been talking to my mom about any of this. I don't talk to my mom about my sports or my personal problems. She's just being a mom. She knows her son comes home mad. Lamb added that he loves Prescott, and he knows that. He said Lamb has supported the quarterback throughout his time in Dallas. Football relationships can be turbulent at times because of the intensity of the sport, yet the bond between the player never wavers. And this is the case with Lamb and Prescott, writes Calvin Watkins. Dak can definitely lead us to a Super Bowl, Lamb said. Parsons' brother, Terrence Parsons Jr., voiced frustration at fans on X. The greatest crimes of this man is being done by his own organization. Y'all going to miss him when he's gone, said Terrence Parsons. Parsons responded on X, as you know, if I have something to say, I'm not afraid to say it. I love my team. My brother's on my team in the city of Dallas, and I'm more committed to ever. Terrence later added that he wasn't trying to disrespect anybody in the Cowboys organization. And, of course, Tad Prescott, Dak's brother, has battled fans on X, and he said, if I could get Dak to leave Dallas, I would. Yeah. I too want him out of Dallas. And he reiterated he wants Prescott to win a title in Dallas, but his frustration is directed towards the fans who question the commitment to winning. So, for me, if I'm the team, I'm looking at this and saying this is just what comes along with being a football organization. I'm not dreaming, but I'm up for ideas. If somebody says, hey, actually this is. Now, I might put some of those Twitter posts up on, like the first day of camp. I might just put them all up for everybody to see and be like, hey, you feel that awkwardness? Just tell your family about the awkwardness of what happens.
Yeah.
Okay, because it's real. And we've had to go on podcasts and explain things, and now the media is all ready to ask you a bunch of questions about this. So just let the family members know we're all human. We all have our social media accounts. But when you do that, it makes millions of people talk, and not in a good way, about what must be going on in your family. And then it makes it awkward around here, where who knows, maybe actual finger pointing will result of where that spark starts months earlier on social media. So how do you guys look at it?
I was going to say, I don't know that there's much you can do, but I kind of like that idea. There's hey, welcome back, boys. I hope you guys had an awesome off season. Let's take a look at this projector here. Whose mom is this? Whose brother is this? This doesn't feel good for anybody, okay? So as much as you can do to try and put a restraint on that, please do it, because it's not good for you or anybody else. Let's go win some football games.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're fans. They're fans, and we see fans on social media can put people in a bad mood.
Sure.
I mean, sometimes you guys are battling fans before you even leave the locker room.
Absolutely.
But these fans have an added layer of credibility because everybody's wondering, man, did the player tell mom that?
Right.
Is player on the phone with mom? Not every
truth.
player has a relationship and trust with you.
Right.
There's 70 of us in this room.
If it comes from a family member, it legitimizes it in a sense, because this came from somewhere is the initial feel and reaction.
I think the thing that's interesting is that Dak Prescott has never, ever come out and said anything about Tad and what he said. And Tad has been the one that's been in the forefront of doing these things. This is the first time we're starting to hear moms and stuff, but he's been very, very vocal about things with Dak. And I've never seen Dak correct him at all.
Yeah.
I've never seen Dak come out and say, now maybe it's something he handles in private, but evidently he doesn't, because it continues on.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you all are wishing for something that, talking about putting it out there and let family members are not going to change. It's just what Lucius was talking about, people gossiping and talking about it. There's always going to be that angle that people have, like, well, hey, my kid's not playing well because it's always going to be somebody else's fault, you know? But you're not getting any of these players. CeeDee Lamb didn't come out. I mean, he had to address it on a podcast.
Yeah.
When it came out, he didn't come out and say, hey, listen, my apologies. My mom, she means well. We don't see these things.
Now, Micah did.
Yeah.
Like, Micah addressed it immediately with his brother, but you're right.
Yeah, it's very rare that, and like I said, Tad has been the one that is, if Dak is telling him anything, Tad sure isn't listening. He continues on and on and on and on about these things.
Yeah, I don't know that you'll really end up getting through to him, but I think it's worth it to maybe try and address it, see if you can mitigate it a little bit. I don't know that you want to go super on the offense with it, because there's a part of me that's like, hey, if I'm coach, I talk to my wife all the time. You think you want our pillow talk coming out here?
Yeah.
Because then, Dak, you're gonna see just how bad you sucked in that game, Dak. Yeah. My wife's gonna start tweeting about just how crappy you looked for 4 quarters. You want to see that? I don't know. I don't think you do, but I got a wife and kids, and they could easily get on Twitter and talk about how crappy all of you are all the time. But it doesn't happen.
Yeah,
I got it figured out. I got control of my house. Control yours.
Yeah, I think I don't think I would want to make it a huge deal. Like I think
that was a what not to do thing. There.
Yeah, that was a what not to do. That was good entertainment though. It was fiery passion. But I think that could be, the result if it gets bad. Maybe if one family feels offended by what another family said, the next thing you know, they're taking it into social media and they're having arguments, and you feel like you have to address it at work. So I definitely want to minimize it as much as possible and almost chuckle about it as I'm demonstrating that, kind of maybe make things awkward around here. And I'll tell you what, in real life, I think you already see in the media finger pointing going on as guys are trying to establish, I'm going to be the leader. I'm going to be the one to look guys in the eyes and say, it's got to be better. There's a lot of I think, pretty explosive tinder sitting in this locker room as you get out there. And that's what expectations and failure will do to you, is create, these kind of moments where somebody's like, well, dang it, we're not going to go through it like that again. So if you have 4 or 5 guys that coming in here thinking, I'm going to speak my mind this time if I see things that aren't right, and you got a bunch of different personalities in there, this thing could get very, very interesting. I feel like it's already a little bit fragile coming off such a bad loss like that. Okay, I don't feel like the Rangers pitching staff is fragile. Looking at some of these seasonal previews, guys, I think people are making way too big a statements out of, what Chris Young said yesterday, saying we're not going to probably get Monty. We're probably not going to go spend any more money. I mean, but you have Eovaldi, Gray, Heaney, Dunning, and then Bradford. I mean, that might be enough to go win the World Series based on how last October and early November went. This is a decent rotation, along with the improvements of the bullpen, along with the offense, and now, health and Evan Carter. I don't know. I think, sure, you do have the truth that Scherzer and DeGrom are hurt, and so is the new guy.
Right. Tyler Mahle, yeah.
But having an objective evaluation of what is still there, it's actually an embarrassment of riches.
Your top 4 is still pretty solid. I mean, when you've got Nathan Eovaldi, who was a Cy Young contender, John Gray, who I think we all believe has quality stuff, was very good for you in the World Series when he had to come in. Andrew Heaney also had a very good start in the World Series as well. And then Dane Dunning was your MVP last year, being able to fill in and spot things. So it'll be Cody Bradford. How well can he do? But the question will be, if indeed you have somebody go on a 14-day IL stint, then what happens? Who's able to fill that void? Is it Owen White? Is it some of your young guys being able to step up? But they certainly are not in a dire position when you look at their starting rotation. Do you have somebody, though, that can handle a Yordan Alvarez? I mean, I don't think anybody in the postseason was better versus Yordan Alvarez and the Astros than Jordan Montgomery. That's a big loss. You're going to have to find out, when you're playing in those series that ultimately are probably going to matter when you look at the end of the season at the standings for the AL West, which one of these guys was able to kind of find a way to navigate those lineups, which are tougher. But I hear you. I don't think it's a reason to be like, oh, the Rangers are going to stink this year. I still think your starting 4 is pretty damn good.
All I know is, though, with Jordan Montgomery, you won a World Series. I'm trying to go do something, maybe with a 1-year deal. Maybe it's like, listen, hey,
I love it.
You're familiar with us. We're familiar with you. Mike Maddox, we can run this thing back. Maybe give it another go next year. Maybe something will develop for you.
Does the lifetime barbecue contract with Hurtado still hold up, even if it's just a 1-year deal?
Yeah, absolutely it does. But I'm trying. He's the one thing that I know. He's the one. I hand him the ball in a big game situation.
Money.
Eovaldi's going to pitch like a Cy Young in the first 3 months.
And I totally agree with you.
No one gets out of a jam better than Eovaldi.
But just give me another option too. And the names you all threw out there were great. But I've seen this guy pitch in big games. I've seen him win World Series games. I've seen him win playoff games. Give me that guy. Give me the guy that's that has a less than 3 ERA out there every time he goes out there.
I'd love it, but they're going to need to see it from the other guys because they might not be in a position.
But
where
see,
they
that's
can
what I'm saying.
that.
I know I have my lineup back. I know why can't I bring my pitching back? That's what I want to know.
Thanks, Pally.
Yeah. That TV thing is insane.
That's why.
The owner could just step up and pay, but I also think at the same time, you don't want to overpay for Monty. The 817 says Cy Young wants him. He's just playing hardball and trying to lower the cost because he hasn't been that legendary. He was nails for you over a 3-week period, but that's not sustainable. And I thought we learned that lesson with the Eagles this year, Brian.
Well, no, what's sustainable is the fact that we had a parade out there and he was a big part of that. I mean, I'm going to take it.
You just want to get drunk again.
Who, me?
Who the hell doesn't?
The quickest
I am waiting
path to broadest championship.
Wait till the Stars have their parade. That'll be a mess. Yeah, I'll be out there.
It's going to be a great time, man.
But I'm
taking care of business tonight. I believe in Nashville.
To me, I'm looking at this like, if I can run this thing back, yeah, I mean, it's sustainable. I mean, I don't have to give him a 5-6 year deal. But if nobody's talking to him right now, let's go one.
Yeah. All righty. Thank you, sir. Those are good takes, and I certainly would love it. I'd be celebrating it with you if they do bring back Monty.
Yeah,
it's
amazing.
time now, buddy, for a little rim sesh, Chief. A lot of hoop stuff going on.
Yes, lots. Mavs continue their dominance. We got some great stats of the day and a little basketball or butt crack for you next year in the nation. A place that will not butt crack you, though, is, of course, Platinum Ford. That's right. The best Ford dealership in all of the great state of Texas is right here in Terrell between I-20.
CY above you, 214. So I think I just dunked all over you with my reply. Here's Chief with the rim session.
I appreciate you responding to me that way.
Yeah. Trying to tear me up over here.
Shut up, B.
Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed. And despite Broadus being under the weather, the G-Bag Nation is going to go all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when a great basketball mind like Tim Legler says that the Mavs look scary and they look like a team that nobody in the Western Conference should even think about wanting to play in a 7-game series. I mean that.
Wow.
End quote.
Legs.
From Legs.
With this.
Hey, when you get the leg stamp of approval, I think history says it's a good place to be.
Is there any more tanned individual all year long than him on TV?
That's a good question. Do you think that's makeup or do you think that's a fake bake? Or maybe a spray-on situation?
I think he's a spray-on dude.
Okay.
He does seem spray-on.
He seems a lot of makeup and a lot of spray-on, both.
Oh, you think he's doubling down?
I think he's doubling down.
That's what Sandler was alluding to that with him going to be doing a little TV stuff for Bally. I think he said he was going to try and do some spray tan and makeup. Maybe he's taking a page out of Legs' book
it's
here.
It's a little bit, it's okay when you're rolling in the summertime months, but like if you're like in the dead of winter and you look like, you're.
But when you got it like Legs, dude, you're spending your winter time in the sun. It's always spring or summer for a guy like Legs.
He seems very much like a cosmetics guy, like doing stuff to the face. He's getting treatment. I think.
Oh, well, my dude's got a basketball brain, and so when he's putting the stamp of approval on our Dallas Mavericks, I think we all need to be perked up and listen in here and take confidence. Because I mean we've shown great confidence since the deadline and every day thereafter that we get to watch this team play. Like, oh my gosh, this is a new look squad. You got the health back, and we're singing their praises. But when you get it from a guy who's got no skins in the game here, like Legs, I think it's like, okay, we can really feel good about this. There's some respect.
Oh, yeah. Yes. He's a student of the game. He knows what the hell he's talking about.
Hell yeah, he does.
I was impressed with Wemby last night.
Oh, Wemby started off that game, and he was overall just good. But
he started much better than he closed.
Started off like, holy crap, this dude might single-handedly win them the game.
I was continuously just blown away by because I don't get to watch him that much. You read some of the stat lines, you see the highlights, and they're impressive.
We've never seen anybody do like what he does with the ball, so you kind of got to believe it to see it.
It's crazy how big he is, how well he moves.
The size stands out. Like he looks clearly so much bigger than everyone. It's like he's got Luka backed up in the post, and you know how big Luka is. Luka looks tiny, looks like a point guard.
He's just pulling up and shooting threes left and right. It's insane.
Yeah, everything about him.
He's a creative player,
Yeah,
he is.
There's no way somebody could be this big and skilled.
Look at me.
I didn't know though when we traded for PJ Washington that we were trading for the Wemby stopper. And in the fourth quarter, that's what it looked like.
Damn right.
We got our hands on the Wemby stopper, boys. That's going to be good for the future.
Got those arms, man. He's only 6'7", but he just seems like he's 6'11" when he's out there.
It's like a 300-pounder below the waist too.
So
is he?
Wembanyama reached 1,000.
Do that in there.
The real Serge Ibaka.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll check my notes. That might have been. I might have crossed sports over there.
You did cross sports there.
Wemby reached 1,000 career points last night. He did it
already.
He did it in the fourth fewest minutes needed to reach 1,000 career points in NBA history.
Yeah.
You want to know the top three?
LeBron,
Jordan.
I don't know. You guys figure it out and let me know.
Kareem,
because I don't have it in front of me.
Elgin Baylor.
Oh, you don't have it?
I don't have it.
Gosh, you're pulling a broadest right now, asking us to search it.
I just wanted to see if you guys wanted to know. I was just letting you know that you could figure it out.
Yeah.
Unprepared again.
No, I was not unprepared. We have basketball or butt crack. You guys ready for this?
Not really, because you probably didn't prepare for this.
Now I'm going butt crack for sure.
Yeah.
Or ball sack.
When it's football, it's ball sack. When it's basketball, it's butt crack. I don't know how many times we have to go over this.
I don't know the rules, and I never will.
Mike Conley believes Rudy Gobert's impact matches that of superstars such as LeBron James and Steph Curry. Quote, I think he's not treated like a superstar because he doesn't do the superstar things offensively that LeBron and Steph do, but he has the same impact on a game. People game plan for him like they game plan for those guys.
I would agree with that. And as he learns to weaponize his talents even more, he will be the most game planned for player ever. You got a major problem on your hands at that height with that 3-point shooting. I don't think there's an answer.
I think it's true. Yeah. No butt cracking here.
Do you know who we're talking about?
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't hear what the hell you said because I'm trying to look up what you didn't have.
I don't think anybody knows who I'm talking about.
Who are you talking about?
Who are you talking about?
Victor Wembanyama?
I know Dawson thinks I'm talking about Victor Wembanyama.
I thought so too.
Broadus has no idea who I'm talking about. Neither does Walchuk. Walchuk's still caught up in the game that I was playing earlier, where I was just setting y'all up for failure.
I was looking.
You don't actually have to Google who the top 3 guys are.
I was looking up Tim Legler's worst takes. Is what I was looking up.
Oh, why?
I was seeing if
that's not going to help us.
I was seeing if he has bad takes in general. You're talking about Wemby. I think you are.
I'm talking about Rudy Gobert. Poles.
Of course it's Rudy Gobert. Why didn't you say so?
So what was the take about Rudy Gobert?
Yeah.
Just understand.
Why did you say his name first?
I did, dude.
Yeah, I don't think you did.
Okay, don't. We're not taking your word for anything here. You weren't paying attention. It's fine. I appreciate you coming clean with it. You admitted it.
I admit it. I was looking up Tim Legler's 10 worst takes.
When I hear Rudy, I think Wemby still. I
okay.
Can't keep my French basketball players separate.
Like it's just so familiar.
Both Frenchmen, right?
There you go.
Yeah, I was listening.
I've got the damn answer now.
He is a tough matchup, sure, but he's a joke.
Took me a while.
He's a joke once you get to the playoffs.
The synopsis is Mike Conley has Gobert being on the same level as Steph and LeBron.
Butt cracking.
Okay.
It should be a butt cracking, but it is a real quote, so it's basketball.
You really quoted it?
I said that it was a real quote.
Do you want to know the answer to your question?
Sure.
You want to re-ask the question? I don't even know what you asked.
Wemby is now he has reached 1,000 career points. He did it in the 4th fewest minutes.
Okay.
Who are the top 3? LeBron is obviously going to be in there.
No.
He's
Elgin
not.
Baylor. I said it again.
Kareem?
Now this is in games, not minutes.
Oh.
And he did it in the 5th fastest minutes.
If you guys had to guess,
it's Zion, Luka, Embiid, and Blake Griffin.
Okay, Blake Griffin is the one that's
ground
actually
running.
surprising there a little bit, though.
Yeah, it's guys that probably stayed in college for a while.
Yeah.
Got ready to rock.
I thought that was interesting. Nobody cares about the possessions.
How many, if you guys had to guess, how many broken rims
10.
Shaq accumulated throughout his career?
26.
I said 10.
You said 10.
I said 10.
You are extremely wrong. Walchuk, I don't think anybody's going to beat what Walchuk just did there.
I'd say maybe 4 or 5.
3.
27.
Oh,
damn.
According to
Let's
Shaquille
go.
O'Neal.
I know my Shaq factoid.
Yeah, that was good, dude, because he gets his jersey retired in Orlando, and so he joins the broadcast on TNT with Harlan and Van Gundy, and Harlan asks him the question, and they have like a highlight reel throughout his NBA career, but he was breaking them in high school, college.
Okay.
They were never able to figure out how to perfectly build a rim that Shaq is going to be dunking on.
The text is great.
See, I would have thought that he would have stopped doing it once he realized the amount of pressure pulling down on that would break it, But maybe that contributes to your legend,
I think so. I think that is
because you don't need to pull the thing out to effectively score. You're doing this for show, right, Shaq? Oh.
No, go ahead. I didn't hear what you said, bro.
Okay, so the topic is
I
Shaq.
heard one sentence, and I was like, damn, what's going on in there?
It's all right. Join the party if nobody listening.
I heard him say Rudy. I knew he was talking about Rudy.
He
Brian
said something about pulling out and not have to score or something like that. I was like, what the hell?
And how many rims have you broke?
I was very confused why Gavin started talking about his 3-point shooting. I knew nobody was listening.
Now, what are you saying, though, Dawson? Seriously, though, really.
Okay, so Shaq breaking the backboards.
Yeah.
After about 2 or 3, I would have figured he'd learned the amount of pressure that it takes to break him and would stop.
Yeah.
So if you're on 27, which I think was his career tally, you're doing that for show, aren't you?
Yeah, he's
like what the fans want.
He's putting too much on it.
Break that thing.
And it goes doom, doom, doom. It breaks down in levels.
Yeah.
The NBA goals do.
Yeah,
the others would just shatter.
Yeah, they kind of Shaq-proofed it by the time you get to the NBA with those hydraulics and once you hit a certain amount of pressure.
The shattering was
badass,
though.
The shattering was cool, but then he had
it went crazy when it was LSU.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it went viral before viral.
It was epic.
It's really cool.
And I think the athletic director is probably happily writing the check for a new backboard. Like, that was great on SportsCenter tonight. There you go, $3,000. We'll see you in the morning.
$3,000 for great marketing here. Be SportsCenter top play. That's a no-brainer. Plenty of more rimming to be had. Maybe we'll fit it into the hodgepodge.
Right on, dude. Right on. Looking forward to that. Rimming in the hodgepodge. That's what you said, right?
Yes, sir.
Sorry,
Yes.
I tuned out there for a few seconds.
No, I want to hear more about Rudy Gobert's three-point prowess.
That was awesome, dude.
That's great.
I want to hear more about you can pull it out, but you don't have to score with it. Wild.
John Owning, Pro Football Focus.
Pregnancy proof.
We're talking Cowboys. What do the analytics in that world say about Mike Zimmer and other Cowboys offseason storylines? It's coming up next right here, G-Bag Nation and the Fan. Let's chat D&M Leasing before we do anything else, though, because if you want a new vehicle, D&M Leasing is the folks that I
fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we're about to talk some Cowboys here with you. Is joining us now one of our favorite guests, John Owning, Pro Football Focus here on home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Top 10 with Woolchucks coming up in 20 minutes. John, good afternoon to you. How the heck are you?
Cannot complain. It's a nice day out here in Northern California. How you all doing?
We're doing wonderful. Are you in Niner country?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Which is why I was cheering hard for the Chiefs to win. Thankfully, they came out on top, so I didn't have to hear it from every person in my life.
So you're surrounded by them, are you?
Oh, yeah. They're everywhere.
What's the reaction to why it went wrong? Shanahan, Purdy, who's getting the majority of the blame?
I don't know. I can see it both ways, honestly. The Shanahan thing, the whole thing that makes sense to me that I agree with, like what everybody else is saying, is you can't let Mahomes go second. You can't let a Mahomes touchdown win the game. And I feel like they should have went for it on fourth down because of that fact, because you don't want to let Mahomes get the ball and be able to 7 points win the game. So I guess I would put it on Shanahan's shoulders mostly.
Do you think Steve Wilks was a scapegoat?
I do not. I actually have been hearing about Steve Wilks and Shanahan kind of not really getting along well throughout the season. One of my good friends is Kyle Posey, who runs the 49ers SB Nation. And he was talking about all the time how there was a lot of friction between the two. So I was kind of expecting it if they lost, that Steve Wilks would be fired. So I was not surprised, but I can understand that it does not look good right after he held Mahomes to 19 points in regulation, and then you fire him. That doesn't really look good, but I think it was more due to how the defense performed throughout the season and how there was just friction in different philosophies between the two.
John, what do you make of the Mike Zimmer hire?
I'm a big fan, especially schematically. Obviously, the things we don't know are the things that Dan Quinn did the best, is the people stuff. He was really good at a person-to-person point of view, and I'm not really sure how Zim will fit in that point of view. But from the scheme perspective, I'm super excited. I mean, I'll go from front to back, from the fronts and the coverage. Front-wise, I'm really excited. He's going to bring back the over fronts. With Quinn, when we were 4 down, we were running mostly under fronts, where the 3 technique lines opposite of the tight end. And then when we were in odd, we played mostly a lot of bear stuff. And you saw some double eagle stuff with some double 3 technique. But what I really like about the over front for this Cowboys defense, especially the struggle against the run, is it makes you a lot more solidified against strong side runs, because when you have the 3 technique to the strong side and you have that 1 technique on the backside, it covers up the Mike linebacker a little bit more. So he has a little bit more freedom to scrape and make plays. And you have more players to that strong side, to the tight end spot. You know, in the past, when you saw the Cowboys, when you play under front, it's kind of more of a pass rush front, because you can create one-on-ones with the 3 technique in the backside defensive end. It's a little bit harder in over fronts to do that, but you gain a lot more resources to strong side runs, which is a space that I think the Cowboys struggled against, as everybody saw at times last year. So I think that's going to be beneficial. And then coverage-wise, I like that he has much more diverse coverages. You saw in Minnesota, he majored in cover 2. He majored in cover 3. They even played a lot of man-match stuff similar to Nick Saban, the cover 7 stuff, the split safety man-match stuff. And I think that's going to really give the Cowboys more answers to opposing offenses, to how they're attacking, and be able to keep them more off base, off balance. I think that's going to be something that's going to really help the Cowboys in the secondary. And then obviously everybody talks about the double A gap, the double mug blitz package that Zim has made so famous, and how Micah Parsons is going to fit into that. And it's going to really fit well, because he's going to, as we've seen, he's really good at blitzing through the A gaps. But one thing I think everybody's overlooking is how much it can help Micah Parsons when he's lined up on the edge. From 2018 to 2021, Daniil Hunter ranked top 5 in unblocked pressure rate on the edge. And a big reason for that is because when you're using that double mug package so much, is offenses have to allocate more resources to their interior blocking.
Right.
So that means there's less resources to allocate to the edge, and it's harder to chip. It's harder to, slide the protection towards someone like Micah Parsons or Daniil Hunter, so that You're creating more one-on-one matchups. You're creating more situations when you add in more extra blitzers that Parsons could even get an unblocked pressure or two, something that is make-believe, over the first 3 years. So I'm really excited from a scheme perspective how his ability to create really good pressures, especially on third down. Mike Zimmer's a wizard on third down. His defenses have historically always been really good on third down, so I think that's something that's going to be exciting. And I'm just really looking forward to those schematic changes that we've looked for with Dan Quinn being implemented with Zimmer.
If Will McClay and Stephen Jones give him the first pick there at 24 for a defensive player, I'm not asking you the name, but what position is he going with?
It's so hard to ask that before stuff like free agency has happened and before stuff like that. Obviously, the biggest position of need is linebacker, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have the problem with I'm not sure there's any linebackers worth a selection in the first round. It would be nice if our guy Peyton Wilson didn't have the injury history.
Boy, he is
of a
beat up, man.
Sure would be.
Terrible, but I could see you can talk me into taking almost any position in the first round. I think you can even convince me to take an edge defender, take a pass rusher in the first round. Let's say Leitu Latu's there or Jared Verse. You can definitely convince me to take a defensive tackle, whether it be a 1 or a 3 technique, like a Tavondre Sweat or a Byron Murphy from Texas or a Jerzon Newton from Illinois. Those could go. Cornerback, definitely a lot of cornerbacks that I think, a Quinyon Mitchell probably won't be there, but maybe a Kool-Aid McKinstry or a Terrion Arnold from Alabama. I think both of them could be good fits there. The one position I actually don't think that they need to really allocate many resources to that I hear a lot of people talking up is safety. I think the Cowboys, especially in a Zimmer scheme where you play interchangeable safeties, I think with Donald Wilson, Malik Hooker, Wanye Thomas, moving Marquesi Bell back to safety, even having Israel Mukwamu be able to be a safety. I think they have plenty of depth and starting caliber players there. So I think that's probably the one position on defense that I really don't think is necessary that you could really talk me into taking in the first round.
John owning Pro Football Focus with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, so you mentioned the safeties. You mentioned Micah. I'm curious if you had any current guys on the defense in mind that you feel like really benefit from being in this Zimmer scheme.
Oh, well, one I think is the perfect fit is DeMarcus Lawrence being the strong side defensive end, the Everson Griffin in this scheme for Mike Zimmer. I mean, DeMarcus Lawrence does everything that Mike Zimmer loves in a strong side defensive end. He can take on blocks. He can penetrate if need be. He can pass rush. He can do the second reaction pass rush where he has to defend the run and then go to the pass. Because a lot of times when Zimmer has his strong side defensive end, obviously he's shaded by a tight end and a tackle. So a lot of times you got to work through some traffic before you can get upfield. And I think DeMarcus Lawrence is made perfectly for that. I mean, his ability to disrupt opposing running schemes from that strong side is beneficial. So I think he's someone who's going to be fantastic in Zimmer's scheme. And another person who I think is going to thrive is Donovan Wilson. I think his ability to the usage more of split safety looks is going to benefit Wilson because I think you didn't see him play a lot of single high stuff, but I think split safety, he's fine playing deep. We saw him do some good coverage stuff. I even think he got an interception from that point this year. And his ability to move from the box and play deep in those perspectives because Zim likes to use a lot of disguise where he'll have his safeties line close to the line of scrimmage and then bail out at the snap and run deep, or at the same time the inverse, go from deep to shallow. I think that could really benefit Donovan Wilson as well.
John, on the offensive side of the ball, how much progress do you think their scheme made throughout the year?
I think they made a lot of progress. I think they're just at the end inhibited by the things that they didn't fundamentally build into the offense from day one. I think we saw, especially coming out of the bye week, the offense was using, they went from more static looks. They're using more motion at the snap, more bunches, more 3-by-1 formations instead of just being 2-by-2. Those type of things. They were allowing Dak more freedom to make plays down the field rather than forcing him to look short to intermediate so much. So I think it really improved a lot, and I just hope that through the offseason they continue to lean into those things that they did more frequently. They start baking in those motions into their basic fundamental play so that it's easier for them to incorporate them and make changes from week to week and on an opponent-to-opponent basis.
And how important is a personnel upgrade there, particularly with the running game? Could you design an offense with any quarterback where if you can't run, you can still operate against good defense?
Yeah, I think we definitely need, especially interiorly on the offensive line at center, I think is a big spot where you can help improve the run game. I know Brian has talked about it a bunch on like the Josh show and stuff about how you need a center that can cut off the defense and create those backside cut opportunities on especially outside zone runs and inside zone runs. And I think if you get a center, everybody's talking about Jackson Powers Johnson from Oregon, get someone who can really cut the defense in half and create those cutback running opportunities. You'll see the offense, the offense's running success rate improve a lot.
John, if you could, I know Brian asked you like at 24 if you could pick a defensive player, but kind of just looking big picture at free agency and the draft, where are some positions that maybe you would like to see attacked via free agency, and then you can fill the rest in the draft?
Well, one that I mentioned on Twitter recently, that the more and more I watch the linebacker position in the draft is the more and more I think you got to get your starting guy in free agency. A guy like Azeez Al-Shea or, maybe, or even a Josie Jewell, or even if you want to make a splash, they'll get somebody like a Levante David. I think those guys are going to be able to come in and make a bigger, stronger impact day one than someone like, a Junior Colson from Miami or a Jeremiah Trotter from Clemson. I think you need to go get somebody in free agency to shore it up there, and then maybe even double dip, get somebody in the middle rounds. Maybe if Peyton Wilson falls because of injuries, you can grab him at the end of day 2 or even early day 3, something like that.
What do you think about the job Dan Quinn's done so far with his staff in Washington?
Oh, pretty impressive so far, I think. Pretty impressive. I like a lot of the people that he's bringing in. Who did he bring? This is bad, right? I forget who he brought in as his defensive line coach, but I was pretty impressed with what he did there. And then he brought in, I can't remember the names off the top of my head right now, but I remember being impressed by the kind of coaching staff that he's created and kind of wondering, like, why didn't you bring some of those guys over to the Cowboys? And I think that kind of goes into the kind of push and pull that him and Mike McCarthy had in defensive coaching staff coming out of last season.
That's Darryl Tapp, defensive line coach.
There you go. It's from the 49ers. Assistant.
Dan Quinn, he changed his scheme when he got here, and he talked a lot about that. In those 3 years, how did it evolve or not evolve enough? Did it get outdated? How quickly is the meta changing?
I think he did update it. He made updates each year. I think you saw with the way he utilized, Micah Parsons. He updated that with coverage-wise. He kind of oscillated between running a lot of cover 1 and cover 3. Still kind of the one thing that I wish he was more adaptable with was pre and post snap disguise. I think he was way too static in that situation, running single high and not running enough change ups for the offense. I think that was something that kind of hurt the Cowboys. And I think that the biggest thing that kind of hurt him in Dallas was being too stubborn and not matching the offense's personnel. So when the offense was in like 21-12 personnel, he would still be in nickel rather than putting in a beefier defense with the base defense. He was kind of always living in nickel and dime looks, which makes sense because he wanted to get the 3 safeties. He thought the Cowboys had more promising secondary players than they did linebackers, so he kind of leaned into those. But I think when you're getting so hurt by the run and those kind of concepts that you need to be able to match personnel and get beef on beef and size on size. And that's something that really hindered Dan Quinn. And I think he showed a little bit more stubbornness from a scheme perspective than you would like from a defensive coordinator.
John, do you think that sometimes these coordinators that they've got just, sorry, it's going to sound really bad, that they got dumb players, and they're afraid of trying to do more. Do you guys, when you're watching tape, you like, man, that is a dumb secondary right there. Or man, they just don't, they can't, the pre-snap motion, all that stuff like that, any type of movement, they just can't handle that. How do you account for that?
Oh, yeah, 100%. That's something that it's always more difficult for us on the outside to evaluate than the coaches on the inside. A lot of times when we're saying like, oh, we need to run a more diverse coverage, more diverse coverages. We need to do these man match concepts, all these, innovative things. And they're like, yeah, I would love to be doing those things as well, but I just don't have the guys that can learn and implement that on a quick basis. And I think if there's a potential downside to Mike Zimmer, I think that's something you can see, especially early on in the years. It's probably going to take the Cowboys defense a while to get caught up with how complicated and complex Zim's, especially from a coverage perspective, he can be. I mean, when you start talking about when you're running, split safety, man match concepts, there's a lot of rules, push alerts, flat alerts, all these different kind of alerts that you have to be aware of depending on the formation, depending on the route distribution and all these things. So you got to have guys that are extremely intelligent that can communicate extremely quickly. And if they can't do that, then it's going to really limit a lot of the things that you can do. And I think that's why some defenses, they go to that country cover 3. There's not a lot of rules. It's kind of just drop, read the quarterback's eyes, and drive, and it allows guys to play fast and don't have to think as much.
Love it, John. Appreciate your time. Is there anything else about this football team you want to get off your chest before we let you go?
Nope. Just excited to see what's going to go on. I'm really excited to see who Zim's going to bring on with the coaching staff. Excited to hear your guys' thoughts on everything. So, yeah, just interested in the next steps.
There he goes. John Owning, salute to you, sir. A wealth of information
Really
here
good at what he
on
does,
football,
yeah.
isn't he? Yeah, he's outstanding. That's why we like having him on. All righty. When we come back, G-Bag Nation, it's time for the top 10 at 420. Well, Chuck, where are you taking us?
What are the top 10 most eaten foods in the world? Let's hear your guesses. 877-881-1053. And what's the food you eat most every day? That's next.
Well, I'll tell you about the world's favorite. action here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a proper round tripper in about 15 minutes. We'll be talking Rangers baseball with you. And football's finest is coming up at 5 o'clock. But check it out. In 1 hour, the most compelling reason yet to believe maybe the Cowboys are actually fixing to go for it like we haven't seen in years. Cowboys fans, you want to believe? Stick around. In 1 hour, we're going to do that. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel. Free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. And here he is, Zach with an H, your woolly bully.
Thank you. We will get to our top 10, the top 10 most eaten foods in the world. What is the food you eat the most on a regular basis? 877-881-1053. Before we get to that, I did see that the SEC, Brian, they are reportedly buckling to outside pressures. They're going to move to more conference games. They are going to go to the 9-game model. The Big Ten, the Big 12, and the Pac-12 had all previously moved to the 9-game model as a way to more quickly rotate through conference foes and limit out-of-conference scheduling. SEC's like the 8-game model, but now you're adding 2 more schools in Texas and Oklahoma. SEC probably going to go to that 9-team model.
That's good.
I think so, too.
Just getting ready for TV. Getting ready for the big TV package.
I mean, now you've got just so many tantalizing matchups in the SEC. You might as well do that.
Yeah, the problem is there's really no easy wins now that you're adding Texas and Oklahoma as well. You know, you're going to deal. I mean, Vanderbilt for a long time has been the team that's been down. You know, everybody else is kind of, Missouri's now on a run. You know, they're when they beat Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl. So, the from top to bottom, that's why. I mean, you just need maybe that one extra win somewhere, but now you're going to have to find it in your conference.
The other thing before we get to the list is if you are interested in going to a Colorado football game this year, you're going to be paying good money. Cheapest ticket price of any of their games this year is Colorado at Kansas. That is $77 for the worst seat in the building. Overall, you're looking at $124 for their opener when they host North Dakota State. They've got prices against Baylor for $217 for the cheapest ticket. They're playing Cincinnati. It's $221. Their finale with Oklahoma State, as they, of course, are in their first year of the Big 12, $132. Texas Tech, $115. Hey, the prime effect is real there in Colorado. We saw that last year, but now even just the get-in price for one of the worst ticket seats. It is. I mean, my goodness.
I think those prices sound low to me, Brian. I'd be buying them up if I was a ticket broker.
For a nosebleeder?
If they start 3-0, week 4 is going to be triple that price.
They could have a chance to win the Big 12. I mean, they did go ahead and hit the transfer portal hard. They've got a good quarterback.
I don't know if I got butt cracked on this one, but I saw that their program lost $9 million last year.
They lost $9 million?
Yeah. That feels like a crack.
I don't think that. Yeah, man. I don't know.
I saw the athletic director. I need to look that up. I thought about bringing it up, but I thought they had a $9 million deficit in their program. Maybe not maybe the whole program itself.
You see that in the One American News Sports section?
Program?
I saw it somewhere, yeah.
Their EBITDA's got to be way better than that.
All right, back to you, Zach.
Yeah, the EBITDA's got to be better. All right, let's get to the top 10 most eaten foods.
I'll look it up.
World.
I'm not paying attention right now.
That's fine. That's all right. I won't go to you then.
This is a food conversation, Broadus.
I'm
looking get in the mix, dude.
I'm looking up Colorado deficit, okay?
Honestly, I'm just glad he's finally looking something up. I think this is a big moment, and we should applaud him for
Look
this.
it up.
This is good. I like this. We'll get to you in a moment with your most eaten food, Brian, and maybe when we get into the top 10, which you think is number 1. We got a lot of text for eggs, tortillas, rice, steak.
Rice is one I've got to give up. I gave that up for Lent.
Fried rice. You gave up rice?
Yes.
Man, that's a tough one.
Rice and bread.
Is bread the number 1 food you eat on the regular?
Rice.
Rice would be your number 1?
By far.
He lives at the poke place.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. He does live up at the poke place.
Yeah,
what's the food you eat the most, Lucius?
I can't stop eating chicken, bro.
Dude, me too. Chicken's my number 1.
I cannot stop eating chicken of all sorts. You can make it so many different ways, like bubble gumping that shrimp. That's how you can do chicken. But I think the most food ate on this planet is noodles, ramen noodles.
Yeah,
okay.
Noodles.
Huge
at my house right now. We're in a ramen golden era,
dude. Noodles are
remixing it, throwing chicken in there, broccoli.
I know, it's right.
I'm having a blast making teriyaki ramen.
Teriyaki ramen sounds fantastic.
Yeah. Just don't use as much seasoning, okay? Hit the chicken hard with the teriyaki sauce and garlic.
Damn.
And then just pour that on top of your noodles.
That's some good stuff right there. Number one most eaten food for me, probably definitely chicken. Yours probably ground beef, Eric, I assume.
Yeah. It's going to be the beef and the eggs.
Kidding?
Beef and the eggs, probably. Bananas, blueberries. Oh, and the Boulder, Colorado chips.
Oh, the chips.
I eat an ungodly amount of those.
Yeah.
If I had to isolate it, I would say cookies, Woolchuck.
Really?
Yeah.
Pound for pound.
A specific kind? Because I know you bounced around the types.
Yeah, I got to rotate them.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have to. You have to rotate. That's always good. Fries, bacon, cereal, ramen noodles, #prison from the 682 is being texted.
Wow.
Burgers and fries.
They just call you prison for eating ramen noodles?
No, I mean, that is a food you can get in prison.
Yeah, I think it's good eating in prison.
I think so.
Put a little spam in there. Good to go.
Nobody hates on ramen, dude. You can get you can go cheap ramen, or you can go expensive ramen.
I can honestly say
ramen fills all needs.
I don't understand the point going expensive ramen, because I think the cheap stuff is just as good, and then you doll it up like you said, Dawson, however you want.
You
That's a guy that hasn't had expensive ramen.
I think that the
Clearly.
the expensive one with the spice profile, they just nail it.
Yeah, they do.
Like it's only like 8 cents of spice, but they charge you $3 extra for it because I don't know.
Is that the stuff in the little packets?
Yeah.
That works?
Well, it's also,
yes.
You go to an actual ramen place, the broth that they're using, you can get the pork belly in there, different types of meats and proteins. So they're dolling it up to where it's not just your typical ramen noodle packet that you're eating.
No, I know that they're doing something a little bit different when you're going to the high level place. But I mean, the biggest mistake I've ever made was being at a PF Chang's and ordering the ramen.
Oh, instead of the Mongo beef?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. I wouldn't get the ramen at the PF Chang's.
No.
I get that. Can't stop eating pizza. Okay, I'm glad people are texting pizza. Pizza
It's bread.
is an honorable mention. It is the 16th most eaten item.
$9.9 million.
And this is global?
This is around the world. Okay. Most eaten foods in the world. You've got soup, we've got tomatoes, potatoes, and apples.
All that makes sense to me. I mean,
Those are
soup
all
feels a bit generic. It's like a pretty vague
soup?
there, but
Yeah.
I'll take it.
It is generic. It just covers all soups. Warm, basically the broths, because each country has a different soup that they probably want to use.
Yeah, state soup.
But your base is the broth.
Gotcha.
All countries are eating soups. Number 10 is corn.
What?
Yeah.
Corn. Because think about it. Think of all the different things you can make with corn. I mean, corn tortillas.
Bread.
Corn on the cob. Tamales. Use corn. So there's a lot. And America loves their corn. Apparently, we're big up there when it comes to corn consumers. Number 9 is
Except
fish.
for Lucius.
Yeah, I don't like corn.
Well, is it because it goes out the same way it goes in?
It looks the same when it goes out. It has no flavor. It's boring. It's a filler.
It is a filler.
Yeah. Feed it to catfish. That's what my grandpa used to do.
But I do love that cream corn that you can get like at Babes.
Yeah, when you get a Babes cream corn
Dude,
kind
that
of
stuff's
deal,
freaking good.
it is good.
Crawfish boil is pretty good. Corn on the cob.
Yeah. Get the seasoning on there.
The seasoning on there. Yeah.
Number 9 is fish. Japanese sushi, very, very popular when it comes to this. The different types of fish
That's
that
my
are using
problem
that
too.
cuisine. Tuna leads the way when it comes to the fish. Salmon, tilapia, that's big up there as well when it comes to the most eaten fish in the world. Number 8, though, this was interesting. It's dairy products. So like milk and cheese. Milk and cheese comes in at number 8. And I guess people do love their cheese, like Greek yogurt, feta.
It's addictive.
It is.
Like it's 100% real life
It is.
addictive.
It
There's
is.
some type of something comes out and what's the name? Oh God, I can't remember the name of it. But yeah, it's addictive. Like it makes the baby cow be attracted to the mother, so he can go back and get that milk again and again and again. Same thing happens to us when we eat the cheese. It's the same chemical being released in us, and we go back and get that cheese again and again and again.
Kind of makes you happy. It's a fundamental source of protein and calcium for much of the world. Number 7 is eggs. I thought that might be higher. Eggs on a daily basis for a lot of people. I think eggs was heavily texted on the text line.
Yeah, eggs I think it's a staple for most.
Number 6, most eaten food in the world is beef.
Okay.
A little low, you think?
Yes.
I mean, it is top 6.
Considering he eats it every day.
If this was taken in Texas, I think it would be number 1 or 2.
Yes.
I'd agree.
The United States leads the herd when it comes to
Oh, good. Well played there.
the meat.
Yeah.
100%.
Herd.
Followed by Brazil and China. And then you've got Argentina, Australia, and India.
Gavin, you ever watch that guy from Brazil, Gunther, whatever that guy cook?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Those clips. The guy does like the Wagyu beef and stuff like that on YouTube.
Yeah, Gunther. No.
Gunther. Yeah.
Gunther.
Okay.
Is he a machine at it?
No, he's.
Honestly, the thing that has given me the most social media satisfaction over the last couple of months maybe is just all these different steak videos, and they're cutting steak. That's all they're doing.
Yeah.
And they're just showing you how amazing it is.
You do love the meats. 6 eggs every morning, says our guy Hayden, texting in. I'd like to receive messages, 817. We'll get you messages, don't you worry. Rice being texted a lot. Bananas will be top 5. We'll see about that. We'll see about that, 936.
Rice is by far the
Rice is probably a good guess, guys.
That's the most famous filler, actually.
Well, yeah, but it's good with everything. Top 5 most eaten food in the world is pork. I was surprised that pork knocked out
pork over beef,
but the versatility of pork is undeniable. And that is why you look across the globe, everybody is using pork.
You're getting bacon in there. You're getting sausage in there. I think it has more versatility around the 3 main meals of the day.
Germany, Spain,
Beef,
Brazil.
no doubt, dominates dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're loving their pork. Like even German bratwurst.
Ham sandos.
Pork. Like the sausage, absolutely pork. Number 4 is chicken. Is my number 1. People are consuming chicken all over the world at a very high rate. Number 3 is pasta. So, Lucius, you nailed the top 3 items.
Oh.
The pasta.
Yeah, it makes a ton of sense, dude. I mean, it was very quickly. My kids are not even, my oldest is not even 4 years old yet. It didn't take her long to realize pasta. If you pretty much ask her anytime, like, what would you want to eat if it was your choice, she's going to hit you with pasta.
Well, every culture
Does she
uses
do it with just the butter, or does she have to have the sauce?
No. I mean, any which way, really. Yeah.
You got East Asia, they'll use it. Russia will use it. You've also got, of course, Italy. America, we're using it for our knockoffs from the Italian cuisine. So everyone's using that. Number 2 is bread, Brian.
Yep.
French baguettes. India's got the naan that they're going to be rocking with. So we got a lot of the baguettes.
Braguettes.
The braguettes. We're braggadocious over here. Number 1, though, most eaten food in all the world. It is indeed rice.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Wolchuk. Lombardi blew my mind last week when he said lasagna is the Christmas dish.
I would not have thought that either.
Yeah.
Like, it's not popular in Italy. What? It's lasagna.
He really doesn't know what he's talking about. That was just something you got butt.
Well, he's been to Italy. Have we been to Italy?
Yeah, I have. And when he said that, I was like, well, when I was there, I definitely had the lasagna.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it was March.
Yeah.
So,
Must have just been his part of Italy. I mean, he was there for 90 days. Acting like
he was there for a
know-it-all.
long time.
Yeah.
I don't know. Who's just getting in March? I think he's an idiot.
Well, I don't know about all that. Maybe we just got some different information.
Different parts of Italy.
Maybe they sold him, well, we only make this around wintertime, so.
We have to charge you twice.
And he was dumb enough to go, oh, okay, thanks. Yeah.
Big
okay.
American football man. Slip me $100. Love it. Getting hustled out there.
Yeah.
Why not?
The special Italian Christmas that they're using with the lasagna.
Sounds good. There it is, your top 10 at 420 every afternoon here in the G-Bag Nation. Now, you're going back to back here, Wolchuk, because we need a proper round trip, or what do you have in store?
We got the top 100 list. How many Rangers have made it as they've given us the top 80 players in Major League Baseball, and some CY audio for you. That's next.
You have 2.5 hours to get to Twin Peaks for happy hour. Yeah, Twin Peaks, your ultimate sports lodge and menu.
Them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, coming up at 5:20, the most compelling reason yet to believe maybe the Cowboys are actually getting ready to go all in, like Jer Bear said. This segment of the Nation features a proper round tripper. Here we go. Zach Wolchuk, our baseball expert.
Big news right now is Rob Manfred's been talking to the media. Courtesy of John Morosi of MLB Network, he has confirmed today that he plans to retire as Major League Baseball commissioner at the conclusion of his current term, which will end on January 25th, 2029. So for those like me that don't really love Rob Manfred as a commissioner, although I will say that the rule changes they've made in the last 2 years have been very, very beneficial for the game, in my opinion. But we're going to go ahead and get a passing of the torch after 2029. Rob Manfred will no longer be the commissioner of Major League Baseball.
Man, that's really interesting. I feel like he's young, right? Like he's, and why would you walk away from a job that's paying you so much as a commissioner? It's just rare that you see a guy like this. But I guess he is 65 years old, so maybe retirement's there.
Okay, so he looks great then, because I didn't think he was 65 either.
It might be the headache of the job.
He definitely got a lot of backlash. And the big reason why I don't like him is because of how he handled the Astros thing.
I just think he's not doing that good of a job. No. I think maybe the teams would want to be like, hey, let's get somebody else in who can give us a more presidential vibe.
Well, he's probably in a situation, too, where every day he has to listen to them kind of bitching at him about stuff.
Yeah.
And it's just too much. He's like, okay, listen, but doesn't 2029 seem like a long time away?
It's 5 years.
I mean, gosh, why are you announcing that? Why wouldn't you,
I don't know.
What, are we trying to give Major League Baseball an opportunity for 5 years to figure somebody else out, that they can bring in?
It is a long way away. It absolutely is.
It just seems like it's stupid to even talk about.
You kind of watchdogging it a little bit?
I am watchdogging it a lot.
How much does he make, by the way? Because Goodell makes
a ridiculous amount.
$30-something million, maybe more.
I thought it was at this point like $50 million a year that Goodell was making. I wasn't sure what Manfred was touching.
17.5.
17.5?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's unbelievable.
5 more years of that.
I just don't think that would be your idea, But I would see it being the team's idea is like, we got to get this guy out of here. He didn't punish the Astros for cheating.
When's the next TV deal up to? He probably doesn't want to go through that again.
I could see him not wanting to deal with that headache. I mean, he's dealing with he's trying
collective bargaining again.
Juggle it. Yeah.
He got blamed for that.
The strikes.
Yeah, the strikes. No doubt. He got blamed for a lot of things. I mean, you can blame me for things if you give me 17.5, right?
Yeah. I'll take that. I'll take the heat. He also said he would like to have the expansion process in Major League Baseball to 32 teams in place by the time his tenure as commissioner ends in 2029. He clarified that having the process in place does not necessarily mean the franchise would be awarded by then. And he added that the A's deal to move to Las Vegas is solid. The club has been thorough in evaluating an interim home covering the 25, 26, and 27 seasons before the scheduled Las Vegas opening in 2028. We know they're looking at maybe trying to extend the lease there at the Coliseum, but
good luck with that.
I don't know. It seems like such a mess, this A's move to Vegas.
It's a mess because the A's are a mess.
They are a mess.
Ownership's a mess.
They are a big time mess.
And they don't work with anybody. They don't hit they make delays. It's crazy what they go through. It got to the point where even we were in Vegas last week.
Yeah.
What did the mayor in Vegas say? Maybe you need to go back and talk to the Oakland about
Oakland.
Yeah.
We don't need you here.
Yeah.
You're causing headaches already, and it's just going to be a pain in the ass when you get here.
They just cannot get anything together in the right way.
It's been a headache. I mean, they're just a disaster. Shout out to Marcus Semien. He is the highest ranked Ranger as of now in the top 100 of MLB's list. They've unveiled 100 through 21 so far. Marcus Semien is 21st on the list. Last year, he came in at 46, and he is one spot higher than the Houston Astros' Jose Altuve, who is at 22, which I enjoyed.
Did they watch the postseason?
With Marcus?
It does not count?
I think it
does.
Just
regular season?
I think all of it counts. It absolutely does. I mean, Marcus...
What, are you watchdogging over there?
He plays all the games.
Yes. I feel
Most
like...
played appearances in the history of the sport.
I feel like Corey Seager said I might be actually better than Shohei Ohtani at the plate here, guys. Watch this.
Well, maybe Corey Seager will be number one. We'll wait and see where Corey Seager is.
Okay.
He is so
I thought
far.
You told us he was the highest ranked Ranger.
So far he's the 20. He's the highest Ranger. We still got the top 20 to come out.
See,
but Marcus Semien is 21st
I'm not listening
right now.
again. That's twice now.
No, you're good. We've only got through 21.
Didn't want to call you out for
I
that.
know you were about to.
I was, but I was listening, so I didn't want to call you out because You never know. We have like a couple more hours left. I might not listen.
Thumbs up, buddy.
Yeah, there you go. Thumbs
It's all
up to
good,
you
guys.
too.
We were all guilty of it at some point.
Oh, we're gonna air that in the 6 o'clock hour. We're gonna
What?
relive the moment where nobody was paying attention to my basketball or butt crack.
I thought Dawson made an excellent point. I was listening to his point, and I just wanted to agree with it. That's what I was doing. I was just agreeing with him.
Yeah, you were.
Big agreement. Adolis Garcia at
Around the
39.
rim.
He was 99 a year ago, so a big jump for
I
Adolis
gotta go
Garcia.
at 5:55.
Shout out to him. Are you leaving at 5:55 today?
No.
Good, because I am.
And what do you guys think about Tiger Woods'
not really.
new logo thing?
What does that have to do with anything we're talking about right now?
I'm just asking a question. I just saw it on TV.
Yeah, man.
okay.
We're going around the fairway.
Yeah, I mean, this is around the bases. We can bring up your Tiger Woods fetish later.
We're going around
We'll be baseballing next week.
Around the
Just
greens.
2 weeks.
I'm excited for that.
It's
terrible.
I do think Nathan Evaldi was a little bit too low for my liking on this list.
Let's go around the cart path.
Evaldi was at 91. Jordan Montgomery was at 90.
Oh, okay.
So, hey.
Let's not pay him.
I think you could have
Apparently
put
they did watch the
Evo.
playoffs.
Nathaniel Lowe is at 98. So there's your Rangers right now in the top 100. We'll see where Seager ends up being. Here's
5.
You think number 5?
Yes.
That could be a good guess. I think he'll be in the top 10.
Oh no, he's top 3. He's top 2.
Top 2, maybe top 1.
Poke bowl bet?
Poke bowl bet that he's a higher ranking than 5.
No, you're saying 3. I'm saying 5.
Okay,
Poke bowl in Arizona bet.
deal.
Otani's going to be 1.
We didn't say that. We just said
We're just
3
talking about championship
We're just talking
Seager.
about our guy.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, you want to talk more about Tiger?
Carry on.
Okay. Chris
He wore all
Young.
white today. Did you see that? It's kind of crazy.
Did he?
Yeah.
I did not see that.
He looked good.
That
He
does.
wore it well.
Hope he didn't crap his pants.
He didn't.
Thank God. You just seen it. Chris Young on Jacob deGrom and his throwing recovery, how he's on track, hopefully. And
Not
let's
good.
See what CY said.
Jacob started throwing. The first day went great. I think he was off yesterday and will resume again today. Started playing catch. He started his normal catch progression. It's part of the standard rehab for Tommy John. And I think it was, I don't know the exact distance or number of throws, but it was a great day. Jacob said he felt great. There's a long way to go, but picking up a baseball and playing catch for the first time is significant.
I'm going to just live under the thought process that Jacob deGrom is not going to pitch for the Rangers this year. And then if he does give you anything, it was better than I thought.
You should up that to just never pitching again in a Ranger uniform.
I don't believe that.
No, but then it'll just you ease the pain when it ends up only being another handful of starters.
See, I don't want to be that negative about it. I think he's going to be your opening day starter, not this year, but the year after. But I just don't think he's going to be ready to rock fully, and I don't think that they should push him if he's not this season.
Well, I hope the Rangers have more doubt than you, because that's the only way you could effectively manage this injury. And
If he just pitches once.
we don't want opening day.
You don't want him to pitch opening day? You just
Ever
want to wait till the
again.
postseason?
Your off season is 10 months, dude. We're going to get you in shape to debut around September 10th. That should give you 5 starts before the playoffs start.
I agree.
And then just pitch him in the postseason?
Yes.
You got to make the postseason, though. I don't know if you're making it.
Oh, you are, dude. With these bats, this defense.
If it's in doubt, we
Manager.
might pitch you a couple of times in July and August.
Okay. We'll just have your arm ready to go. Here was CY on the players and not being satisfied after just winning one World Series title.
This is the most professional group I've ever been around. They're extremely focused, they're extremely motivated, and my sense is they're not satisfied. And while I think they deserve to be celebrated for what they accomplished last year, I think this group has expectations and ambitions beyond reaching the top one time.
I love it. I love everything that CY's saying there.
My God.
They're hungry. They're ready to go.
It's going to be amazing.
Hungry dogs hunt best.
Damn right.
This is unbelievable what Tiger Woods has done with his logo and this new company, Sunday Red. I think it is a worthy topic of discussion for sure, Brian.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
Around the 9-iron.
I think maybe a buddy of his was like, dude, I can do some graphic designs. And they're like, yeah, we don't need companies like Nike with their 6-figure graphic designers to come up with cool logos. We'll just have like a weird outline of a cat. It's bones, I guess, on a red screen. And for some reason, put a space between sun and day. And there we go. Everything's gravy, and it looks like a high school project, bro.
Oh no,
it's bad. So hopefully they can recover from this. Apparently he did not want the old Tiger Woods logo from Nike. He says, no, you can keep that.
Yeah.
I got something worse
I'm
in
going to make
store.
my own.
yeah, we're going to rebrand this thing. Going to the next level. It's, hopefully his return to the course is going better this week.
Just a bunch of quarter zips and...
I think he was actually playing with Josh Allen yesterday. So Josh Allen got a nice Valentine's Day surprise.
Use a quarter zip, though.
Yeah.
You guys?
Heck yeah.
Hey, G-Bag Nation, when we return, it is time for the 5 o'clock hour, and it's time for an edition of Football's Finest. What's that looking like, Chief?
Is Micah the right kind of lion? We know he's a lion, but is he the right kind of lion? We'll hear from a guy who knows Mike Zimmer very, very well. And would you welcome back these guys at the right price next year in the nation?
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We are going to hit the expressway coming up in 20 minutes. We're going to take you commercial-free to the top, and that's going to be exceptional. I've been teasing. The most compelling reason yet to believe they're actually fixing to go all in, like Jerry said a couple of weeks ago they are. Is that what we're going to see in free agency? That's just 2 weeks away now. Anyway, it's time for football's finest. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
That's exciting because I think we've solidified the plan of approach here, the plan of attack here for the offseason. So we need to get into that because we've had some off-air conversations. I think we know what we want to do here to improve these front runners. Now, I got a question for you. Did you guys see Micah Parsons' Twitter account here over the last couple of hours? Because he's a bit agitated. He's at the airport.
I did see this.
Airport agitation, and it's not the type of agitation that you and me are used to. This is a different level.
Brian might be used to it a little bit.
Yeah, to some extent for sure. We did see a lady. There was a lady that brought us in the Vegas airport.
Sure did. Oh, Brian brought us?
Yeah.
Dallas Cowboys?
Dallas Cowboys. Mr. Football? I think she called you Mr. Football.
She did call me Mr. Football.
And that seemed like quite the conversation you guys had. The chemistry was off the chain.
No, I was on my way towards the slot machine. She stopped me on the way to the slot machine. So I said, "Oh, thank you very much, man. Appreciate you. Keep listening. That kind of thing." I gave one of those.
Micah Parsons tweets out a video of him, a picture of him just getting off of an airplane. I can't tell if he's at DFW or not. It doesn't seem to be, but I don't know. And he says, the fact it was 8 grown men waiting outside of my gate with mini helmets and pictures when I got off my plane is insane. I hope y'all realize sometimes how much athletes got to hold back. This lady is currently following me. And there was a lady holding a football helmet in the photo.
Yeah.
He had a couple of different tweets. These women and these kids followed me to my luggage now. Is there any type of self-respect and dignity anymore? So he's kind of getting chased down there in the airport. People are, I don't know, how aware, how stalkerish do you have to be waiting ready for an autograph off a random flight for a player? Like, how do you even know that Micah Parsons is walking off of this plane right now?
I don't know how you know what flight he's on. I'm sure that this is something that a lot of these celebrities have to deal with. Travis Kelce had to move out of his house once he started dating Taylor Swift.
We told him on the front it was going to be a dangerous game. Get involved with the Swifties.
Knocking on his window and all this stuff. So, I don't think Mike is alone when you're in the public eye having to deal with this. But no, I don't know. I don't know how people go about finding this information.
Yeah, I think it's so rare to see a star player. I think for most people that it's a life event. It's time for them to stop everything, stop down, stalk the guy, interrupt dinner. Something crazy's going on.
How many mini helmets they say there? People hold 7 mini helmets. Micah Parsons mini helmet on NFL Shop, $249.
With his signature on it.
With his signature on it.
Yeah,
that's what they're doing.
Okay,
they're doing their best right now to get back to, and I know he has to do it for NFL, but for people and for shops, it's probably more than that. It's probably more. It's probably closer to $400 a mini helmet. So you're standing out there. He signs 9 mini helmets. Think about that. That's that's all. That's the profit right there. That's why you stand out there and stalk, so you can get your mini helmet signed, so you can put them on for $500 a shot.
And that does tick the players off. That's way different than a family, a fan.
Well, and it's also different to be surprised in a moment. Oh my gosh, I was not expecting to see Micah Parsons here, and I'm a little bit fanboying. But when you're sitting there waiting with the Sharpie and the mini helmet, you've done some legwork here.
Well,
to know that I'm walking off this plane, that does feel a little bit invasive.
Well, maybe you're somebody that's on a plane and you've now text before you take off. Hey, I'm on the plane with Micah Parsons.
That makes sense.
Be there.
That makes
sense.
And got a hot tip for you. Cut me in with a little profit.
Yeah.
Could see that.
Well, Dave Campo had a nice little tweet today. He's not a guy who tweets often, but Zimmer being a Cowboy now has Campo taken to Twitter.
Dave gave us a fantastic interview when it came to, what was it, during the holiday season? Yeah. You and I, Brian. I think he's actually going to be on Sean and RJ tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Okay, that makes a ton of sense because he tweets out earlier this morning, all you Cowboys fans, get ready. Zimmer wants lions, not the lions that live in the zoo that know they're going to get fed every day, rain or shine, like a lot of players in this NFL, but the lions that live in the jungle that have to wake up ready to hunt or they don't eat.
The Cowboys have themselves a lion in Micah, don't they?
Mm. Yeah, and he doesn't like being the zoo animal. That's how he felt at the airport today. It's like, no, don't do this to me. Maybe that's good news. Maybe he's built for the wild.
He did not get positive feedback for that tweet.
I kind of feel that
Campo?
No.
Oh, Micah? Oh, Micah's bidding. Really?
Yeah.
That seems like pretty obvious to me. We would all be like, hey, this is a little bit weird. I just got off my plane, and it's not like this is my private jet.
But I think people are feeling like when you are an athlete and a celebrity, it kind of comes with the territory.
It's not my job to make $500 a helmet for you, though.
I agree with you.
I mean, I could see if it's a small kid that comes up with him with a mini helmet or something, and he's like, sure, I'll sign it. But when you got these guys and gals that stand out there with bags of stuff, didn't you guys see that in Vegas when we were walking by? Those to our right there as we were walking through the lobby there at the Mandalay Bay. There were guys over there with bags of stuff, just waiting for these celebrities to come through. And okay, you sign one, you sign two, you sign three. You might have made somebody $1,500 right there just on your signature. What are you getting out of it? Yeah, you make money. Because you're a professional athlete or an actor or whatever. But
that's still not as weird as the airport to me, though. Like, knowing that the Super Bowl and all this stuff is going down in this hotel, hey, I'm going to go stand around because I might see some players.
Tipped.
Okay.
They got tipped, yeah.
But going to wait at a gate or whatever does feel a little bit weird.
Oh, no, you're trying to make money. If you're waiting at a gate, you're trying to make money.
Well, people around the league believe that the 49ers are going to end up hiring former Chargers head coach Brandon Staley to be their next defensive coordinator. So for whatever that's worth there.
I heard Mike Vrabel might be in the mix there too.
He's not too big and intimidating.
Not at all.
No, they've had a Robert Saleh on that sideline coordinating the defense before.
Sure.
He knows his way around a little bit of
I was hearing his
bit of trend
mentioned a couple times.
And you guys remember the name James Laurinaitis?
Yes, linebacker Ohio State.
One of the greatest football names.
Oh,
I mean, born to be a badass in some realm, but if you're going to be a football player, of course you're going to be a linebacker when your name's James Laurinaitis. And it looks like he is going to officially be a coach. He's going to be the linebackers coach for the Buckeyes.
Good for him. Going back to his alma mater.
Yes, I think that's perfect. But I love the name James Laurinaitis, built to be a linebacker.
Was he already coaching at Ohio State?
I don't know.
I thought he got did he get a job with one of these pro teams?
Maybe he got a promotion. Maybe he was.
I thought he was already. I thought he was already at Ohio State. My bad if he wasn't. I thought he was already coaching linebackers at Ohio State.
Perhaps, but he's at least got a new deal if this isn't the first one.
Okay.
I saw that.
Okay.
And then a lot of people are already bringing back the idea of reuniting the backfield of Zeke and Pollard.
Yeah, assistant.
Ouch. Who would bring that up?
Okay, yeah. Okay, why do we want to reunite Zeke and Pollard? He was the assistant, James Laurinaitis. Now he's the main guy.
He's the main linebackers coach?
Okay.
Good.
There we go.
Cowboys were 28th in touchdown percentage on carries inside the 5-yard line last season.
Mm-hmm.
And so everybody's going, hey, why don't you bring back Zeke to be that guy? You could get him for the cheap. Except do you guys realize that we're still paying him?
Yeah, $5.4 million, I think, right?
It's like I see $6 million cap hit for Zeke still. But the other thing is Pollard and how he talks about in week 11 is when he started feeling himself again after the injury. And Pro Football Focus has him graded as the best running back in football starting in week 11. So it's like, was he trending in the right direction? And for the right price, is it actually worth it to keep Pollard? Obviously, you don't want him on a franchise tag kind of deal. You don't want him really for a long-term deal. But short-term, small money, is Pollard completely off of your free agent board of I need to see a new face here?
No, I mean, I tried to bring this up to you guys probably like after the season ended. Like, all right, do you bring him back? And you gave us a bunch of the names that could be cheap options too. Like, I like his Zach Moss.
Sure.
Because I think you draft a running back that ends up hopefully being your starter. But to start the season, unless you're taking Trey Benson out of Florida State in the second round, who I think is the best running back in the draft that I do think could start day one, everyone else I think is a tandem back until like maybe they prove that they can take over the backfield. So for a 1-year cheap deal, if Pollard wants to come back and I draft a running back that eventually ends up taking over for him, I don't hate it.
Man, that's crazy. They have him as the best running back in the NFL after week 11. It was 3-4, 3-7, 3-2, 3-1, 4-1. I mean, the best game that he had was 4-7, other than the Washington game and the worst defense in the NFL. Like, maybe he was the best runner that day on week 11 for one game where it was 13 carries for 79 yards against a pathetic defense. But, I mean, he had 27 yards on one carry that game. That was his second highest of the year, and he didn't come close to it the rest of the season. I guess they're saying the holes were so bad that Tony Pollard just kept getting hit like 1 yard after the line of scrimmage, and manager turned it into 3 yards. And that's how you grade it.
It's also why you take these PFF grades with a grain of salt. I mean, they said Brock Purdy was better than Patrick Mahomes on Super Bowl Sunday with their grades.
Okay.
So you don't have,
all right.
I mean, they're definitely not Bible.
So that's not like an analytic, that's kind of, there's more subjectivity into it.
I don't think they've even released exactly how they do all their grading.
Yeah, when it comes to the grading, there's some subjectivity to it for sure. That's not like a hard, fast number that is just, hey, this is what it is. Like his rushing yards over expectation being the best in the sport after week 11, then that would be something that you'd be like, oh, okay. Even though it was only 3 yards per carry for what he was working with, it should have been no yards per carry.
I mean, I just want the Cowboys to have a good running game. So if I'm wrong on this, that's fine. I think you had a player who was too slow compared to his previous self to get through the hole before it closed like he did in 2022.
Yeah.
I think maybe your offensive line was worse, but that's what it looked like when Zeke had the ball in 2022. It was like, well, he can't get any holes because he wasn't quick and slippery enough. And pre-injury, Pollard was good enough to make poor offensive line play look sufficient. And I just want a young running back to do that again. Give me the guys who are so damn electric and young and haven't been beat up. They're just gone. They can put their foot in the ground and very quickly teleport themselves to the other side of the hole. It's hard to find those guys, but I know Tony Pollard isn't one of them. And I'm not willing to spend anything over minimum to keep him around. And Zeke, if you have those ideas, boy, you really need to start paying more attention.
Yeah, you're not bringing both of them back.
Okay, so you guys don't find that, you don't think the Cowboys would be interested in a reunion with either one of these guys? Do you think they're kind of moved on?
I think they'd be interested in a reunion maybe with Pollard for a 1 year cheap deal. I don't think with Zeke.
$6 million still accounting for the cap there for Zeke is heartbreaking. That was not something I was prepared for. That's a huge bummer. You're already overpaying your running back position. You don't even have a guy on the roster really. And now you have a lot of people that have gone back and rewatched the Super Bowl, and a big takeaway for many involved is the lack of effort, the loafing from a Deebo Samuel. Everybody, a lot of people in San Francisco are going, dude, you're the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL, and they're trying to move on from him. And a lot of people are coming to the defense of Steve Wilks, who's the defensive coordinator. He gets fired, and they're laying out, well, Kyle Shanahan, I mean, all you have is just the highest paid running back, a top wide receiver paid, one of the highest paid tight ends, left tackles, all these different things, and you're putting up 19 points. But Deebo Samuel might be a guy that people are so frustrated with. I don't know that the Niners would look at it that way, but I'm seeing a lot of different entities going, hey, Deebo Samuel, not only did you not play well, looked like you didn't care. That is not a game to not look like you care in.
Yeah. No, that's tough. You hate to see that, man.
He's jammed up trying to play through injury.
Yeah, I think that was a big problem.
He did get banged up.
He got banged up.
Pulled hammy, was it?
Yeah, he was struggling with that hamstring. Remember during the game, he grabbed it a couple times. I think that's the thing that was really frustrating to him in that game.
But the rookie campaign, including the playoffs now for Rashee Rice, SMU's own.
Yeah.
Man, he ends up with 105 receptions, 1,200 yards, 8 touchdowns, and he was first among all rookies in yards after the catch, which was almost 1,000. So he has 1,200 yards total receiving. 900 of those yards were after the catch.
Yeah.
Wow.
Rashee Rice, I mean, one of the things when we watched him last year getting ready for the draft, he was a guy that didn't create a ton of separation, but he caught nearly everything that was thrown his way. I mean, contested catch god was Rashee Rice last year.
Perfect player for that system.
He is. I mean, the question was maybe the speed with him, but he blossomed this year, and he's their wide receiver one moving forward. There's no question about that.
After they got things figured out with the screen game, it really, and once again, Andy Reid, best to ever do it maybe. It just turned the game on its head. That's probably because Greenlaw was out. But, still digesting that whole deal. Okay, 469. Dawson refuses to eat crow on Tony Pollard. Dude breaks his leg and isn't back to normal until the end of the season, and that's hard. And it's not hard to come back from a broken leg at all, but Tony Pollard made it look very, very difficult. And back to normal would have been around 5 yards an attempt. Hell, for half of 2022, he was over 6 yards an attempt. And in the final 6 weeks of the season, I guess he was the best running back in the NFL by Pro Football Focus's estimation. You don't have to be any better than 4 yards an attempt to do that, I guess, in today's game. But, man, I was seeing that guy in Green Bay, like, tear him up. He's getting like 130 a game. His yards per attempt are through the roof. He's scoring touchdowns.
Yeah, they were definitely better running backs towards the last few weeks of the season.
But, I mean, when you think about, Kyron Williams, and who's the name that you dropped?
Aaron Jones.
Aaron Jones for Green Bay. I mean, let's at least give some credit to the fact that you have wizard play callers and play designers. And McSex is dialing it up when it comes to schematically and hitting you with different things from a rushing attack standpoint. You didn't, and you have that in Green Bay, too, with LaFleur. You do not have that here.
I like it. Yeah, we need a scheme and a runner, and maybe just the scheme would do it. Hell, if they really believe that Tony Pollard has all that wiggle and juice, then don't let him go. If you think he is essentially the same player now, you got to keep that guy. If it's all the offensive line because Tony Pollard was a massive difference maker. I thought he was the second best runner after Christian McCaffrey in 2022.
Yeah, he absolutely was.
Yeah, $8 million, bring him back.
Scheme and actual talent on the offensive line matters more than who's in the backfield.
Got it. Okay, Expressway, most compelling reason yet to believe the Cowboys are about ready to go all in, and that is next. We'll get you the top stories around the sports world as well here in the nation.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial free all the way.